Hello and welcome, friends from near and far, to my beloved YouTube channel. If you all enjoy the story, please give me a like and subscribe to the channel so you won't miss any of the latest videos. Thank you so much. The young man before you is a grandmaster who has cultivated for thousands of years. His powers are profound, and he is revered as the Violet Myrtle Heavenly Lord. However, on the verge of ascension, Mu Li unexpectedly chose to reverse time and space, returning to his past. Just then, a beam of light shone down on an altar, and at the same time, a bolt of lightning from the sky struck the roof of a school building. Mu Li had returned to May 2017 when he was still a university student. Zhou Xiang, in this life I will never let you harm my family again. With this thought, Mu Li immediately stood up straight, pulled himself together and ran back to his dorm at Dragon Mountain University of Science and Technology. In room 1103 he was the only one who had been reborn. Mu Li knew exactly what he had to do first. Earn money as quickly as possible to change his family's dire financial situation. He had to get his hands on every last penny. With that in mind, he opened his laptop and began typing furiously. A moment later, a commotion erupted outside the door. It seemed his roommates were back. They were excitedly discussing trying out a newly opened crayfish restaurant near the campus. When they pushed the door open and saw Mu Li sitting at his desk, their attitude immediately shifted. One of them began to speak in a mocking tone. Well, if it isn't young Master Mu skipping class again today. The boys are hungry. Why don't you treat us to a meal tonight as well? Mu Li heard him but pretended not to, remaining focused on the clatter of his keyboard. Seeing no reaction, the roommate's voice turned vicious and loud. You broke loser, you're getting more and more arrogant, aren't you? Are you not afraid we'll tell the whole class your secret? You're not some rich kid at all, it's all a lie you made up. Believe me, I can make you infamous throughout the entire school. Mu Li still couldn't be bothered to respond. By now he had finished formatting the laptop's hard drive, erasing all its data. Seeing Mu Li play deaf, the roommate grew even more aggressive. The other two stepped forward to mediate, trying to prevent a fight in the dorm. Brother Chu, calm down. If he wants to pretend to be rich, just let him. But speaking of which, Mu Li, we've been keeping your secret for you all this time and you don't have a shred of gratitude. It's not good to be so unappreciative. Mu Li knew they were all cut from the same cloth. Although the other two sounded like they were defending him, they were actually twisting the knife. He ignored them, simply stuffing the laptop into his backpack and slinging it over his shoulder. Go ahead and tell everyone if you want. I don't care. This attitude, so different from his usual self, took his roommates by surprise. They were all stunned, except for the one called Brother Chu, who remained aggressive. You little punk, I've been lenient with you, and now you're just shameless. You want me to beat you up? His curses grew uglier. But Mu Li let them roll off him like water off a duck's back. He had more important things to worry about now, thanks to the mercy of the gods he had been reborn. But his spiritual power had been completely drained in the process. Besides making money, Mu Li had to find a way to restore his powers. He took the laptop to a computer repair shop. He had formatted the hard drive and wiped all the data precisely so he could sell it for cash. But he had already used this computer for 3 years, and even though it was still in good condition, it only fetched 800 yuan. Clutching the few hundred yuan in his hand, Mu Li was filled with mixed emotions. His mother had scrimped and saved for months to buy this computer for him when he started university, and now it couldn't even sell for 1,000 yuan. And yet, during his past life in college, he had feigned wealth just for the sake of pleasure, spending his days in debauchery, often treating others to lavish meals. When he ran out of money, he would shamelessly message his mother, pressuring her for more. It was because of this that his mother's health had deteriorated, ultimately leading to a tragedy no one wanted to see. It was only much later that Mu Li came to his senses, but by then it was too late. This was the reason he was willing to trade 5,000 years of cultivation to return to the past and atone for his mistakes. Hey Mu Li! Just as he was lost in thought, Mu Li heard someone shout his name again. He turned around to see it was his younger sister, Mu Xin. Seeing his sister standing before him, alive and well, Mu Li's heart was once again filled with complex emotions. In his previous life, he had dragged his sister down with him, ultimately leading to her taking her own life by jumping from a building. Noticing Mu Li's somber expression, Mu Xin asked, "Brother, what's wrong?" It's nothing. Mu Li snapped out of his memories of the past and quickly waved his hands, thinking to himself, in this life I must protect my sister and mother properly and not let any harm come to them. He then saw her rummaging through her bag for a moment before handing him a paper pouch. Inside, she said, was 5,000 yuan, her salary from 2 semesters of part-time work. Take it and stop asking mom for money. Mu Li was a little surprised. How did his sister have so much money? But Mu Xin impatiently thrust the pouch into his arms, telling him not to play dumb. She already knew he had threatened their mother, saying he would drop out of school if she didn't give him money. She also knew he spent all his time with his degenerate friends, but at the end of the day they were family. And his mother and sister couldn't bring themselves to ignore him. Take the money and start acting like a decent human being. Young Master Mu. The title Young Master Mu was deeply sarcastic. Driven by vanity, the Mu Li of the past had been like a vampire, draining his mother and sister dry. But in this life he truly didn't need it. He told his sister to keep the 5,000 yuan for her own school expenses. But at the mention of school, his sister's face fell even further. After hesitating for a long time, she finally dared to tell him the truth. She had already dropped out. The family was heavily in debt, and creditors had recently started showing up to demand payment. Their mother couldn't earn enough on her own, so she had left school to work and help their mother, giving her brother the opportunity to continue his studies. Hearing this, Muley's heart felt like it was being torn apart. He rushed forward and hugged his sister tightly from behind. This sudden gesture startled his sister. "Brother, what are you doing?" "Sister, I'm so sorry. Just give me some time. Trust me, I will make our family's life better." He spoke these words with an unwavering conviction. Muley's sister was used to his empty promises, but for some reason this time she felt that something was different about her brother. To be more precise, he had suddenly become incredibly dependable. After bidding his sister farewell, Muley went to a traditional Chinese medicine shop. He used the money from selling his computer to buy some medicinal herbs, then found a forest on the outskirts of the city. The herbs were for him to concoct a spiritual elixir. Because the spiritual energy on Earth was sparse, he had to rely on this kind of elixir to cultivate quickly. Before long, the herbs in the pot began to merge, eventually turning into a transparent liquid indistinguishable from pure water. This proved Muley's success. He drank the entire bowl of liquid and began to meditate and regulate his breathing. Cultivation was divided into 5 realms, from lowest to highest: the Qi refining realm, the core formation realm, the divine soul realm, the deity transformation realm, and the highest, the heaven and man realm. Although his powers were gone, the experiences from his past life were perfectly preserved in his mind. This knowledge would surely help him achieve maximum efficiency in recovering his strength. Even reaching just the first level of the Qi refining realm would grant him strength far beyond that of an ordinary person. Muley focused completely, and after an hour he successfully broke through to the first level of the Qi refining realm. He tested his strength with a punch. The blow tore straight through the trunk of a large tree. Muley was very satisfied. For now, this strength was more than enough to handle the martial artists of Huasha. Now that the issue of strength was temporarily resolved, he needed to find a way to make money quickly, and in Muley's mind he already had a place in mind. The place Muley went to was an internet cafe. But of course he wasn't there to play games. He was there to access the Epic trading network. This website was also known as the World Black Market, a place where you could trade anything from intelligence and goods to posting or accepting missions. As soon as Muley entered the site, he saw a mission posted by an anonymous user at the top of the page. The task was to take the life of the Dragon Mountain tycoon Su Wen's daughter for a reward of 10 million yuan. Below it was a notification that the assassin Feng Shi had already accepted the mission. The comment section below practically exploded with this news. Feng Shi was a top-tier assassin. With him on the job, the Su family's young lady was as good as dead. Many people seemed to be lamenting the Su family's fate, as Su Wen was said to be a law-abiding businessman who kept to himself, and his daughter was a renowned beauty. No one knew who they had offended to have a kill order placed on them. Muley hadn't expected someone to spend 10 million just to kill a girl, but this seemed to be a good thing for him. Because scrolling down a little further, he saw another post from a user named Suwen_urgent_help. Urgently hiring an expert to protect my daughter for 1 month. Reward 20 million yuan. Muley smiled to himself. This mission hadn't been taken yet. It seemed it was made just for him. Without a second thought, he clicked to accept the mission. Muley's ID on the website was Wuji, a name no one knew. Seeing a nobody dare to accept a mission against Feng Shi, the onlookers were thrilled. A newborn calf really isn't afraid of a tiger. This should be interesting. Just as he took off his headphones, Muley received a phone call. After telling the other party his location, he sat back leisurely and waited for the Su family to pick him up. On the other end, however, Su Wen's secretary saw that Muley was at an internet cafe and wore a doubtful expression. "Sir, is this person really reliable? We should be grateful someone accepted the mission at all. Let's just pick him up first and see." Half an hour later, Muley stood before the Su family's villa. Although Su Wen was a businessman, he was no ordinary one. At only 45, he was already the chairman of a top-tier conglomerate. This villa was just a small part of his assets. As soon as Muley got out of the car, Su Wen couldn't help but be a little surprised, as he hadn't expected the person who accepted the mission against Feng Shi to be so young. He personally came out to greet him. "You must be Mr. Wuji. I am the one who posted the mission, Su Wen. Please come in. Let's talk inside." Muley wasn't in a hurry to sit down for tea. Instead, he asked Su Wen to give him a tour of the villa to familiarize himself with the terrain. Su Wen immediately agreed and began to explain his situation as he led the way. It turned out that Mr. Su had a mortal enemy in the business world, and the two had been fighting for years. Not long ago, Su Wen obtained evidence of his rival's illegal profiteering and handed it over to the police. As a result, a warrant was issued for his enemy's arrest, and he fled to escape justice. But then the guy resorted to this kind of dirty trick for revenge. His daughter was everything to Su Wen, so he was willing to spare no expense in hiring bodyguards to protect her. Muley now understood the situation. Along the way, he also carefully observed the Su family's villa and said, "Mr. Su, your villa may be quiet, but I'm sure there are quite a few people hidden here." Su Wen was astonished. There were indeed many bodyguards hidden in the villa at that moment, but he was certain they were well concealed and absolutely silent. He couldn't believe Mu Li had detected them with just a glance, of course. It was good that Mr. Su was being cautious by deploying extra manpower, but Mu Li had to genuinely advise him that against a top assassin like Feng Shi, these men would be completely useless. Just then, Su Wen's secretary ran over again to announce that Master Lin had arrived. It turned out Mu Li wasn't the only one who had been hired. To protect his daughter's life, Su Wen had also hired the 62-year-old intermediate martial artist, Lin Yu, and his disciple, the novice martial artist Zhao Chuan. Upon arriving, Lin Yu couldn't stop sighing, saying he had wanted to find another helper, but everyone backed out as soon as they heard the opponent was Feng Shi. Hearing this, Su Wen's expression turned grim. Lin Yu quickly reassured him, "Don't lose heart. Your father was a dear friend of mine for many years. I will do my absolute best to come up with a plan to help you." It was only then that Lin Yu noticed there was another person present. Su Wen introduced him, explaining that Mu Li was the one who had accepted the mission on the world black market, codenamed Wuji. Both Lin Yu and Zhao Chuan's jaws dropped in surprise, shocked that such a young kid would dare to go up against the infamous assassin Feng Shi. Zhao Chuan, in particular, looked at him with a face full of doubt and asked, "Hey kid, do you really think you're capable of earning that 20 million yuan bounty?" It was easy to see the contempt in Zhao Chuan's attitude. Lin Yu quickly shouted, "Zhao Chuan, show some respect," though he said that in reality both Lin Yu and Su Wen were also extremely skeptical. After all, Mu Li was indeed too young, and there was no telling how skilled he was. Thinking of this, Su Wen tentatively asked if he already had a plan to protect his daughter. Mu Li nodded, then told him the first step was to remove all the cameras in the villa and have the hidden bodyguards leave. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu sighed and shook his head again. "Young man, are you trying to lure Feng Shi out? He won't fall for such a simple trick." "No," Mu Li answered bluntly. "I'm saying this because they're too weak. Keeping them here will only get in the way." At these words, Su Wen, Lin Yu, and Zhao Chuan were all stunned. They had yet to see Mu Li's skills, but his arrogance was certainly something else. He then looked at Lin Yu and Zhao Chuan, saying that they were the only two who could grudgingly stay. Those two words, grudgingly stay, were incredibly sharp. Zhao Chuan instantly flew into a rage. "You arrogant brat, do you think you're a martial grandmaster? How dare you look down on people like that? Do you dare to fight me?" Mu Li let out a cold laugh. "A martial grandmaster? What's that? In my past life I was just one step away from becoming an immortal. You want to test me? You're not worthy," Mu Li replied. This only fueled Zhao Chuan's fury, but he did want to show off his strength to their client, so he told Su Wen to call over all his capable men to attack him at once. "I can take on 100 of them by myself." Su Wen hadn't expected Mu Li to be so confident as to make such a request, so he advised him to first have a test match with Zhao Chuan. But Mu Li wasn't interested in such a low-level challenge. By this time, the bodyguards hidden in the Su family's villa had gathered. They were as numerous as ants. It seemed Mr. Su had spent a fortune maintaining them. Looking at the scene, Zhao Chuan smugly crossed his arms, thinking that even without him, this group was more than enough to handle Mu Li. "Let's see how many seconds you can last." The moment he finished speaking, the bodyguards rushed toward Mu Li from all directions, but he remained standing in place, showing no sign of fighting back or fleeing. Su Wen and Lin Yu were both puzzled by his stillness, even worrying that he might have been scared stiff. However, the real show was yet to begin. Because as the bodyguards charged forward menacingly, the first man threw a punch at Mu Li, only for it to feel like hitting an invisible wall. The impact created a massive explosion centered on Mu Li. The bodyguards were instantly sent flying by the blast without a single exception. And Mu Li was still standing there, hands in his pockets, with a relaxed and carefree look on his face. He was, of course, completely unharmed, without even a single hair out of place. Su Wen, Lin Yu, and Zhao Chuan were all dumbstruck by the scene. What just happened? He didn't even lift a finger," Su Wen blurted out. Mu Li then turned around and beckoned to Zhao Chuan with his finger, signaling for him to come forward as well. Although he had just witnessed Mu Li's extraordinary power, he couldn't stand the kid's arrogant and condescending attitude, so he charged forward with all his might. When he was about 3 meters from Mu Li, Zhao Chuan leapt high into the air and executed a beautiful tornado kick. Unfortunately, he didn't even manage to touch Mu Li's body before he was sent flying with a single move. This was no ordinary counterattack. Just by the way Zhao Chuan was thrown, it was clear how powerful the force was. "And you, sir?" After dealing with Zhao Chuan, Mu Li turned to Lin Yu. He hurriedly bowed to Mu Li and said, "Mr. Wuji, I was old and blind, failing to recognize your true strength. Please forgive me." Zhao Chuan staggered to his feet just then, and seeing Lin Yu's attitude, he was utterly shocked. "Master, you mean even you aren't his match?" Lin Yu shook his head and said, "Even Mr. Lu, who recently reached the realm of martial grandmaster, would probably not be a match for Mr. Mu Li." The moment he said this, Su Wen's jaw dropped in astonishment, as if he couldn't believe he had hit the jackpot. "Is that true?" "Yes," Lin Yu affirmed with certainty. "Mr. Wuji is a profound and unfathomable martial grandmaster." Since Lin Yu had said so, it had to be true. Su Wen had always trusted his judgment, but this information was a bit hard to swallow. Mu Li looked so young, he didn't look like a reclusive martial grandmaster in the slightest, and just then, completely unaware of the danger she was in, Su Wen's daughter finally woke up. Having confirmed Mu Li's strength, Su Wen led him inside to formally discuss the plan to protect his precious daughter. Before that, Mu Li made 2 requests. The first was a deposit of 2 million RMB to be paid upfront. The second was that during the mission his instructions had to be followed absolutely. If I say go east, you absolutely cannot go west. Su Wen of course had no reason to refuse and sent someone to arrange for the funds immediately. Mu Li nodded, then added, after I receive the deposit, I need to go out tomorrow to take care of some personal matters for a day. Hearing this, Su Wen instantly panicked. The assassin named Feng Shi was known for acting quickly. He would probably make his move to kill his daughter today or tomorrow. Then Mr. Su's daughter will have to come out with me, Mu Li replied. Su Wen looked troubled as he believed there was no place safer than the Su family villa. That was why he had kept his daughter at home these past few days. Just as Mr. Su was deep in thought, he heard his daughter call his name. The 3 of them looked up to see Su Jachi standing on the stairs, still groggy and dressed in a nightgown. She was Su Wen's only daughter, just 19 years old. She was indeed a stunning beauty. Seeing his daughter dressed like this, Su Wen was both embarrassed in front of his esteemed guest and anxious. Why did you come out dressed like that? We have guests in the house. Hurry up and go change. I'm cooped up at home every day like I'm in prison. I eat and sleep and eat. What else am I supposed to wear if not my pajamas? Su Jachi retorted, her attitude somewhat rebellious. Su Wen trembled with anger. Lin Yu quickly stood up to mediate, suggesting that Su Jachi had been at home for too long and was feeling frustrated, so it was understandable that she was in a bad mood. Su Jachi glanced at the men, finding only Mu Li's face unfamiliar. She pointed at him and asked, who is this? Su Jachi, I'm warning you. Mr. Wuji is an honored guest here to protect you. Don't be so disrespectful. Su Wen grew even more anxious, afraid his daughter would anger Mu Li and cause him to leave in a huff, but the girl had clearly been spoiled since childhood. Hearing that Mu Li was here to protect her, she showed no gratitude at all, instead looking at him with disdain, just him alone. Mu Li set down his teacup, and the clink it made set Mr. Su even more on edge. He then stood up and gave Miss Su a perfunctory introduction, also demanding that she follow his arrangements for the next month to ensure her safety. In exchange, he would not restrict her freedom or lock her up at home. As soon as Su Jachi heard this, she immediately seized on the key point. You won't restrict me, then I want to go out. Mu Li turned to look at Su Wen. Although he was very worried, Su Wen had no other choice but to sigh helplessly and nod. Having achieved her goal, Su Jachi's eyes lit up. She had been bored to death being cooped up at home these past few days. Mr. Su then put on a serious face and gave his daughter one condition. When she went out with Mu Li tomorrow, she had to stick close to him and not wander off. Su Jachi agreed on the surface, but she had no idea how much danger she was in. She thought to herself that once they were out tomorrow, there was no way she would obediently listen to a bodyguard. The next day, Su Jachi dressed up beautifully and got into her family's luxury car with Mu Li. As soon as they left the villa, she demanded that the driver, Uncle Quan, head straight to the Metropolis Mall, as she hadn't been shopping in a long time. But Mu Li, sitting beside her, remained expressionless and told him to drive to Dragon Mountain University of Science and Technology instead. Seeing this, Su Jachi flew into a rage, threatening furiously, Uncle Quan, who do you listen to? It was just too bad for the young miss. As of yesterday, Su Wen had stressed to all the household staff that for her safety this month, everyone had to obey Mu Li, so between the 2 of them, Uncle Quan of course had to listen to Mu Li. Seeing that he wouldn't listen to her, Su Jachi was extremely annoyed and angrily demanded that he stop the car and let her out. Uncle Quan looked at Mu Li through the rearview mirror with a pleading expression. Let her out, he said curtly. The car immediately stopped. Su Jachi smugly opened the door and got out. Well then, this young lady will take her leave, but the place where Uncle Quan had stopped was a godforsaken suburb with not a soul in sight, except for the occasional caw of a crow which sounded terrifying. The sight stunned Su Jachi. After taking about 2 seconds to assess the situation, she wisely scurried back into the car. Her face was a mask of fury that was utterly humiliating. Mu Li wasn't good at comforting women. Seeing Su Jachi's dark expression, he felt a wave of annoyance himself and said, how about this, stop making a scene. Behave and come with me to finish my business first, and after that, I'll take you wherever you want to go. Su Jachi let out a harumph, clearly unhappy, but she couldn't argue with him. Before long, they arrived at the dormitory of Dragon Mountain University of Science and Technology. Su Jachi got out of the car first and looked at the dorm building in front of her with an expression of disbelief. You live here? This is awful. Mu Li didn't bother responding and just got out of the car silently. But the appearance of a luxury car in the dorm area with a beautiful woman getting out was no small matter for the students. A few boys saw them, gathered on their balconies, and started hooting and catcalling, which disgusted Su Jachi even more. So when Mu Li told her to follow him inside, Su Jachi was vehemently opposed. Miss, the master has given orders that you must remain within Mr. Wuji's sight at all times, Uncle Quan gently persuaded, but it was not as effective as a single sentence from Mu Li. If you want to go shopping later, hurry up and come inside with me. Su Jachi really wanted to go shopping, so she resentfully followed Mu Li up to his room. At that moment, Mu Li's 3 roommates were shirtless playing a game together. Seeing Mu Li return with a beautiful girl, they started making sarcastic remarks. Well, young Master Mu, this one's pretty hot. How about you let us boys have a little fun with her?" After his rebirth, Mu Li already couldn't stand these so-called friends. Now, seeing them openly harass Su Jachi right in front of him, his eyes blazed with fury. He stepped in front of her and barked in a stern voice, "Stay away from her." Seeing this, the 3 of them just laughed contemptuously. "What's with that look? We were just joking with your girl." "Why so serious? It was just a joke. We're such good friends, surely young Master Mu won't get mad, right?" Mu Li snorted coldly. "If you like harassing other people's girls so much, why don't you find one of your own to harass?" With that, Mu Li used a bit of his spiritual power to frighten them. Su Jachi saw nothing unusual, but under the influence of his power, the 3 of them saw countless skulls surrounding them, endlessly roaring for them to hand over their lives. The sight was so terrifying that all 3 of them fell to their knees, trembling like leaves, and stammered out pleas for mercy. "What's wrong with them?" Su Jachi asked curiously. "Because you can't see what those 3 are seeing right now. It's nothing, just some illusions," Mu Li said, then told Su Jachi to sit in his seat and wait for a moment while he packed some clothes and took a shower. Before long, the 2 were back in the car. Su Jachi was still curious about her roommate's reactions and asked, "Hey, tell me, what kind of sorcery did you use just now?" Looking at the young Mrs. Bossy demeanor, Mu Li felt a headache coming on and raised his fist. "You've already seen what I can do, yet you still dare to disobey me?" Su Jachi instinctively shrank back, covering her face with her hands and crying out. But just then, Mu Li sat back down properly and said nonchalantly, "Just kidding, why would I ever hit a young lady like you?" Su Jachi had been tricked again and was so furious she looked ready to start a fight with Mu Li right there in the car at that moment. Uncle Quan, in the driver's seat, turned back and asked him where he wanted to go now. Mu Li got back to business and called his sister, asking where she was. Mu Xin said she was at her workplace and gave him the address. So the car headed toward 107 Longta Road. When they arrived, Mu Li realized it was a restaurant. But this was no ordinary restaurant. All the waitresses were young girls in maid outfits, treating the customers with the deference due to a master. Su Jachi, not knowing his sister worked here, thought Mu Li had this strange hobby and couldn't help but laugh out loud. "So this is your thing, huh?" Mu Li didn't answer as he was still reeling from the shock. He had never imagined his sister would be working in a place like this. The 2 went inside, found a random table and ordered some food. Mu Li asked their waitress if there was someone named Mu Xin working there. The girl immediately nodded, saying that Mu Xin was still in the back kitchen getting something. A moment later, Mu Li saw his sister emerge from the kitchen carrying a dish. The heavy makeup and the maid outfit she wore were a jarring sight. Mu Li shot to his feet just in time to see his sister get her butt patted by a scoundrel. "Zinner, you kept me waiting too long. Come here quick." Seeing this with his own eyes, Mu Li's brow furrowed immediately. The man was Sun Chengren, 23 years old, a sole son of the Longxi real estate group. But he was nothing more than a rich degenerate. From Mu Xin's expression, this wasn't the first time she had been harassed by this man. "I still have work to do, young master Sun, please excuse me," Mu Xin said, swallowing her anger. "Don't go," Sun Chengren called after her, even pulling a box from his pocket. Inside was a sparkling diamond ring, which he presented with a request. "Zinner, be my girlfriend." His actions excited the other customers in the restaurant, who all gathered around to watch the show. Although Su Jachi was sitting far away, she still recognized the man. Mu Li didn't rush forward, wanting to see what other tricks he had up his sleeve for his sister. Sun Chengren held the ring out in front of Mu Xin with a smug look and continued, "Zinner, I know your family is poor and you have a good-for-nothing brother who spends money like water, so life is hard for you. As long as you're with me, I guarantee you'll live a life of luxury and splendor." Although he was proposing, Sun Chengren's condescending attitude was tantamount to humiliating Mu Xin, and even if he had been more polite, he wasn't her type. So Mu Xin decisively rejected him and earnestly continued with her work. Sun Chengren hadn't expected a poor girl like her to refuse his tempting offer. Humiliated and enraged, he grabbed a glass of water from the table, drenched his own crotch, and then shouted, "Manager, get your ass out here." The manager, seeing it was young Master Sun causing a scene, didn't dare to delay and rushed out. Shamelessly, Sun Chengren started fabricating a story that Mu Xin had spilled water on him and demanded that she come over and wipe it off herself. The manager, without questioning anything, placed all the blame on Mu Xin and even raised his hand to slap her as punishment. But just as his hand swung up, it was caught by someone. "Who are you? Let go of me," the manager yelled. But Mu Li's grip was so strong that he couldn't resist at all. In the end, with a slight flick of his wrist, Mu Li sent him flying backward. With a loud thud, the manager's fat body crashed heavily onto a table, smashing it in two. One could only imagine how much that hurt. The staff and customers in the restaurant were all stunned by the scene. Mu Xin was no exception, shocked to see her brother here. And for Su Jachi, this was the first time she had seen Mu Li in action, and she couldn't help but be amazed. The manager looked so large, yet he had been tossed aside as if he were a kitten. Who the hell are you? I'd advise you not to meddle in other people's business." Sun Chengren also stood up and pointed a finger at Mu Li. Compared to the manager, this guy was as thin as paper. His ability to take a punch was likely much worse. and of course his fate was no different from the manager's just moments ago. After being knocked to the ground by Mu Li, Sun Chengren's whole body ached as if several ribs were broken, but he still stubbornly threatened him. "I'm the heir to the Sunchi Real Estate Group. You dare to hit me? Are you tired of living?" "Oh, I had no idea. I didn't realize the Sunchi Real Estate Group was so powerful." Just then another voice rang out, instantly making Sun Chengren's face turn pale. "You dare to touch my person?" Sun Chengren had thought he'd misheard, but then he saw Su Jachi herself appear and even step in to defend Mu Li. How could his small family conglomerate compare to the Su group? So before Su Jachi could call her father, Sun Chengren wisely scrambled out of the restaurant. Watching his pathetic retreat, Su Jachi found it hilarious and nudged Mu Li with her elbow. "You owe me one." "No, he's the one who owes you his life." He meant it. If Su Jachi hadn't stepped in, he might have actually sent Sun Chengren to meet his maker. Su Jachi wanted to say more, but just then, Mu Xin tugged on Mu Li's hand, urging them to leave quickly. Mu Li had many questions he wanted to ask, but in the end he could only ask Mu Xin why she was working here. "The pay is high," his sister replied in the simplest terms. Mu Xin's heartbreakingly calm attitude caused Mu Li immense pain. It was all because of him, her brother who spent money like water, that his sister had to endure such humiliation. Yet the Mu Li of the past had been completely oblivious to it all. He stood frozen in place for a long time, not knowing what to say in this situation. "Mu Li, I haven't changed yet," Mu Xin said softly. Only then did Mu Li realize she was still wearing the maid outfit. He turned to Su Jachi and asked if she knew where the nearest clothing store was. Su Jachi immediately broke into a radiant smile and said, "You've asked the right person." They went to several stores together. Su Jachi picked out several outfits for Mu Xin in one go, each one beautiful. But when Mu Xin saw the price tags, her face turned pale and she quickly waved her hand, saying, "They're too expensive, I can't afford them." "What are you afraid of? Your brother is a rich man now. He could buy the whole store, let alone a few outfits," Su Jachi said reassuringly. "How is that possible?" Mu Xin was astonished. "He's a bodyguard for my family now, and his salary is very high." Mu Xin was still bewildered, but in the end she let Mu Li pay for the clothes. After they were done shopping, he transferred 200,000 yuan to his sister, telling her to keep some for herself and use the rest to pay off their mother's debts. Mu Li knew his sister had many questions, but he couldn't just tell her he'd been reborn. Even if he did, she probably wouldn't believe him. So he made up a story, saying he had a chance encounter with a mysterious master who enlightened him and taught him profound martial arts. In short, he was now a completely changed man. He thought his fabricated story was quite convincing, but Mu Xin wasn't that foolish. "Mu Li, do you really think I'd believe such nonsense? Your brother has truly changed," Mu Li said earnestly. "Can't a person just change for no reason?" Mu Xin asked again. Her question left Mu Li speechless. The two just stared at each other for a few seconds. Then Mu Xin suddenly smiled. "Forget it. Whatever the real reason is, it's fine if you don't want to say. It's good that you've changed for the better. I'll tell Mom about all this." As Mu Xin turned to leave, Mu Li asked her to help apologize to their mother, but his sister refused, saying it would be better if he told their mother himself. Watching his sister walk away, Mu Li finally returned to the car with a sense of relief, only to be teased by Su Jachi. "Master Mu, a man of such great martial skill, let me ask you, are you by any chance the type who can hold up the sky but is afraid of his sister?" Mu Li didn't answer, but a slight blush crept onto his cheeks out of shyness. Seeing this, Su Jachi took it as his answer and stopped teasing him. After the car started moving, she kept repeating how much she had helped him that day. First with the Sun Chengren incident, then with taking his sister clothes shopping. Logically, Mu Li should repay her. Mu Li knew what the young miss was hinting at, so he told Uncle Quan to drive wherever she wanted. Seeing this, Su Jachi cheered with delight and told Uncle Quan to drive straight to the Metropolis Mall. Her greatest hobby in life was still and only shopping. Because the young miss was in such a good mood, she shopped until evening. And Mu Li, as her bodyguard, now had to double as a clothes rack. It wasn't until the back seat was piled high with her purchases that she was satisfied and ready to go home. Just before Uncle Quan started the car, Mu Li suddenly sensed something was wrong. He also keenly noticed the slight change in Mu Li's expression and asked, "Mr. Wuji, what is it?" "It's nothing, let's go home," Mu Li replied. But his feeling was indeed correct, because they were already being followed. The road back to the Su family villa was in the suburbs, passing through a sparsely populated hilly area. Nothing had happened on the way there, but on the way back Uncle Quan had to make an emergency stop because a large tree had fallen and was blocking the middle of the road. Uncle Quan got out of the car worriedly to check. Mu Li followed him out, but just as he was concentrating on how to move the tree, something suddenly shot through the air. Logically, Uncle Quan would have been dead before he could even see what it was, but luckily for him, he was with Mu Li. Mu Li used his power to stop the object's movement. When he saw it was a bullet, Uncle Quan's legs turned to jelly, and he collapsed onto the ground. "Mr. Wuji, what is this?" Uncle Quan stammered. Mu Li made the bullet float in midair, looking extremely smug. This kind of thing was just a small trick in his eyes, but if the other party wanted to play this game, he was willing to play along. With this thought, Mu Li used a bit of his spiritual power to send the bullets flying back in the opposite direction. Although he didn't need to aim, Mu Li was confident he could return these bullets to their owners. And so the two assassins hiding in the woods were shot in the head before they even knew what was happening. Su Jachi was dozing in the car at the time and opened the door to get out when she heard the commotion. "Why is it so noisy? What's that sound? Uncle Quan, why are you sitting on the ground?" Seeing her come out, Uncle Quan became anxious. "Miss, get back in the car quickly. There's an ambush." Just as Uncle Quan finished speaking, before Su Jachi could react, she smelled a strange odor. But by the time she realized it was a knockout drug, it was too late. Her whole body immediately went limp and she collapsed to the ground. At the same time, Uncle Quan also passed out from the drug. The only one still conscious was Mu Li. He had already guessed he would be ambushed, but this time it didn't seem to be Feng Shi. To find out who the mastermind was, Mu Li decided to use a trick to play with him. With that thought, he ignored the prone Su Jachi and hid in the woods alone. A while later, as the smoke from the knockout drug began to dissipate, Su Jachi vaguely saw several strangers wearing ghoulish masks and holding pistols walking toward her. In her daze, she kept calling Mu Li's name, but he was nowhere to be seen. The leader of the masked men had no time to worry about Mu Li's mysterious disappearance. He just ordered his men to quickly take their target, Su Jachi. But just then, the person they thought had been scared off and fled suddenly appeared behind them. "Who are you with? Where are you from?" Hearing Mu Li's voice, the group was startled and spun around. They knew they had fallen for a feint, but when they saw he was alone, they breathed a sigh of relief. "You brat, you dare challenge us brothers alone? Get him, boys. Beat this kid until he can't stand up." At the leader's urging, the group of masked men charged at Mu Li together. But in his eyes they were just small fry. Mu Li casually plucked a few leaves from the roadside. They were originally harmless, but in his hands, these thin leaves became sharp hidden weapons. With them, Mu Li successfully broke through his opponent's defenses. The leader saw this and his eyes widened in astonishment. Taking lives with leaves, how had he never known there was such a skilled master in Dragon Mountain City? "I'll ask again, where are you from?" Mu Li had left this last one alive precisely to gather information from him. But who would have thought the other party would rather commit suicide than reveal anything? Seeing he couldn't defeat Mu Li, he bit down on the poison hidden in his tooth and after just a few seconds coughed up blood and collapsed. Mu Li's lead ended there, and he was inevitably a little disappointed, but the man was already dead, so for now it was time to go home. He used a bit of his strength to smash the tree blocking the road and then returned to Su Jachi's side. Mu Li injected a bit of his inner energy into her to dispel the effects of the knockout drug. He hadn't intended for her to wake up just yet, fearing it would cause trouble, but Su Jachi happened to open her eyes at that very moment. The first thing Su Jachi saw when she opened her eyes was Mu Li staring at her, and his finger was on her chest. Her instinctive reaction was to sit up, cross her arms over her chest and scream, "What are you doing, you pervert?" This was exactly the trouble Mu Li had anticipated, but in the end he couldn't avoid it. "What else could I be doing but saving you?" he replied. Su Jachi was still unwilling to believe him, but when she looked around she saw the masked men from before lying nearby. Su Jachi's face turned pale with fright, and she was even more terrified to learn they were assassins hired to deal with her. Not long after, Uncle Quan also woke up. Seeing the scene before him, his reaction was much the same as Su Jachi's. Mu Li told Uncle Quan to drive back to the Su family's villa first, since he had already dealt with the tree blocking the road. After returning to the Su family villa, Mu Li told Su Wen and Lin Yu everything that had just happened. The fact that his daughter had gone out and encountered another group of assassins instead of Feng Shi made Mr. Su extremely worried. "Was it the Killing Gate?" Lin Yu asked. "I don't think the Killing Gate would use such low-level tactics, but all the assassins had a leaf tattooed on their wrists," Mu Li replied. For now, this was the only clue he had. Hearing about the leaf tattoo, Lin Yu frowned slightly. He vaguely remembered hearing about this tattoo before, but he couldn't recall which organization it represented now. To think that besides Feng Shi there were others with malicious intent toward Su Jachi made it impossible for her father, Mr. Su, to relax. He decided not to let Su Jachi go out anymore. "Indeed, we can't let our guard down," Mu Li agreed. Then, as if remembering something, asked Su Wen to help him find a few high-quality jade bracelets. Although Mr. Su didn't know what he wanted to do, he still arranged for his secretary to quickly find what he needed. The Su family never lacked gold, silver, or jewels, so before long she brought a box full of jade bracelets which were clearly of good quality. Mu Li took the box very satisfied. "Does Mr. Wuji intend to consecrate these bracelets to ward off evil spirits?" Su Wen asked. "Consecration to ward off evil is the talk of charlatans. Martial artists don't believe in such things." Lin Yu's reply made Mr. Su a bit embarrassed. "I'm sorry, my knowledge is shallow." That night, Mu Li took the box back to his room. Mr. Su's idea of consecrating them to ward off evil wasn't entirely wrong. After selecting the best jade, Mu Li infused some of his spiritual power into it. Then he chose a bracelet carved from a single piece of jade and went to knock on Su Jachi's door. She opened the door with a displeased look on her face. "It's so late, what else do you want?" Mu Li handed her the bracelet and said, "Wear this from tomorrow on, wear it close to your skin." There was nothing wrong with Mu Li's words, but for some reason Su Jachi misheard something and struck a pose with her arms crossed over her chest, her cheeks flushing red. "Close to my skin, what do you want to do to me?" Mu Li really couldn't understand what was going on in her head all day, but he couldn't be bothered to argue with this young miss, letting her put on her own little drama. After giving the bracelet to Su Jachi, he took the jewelry box downstairs to the living room. Lin Yu and Su Wen were still awake. so Mu Li took the opportunity to give them a demonstration. He borrowed a pistol from a bodyguard, casually tossed a jade pendant in his hand into the air, and pulled the trigger, aiming at it. The bullet whizzed out, but when it was only half a foot from the pendant, it was as if it hit an invisible barrier and was repelled. Seeing this, Lin Yu couldn't help but exclaim, "Amazing!" The jade pendant fell into Mu Li's palm but then immediately shattered into 7 or 8 pieces. Su Wen immediately understood that the barrier could only block one fatal attack, but they also understood that one time was one life, which was already very precious. Such a treasure naturally couldn't last forever. "No," Mu Li explained again. "That was just a prototype, so it could only be used once. These are the real ones. Each one could be used 4 or 5 times. Of course, the bracelet Mu Li gave Su Jachi was the best one, as she was now the main target of the villains. He distributed the rest to Lin Yu and Su Wen while also having them give one each to his mother and sister, in case they were implicated and became targets. Su Wen didn't dare to delay and immediately sent someone to handle it. The next morning, Su Jachi stared at the jade bracelet Mu Li had given her for a long time, truly not knowing how magical it was. Then she complained that it wasn't fashionable and decided not to wear it. When she went downstairs, she happened to find Mr. Su drinking tea in the living room. "Where are you trying to go now?" he asked. "Out to play," Su Jachi answered stubbornly. This girl was truly audacious. She wasn't even scared after what had happened yesterday, but Mr. Su was indeed terrified. To him, the outside world was now full of bad people who wanted to take his daughter's life, so he prevented Su Jachi from going out to play. Mu Li hadn't wanted to interfere either, but seeing that Su Jachi wasn't wearing the bracelet he gave her, he had no choice but to accompany her out. The young miss was indeed beautiful, but her brain seemed a bit dim. Yesterday's situation was clearly an assassination attempt where her life was threatened, yet today she was eager to forget the danger. Not wearing the bracelet Mu Li gave her was one thing, but now she was getting impatient with him following her every step of the way. Along the way, Su Jachi was always trying to find ways to shake off Mu Li. Having him follow her so closely made her uncomfortable. After a while, Su Jachi suddenly had an idea. She said she wanted to go to the bathroom. Men and women are different, so of course Mu Li wouldn't follow Su Jachi inside. He obediently waited outside. He knew this girl was up to some trick, but he didn't expect this little demoness to dare to climb out the window. But just as Su Jachi climbed out of the bathroom window, she found Mu Li already waiting below. "When did you get here?" Su Jachi asked in surprise, teetering on the air conditioner unit on the wall. "Never mind when I got here. The point is you're flashing everyone right now," Mu Li kindly reminded her. After hearing this, Su Jachi's cheeks flushed bright red. After a scream, she quickly climbed back into the bathroom. The plan to shake off Mu Li had completely failed. Su Jachi decided to protest by staying in the bathroom and not coming out, while Mu Li waited patiently outside, showing no signs of impatience. While waiting for Su Jachi to finish her important business, Mu Li suddenly heard someone call his name. He turned around to find that the person who had spoken was Ji Zhao. She was his high school classmate and the school's goddess, beautiful with a gentle and friendly personality. Mu Li had been one of the many who had a secret crush on Ji Zhao. After he fell on hard times in his past life, Ji Zhao had also helped him once. "Long time no see, Ji Zhao," Mu Li said in greeting. Seeing a stranger appear, a curious Su Jachi peeked out from the bathroom door. Ji Zhao noticed her too and asked Mu Li, "This pretty girl must be your girlfriend, right? Am I right?" Before Mu Li could answer, Su Jachi shrieked, "Who'd want to be his girlfriend?" Then she ducked her head back inside. Mu Li asked about Ji Zhao's current situation and learned that everything was going well for her. After all, Ji Zhao had always been perfect and life was relatively easy for her. In contrast, she was very surprised to see Mu Li because he had changed so much. His current demeanor was completely different from before. "Time changes people," Mu Li replied. His words made Ji Zhao laugh. "How old are you? Why do you talk like an old man?" Mu Li didn't argue. If she knew he had once lived for 5,000 years, she would probably be scared out of her wits. The two chatted for a few more moments. Ji Zhao suddenly remembered something. Her birthday was in a few days and she was having a party at her house. Taking advantage of this chance encounter with an old classmate, Ji Zhao invited Mu Li to come as well. The time and place would be sent to him via text message. Mu Li had no reason to refuse and said he would definitely go. Ji Zhao nodded. "All right then, I won't disturb your date anymore, lest I scare your girlfriend so much she doesn't dare come out of the bathroom." After saying goodbye, Ji Zhao left. Watching her retreating figure, Mu Li felt a strange sense of wonder, never expecting to have the chance to see those he thought he had forgotten in this life. Just then his phone rang in his pocket. Mu Li answered the call, only to hear Uncle Quan's panicked voice reporting that Su Jachi had stolen the car keys and driven off, and she didn't even have a driver's license. "It's all right, leave this to me," Mu Li reassured him. He had been so engrossed in chatting with Ji Zhao that he had forgotten Su Jachi could escape through the bathroom window. That girl was such a troublemaker. Meanwhile, Su Jachi had already driven off on her own. The feeling of freedom was exhilarating, but not long after leaving the shopping mall, Su Jachi heard the loud wail of a police siren behind her. Subsequently, the police car blocked the young Mrs. car. The police officer got out of the car, said he had received a report of someone driving without a license, and asked Su Jachi to show her license. She was immediately in a bind as she didn't have a license to show. Just as Su Jachi was at a loss, she heard Mu Li's smug voice again. If you don't know how to drive, don't sit in the driver's seat. Don't let other female drivers take the fall for you. Mu Li's appearance immediately made Su Jachi realize he was the informant. She screamed, Mu Li, you bastard, I'll kill you. After that, Su Jachi had to go to the station to deal with the fine. This led to the young miss being angry at Mu Li for the next 3 days. For 3 whole days, Su Jachi locked herself in her room and no longer wanted to go out. 3 days later, when Mu Li went to knock on her door, Su Jachi's face was still sullen. What do you want? Get lost, I don't want to see you. She then slammed the door shut with a bang. Come out for a moment, I need your help with something, Mu Li said, knocking a few more times. When Su Jachi heard that Mu Li needed her help, she reluctantly peeked her head out of the door. What do you need my help with? At first, Su Jachi wasn't interested in Mu Li's request until he promised that if she helped him with this matter, he would agree to one condition from her. And Su Jachi's condition was that from now on Mu Li was not allowed to follow her. He agreed immediately without a second thought, but inwardly sneered at Su Jachi for being a fool. Even if he didn't follow her openly, he could still protect her in secret. And the matter Mu Li wanted Su Jachi's help with was to accompany him to Ji Zhao's birthday party. The moment Ji Zhao saw Mu Li arrive, she was overjoyed. Next to her was her father, Ji Yi, who was the same age as Mr. Su. Then Ji Zhao took the initiative to greet Su Jachi. Hello, I'm Ji Zhao, Mu Li's old classmate. Hello, I'm Su Jachi, his master. Su Jachi replied proudly. The word master stunned Ji Zhao for a few seconds. Then she looked at Mu Li with a complicated expression, thinking he had some strange fetish. Mu Li, on the other hand, cursed the young miss for being such a pain. They had clearly discussed their cover story before coming. Well, if it isn't young Master Mu, I didn't expect you to come to Zhao Zhao's birthday party. Mu Li heard a young man's voice. Even after so many years, just by the sound of it, he recognized it was Wu Ming. In his past life, Mu Li had suffered greatly because of this bastard, and he would never forget those humiliating days. The moment Wu Ming saw him, he started mocking him. But why is young Master Mu dressed so plainly today? What's wrong? Tired of pretending to be rich and started pretending to be poor? As soon as he finished speaking, the lackeys beside him also started laughing at Mu Li. Su Jachi stood to the side, unaware of Mu Li's past of pretending to be a rich kid, and only felt that this group of people openly mocking him like this was worse than a swarm of flies. How are they worthy of the words old classmate? Mu Li, the flies here are too noisy. Let's go for a walk outside, Su Jachi said impatiently, which also happened to get Mu Li out of a tight spot. The word flies struck a nerve with Wu Ming, and he was very unhappy. But it was only then that he noticed Su Jachi's presence, and he was secretly jealous of why a poor guy like Mu Li had such a beautiful woman with him. The saying that the woman by your side is the most precious jewelry is true. With Su Jachi accompanying him, Mu Li, even dressed simply, was enough to outshine everyone else. Before long, Sun Chengren and his father, Sun Dafu, also arrived to offer their congratulations. As soon as he arrived, he cozied up to Ji Zhao and toasted her for her birthday. Although Ji Zhao seemed happy on the surface, she was secretly on guard, as she had long heard of Sun Chengren's bad reputation and thought she should stay far away from him. Just as Sun Chengren raised his glass, he saw Mu Li in the crowd again. He still hadn't forgotten the humiliation he suffered at the maid cafe last time because of him, so he swore that he would not let him off the next time they met. While Sun Chengren was still thinking of ways to plot against Mu Li, Wu Ming came over from the crowd to toast him. Hello, young Master Sun, I'm Wu Ming. We've met before, I wonder if I could have the chance to be your friend? The words suck up were written all over Wu Ming's face. Seeing this, Sun Chengren immediately had a bad idea. He said that if Wu Ming wanted to be his friend, he had to do something for him first, and that was to make Mu Li lose face in front of everyone. As soon as Wu Ming heard Sun Chengren's words, he acted as if he had found a treasure. He didn't know why Mu Li had offended the young master, but if bullying him could bring him closer to Sun Chengren, then this was too easy. An idea immediately popped into his head. While Mu Li and Su Jachi were at the banquet table, you couldn't tell this girl was from a rich family, but she wasn't a picky eater at all. She had already eaten several cakes in a row, completely disregarding her image. Mu Li advised Su Jachi to eat slower, but she was wolfing down food like she had just come out of a famine. Mu Li, come here for a second. At that moment, Mu Li heard Wu Ming call him again. He turned around and even saw him waving enthusiastically. Mu Li knew very well that this guy calling him over certainly had no good intentions, but out of curiosity he also wanted to see what the other party was planning, so he walked over. As he got closer, he realized Sun Chengren was also there. Before he could do anything, this guy suddenly shouted, "What are you doing? Why are you stealing my things?" After shouting, he pretended to fall to the ground. Wu Ming supported him, and then also raised his voice and shouted, "Mu Li, what are you doing? Stealing things and hitting people, have you no shame?" Mu Li was a little surprised because he didn't expect these two guys at their age to come up with such a childish frame-up scheme. With their shouting, a crowd quickly gathered to watch the commotion. This was exactly the effect the two scoundrels wanted. With more people around, Wu Ming began to complain, saying that since high school, Mu Li's character had been terrible, and now that he was in university he hadn't changed at all. Seeing the crowd getting noisy, Ji Zhao hurriedly pushed her way to the middle and stood in front of Mu Li. Everyone must have misunderstood. Mu Li wouldn't do something like this. Miss Ji Zhao is too naive, how can she see his true colors? Mu Li, you stole young Master Sun's things at Ji Zhao's birthday party. Is this how you repay her invitation? Wu Ming's voice grew louder and louder, just to attract more attention. At the same time, Sun Chengren secretly approached Mu Li from behind. He had a gold watch hidden in his hand as if he had just taken it from Mu Li's pocket, and then he started shouting loudly again. Everyone look, this is my watch. How did it end up in his pocket? Mu Li must be a thief. Do you really take me for a fool, or do you take everyone around here for fools? Mu Li sneered, then waved his hand and pushed Sun Chengren down. Seeing this, Sun Dafu hurried over and shouted loudly, "Who are you? How dare you hit my son?" After all, the Sun father and son were distinguished guests. Seeing the situation was not good, Ji Yi also rushed over to help Sun Chengren up, then demanded that Mu Li apologize to him. Sun Dafu was even more unreasonable. Not wanting his son to be humiliated, he demanded that Mu Li kneel and apologize, otherwise he would definitely hand him over to the authorities for stealing his son's watch worth hundreds of thousands. Isn't it just a watch worth a few $100,000? Is it necessary to make such a big fuss? Su Jachi finally couldn't help but join the chaotic crowd. The moment Sun Chengren saw her, his face turned pale again, not expecting Su Jachi to also be at this party. The thing is still in your hand and you dare to call someone else a thief? Sun Chengren, believe it or not, will sue you for slander? Su Jachi threatened with her hands on her hips, then turned to Mu Li and complained, "What are you wasting your breath with this kind of person for? I have to step in, what a waste of my cake-eating time." "Little girl, who are you to be so arrogant here?" This time it was Ji Yi who responded. He had no idea who Su Jachi was, so he was only focused on getting his daughter to date a rich kid like Sun Chengren. "It's normal that you don't know me. Do you think just anyone is qualified to see me?" Su Jachi replied, still maintaining her proud attitude, but she didn't expect that it wasn't just Ji Yi who didn't recognize her. Even Sun Dafu didn't recognize her and ordered someone to throw her out. Su Jachi had been welcomed wherever she went in her life. She had never been kicked out before. The feeling was actually a bit interesting. The Ji family's security guards quickly surrounded Su Jachi. Mu Li pulled her behind him. He wanted to see who could touch Su Jachi while he was still there. It was also because Mr. Su usually protected his daughter too well that outsiders rarely had a chance to see her. And now no one recognized the young miss of the Su family. Sun Chengren clearly knew she was the Su family's daughter, but seeing that no one recognized her, he pretended not to know and let the security guards rush forward to teach them a lesson. But as the group charged over, they suddenly felt a current of air circulating around Mu Li. "What's going on? Is he a martial artist?" Sun Chengren asked in surprise. Mu Li answered this question with his actions. After the air current stopped circulating, countless copies of Mu Li appeared in front of them. It was impossible to tell if they were illusions or clones, but whichever it was, the group of security guards was quickly taken down by him. Su Jachi, standing from a distance, was very excited to see this and shouted for Mu Li to also teach that old man's son a lesson because he dared not to recognize her. Seeing this, Sun Dafu was already sweating profusely with fear, but his words were still tough. "I am the chairman of the Sunchi Real Estate Group. Even if you are a martial artist, you can't." Before the old man could finish, a crisp slap interrupted him. Mu Li didn't care about the other party's age and directly slapped Sun Dafu unconscious. Sun Chengren witnessed his father being beaten, but apart from threatening Mu Li verbally, there was nothing he could do, and of course it was useless. "Remember this," Mu Li said. "My silence doesn't mean I'm a coward who's easy to bully, and it certainly doesn't mean you have the right to insult me. Mu Li, you're just a martial artist, don't be so arrogant." Mu Li suddenly remembered someone he hadn't dealt with yet. So he rushed over, grabbed Sun Chengren's head with one hand and Wu Ming's head with the other, then slammed them together forcefully. The collision made both of them see stars and pass out directly. Ji Yi was very anxious to see his daughter's birthday party turn into a mess. He kept urging Mu Li to quickly apologize to Sun Dafu, saying he would help him plead for mercy on Ji Zhao's behalf. It was clear that the one who understood the situation the least right now was Ji Yi. Ji Zhao on the side wanted to explain, but he waved her off. In the midst of the chaos, Su Wen appeared with his men. The guests were all shocked to see him at such a young girl's birthday party. After entering the banquet hall, Su Wen walked straight to Mu Li and respectfully cupped his hand, saying, "Mr. Wuji, I apologize for being late. What exactly happened here?" Seeing Su Wen's attitude towards Mu Li, Ji Yi couldn't hide his surprise either. Although he didn't know what his identity was, he now knew which side he should be on. After Sun Dafu woke up and saw Su Wen standing majestically in front of him, he was also startled. He was even more shocked when he heard Mr. Su say, "Chairman's son, I hope you will give me some face regarding today's matter. My daughter and her friend were just joking with my son. I'm sure there's no need to make a big deal out of it." Sun Dafu felt like he had been struck by lightning. The girl he had just ordered the security guards to throw out was actually Su Wen's daughter, and Mu Li was their honored guest. Sun Dafu, disregarding his pride, knelt before Mu Li and begged him for forgiveness for not recognizing his stature. But Mu Li had no intention of associating with such a person and coldly told him to get lost. Now the truth was out. Mu Li was not a thief, it was all a case of the son, father and son crying wolf. Moreover, after knowing that Mu Li had gained such respect from the Su family at such a young age, the girls in the banquet hall found him very charming and flocked to him, vying to get to know him. As Mu Li was surrounded by these women, he heard Lin Yu call out to him loudly, "Mr. Wuji, the people from the Martial Alliance want to see you." Mu Li secretly thanked him for getting him out of the situation. However, this was the first time he had heard of an organization called the Martial Alliance. According to Lin Yu, they were the Washa Martial Alliance, directly under the command of the country's top leaders. They were responsible for handling all matters related to Washa's martial artists. They had come this time because of the group that had attacked Su Jachi a few days ago. Lin Yu led him to a private room, and when he pushed the door open there were 5 or 6 people inside. The only person sitting on the sofa was also the one with the highest strength here. Bai Shishan, leader of the second branch of the Dragon Mountain City Martial Alliance. He's Wuji, daring to challenge Feng Shi at such a young age. Next to Bai Shishan was a slightly younger man with a proud look on his face, clearly not taking Mu Li seriously, which also made Mu Li feel disgusted. "Just say what you want, no need to beat around the bush," Mu Li said impatiently. "We received news that Su Wen's daughter is being hunted, and we also heard that you, little brother, are responsible for protecting Su Jachi, so we just wanted to come and say hello," Bai Shishan replied. Mu Li said, "Oh," then turned and walked away. "If you're done saying hello, then I'll be leaving first." His attitude was seen as disrespectful to Bai Shishan by others. This enraged the man. If the branch leader Bai hadn't stopped him, a fight might have already broken out in the room. Bai Shishan brought some important news, which was that the people who had hunted Su Jachi a few days ago were from the Hwan gang. He also reminded Mu Li that the Hwan gang was powerful, so he shouldn't fight them alone. He also promised to send Martial Alliance members to secretly protect Su Jachi. "Fine," Mu Li said after listening, and then went out. "Leader, this kid is too arrogant, we should teach him a lesson." The man, as if his tail had been stepped on, went crazy again. "He'll die a ghost sooner or later. Why are you getting angry, wasting your energy?" Bai Shishan sneered. A person like him couldn't possibly be Feng Shi's match. After leaving that room, Mu Li returned to the banquet hall to find Ji Zhao. It had been too chaotic earlier, and he hadn't had a chance to give her his birthday present. Ji Zhao took the box from Mu Li's hand. Inside was a sparkling jade pendant. "Mu Li, this is too valuable, I can't accept it. Whether it's valuable or not doesn't matter. Just remember to always wear it. In an emergency it can protect you," Mu Li said, because this jade pendant had also been imbued with similar spiritual power to Su Jachi's bracelet. "Alright, then I'll accept it." The scene of the two talking was seen by Su Jachi from the side. She pouted unhappily. It was unclear if it was out of jealousy or because she saw Mu Li using her family's jade to pick up girls. After the birthday party there was a masquerade ball. To give Ji Zhao face, Mu Li also agreed to stay. They all wore simple party masks, only Su Jachi, who had found a rabbit costume from somewhere that covered her from head to toe, completely lost the demeanor of a young miss. After waiting a little longer, Ji Zhao finally appeared. She wore a beautiful dress and had wings on her back, looking like a little fairy. Mu Li was full of admiration, as expected of the person he had a crush on his whole life. In this life, Ji Zhao was still so beautiful and charming. "Mu Li, let's dance together," Ji Zhao proposed. Mu Li originally wanted to refuse because he didn't know how to dance, but Ji Zhao enthusiastically said she would teach him, so the two happily held hands and walked to the hall. As the two were immersed in the music, the lights in the room suddenly went out. They thought there would be some surprise afterwards, but there wasn't. What awaited Mu Li was the young Mrs. Scream. "Su Jachi, who are you people? Let me go." "Mu Li, save me." Mu Li quickly left, leaving Ji Zhao there alone. But as soon as he left, 2 more men approached to kidnap Ji Zhao, scaring her out of her wits. But when they reached out to touch her, the jade pendant Mu Li had just given her, which Ji Zhao wore on her chest, emitted a dazzling light. It was as if a strong barrier had been set up around her. Seeing that the situation was not good, the 2 guys immediately fled. They had failed to kidnap Ji Zhao, but they had still managed to snatch the prize, Su Jachi. The mastermind behind this was Hong Dao Ba, a hall master of the Hwan gang. As the kidnappers were about to leave, they were discovered by Bai Shishan. The 2 sides seemed to have a long-standing feud, and both wanted to completely eliminate the other. While the 2 sides were evenly matched, Mu Li slowly walked over. "I don't care about your grudges, but right now either hand over Su Jachi or I'll teach you what manners are." Bai Shishan had just said goodbye to Mu Li not long ago, and now they met again under such circumstances. But he had a personal grudge with Hong Dao Ba and wanted to solve it himself, so he told Mu Li to step aside. "Then I'll give you 1 minute," Mu Li replied, then crossed his arms and stepped aside, looking very impatient. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Bai Shishan gather his weapon and rush straight at Hong Dao Ba, wanting to strike first. But his attack was easily parried by the other party. The 2 sides seemed to be evenly matched, so after more than 10 rounds of fighting it was difficult to determine a winner. It wasn't until Hong Dao Ba suddenly pulled out a dagger from behind his back and stabbed fiercely at Bai Shishan's left chest. Branch leader Bai was a man of the martial world, so he naturally didn't expect the other party to play dirty. But a sword has no eyes, and the fact that he was stabbed was still a fact. Hong Daoba wanted to deliver another blow to finish off his opponent, but he was sent flying by a kick from Mu Li. The minute was up and he didn't have time to watch them catch up. Watching Hong Daoba get battered and bruised by Mu Li in a single move, Bai Shishan could only stare dumbfounded. He had looked down on him just now, thinking he would die a ghost sooner or later, but now he knew that his strength had surpassed his own. Hong Daoba staggered to his feet, gritting his teeth at Mu Li. Who is this guy so hateful? As he spoke, he threw some kind of pill into his mouth. Instantly, Hong Daoba's body changed like the Hulk, becoming tall and strong in the blink of an eye. He's very smug, truly not knowing the immensity of heaven and earth. After eating the power-enhancing pill given to me by the old ancestor, now you're just a bunch of flies in my eyes. Before he could finish speaking, Hong Daoba watched as Mu Li vanished before his eyes. When he reappeared, he was already right in front of Hong Daoba. Before he could react, Hong Daoba was slammed to the ground by Mu Li's punch. Even after taking a power-enhancing drug, it was useless. As he had no chance to fight back, Bai Shishan was so terrified by this scene that goosebumps broke out all over his skin. Mu Li was much stronger than a monster. Why had he never heard of such a master before? While Mu Li was fighting, the young Miss Su had already been tied up and put in a car. When she woke up, she groggily realized she was in a bad situation. The car stopped in a secluded area. A scoundrel named Qingtian looked at the fresh-faced girl beside him with a lustful gaze, thinking this little beauty was quite tender. "I can hardly control myself," he said, scaring Jachi into screaming. Just as he was about to lean in and kiss her, a man named Wenchang reminded him, "What's the hurry? This is the old ancestor's prey. After he's had his fill, it'll be our turn." Jachi could only think tearfully and helplessly, "Damn you, Mu Li, it's you again. Where on earth are you?" Suddenly a strange energy flashed past the car. Qingtian wondered what that was. Just now Wenchang sneered at him. "Are you so horny your eyes are playing tricks on you?" What was that? Only Jachi recognized the blue light. It seemed she had seen it somewhere before. It turned out to be Mu Li. He used his power to instantly lift the car into the air and then set it back down, scaring the people inside out of their wits. Wenchang thought this meddlesome guy was a real eyesore. He kicked the car door open, pulled out his weapon and prepared to teach Mu Li a lesson, yelling as he fired, "Let's see if I can turn you into a honeycomb." But even the speed of the bullets couldn't harm Mu Li in the slightest. So Wenchang threatened him, "Don't forget the girl is still in our hands." After saying this, he opened the car door and dragged the dazed Jachi out. With one arm around her, he threatened, "Don't come any closer or we'll throw her into the sea to feed the fish." Mu Li challenged, "You dare?" Wenchang was no mere street punk who only knew how to talk tough. He retorted, "You think I don't dare?" and decisively threw Jachi into the sea. He would make Mu Li regret this. He leapt up and struck Wenchang's neck with enough force to make him stagger and then fall unconscious. Without a second thought, Mu Li jumped straight down to save Jachi. Luckily, he caught her just before she fell into the sea. Mu Li unleashed his own energy, holding Jachi in his arms. In her daze, she felt his embrace was so warm and comfortable. Jachi was eventually rescued and safely returned to the Su family. Mu Li asked Su Wen, "Do you have any news on your end?" He replied that this time all the assassins had taken poison to commit suicide, including Hong Daoba. Mu Li was pondering that the trail had gone cold again when Jachi suddenly woke up and asked if he could come over. Mu Li walked over as she asked and inquired if she was feeling better. To his surprise, Jachi clenched her fists in anger and threw herself onto him, crying out, "Mu Li, you bastard, I'm going to kill you. You liar, you promised to protect me." Su Wen scolded, "Jachi, be polite. If it weren't for Mr. Wuji you would have." Unlike his usual self, Mu Li simply admitted his mistake softly. "I'm sorry, it's my fault. I'll be sure to protect you next time." Jachi was stunned upon hearing this. "What was wrong with this blockhead today?" he politely asked. "Can you get off me now?" She shot up shyly and sat obediently like a puppy. Suddenly, Su Wen coughed. "Ahem, Mr. Wuji, the master wants to see you." In the Su family's living room, before Mu Li, Chengren and his father were bowing and apologizing. "Mr. Wuji, last time my son and I were blind. You are a magnanimous man and won't hold it against us. Here's a small token of our appreciation. I hope you'll accept it." He glanced at the bank check for 10 million yuan, then coolly replied, "Leave it there. If you ever dare to get near my sister again, I won't let you off lightly." Chengren sycophantically said repeatedly, "I wouldn't dare, I wouldn't dare." Mu Li thought to himself that it seemed Feng Shi was also starting to make his move. Then he cast his gaze out the window. Mu Li decided to go to an internet cafe to look for some information. As he opened the world's black market website, he thought, "It seems Feng Shi's return means things are about to begin." Sure enough, Feng Shi had already announced his return from abroad. The next target, Su Wen's beloved daughter, Jachi. The people below were discussing it heatedly. What a pity for the Su family's beauty. Her life will be cut short. In this small Dragon Mountain city, who can stop Feng Shi if he wants to kill someone? Isn't there still Wuji? To get a 20 million bounty he must have some skill. So what if Wuji is a newcomer with some skill? Don't you know who Feng Shi is? Even if that Wuji has some ability, how could he be Feng Shi's match? Mu Li thought for a moment, then posted a status update with his Wuji account. "Who the hell is Feng Shi? I Wuji have practiced martial arts since childhood and am a once-in-a-millennium martial arts prodigy. Feng Shi is just a butcher. What is he? Today I Wuji am setting up a bet. Bet on me to win and the payout is 10 to 1. Bet on Feng Shi and it's 1 to 1. The principal is 10 million. Bet on Wuji or bet on Feng Shi, the news reached the Su family. Mr. Wuji has set up a challenge on the forum, Lin Yu confirmed with Su Wen. Yes, even Feng Shi was alarmed. He even bet 10 million on himself. After hearing this, Su Wen ordered, "Go bet another 20 million on Mr. Wuji." In a scenic place, Jachi's whiny voice could be heard. "I don't care, I want to go out and play." Suddenly, the phone in Mu Li's hand vibrated. On the phone was a notification. "Cannon to the sky, bro. Just supported Feng Shi with 200,000 with the comment, 'Go Feng Shi, knock that Wuji down.' Domineering Cucumber just supported Feng Shi with 100,000 with the comment, 'Go Feng Shi. Teach that fool Wuji a lesson.'" However, this number was just a drop in the bucket. When Su Wen's stream just supported Wuji with 20 million, the bet was successful. After reading it, Mu Li laughed out loud. Seeing him ignore her, Jachi said unhappily, "Mu Li, you dare to ignore me." Just as she was about to teach him a lesson, he surrendered first. I'm listening. But Mu Li seemed to be waiting for something, muttering to himself impatiently, "Is it here yet?" Seeing him continue to ignore her, Jachi asked again, "What are you looking at? Will you go out with me?" She was still running around the garden, humming a song. "I want to find the Romeo who saved me last time. I didn't see his face clearly, but his embrace was so warm. What's wrong? He even knew how to fly. He was so cool, it was out of this world." But Mu Li's expression turned serious. He took Jachi's hand and led her into the house, saying no. He sensed a killing intent. Feng Shi must be nearby. She was still chattering away. "What are you crazy about? If the hero who saved me last time was here, he'd send you flying with one punch." Mu Li gently put the jade bracelet on Jachi's wrist, but she complained, "This thing is so ugly, I'm not wearing it." Mu Li could only use his imposing presence to subdue his young mistress. "You must wear it. Promise me don't be willful anymore, okay? This is to protect you." Blushing from the close proximity, she whispered, "Fine, okay." 4 hours later, as Jachi lay there humming "Love is a Ray of Light," she suddenly felt alarmed. It foretold the direction of our future. Mu Li, on the other hand, was staring so hard his eyes were about to go blind. He thought, "Why hasn't he made a move yet? I didn't expect him to be so cautious. Is it because I'm by her side? Let me give him a hand." He immediately called out, "Jachi, I saw a little white rabbit." The naive girl immediately sat up and asked, "Really? Where?" Mu Li said, "In the flower bed outside. It should still be there." Unable to contain her excitement, she ran to see the little white rabbit in a few quick steps. Jachi had already run around the courtyard 49 times, calling for the little white rabbit. "Hey, come out quickly, big sister will give you carrots to eat." But Feng Shi still didn't take the bait. Suddenly, a strange wind blew past. Jachi felt something was wrong, and also went to check it out. Mu Li had already sensed that the prey had begun to move. He could easily block the assassin's first strike, but when the man named Feng Shi used his second move, telling him to die, he realized that he himself was the target. Feng Shi launched the cold light stab move, rushing straight forward, but before he could do anything, his face was knocked sideways by Mu Li's punch. He rolled on the ground 3 or 4 times, then sighed to himself, "Damn it, the surprise attack failed. This is going to be difficult." Mu Li praised him from the side. "Knee sneak attack, but your skill is still far from enough." Feng Shi took a grenade from his pocket, thinking, "I'll have to use a smoke bomb." After an explosion and billowing smoke, he thought he could escape, but to his surprise, Mu Li was still in hot pursuit, making Feng Shi very flustered. He thought, "How is this possible? The opponent is just a martial artist. How can he run so fast?" Even more unexpectedly, when Mu Li was about to capture Feng Shi alive with just a few basic moves, he had to use his last resort. "You forced me to do this." As soon as Mu Li landed, the man had vanished. He looked at the lake in front of him and exclaimed, "He runs so fast." It wasn't until 30 minutes later that Feng Shi was about to fall asleep at the bottom of the lake. He probably thought he had escaped. "A few more minutes and I might have really died." To his surprise, as soon as he surfaced, he heard a compliment. "Not bad, to be able to hold your breath for so long. This big brother must be well practiced." He saw Mu Li was still waiting for him and couldn't help but blurt out, "What?" The next day, the entire internet cafe was in an uproar. The person who bet on Feng Shi shouted, "How is this possible? I lost my entire fortune." Passers-by commented, "Another one driven mad by gambling. Don't mind people like that, let's go." On the latest news page, the Epic Forum posted a short message. On the night of April 23, 2031, Feng Shi's assassination failed. Wuji wins. Previously, on October 20, 2022, Feng Shi successfully assassinated top martial artist Zhang Shi, making a name for himself. On October 20, 2023, Feng Shi successfully assassinated the Yu family's young master Yu Shi with a bounty of 10 million. On October 20, 2020, Feng Shi successfully assassinated top martial artist Wu Shi with a bounty of 30 million. On April 23, 2031, Feng Shi was defeated in a duel with Wuji and died at his hands. His body has been recovered from the Dragon's Rest River. The readers were bewildered by this newly emerged name. "That trash Feng Shi ruined my youth, my spirit, and my money. I boldly guess that the guy named Wuji didn't intentionally provoke us, so he bribed Feng Shi, right? If that's the case, didn't he make a huge profit? So sinister, so sinister." The young man who bet on Feng Shi scratched his head, thinking, if that's true, then this Wuji is too sinister. Back to the events of the previous night, Feng Shi was amazed by Mu Li's abilities. "You can actually walk on water." His mind was racing. "In that case, can I win?" Mu Li praised. "Your technique for concealing your aura is quite good." Feng Shi changed his attitude. Want to learn? Pull me up first. The river water is really cold. He agreed to pull him up, but just as he pulled him halfway, Feng Shi revealed a sinister smile, drew a knife from his sleeve, gripped it tightly, and rushed towards Mu Li, shouting, "Die!" He didn't expect the other party to block his attack with just one finger, and even said softly, "Want to kill me? You're not worthy." Feng Shi knew he was no match for him, so he stomped his foot and leapt up. He cursed inwardly. How is this possible? Mu Li just threw the knife in his hand, felling Feng Shi in one move, and his body fell into the water with a plop. As Mu Li was coldly preparing to leave, his phone beeped with a notification. He picked it up and saw it was a text from Mu Xin. "Brother, when are you coming back? Mom said she misses you." After reading it, Mu Li just smiled to himself. "Wait for me. I won't let you suffer again this time." On the subway that morning, he decided to go home openly this time. He looked at the black card in his hand. This was the card Jachi had given him. "Mu Li, this is the money you won on the forum, a full 500 million. Go home quickly this time and come back soon. You still have to help me find that great hero from last time." He couldn't help but laugh. "If I let her know that great hero is me, it's better not to. She'll definitely annoy me to death." After a while, the announcement sounded, "Dear passengers, we have arrived at the terminal station." Noticing the girl next to him was still sound asleep, he gently shook her and called out, "Hey, wake up, we're at the terminal, everyone's gone." Outside the station, a few street thugs were waiting, whispering among themselves, "Haven't you found the Yu family's woman yet?" "Not yet," the leader said impatiently. "A bunch of good-for-nothings, I have to do it myself." They walked up to Mu Li, and the leader, with a fierce look, said, "Isn't she right here?" He said coldly, "You Xiaodong, we meet again. Hand over the rebirth elixir made by the elixir master and we'll spare your life." The girl named Xiaodong turned to look at Mu Li and said, "You should go, it's dangerous here." Wu Hong was ignored and shouted, "How dare you whisper in front of me?" Xiaodong nimbly took Mu Li's hand and fled. Wu Hong announced, "No one is getting away from here today, get them all. That kid might have the rebirth elixir." Xiaodong said to him, "I'll hold off Wu Hong in a moment, you run while it's chaotic. I just don't want an innocent person to die because of me." Wu Hong had already caught up. He unleashed a claw-like aura and warned, "You should worry about your own life first." He subconsciously pushed Mu Li aside, then took out a protective shield and said, "You won't succeed." However, her strength was no match for his. Seeing Xiaodong's shield shatter, he became even more smug. "The little genius of the Yu family is indeed worthy of her reputation, but against me, Wu Hong, you will only die." Without any hesitation, he punched her in the stomach. Mu Li witnessed all of this but remained silent until now. Wu Hong snatched the medicine bottle from her and said, "It is said that the rebirth elixir can bring the dead back to life. It's a pity your old man won't be able to wait for it." Defeated by Wu Hong's power, Xiaodong blamed herself inwardly. "Grandpa, I'm sorry, Xiaodong is useless," and he was shouting at Mu Li. "Hey kid, did I say you could leave?" Xiaodong kindly reminded him. "Run quickly." Wu Hong's eagle claw fist, an ordinary person like you can't withstand it. Unfortunately, Mu Li was now blocked by Wu Hong's men. Trying to run, "Go to hell." He easily tossed them aside without even getting his hands dirty, adding a look of contempt, "Just a bunch of flies." Wu Hong was shocked to see him handle 4 or 5 of his men alone and decided to teach him a lesson himself. But Mu Li took down Wu Hong with a single punch. He was sent flying from the front of the car to the back by the fierce blow with the crash of shattering glass. Wu Hong was seriously injured, blood pouring from his mouth, and then he stammered, You're a martial lord. There's only one martial lord in all of Jinhu province, Lu Wusheng of Dragon Mountain. But at this age, could you be Wang Fuyun who is about to break through to the martial lord realm?" Mu Li just answered coldly. "Don't know him." He asked Xiaodong, "Sister, are you okay?" She confirmed, "I'm fine." Wu Hong proactively handed over the rebirth elixir and repeatedly apologized. "I was blind to your greatness. I hope you can forgive me." Afterwards she requested, "This rebirth elixir is very important to me. Can you give it back?" As he handed it back to her, he said, "This thing is so precious to you. Why is it still in such a thin glass tube? What if it breaks? What a jinx." The two of them fumbled and the vial fell to the ground and shattered. Both stared in horror at the broken vial. Xiaodong couldn't help but hug Mu Li's thigh, demanding he compensate her for the rebirth elixir. She thought, "Since it has come to this, I can only use the honey trap my brother taught me. My looks are the most powerful honey trap." Thinking this, she did it. Xiaodong composed herself, then put on a weak and flustered look. "What do I do? The rebirth elixir was the only thing that could save my grandpa." Mu Li readily agreed. "Don't worry, I'll compensate you as long as it saves your grandpa." Xiaodong seized on his words and immediately linked her arm with his, cheering, "That's great, thank you." She was still thinking to herself, "Listening to my brother really works. I've caught a lifeline right away. But who is the prey and who is the hunter is still uncertain." Because Mu Li also glanced at her, thinking, "Too confident, aren't we?" When they left the station, someone was already waiting. Xiaodong, this was Yu Xiaoshang, 27 years old, Yu Xiaodong's older brother. He was curious about the person with his sister. Xiaodong answered with difficulty, "Brother, let's talk on the way." No one spoke to anyone, and the atmosphere was very awkward. So Xiaoshang took the initiative to ask, "Sister, did you get the rebirth elixir?" Xiaodong knew she couldn't hide it and stammered, "Well, it's a long story." After hearing it, Xiaoshang was shocked. "What? The rebirth elixir broke?" The BMW swerved out of inertia, scaring Xiaodong into a scream. "Brother, be careful when you drive." After a while, they arrived at the Yu family home. Just then, 2 top physicians also shook their heads at the Xiaoshang siblings and said, "Old Master Yu really isn't going to make it. Hearing this, Xiaotong was so sad that tears streamed down her face and she quickly ran into the house. Outside, Xiaosheng covered his face in pain, blaming himself. What do I do? The rebirth elixir is broken, not just Grandpa but Xiaotong too. She rushed into the room, pushed the door open and shouted, Grandpa! Seeing her return, Yufeng was overjoyed. Great, Xiaotong is back. Xiaotong, I heard your brother say on the phone that the rebirth elixir. Seeing her say, I'm sorry, Yu Lauer, Yufeng's younger brother, spoke up. I told you not to let Xiaotong go with all this talk of a top-secret mission, going to the capital alone to get medicine. Now the medicine is gone. What are we going to use to save Grandpa? Ignoring the harsh words, Xiaotong said, Dad, I actually found a master who might be able to save Grandpa. Yuveng also quickly said, That's great, quickly take everyone to meet that gentleman. She pointed to the doorway and introduced, It's this Mr. Mu. Seeing Mu Li's youthful appearance, Lauer laughed out loud. You Xiaotong, are you out of your mind? You just picked up some kid on the street to treat Grandpa. Yufeng, are you treating the old master's life as a joke? Can you take responsibility if something happens? He also felt that this young man didn't look very reliable. How could Xiaotong, without saying a word? Mu Li walked to the bedside and used a special technique to examine the old man's condition, stunning everyone in the room. He concluded, internal injuries to the meridians, blockages causing poor circulation. Lauer shouted sternly, Who let you touch my father? He was quickly slapped against the wall and passed out on the spot. Everyone in the room was horrified by this scene. Yu Lauer was the most skilled martial artist in the Yu family, so this young man was indeed not simple. Yufeng cupped his hands and expressed his willingness to let him treat. May I ask, Mr. Mu, how should the old master's illness be treated? This was opposed by physician Zheng Boliong. This is utterly absurd. I have never seen such a way of taking a pulse. It's just nonsense. Since you have chosen another doctor, I will not accompany you. Let me remind you all, the old master's illness has long been terminal. Even with the rebirth elixir now it would be futile. These words made Yuveng sink into thought again, unsure whether he should trust this young man. Xiaotong also expressed her concern. Mr. Mu, is my grandpa really beyond saving? He replied, It's just a minor internal injury. So she breathed a sigh of relief. Mu Li said, Just a beating will do. They exclaimed in shock. What did you say? Yuveng asked doubtfully. A beating, Mr. Mu. Has our Yu family offended you in some way? Xiaotong also didn't quite understand Mu Li's meaning, so he explained, This is the simplest way. While he was busy treating the old man, Lauer woke up. He ran over and muttered, You brat, you dare to hit me, without my permission. Before he could finish his sentence, he was kicked away by Mu Li again. This immense power made him wonder, what kind of power is this? Mu Li said nothing and silently lifted the old man's blanket. Subsequently, the thump-thump sounds of punches and kicks echoed throughout the room. Xiaotong watched her grandpa being treated in this special way, her heart aching. Grandpa, I'm sorry, did I misjudge him? Mu Li was still hitting the old master palm after palm. He hit here and then there. Everyone thought this method was strange, but no one dared to interfere. Afterwards, the most pained old man in the world was thrown back onto the bed with a thump. Mu Li didn't stop. He turned the old master over and gave him another round of treatment. Finally, Mu Li finished the treatment. Seeing the old man lying motionless, Lauer muttered again, Yufeng, oh Yufeng, you've killed the old master, you're a traitor, hurry up and hand over the position of family head. To his surprise, Xiaotong said, Grandpa is awake. The old master is really awake. The old man sat up and coughed a few times. Lauer asked, Dad, how do you feel? The old man replied, I feel great, I've never felt so refreshed. My internal injuries are healed, there's nothing else. Mu Li said his farewells. The old master's meridians are now clear and his cultivation has improved. If there's nothing else, I'll be leaving first. To repay this deep kindness, Yuveng said, It is our Yu family's honor to have Mr. Mu's help. If you need anything in the future, our Yu family will do our utmost. He thought for a moment, then said, Oh, by the way, do you have any aged herbs, preferably over 100 years old? Yuveng promised, 100-year-old herb is a rare thing. Finding it is like looking for a needle in a haystack. The old master used them all up when he was bedridden, but since Mr. Mu is asking, we will do our best to find them. Citing personal matters to attend to, he took his leave first. He urged, Mr. Mu, take care, we'll be in touch. Hey, is that the driver? Make sure to take Mr. Mu back. After this incident, Xiaotong developed a deep affection for Mu Li and he could finally go home. Mu Li sat in the car thinking, in my past life, Mom worked hard for me her whole life, and in her later years she was framed and died. In this life I must let Mom live in a mansion and be happy and safe. Mu Xin was taking out the trash when she heard someone call her name. Seeing her brother returning, she cheered with joy. Brother, you're finally back. In the small house, it had been a long time since the three of them had a meal together. Chen Yuan served her son food and urged, Xiao Li, eat more, you're a growing boy. Xiao Li, if you're alone outside and short on money, just tell Mom, don't force yourself. He said nothing, just looked at the burn scar on his mother's hand. It was from a day more than 10 years ago. 8-year-old Mu Li was helping his mother make dinner. He looked at the fragrant soup in the pot and said, It's finally done, just need to take it out. But Mu Li was still small and couldn't carry such a heavy soup pot at all. Just then, although Chen Yuan had a high fever, she forced herself to get up, blaming herself. I accidentally fell asleep and forgot I have to make dinner. As soon as she got to the kitchen, she saw her son struggling to carry a pot of hot soup that was about to spill. She shouted in panic, Xiao Li, Seeing her precious son about to drop the soup pot, she rushed over to steady it. It was too late. After a scream, "Xiao Li!" The soup pot fell to the ground, spilling everywhere. Chen Yuan didn't blame her son but instead asked with concern, "Xiao Li, are you hurt anywhere?" Mu Li answered with tears in his eyes, "Mom, I'm fine, but your hand?" It was only then that Chen Yuan noticed her arm was blistered from protecting her son. She comforted him, "It's fine, it'll be okay." After rinsing it with cold water. Back in the present, Mu Li washed the dishes while blaming himself. "I'm sorry for always letting Mom get hurt. I'm sorry for being useless in my past life. I'm sorry for not being able to protect the people around me in my past life." So this time he mustered the courage to apologize to his mother. But Chen Yuan just smiled gently and asked, "Silly child, what are you talking about?" Mu Li said he had earned money outside and would pay off their debts tomorrow, then buy a house. She sternly refused. "It's not easy for you to earn money, don't spend it recklessly." Mu Li just looked at her gently and said, "Mom, I want you to have a better life." This made Chen Yuan think, "Oh, my child's father, our Xiao Li has grown up, he's sensible." Seeing Mu Li's complete change in attitude, she no longer refused. "Okay, Mom will listen to Xiao Li." The next day, Mu Li went to the sales office early in the morning to look at houses. He thought, the environment here is very good and the price is not too high. Mom shouldn't think it's too expensive. Just then, a luxury car arrived and passers-by marveled. "A Ferrari F12, rich people are just different." A girl named Zhu Mi got out of the car and said in a coquettish voice, "Darling, I think this building is nice." The man with her was Zhu Wenda, 35, product director of Red Sea Company. His tone was 3 parts doting, 7 parts indulgent. "Baby, as long as you like it." Seeing them walk together, people couldn't help but gossip again. "Look, that ugly fat guy has such a beautiful girlfriend, he's rich." Zhu Mi glanced at them and said with a contemptuous tone, "A bunch of trash." Inside, the salesperson was introducing to Mu Li. "Our company has expanded its investment this time, and the location of the developed River Heart Small Garden is very superior. The environment is as beautiful as a 4-star community and the transportation is also convenient. Our company's properties are very popular, and many were pre-ordered before construction was even completed, so there aren't many left now." Mu Li said to the saleswoman, "Go on, I want to buy a unit with a good orientation, preferably with a view of the Dragon's Rest River, and good lighting is a priority." Money is not an issue. Suddenly, Zhu Mi recognized an acquaintance and took off her sunglasses, calling out, "Mu Li." He didn't recognize her yet and asked, "You are?" She took off her sunglasses completely and reminded Mu Li, "It's me, Zhu Mi, the one you used to follow around in junior high calling pretty big sister. You want to buy a house? Isn't your family very poor? It's very expensive here. I'm afraid you can't even afford the door." It was only then that Mu Li recognized her. So it was her. Zhu Mi had instigated me to give her all my family's money to buy snacks and watch movies back then. But behind my back, she told others, "That guy Mu Li is so ridiculous, he does whatever I tell him to, like an obedient dog." He thought, how did she become like this? Did she have plastic surgery? Zhu Mi said to the salesperson, "Xiao Li, we're buying this house." But Mu Li was faster. He flashed his black card to assert dominance and said, "I'm buying this house." So the salesperson could only say to Zhu Mi, "I'm very sorry. This is the last unit left in this building and this gentleman has already taken a liking to it. Would you two like to look at the remaining few units? The conditions are also very good, not at all inferior to the previous one." Not getting her way, Zhu Mi started belittling others again. "Don't believe him. I was his junior high classmate. I know him well. His family is very poor. Where would he get so much money? We're different. We can pay half first. You guys try." Mu Li decided to have the salesperson swipe his card in front of them. As soon as the card was inserted, the machine beeped showing it was invalid. So the salesperson looked at Mu Li awkwardly and said, "Card swipe failed." "Sir, is the password incorrect?" Seeing this, Zhu Mi became even more smug. "I told you so, he must be pretending. Where would he get so much money?" Mu Li guessed it might be a bank system issue. "I'll transfer the money with my phone." Sure enough, he successfully transferred 5 million. The saleswoman announced, "Transfer successful. Congratulations on becoming the new owner." Zhu Mi was so angry she thought, when did that poor ghost become so rich? So she turned to act cute. "Darling, I don't care, I want this house." Zhu Da was so mesmerized by the young girl's charm. "Whatever Mir says, buy it." After saying that, he called over a sales manager named Wen Kade. "Manager Wen, come here for a moment." He bowed and scraped as he ran over and replied, "Director Zhu, what brings you here today? You didn't even say you were coming." He explained, "I just wanted to buy a house, I didn't want to disturb you. But your subordinate is not sensible, so I had no choice." Kade was afraid of losing a valuable customer and replied, "Yes, how could there be no choice?" Zhu Da hinted. "Then I'll have to trouble you." Xiao Wen Kade then walked up to Mu Li and proposed, "Little brother, let's discuss this. You give up this house, we'll arrange another one for you, and give you a 20% discount, how about it?" But he shook his head and refused, so Kade loudly insulted him. "Little brother, don't refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. You need to get this straight. This is a property of Yu family real estate. The Yu family of Beizhou, you know. We can choose not to sell you a single unit." Just then Xiaoshang and a few assistants passed by. "Send me the meeting materials later." Yes, President Yu, he was saying, the performance of our Riverheart small garden property is very good. Suddenly he caught sight of two people arguing loudly and recognized Mr. Mu. And Kade was threatening him. For the sake of the Yu family, you must give up this room. Xiaoshang took the initiative to step forward and say, Mr. Mu, I didn't expect to meet you here. This is great. He then stepped forward to shake his hand and greet him, appearing very polite. Mr. Mu, my name is Yu Xiaoshang. We met last time when you and Xiaodong came out of the station. I was driving the car later. You might not have a strong impression of me. Zhu Da was puzzled by this scene. Can someone tell me why young Master Yu is so respectful to him? It was a coincidence to meet an acquaintance here. Mu Li took the opportunity to request, I remember you. Can you help me resolve this matter? I want to buy a Riverview apartment, but I've run into some problems. After hearing this, Xiaoshang's face darkened, and he shouted, What's the problem? Who dares to disrespect the Yu family's benefactor? Fearing he would be implicated, Kade confessed, It was Director Zhu who made me do it. Zhu Da had no choice but to step forward and admit his mistake. President Yu, Mr. Mu, I was blind. I sincerely hope you can forgive me. I deserve to die. It's my fault, Xiaoshang announced. Zhu Wenda, from now on you are permanently banned from all Yu family properties. Otherwise you will bear the consequences. Zhu Da could only leave in disgrace. Zhu Mi followed behind and asked in confusion, What's going on? Isn't he just that poor Mu family fool? I still remember his shabby look. He would wag his tail and obey with just a few tricks. Suddenly he turned around and gave her a resounding slap. You stupid woman who can't do anything right and only causes trouble. It's all your fault for getting into trouble. After saying that, he scratched his head and lamented, It's over. I've offended the Yu family. My life is over. Inside, Xiaoshang was still apologizing profusely. Mr. Mu, I'm so sorry. We've always regarded you as our savior. I really didn't expect. Mu Li put his hand on his shoulder and replied, Forget it. I don't plan to pursue it. A day later, their whole family moved into the new house. Chen Yuan looked at the luxurious house and exclaimed in admiration, Xiao Li, this house must not be cheap, right? He encouraged her, Mom, it's fine, I can handle it now. Suddenly, a man peeked his head in from outside and greeted everyone. He also introduced himself. I'm your next-door neighbor. My name is Chen Long. Please take care of me in the future. He paid special attention to Mu Xin. Hello, have we met somewhere before? Why do you seem so familiar? Mu Li grew impatient and called Chen Long over. He asked curiously, Brother, what's up? Mu Li warned, If you dare to get close to my sister again, I'll kill you. By the way, those dark circles under your eyes, I bet you got them from hitting on some other girl and getting beaten up, right? Hearing this, Chen Long said mysteriously, Brother, since you've already moved in, I might as well tell you about the situation here. After getting Mu Li's permission, he leaned into Mu Li's ear and whispered, This house is haunted. Chen Long said, The first day I moved in, I felt something was off here. There was always a chill down my spine like a cold wind blowing past. That night, there was a violent storm outside with lightning and thunder. I was lying in bed when a woman suddenly hugged me, trembling as she said, You scared me to death. Since I lived alone, I screamed, kicked her off the bed with all my might, grabbed the bedside lamp and started hitting her repeatedly. I don't remember what happened after that. Mu Li knew Chen Long was avoiding the important details and didn't want to continue, but he still deliberately emphasized, You don't remember? Chen Long had no choice but to admit that the next day the woman brought a group of people to beat him up and demanded double the payment for her services plus medical expenses. Mu Li couldn't listen anymore and tapped him on the head, making him yelp in pain. You kid, have you taken drugs and gone crazy? Chen Long hurriedly explained. Wait, I'm not finished. On the night I was beaten, I was woken up by the sound of someone knocking on the window. I peeked out and saw a female ghost with black hair and a white dress wailing mournfully. The ghost kept saying, Let me in. After that, all sorts of strange things happened, like the bedside lamp suddenly turning off, the faucet turning on by itself, cold air blowing in my ear, and even the smell of garlic. So I had no choice but to sell this house. Mu Li felt that if this matter wasn't resolved, it would affect his mother and Mu Xin. So he decided to say to Chen Long, Brother, why don't you sleep at a hotel tonight? Give me the key, I'll stay at your place tonight. I guarantee that by tomorrow, everything will be calm and peaceful and no one will disturb you again. Hearing this, he took out the key and handed it to Mu Li, replying happily, Really, that's great, I've finally found my savior. At night in Chen Long's house, Mu Li tried his best to stay awake, with his professional skills. He could feel that the female ghost was coming. Sure enough, in just an instant, her yin energy filled the entire room. Mu Li took the initiative to communicate with her. Hello, it's the middle of the night, what can I do for you? The female ghost said in a melancholic tone. My legs are gone. This was accompanied by a bone-chilling cold wind blowing in from the window. She asked, Can you give me your legs? Mu Li remained calm and asked, Why should I give them to you? Do you even have shoes? Xiao Bai, seeing someone unafraid of her for the first time, was stunned on the spot. The room returned to its eerie silence. Mu Li leisurely lay down on the bed and said, If there's nothing else, I'm going back to sleep. Xiao Bai began to switch to attack mode. If you won't give them to me, then I'll take them. With that, she lunged at Mu Li. After a flurry of punches and kicks, Xiao Bai was beaten until she was dizzy and started to throw a tantrum on the floor. What are you doing? You even hit a ghost and it hurts so much. I'll bite you to death. Mu Li grabbed her hand and channeled a stream of spiritual energy into her forehead. In an instant, Xiao Bai revealed her true form, a beautiful girl with her hair neatly combed. She looked much less scary. she asked with some embarrassment. How come you're not afraid of me? Mu Li answered frankly. What's there to be afraid of? It seems you're not a bad person. Why do you go around scaring people? What's your name? Where are you from? Xiao Bai refused to cooperate, turning her face away to ask, why should I tell you? But seeing Mu Li raise his hand to teach her a lesson, she spilled everything. My name is Zhang Xiao Bai. 2 years ago I was a freshman at Beizhou University. This place wasn't built yet, just an abandoned construction site. One time I was taking a shortcut through here and accidentally fell into a pit, breaking both my legs. There was no one around. I barely held on until night and then I died. Mu Li pondered for a moment, then asked what she thought of before she died, or if she had any unfulfilled wishes. Xiao Bai recalled with a sob, when I was a child my parents often fought. Later they divorced. Mom took my sister and left, and I stayed with Dad. My dad was addicted to drinking and gambling and often beat and scolded me. My sister would often come to see me in secret and buy me delicious food. Later, when I was in 8th grade, my dad fell into a lake and died while drunk. Mom couldn't afford to raise another child. It was my sister who dropped out of school to work and earn money so I could continue my education. She was simply the best sister in the world. I was so anxious before I died. I didn't want to die. She had worked so hard to get me into Beizhou University. I hadn't repaid her yet, hadn't let her live a good life. How could I die? I couldn't die. After I became a ghost, I wanted to fly to my sister's side immediately to see how she was doing, but I couldn't fly far. My soul showed signs of dissipating, so I could only wander around here, unable to go anywhere. Even just one look would be enough. I really want to see her. After hearing her story, Mu Li felt a pang of sympathy for the pitiful girl. He said gently to Xiao Bai, I have a way to help you leave this place. She asked in surprise, are you serious? Can you really take me away from here? Xiao Bai's eyes seemed to have been looking forward to this for a long time. Mu Li said, in the star charts of the cultivation world, fallen cultivators can continue their practice through possession, or by reshaping their physical bodies with heavenly treasures. In addition, there is another way. To abandon the physical body and cultivate only the soul, those cultivators are called ghost cultivators. I can not only help you leave here but also help you be reborn. Xiao Bai was moved to tears and promised, as long as you save me, I'm willing to be your servant for life. He explained that her current soul state was unstable and could change at any time. Her consciousness would become more and more fragmented until it dissipated. I have a cultivation technique. After you practice it, your soul will become stronger and you will also possess great power. When your soul is strong enough, you can create a physical body for yourself, and once your soul enters the body, you will be reborn. Xiao Bai looked at the power before her and couldn't help but marvel. It's so magical. Mu Li set a condition. I can help you, but I have one condition. You must obey my orders, he thought to himself. If I have her protect Mom in the future, I can be more at ease. Xiao Bai asked curiously, do you want me to call you master and be your servant? But he just told her to call him Mu Li. She lowered her head and promised, thank you. When I've cultivated a human form, I will devote my life to you. Mu Li told her to stand up, stand straight, then looked down at her own feet and asked her what she saw. Xiao Bai answered innocently, I can't see anything, just my feet. When she realized this, her face darkened. Are you making fun of me? Mu Li answered frankly again. So a plain little girl like you and a ghost at that, what do you have to offer me? Xiao Bai shouted angrily. Mu Li, you bastard! Her shout was so loud it shook the entire building. Everyone was in chaos, asking each other, what's happening? Is it an earthquake? Run! The next morning, seeing Mu Li open the door and come out, Chen Long, who was waiting outside, ran over happily and asked about the situation. Brother, are you okay? Did you see that thing last night? He said he had already taken care of it for him. As promised, that female ghost will never appear before you again. Chen Long peeked inside and exclaimed in amazement, it really feels different, no longer filled with yin energy, so much more lively. Brother, you're amazing. Mu Li sighed. Having been tormented by that little girl all night, he hadn't slept well at all last night. He had to stay up all night to teach her the cultivation technique. The way of pure passage is to guard the spirit. Visualizing its form, a strange light surrounded Xiao Bai's body and was then sealed into her body by Mu Li. He asked her curiously how she felt and Xiao Bai cheered happily. It seems to have succeeded. Mu Li suggested, let's go. I've already promised the brother who lives here that I'd take you away, she said. Can you take me to see my sister first? Mu Li just patted Xiao Bai's head and replied softly, you can't go far yet. Write down all your worries and I'll go for you. He decided to contact Xiaoshang. Soon he received a reply, Mr. Mu, I've found her. Her name is Zhang Xiaojin and she works at Xianmingzan. Mu Li replied, I see, thank you. Then he thought to himself, I've heard since junior high that Xianmingzan is the most high-end tea house in Beizhou. A cup of tea can sell for tens of thousands. I've always longed for such a high-class place in my past life. Mu Li walked into Xianmingzan and a young female receptionist proactively came up to him. Hello sir, what kind of tea would you like to buy? Would you like to brew it yourself or have someone brew it for you? He asked. Is there someone here named Zhang Xiaojin? The receptionist said. Xiaojin is the best tea master in our tea house. Would you like her to brew tea for you personally? Mu Li denied it. No, I have something to discuss with her. The receptionist immediately called for Xiaojin. Someone is looking for you. A few seconds later, the beautiful girl named Xiaojin appeared. She asked for Mu Li's identity. You are? He didn't answer right away but handed Xiaojin a note saying, Someone asked me to pass this on to you, reading the words on the note. Sister, I'm sorry. If there's a next life, I'll definitely be your sister again. She was very surprised and wanted to know where he got this note. Muley had to lie. On an ambulance before, a girl asked me to give this to you. I forgot about it later and just found it by chance, so I came to deliver it. Xiaojin couldn't help but cry. This is Xiaobai's handwriting. Xiaobai then fell to her knees, sobbing uncontrollably. My poor sister, I'm so sorry I couldn't take care of you. Muley understood this feeling better than anyone, and he told himself he must become stronger and never experience the pain of losing a loved one again. Just then, Mingxuan, the owner of Xianming Zon Tea House, came over and urged, Zheng Xiaojin, come quickly, the two masters have arrived. Hurry up and prepare to go up and make tea for them, she explained while crying. I'm so sorry, manager, I'm not feeling well today. Could you ask someone else to go? Mingxuan snapped. Stop pretending to be delicate. Even if you're not feeling well, you have to bear it. Go up and entertain those two masters. After you're done, I'll let you go home and rest immediately, okay? She still refused. I'm sorry, manager. I'm really not in a state to make tea right now. So Mingxuan couldn't help but shout, Zhang Xiaojin, are you trying to get fired? Mu Li thought I should do something for Xiaobai, so he stepped forward to take responsibility. Let her rest. I'll go make the tea for her. Mingxuan looked at this stranger, somewhat puzzled. You'll go? Do you know how to make tea? It's not that easy, he said to the owner. Let me go. I've learned how to make tea from Xiaojin. Then he grabbed Xiaojin's hand, making her blush a little. Mu Li explained to Mingxuan, besides, look at her current state. Is she fit to make tea? If you let her go, she'll only cause trouble. He didn't know whether to believe this person, but he reluctantly told him to follow. He was led to VIP room 1, where two men were sitting and talking. No, one was old Zhang, an internal martial artist, and the other was old Li, an external martial artist. To be precise, they were about to start a fight. Mu Li calmly sat down, his hands skillfully taking tea from the furnace. His ears were listening to the two men bickering. I say internal martial arts are superior. As long as one's internal energy is profound, they can do anything an external martial artist can't. Nonsense. Relying solely on internal energy, can it be endless? External martial artists train their muscles and bones. Their strength comes from this physique. As long as their chi doesn't deplete, their strength is limitless. Old Zhang couldn't take it anymore. Stood up and argued with old Li. Old Li, don't you understand at all? Did I say we only rely on internal energy? But at this tense moment he smelled that today's tea aroma was very special. Old Zhang turned to look at Mu Li, thinking this young man. Soon he was drawn in by the profound artistic conception of the tea aroma. It was quiet and elegant, as if he were in a sea of clouds. Gentle yet bold, old Zhang took a sip of the tea, and an electric shock-like sensation instantly spread throughout his body, making him feel like he could transcend the mortal world, do a somersault and jump down a waterfall for a divine bath. After old Li took a sip, he also keenly perceived, little brother, your tea-making skills are truly admirable. You must have some knowledge of martial arts as well, right? Why don't you tell us, in martial arts cultivation, is the external school stronger than the internal? He had hit a sore spot again, making old Zhang jump up in agitation. Even if this little brother had some knowledge, how deep could his research into martial arts be at this age? Aren't you just making things difficult for him? And it's clearly the internal school that's much more profound than the external. Then they started arguing again. Wrong, it's the external school that's stronger than the internal. The internal school is stronger, the external school is stronger. Mu Li was annoyed just looking at them. Why are they arguing again? No wonder the tea house staff found it difficult. Then he took the initiative to speak. If you want my opinion, I'll be blunt. You're both wrong. Mingxuan, who was eavesdropping outside, suddenly noticed the silence and asked himself, why is there no sound? There shouldn't be any trouble, right? Xiaojin also prayed silently, hoping Mu Li could handle it. The two old men stopped fighting and instead turned to question Mu Li. I didn't expect that while the two of us were arguing endlessly, we were negated by a single sentence from a young brother. I wonder what brilliant insight you have. I'd like to hear it in detail. He explained to the two of them. Internal and external schools each have their pros and cons. All martial arts in the world have their own reasons for existence. 100 rivers flow into the sea. All methods ultimately lead to the same great Tao. The two old men's eyes widened as they asked, what kind of Tao is it? Mu Li demonstrated some of his power, saying this Tao is eternal, leaving them stunned on the spot. Old Zhang stood up to object. Eternal, does that mean immortality? This kid isn't even blushing while spouting such nonsense. How dare you try to fool us with such unrealistic things, Mu Li explained calmly. On the path of martial arts there is no strongest, only stronger. Have neither of you ever thought that cultivating both internal and external styles might be more effective? The old man retorted. It's normal for young people to think of unrealistic things. There are so many people who cultivate both, but in the end, how many have achieved anything? To cultivate both internal and external like others, wouldn't that make one a laughingstock? Mu Li's words carried a hint of mockery. Those who think they are strong are always complacent. As soon as something contradicts their own stance, they immediately refute it. After the mockery, he infused his true chi into the willow branch outside the window. Old Li asked what he wanted to do. He said nothing, just thought to himself, I can only use my strength to make you believe. With his own internal energy he easily plucked a willow leaf from a distance, then flicked it hard, sending it flying. Old Zhang and old Li, who were almost 70, had never seen such a thing. Both of them were speechless. This is, he said, the willow leaf is an example of internal martial arts. Then he stabbed the spoon into the table, splitting it in two, and finally concluded, this is external martial arts. This scene shocked the two of them into exclaiming, what formidable internal energy, what strong control. You are a martial grandmaster? Mu Li smiled, but inwardly he was smoking a cigar. What martial grandmaster? These people are underestimating me too much. Old Zhang knew he had met an expert today and took the initiative to apologize. Little brother, no master, please forgive us for being blind and speaking arrogantly, he just said. You're too kind, sir. I just wanted to prove to you that it's possible to cultivate both internal and external styles. Old Zhang respectfully clasped his hands, wanting to know his esteemed surname. He replied politely, you flatter me. My surname is Mu. My name is Mu Li, the old man suggested. Master Mu, with your status, why condescend to be in my humble tea house? If you like it here, I'll give it to you. How about it? Mu Li said he knew a tea master here. She wasn't feeling well just now and couldn't make tea for you two, so I came up in her place. Old Zhang could guess. Are you referring to Miss Zhang Xiaojun? He was calculating in his mind. So the tea house has an acquaintance of Master Mu. I must hold on to this big tree. Seeing him confirm it was so, the old man stroked his beard, his face beaming with joy. It seems Zhang Xiaojun and Master Mu have an unusual relationship. This has really helped me. Mingxuan saw that they hadn't started fighting for a long time and was very worried. Why hasn't there been any movement for so long? Is it resolved? No, maybe something happened. The two great figures are probably about to fly into a rage. Seeing Mu Li's figure walking down, he hurriedly ran out to ask about the situation. How was it? How was it? Tell me everything, he just said. It's resolved. I had an argument with them and convinced them. Mingxuan still didn't believe it. How is this resolved? What are their identities? Who gave him the guts to argue with them? Just then, Mu Li took his leave. It's fine, I'm leaving first. Mingxuan had to go up and solve it himself, muttering as he walked, it's over, I'm afraid my job is on the line today. He stood before them, bowing his head in apology. Please forgive me too, sirs. That kid is a new tea master. He doesn't know the rules, don't worry. I'll go down and teach him a lesson, dock his pay, and then kick him out. Old Li turned his head and whispered a reminder. Old Zhang, if Master Mu hears what the people in your tea house are saying. Mingxuan didn't know who the Master Mu they just mentioned was. The teacup on the table immediately flew out and the tea table was shattered into two halves. Old Zhang's face was pale as he thought, oh God, I hope he didn't hear that, to be safe. He stood up and said loudly, I think you don't want your mouth anymore, do you? You're the one who should get out. Old Li interjected, Master Mu is the kid you were just talking about. After hearing this, Mingxuan was completely confused about what had happened in this tea room. Old Zhang instructed, you remember this, the next time Master Mu comes to the tea house you must be doubly respectful. If anything goes wrong I'll hold you responsible. Also that Miss Zhang Xiaojun is not bad. From now on she's the manager of this tea house. In another corner of Xianming Zan, Xiaojun still couldn't stop her tears. I get sad whenever I think of my sister, so Mu Li comforted her. Your sister said that being your sister in this life was the happiest thing for her. Don't be too sad, maybe you'll meet again in the future, she said. You don't need to comfort me. I watched her get cremated with my own eyes. How could something like coming back from the dead happen? But Mu Li really needs. Xiaojun turned around but could no longer see him. Despite this she still finished her sentence. Thank you. In Mu Li's bedroom, Xiaobai was circling around the strange object he had just bought, wondering what it was. Mu Li said he bought this jade porcelain vase at the jade market. From now on this will be your home. Mu Li's actions always made Xiaobai curious. Who are you really, and why do you have such amazing abilities? Where did you learn them? He didn't answer, just asked her why she was asking so many questions. She continued to press. Also, I heard that men hide things in their rooms that they don't want people to see. The otaku across the hall has a few adult books hidden under his bed. Do you have any here too? Mu Li helplessly pulled out the stopper of the jade vase and announced, all right, conversation's over. But no matter how he tried to force Xiaobai, she refused to go in. Just then, Mu Xin's voice came from outside. Brother, are you in there? Both of them were startled. Xiaobai had no choice but to reluctantly do as Mu Li said and enter the jade vase. She said implicitly, brother, you should be mindful of your actions. He didn't quite understand his sister's meaning. Mu Xin warned, it's so noisy outside, didn't you hear? If I find out you brought some messy girl home, I'll kick you out of the house, don't blame me then. Mu Li broke out in a cold sweat but still had to pretend to be nonchalant. How could that be? What do you need me for? She said a man claiming to be Yu Shaoshang was looking for him, saying that the medicine he had asked him to find had arrived, so that was it. Mu Li decided to go out and check on the situation, not forgetting to whisper to Xiaobai, you're not allowed to come out during this time. But she was stomping her feet in the vase. What? I don't want to, it's so uncomfortable in here. Mu Xin's voice urged again, brother, what are you doing? What's taking so long? He could only reluctantly go with her, letting her do whatever she wanted in the room. Xiaoshang handed Mu Li a box and introduced, this is a ginseng over 100 years old that you asked our Yu family to find, please take a look. After examining the quality of the ginseng he praised it. Not bad, this old mountain ginseng can already be considered a half-step low-grade spiritual herb, Xiaoshang replied politely. You saved my grandfather. You are the savior of our Yu family. We sent some people to search all over China and finally found this 100-year-old herb. We brought it to you as soon as we found it. Mu Li said, I've troubled you. I'll buy this herb at a high price, but he said, you're too kind, how could I let you pay for it? With that he took out an invitation and said, by the way, Mr. Mew, my grandfather's 65th birthday is in 3 days. I hope you can find the time to attend. Mew Lee agreed. Okay, I'll definitely be there. That night, at the time of the full moon, Mew Lee released his true chi, thinking, the spiritual energy of Earth is very thin. To speed up my cultivation, I must have the help of heavenly treasures. He realized he was about to break through, quickly grabbed the ginseng and started chewing it raw. Just as Xiaobai came out of the vase and saw Mew Lee chewing the ginseng, she blurted out, is that ginseng or are you sick? To eat it like a radish. After eating the entire ginseng, his power increased greatly. An ordinary person definitely couldn't withstand the medicinal properties of a 100-year-old ginseng. But I, Mew Lee, am a cultivator who has practiced the highest immortal technique. In just a short while I absorbed the mountain ginseng. After a long while he exhaled and said, done, mid-stage chi refining. Then he looked up at Xiaobai and asked, what did you just say? She bent down with a puzzled look on her face, reached out to touch Mew Lee's forehead and asked back, didn't you hear clearly? Didn't you get stupid from eating ginseng? Mew Lee was flustered by her 2 apples and warned, you're not allowed to make noise when I'm cultivating in the future. Today you're punished to stay at home alone, but he thought to himself, they're actually not that small. Xiaobai hugged him tightly and whined, no, I want to go out and play too. But Mew Lee had already picked up the jade vase and ordered her to get in immediately. Don't make me call your name, the stubborn demon had to obey. I'll go in. Then she obediently went inside. Mew Lee then went out to call his sister. Mew Xin asked her brother what he wanted. He patted his sister's head and said, I have something to tell you. We're not eating at home tonight. I'm taking Mom to the most famous restaurant in Beizhou for a big meal. For some reason Mew Xin's face turned red. Later the two of them arrived at Gaiyu Restaurant, the most famous restaurant in Beizhou. At this time, the security team of Gaiyu Restaurant received a notification. Today, various martial arts sects will be gathering at Gaiyu Restaurant. Security must be tightened. After receiving the order, they replied via walkie-talkie, yes, sir. Mew Xin was engrossed in the menu, marveling. I heard this Gaiyu Restaurant has a history of over 200 years passed down from ancient times. It's even known as one of the famous sites of Beizhou. Moreover, not only does this Gaiyu Restaurant have a long history, its dishes are also delicious. So a meal here costs at least 30,000 yuan or more. Mew Lee pointed to the menu and said, we'll have this set menu. The waiter confirmed. Set A, 6 deluxe abalones, 3 servings of Buddha jumps over the wall, 3 servings of papaya stewed with bird's nest, price 66,666 yuan. Please wait a moment. Mew Xin said thank you and returned the menu to the waiter. She thought to herself, my brother is so rich. Mew Lee also thought, thankfully Mom won't be here for a while. Otherwise, if Mom knew I ordered the most expensive set menu in the store, she would definitely scold me. Suddenly he noticed a name someone mentioned. Lu Feng, do you know the young master of the Joe family, the super rich family in the capital? Zhuang Yuan, you're underestimating me. Some time ago I went to the capital with my dad and paid a special visit to young Master Joe. He even invited me to his villa to play, didn't you know that scene? Mew Lee remembered. Young Master Joe was Zhou Xiang. Just then the waiter said to Mew Xin, Miss, I'm so sorry. Our staff made a mistake with the seating. This table has already been reserved. How about we give you a 50% discount on the tea fee and ask you to move to another table? She replied politely. Okay, no problem. Such a small mistake is understandable. Brother, let's move. What are you spacing out for? The sight of the two of them pulling at each other was noticed by Lu Feng. He praised her silently. This girl is not bad, then pretended to bump into Mew Xin accidentally. She was startled by him, her face blushing to the roots of her ears. Lu Feng took the opportunity to strike up a conversation. This young lady looks very unfamiliar. Which family are you from? I don't think I've ever seen you at the gatherings of the Beizhou martial arts sects before. Such a beautiful girl. If I had seen you before, I would definitely have an impression. Mew Lee saw that this guy was looking for trouble and stepped forward to deal with the despicable fellow on his sister's behalf. Sorry, we're in the wrong place. We don't belong to any family, just ordinary people. Suddenly, a well-dressed young man walked over and took the initiative to speak. Why are you two in such a hurry to leave? His name was Wu Kaiming, 22 years old, young master of the Wu family, mid-stage martial artist. He introduced himself. Today I am the host here. I have invited the younger generation from all the major families in Beizhou. It's fate that you two accidentally sat in the wrong place. Why not sit down and get to know everyone? Give me some face. Lu Feng was somewhat in awe of Kaiming. He clasped his hands in greeting. Young Master Wu, I heard you broke through to the mid-stage martial artist realm a while ago. Your cultivation speed is truly amazing, he replied modestly. Oh, I still think this speed is slow, Mew Xin whispered to her brother. It seems we can't offend them. Why don't we sit here for a while? But Mew Lee comforted her. You don't have to be afraid. Lu Feng handed Mew Xin a business card, gesturing. May I know your name, miss? This is my business card. I'd like to be your friend. Let's hang out sometime. But Mew Lee was quick to snatch the business card and examine it. This business card is so exquisite, I'll keep it for her. Someone blocking his path made him very unhappy. I've been putting up with you for a long time. I'm talking to her. What are you interrupting for? Before he could wait any longer, Mu Li made him spit out a mouthful of blood and then slammed heavily against the wall. Kaiming and Zhuang Yuan heard the loud noise, turned around to check the situation, and saw Lu Feng beaten to the ground while Mu Li was confessing, "Since you sincerely want to know, I'll be merciful and tell you. I'm this girl's brother. My surname is Mu." Mu Xin didn't understand when her brother had become so powerful. Lu Feng was beaten and extremely embarrassed, cursing, "Damn it, you dare to kick me?" Mu Li calmly asked him back, "So what if I kicked you?" Zhuang Yuan said, "Your surname is Mu, right? There's no Mu family in Beizhou at all. Are you Mu Han, the one who runs the hotel next door? You dare to start a fight under our noses?" Mu Li questioned him with a cold gaze. "Who told you my family runs a hotel?" Kaiming was frightened by this aura. Could he be from the Mu family in the capital? Just then, the elevator stopped on the floor where they were fighting. Two beautiful girls saw Lu Feng and blurted out, "What happened? Young Master Lu was beaten. How is that possible?" He was officially enraged and roared, "This is the first time I've been so embarrassed." Then he picked up the chair in front of him and rushed towards Mu Li, shouting, "I don't care if you're Mu Han or Tai Han. Today I'm going to beat you so you'll never forget it." But before he could even touch a hair on Mu Li, he was kicked into a chicken coop. He looked extremely pathetic at this moment, completely different from his previous arrogance. Kaiming didn't want things to escalate, so he stepped forward to mediate. "Everyone, please don't fight. Today I've invited the younger generation of Beizhou. Give me some face, let's not make a scene about this today." But he put on a superior attitude again, which annoyed Mu Li. "Young man with the surname Mu, your sister is not some golden branch or jade leaf. It's no big deal to joke around. If she can climb up to the Lu family, it's a good thing for you. Come over and apologize to young Master Lu and we'll let this matter go." On the contrary, he refused to give in, just sneered and said to Kaiming, "What's your face worth? Why should I give you face?" The two girls were so scared they were stunned. How could he say that the face of Wu Kaiming, the young master of the Wu family in Beizhou, was worthless? How dare he? Kaiming began to get cocky. "I'm not qualified to have you give me face. Then what about all the younger generation of the Beizhou families combined? Are they qualified to have you give them face?" Mu Li's answer was still, "Not enough," accompanied by a disgusted expression. Kaiming no longer cared about his image and began to release his true chi, saying, "I see you're so ruthless. Your martial arts cultivation must not be low. That's perfect. I'll have a match with you. If you win, you can leave at any time. I won't hold it against you. If I lose, I'll cripple my own meridians and martial arts." Mu Li also promised him, "If you can take one move from me, I'll consider it my loss. I'll withdraw from the Beizhou martial arts world from now on." Mu Xin saw that things had gotten so serious, so she pulled on her brother's sleeve and asked him, "Brother, can you win? Your brother has no rivals in all of Beizhou. You have to have faith in me." She cheered for her brother. "Go, brother, be careful." Lu Feng and Zhuang Yuan were in a corner cheering for Wu Kaiming. "Go, young Master Wu, don't let him talk anymore, it's disgusting." Young Master Wu beat him to death. He took the initiative to rush forward and challenge, concentrating his chi in his palms and sneered, "Trash, die," just one step away from Mu Li. Someone ordered him to stop and even punched him, forcing Kaiming to use his entire body to break so he wouldn't fall. He gritted his teeth and said, "You Xiaodong, you?" She retracted her power and asked him, "Who did you say was trash?" Lu Feng showed a surprised expression. "You Xiaodong, why is she protecting that kid?" Kaiming slowly stood up and sneered. "You Xiaodong, isn't old Master Yu still lying on his sickbed gasping for breath instead of serving him by his bedside? What are you doing here?" She snapped. "Who told you my grandpa is dying?" "My grandpa is doing great." Xiaosheng stepped out from the crowd to continue. "Not only is he in good health, but he'll also be able to attend his 65th birthday celebration in good health the day after tomorrow. Besides, didn't you invite the younger generation of the Beizhou martial arts families? What, can't we come?" When Kaiming saw him, he panicked. Even Yu Xiaosheng was here. Could it be that old Master Yu has really recovered? Didn't Dad personally lead people to launch a surprise attack and later heard that the medicine was destroyed, so old Master Yu could only wait for death? Could it be that the Yu family deliberately released false news, so he had to pretend to be calm to probe? Then congratulations to old Master Yu for being blessed by heaven. But what do you mean by jumping out to stop me now? Xiaodong covered her mouth and giggled, taunting, "Of course it's to save you. On the train that day your dad was beaten so badly he fled with his tail between his legs." The crowd started whispering, not knowing where this young man had come from to be a match for Eagle Claw Wu Hong. Kaiming was so embarrassed he shouted, "Stop bragging," Xiaosheng continued. "Xiaodong, watch your words. What fled with his tail between his legs? But Wu Kaiming, your dad was indeed defeated by Mr. Mu. He wouldn't dare to be presumptuous in front of Mr. Mu. I advise you to not court death and know when to retreat." Xiaodong stepped forward to announce, "Today I, Yu Xiaodong, declare here whoever dares to touch Mr. Mu, my Yu family swears to mobilize the entire clan and use all means to make him never be reborn." Mu Li looked at the imposing woman in front of him, knowing he didn't have to make a move. Kaiming thought, "My family and the Yu family have been secretly competing for years. I shouldn't break the peace between our two families for this ordinary kid." Suddenly Zhuang Yuan and Lu Feng started to jeer. "Even if this kid is from your Yu family, he's so arrogant, daring to challenge all the families in Beizhou. Does your Yu family not care about reason? or do you think the Yu family is already the overlord of Beizhou and doesn't respect any other family? Hearing this, a group of people also raised their hands in protest. Kaiming watched all this, groaning inwardly, "These two idiots. I just want to host a quiet banquet. Can you please not cause trouble for me?" Just then, Mu Xin's phone rang. The ringtone was, "With my left hand I draw a dragon with me. With my right hand I draw a rainbow." She answered the phone. "Mom, have you arrived?" "Okay, our table is number 68. It should be on the 3rd floor. My brother and I will come up now, okay?" Then she firmly refused to let Mu Li stay any longer. "Brother, let's go. Let's not cause a scene here. It's not good to keep Mom waiting downstairs for too long." Xiaodong looked at the girl leaving with Mu Li, thinking, is she Mu Li's sister? Mu Li said his farewells. You Xiaodong were heading down first. But the clueless Lu Feng stood up again to block his path, not letting him leave. Mu Li couldn't stand it anymore, kicked him again, sending him back into the chicken coop, and then walked into the elevator. Mu Xin said, "I'm only just realizing now, you're really amazing." Seeing her expressionless face, Mu Li said, "When you say that, can you add some emotion, like a tone of excitement and admiration? When you praise me so flatly, I really can't feel happy about it." Mu Xin answered honestly, "I don't know how to do that." Then she put on a stiff and artificial expression, praising him exaggeratedly. "Oh my God, my brother is so amazing." Mu Li got goosebumps hearing that, thinking, as expected, my sister has no talent for expressing emotions. 5 minutes earlier at Gaiyu restaurant, a fair-skinned, scholarly young man in elegant clothes came to the front desk and asked, "Hello, I'm here for young Master Wu Kuming's banquet. May I ask which floor it's on?" Seeing the handsome man, the female receptionist replied with blushing cheeks, "Sir, you can take the elevator to the 5th floor. Young Master Wu has booked the entire floor." This young man was named Lu Pengfei, 21 years old, from Jiangnan. He politely nodded and thanked the receptionist. His refined aura mesmerized her. She had practically thought of their children's names already. The elevator slowly ascended to the 5th floor. Peng Fei's attendant, Mai Qian, 65 years old, asked curiously, "Young master, you've already been promoted to 10th on the martial grandmaster candidate list. Why waste time in a small place like this?" Peng Fei silently folded his fan and said, "Throughout history there have always been brilliant talents. Only the young can represent the future. I want to see if Beizhou City is as full of hidden masters as the rumors say." Just as the elevator doors opened, they happened to run into Mu Li and his sister. For a moment Peng Fei glanced at him. Then a playful smile appeared on his face. Mai Qian guessed that his young master had something on his mind and asked him what was wrong. But Peng Fei just said it was nothing. Facing the lively crowd, he spoke up to greet everyone. "Hello everyone, it's an honor to attend this gathering. I hope you will all take care of me." Kaiming looked at this stranger and asked politely, "May I ask if there's anything I can help you with?" But in his heart, he could already tell that this person had an extraordinary bearing, yet he was unfamiliar. Definitely not from a Beizhou family. Just got rid of one and now another one shows up. What a chaotic night. Peng Fei opened his paper fan again, fanned himself a few times and introduced himself. "My surname is Lu from Jiangnan." Seeing that he at least knew how to greet people, Kaiming breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, great, he seems much more polite than that guy surnamed Mu. "I'll take this chance to sound him out," he suggested. "A guest from afar is a friend. Friend, come in and let's chat." Several girls, seeing Peng Fei's appearance, couldn't help but exclaim, "He's so handsome, he's totally my type." Meanwhile, Xiaodong asked herself in disgust, "Are they stupid, fawning over a handsome guy to this extent?" Hearing this, Xiaoshang joked, "Weren't you the same when you saw Mr. Mu?" She turned her face away in embarrassment and replied in a low voice, "I didn't, it wasn't me, don't talk nonsense." Xiaoshang joked again. "Your reaction is so obvious, yet you still deny it," Peng Fei explained. "I was recently passing through Beizhou and heard that the young master of the Wu family had invited all the younger generation of Beizhou here for a gathering tonight. I heard that Beizhou is a land of outstanding people with a continuous stream of young talents, so I came especially to witness your style." Kaiming found these words very pleasing and was feeling quite smug. "Then tell me, what do you think of our style?" He mentally praised the young man for being so well spoken. "If you know how to talk, then talk some more." Peng Fei continued in a contemptuous tone, "I think everyone here is trash." This sentence directly infuriated everyone present. At the same time, on the 3rd floor, Chen Yuan looked at the small and expensive dishes on the plate and sighed, "If I had known you were ordering such expensive food, I wouldn't have come out to eat with you. Don't spend money so recklessly next time. And your phones, I've told you not to always be playing with them, it's bad for your eyes. Young people these days don't know how to take care of themselves, you'll know when you get old." Not wanting to listen to their mother's nagging anymore, the siblings obediently put down their phones and admitted that what their mother said made a lot of sense. Just then a shout was heard. "Mr. Mu?" The voice sounded very urgent. It was Xiaoshang who had come to find him. Mu Li asked him what was wrong, and he replied breathlessly, "Mr. Mu, it's not good. Something has happened upstairs." "Upstairs?" Kaiming asked sharply. "Who are you? Why did you come here to cause trouble?" Peng Fei arrogantly repeated. "I've already said my surname is Lu from Jiangnan. I have long admired the reputation of Beizhou's younger generation, so I came especially to broaden my horizons. It's a pity that the rumors are exaggerated, a reputation without substance. I am just a little disappointed and regretful." Lu Feng shouted, "You're shameless, let me teach you a lesson." But against him, Peng Fei only needed to use his right hand to put him in his place. He fanned himself again, and provoked, "The small fry is done, isn't the big one coming out yet?" Kaiming praised. "Very well, let me woo, see how capable you are." After speaking, he gathered all his strength into his palm, preparing to strike. Peng Fei maintained his scholarly demeanor and asked, "Eagle Claw Kung Fu." He struck Kaiming with his palm and said disdainfully, "A pity, still not enough to look at." This palm strike injured Kaiming internally, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. He thought to himself, "I can't even take a single move from him." Peng Fei turned to mock the crowd. "Admit it now, right? The martial artists of Beizhou are all trash." Xiaotong could no longer hold back and rushed out to challenge him. "You are Lu Peng Fei, the son of the Lu family from Jiangnan province. Are you using the younger generation of our Beizhou as your training dummies?" He answered faintly. "Has my reputation already spread here? On my journey west, I passed through various cities in Jiangnan and entered Jinhu. From the east of Jinhu, I traveled all the way here, and now I've arrived in Beizhou. But Beizhou has truly disappointed me." A girl next to her asked Xiaotong curiously, "What's this person's background?" She explained, "In every era of China there is a group of people whose talent far exceeds that of ordinary people. These people are seen as the successors to the martial grandmasters, with a very high probability of breaking through to the martial grandmaster realm. The realms of these successors are all very high. The lowest is a high-level martial artist." The entire room was shocked. High-level martial artist? Who can withstand that?" Xiaotong threatened Peng Fei. "You came to Beizhou to challenge and humiliate us. Aren't you afraid that if you fail, someone will remove you from the list of successors to the martial grandmasters?" The young man next to her chimed in. "That's right, don't be too arrogant. Even if you're a successor to the martial grandmasters, do you dare to look down on all the martial artists in the world?" Peng Fei replied in a tone that was both placating and patronizing. "Everyone has misunderstood. I don't mean to look down on all martial artists. I just came from Baiyang City yesterday, and the martial artists there weren't great either, but they were still stronger than you in Beizhou. Along this journey I've found that your Beizhou's younger generation is the weakest." Xiaotong felt this guy was too arrogant, and decided to step up for a one-on-one fight. Peng Fei folded his fan and sneered, "What, you want to fight me?" She initiated the attack, saying, "I know I'm no match for you, but I can't just sit by and watch you humiliate the younger generation of Beizhou." The people behind her all reminded her. "Miss Yu, be careful." After a blinding flash, Peng Fei coolly wiped the blood from his face and said, "Weak, too weak, far too weak." His strike caused the ground to crack under the pressure. The crowd was about to rush forward and teach this arrogant guy a lesson, but Xiaotong stopped them. She threatened Lu Peng Fei, "It's not that Beizhou doesn't have geniuses, we're just afraid that if we call him here you won't be able to handle it." She thought to herself, "According to the plan, brother has already gone to get Mr. Mu." He remained composed and sneered, "Does Beizhou have such a person?" Everyone began to murmur, "Does our Beizhou have such a person?" Just then, the person they needed finally arrived. Xiaosheng saw his sister's bruised and swollen face, ran over to help her up and asked, "Are you okay?" He took out a bottle of medicine called Qi and Blood Nourishment, and urged Xiaotong, "I've brought Mr. Mu. Quickly drink this Bawei Diwang Wan pill. It'll be terrible if your meridians are injured." Peng Fei looked at Mu Li again, still with his scholarly demeanor, but his words were harsh. "Are you the reinforcement they found?" Mu Li replied, "I hear you think the younger generation of Beizhou's martial arts world is trash and very disappointing." He confirmed, "That's right, I wonder if you are qualified to make me take back those words. Cut the crap." Mu Li began to state his condition, "I will stand here. If you can make me take a step back, you win." Peng Fei was now starting to release his true qi. He was very interested in the man before him, so he first laid out the terms. "Then I'll use my full strength not just to make you step back, but to send you flying. If you lose your life, don't blame me. You brought this upon yourself." The aura he released was like a giant white snake pouncing on its prey. The people present all exclaimed, "What a powerful palm wind, that Mu guy, Mu Han is dead for sure." Mu Li also recognized this. Could this be the legendary secret technique returned to original purity? Peng Fei retorted, "Nonsense, this is the snake shadow palm." Mu Li just smiled confidently and said, "It doesn't matter, the result will be the same anyway." Then he unleashed his power, blocking his attack, causing the onlookers to murmur, "This wind is so strong, who are these two people?" To his surprise, Peng Fei's snake shadow palm was being neutralized. He couldn't understand how this was happening. When the force was completely neutralized, he fell backward, luckily caught by Mai Qian. The old man roared in anger. "Who are you? How dare you harm my young master?" Peng Fei stopped him. "Uncle Mai, my skills are inferior. I once met a bald man who could destroy heaven and earth with a single punch. Young master, I wanted to befriend him, but he was in a hurry to attend some advertising event. It's a great regret of my life. Your palm wind is so fierce, could it be that you know him?" Mu Li said he didn't know him but hoped to have the honor of meeting him one day. "But it's proven now, right? Beizhou City is much more impressive than you thought." "You are still far from it." At this moment, Xiaosheng cried for help. "Mr. Mu, save me." He handed the medicine to Xiaotong, but she stubbornly refused to drink it. "The medicines you develop are all strange and weird. The last time I drank one, my whole body became itchy, dry, and hot." Xiaosheng persuaded her patiently. "This is a great strength Vajra pill. It can strengthen your physique and instantly increase your power by dozens of times. The dryness, heat, and itching are because your meridians are adapting to the medicine's properties." She still shook her head. "I don't want to be a super strong woman," Xiaosheng coaxed his sister again. This time it's not a power pill, it's medicine to treat your damaged meridians. How can you not take medicine? Mu Li walked over, patted his shoulder and comforted him. It's okay, let me. Seeing Mu Li arrive, Xiaodong plopped down on a chair and groaned. Mr. Mu, my whole body hurts. Mu Li said her injuries were serious but told her not to be afraid, it would be fine in a moment. Then he used his internal energy to heal her. Xiaodong felt a warmth spread throughout her body. My injuries are healed, thank you. Mu Li saw everyone staring at him and asked curiously, what are you all looking at? Is something wrong? Kunlun gave Mu Li a thumbs up and praised. Mr. Mu, thank you, you've proven to them that we disciples of Beizhou are not trash. So what if he's 10th on the martial grandmaster candidate list? He was still sent flying by one of our Beizhou people. Lu Feng chimed in. That's right, 10th on the martial grandmaster candidate list. And he couldn't even take one move from our Beizhou's younger generation. If word of this gets out, it will definitely shake the entire martial arts world. The reputation of Beizhou's martial artists will also be elevated by several levels. At this moment, Peng Fei coughed a few times and said to Mu Li, you're so strong, why isn't your name on the martial grandmaster candidate list? With your strength, you absolutely qualify to compete with Wang Fuyun of the capital for the top position, Xiaodong announced. Wang Fuyun of the capital is China's super martial arts genius. It took him 20 years to reach the peak of the high-level martial artist realm. No matter how hard the younger generation tries, they can't forget that figure. But Mr. Mu is even more of a genius than Wang Fuyun. Peng Fei admitted that Mr. Mu's strength was undeniable, but the capital was full of hidden masters. With talent in abundance, don't boast too much. Mu Li asked him, how many martial grandmasters are there in China? I'm in the qi refining stage, and I can already be compared to a Chinese martial grandmaster. By that calculation, martial artists above the grandmaster level are probably not much different from the core formation stage, Peng Fei replied. I'm not sure how many martial grandmasters there are in China, no one can say for sure. I only know that martial grandmasters are very rare, no more than 20 at most. However, the capital has many masters, and most martial grandmasters come from wealthy families. There are probably 6 or 7 martial grandmasters in the capital. He asked again, in the capital, how many people are above the martial grandmaster level? He said. The martial grandmaster is already the strongest in the martial arts world. Legend has it that there are 2 in the capital who have reached the great martial grandmaster realm. One is the leader of the martial alliance, and the other is the person behind the chief, but I've indeed never seen anyone stronger than a martial grandmaster. Mu Li expressed, there aren't any, what a pity, the dragon thought to himself. Since ancient times there must have been an extraordinary saint in Chinese martial arts. When I go to the capital in the future I must be more careful, Peng Fei continued. Brother Mu, you don't need to worry. We're all just high-level martial artists. Still far from being martial grandmasters. What we should be concerned about now is who among the younger generation will be the first to become a martial grandmaster. The first martial grandmaster will receive the highest attention from the top echelons of the Chinese martial arts world. You should know, every generation's leader of the martial alliance is cultivated from this type of person. The people in the room started murmuring. The leader of the martial alliance, those positions are equivalent to being the emperor of the Chinese martial arts world. There are so many forces in China who doesn't fall under the jurisdiction of the martial alliance. If Beizhou could produce a martial alliance leader, that would be so cool. But Mu Li expressed that he had no interest, which surprised Peng Fei. He's not interested. His body was about to give out, he thought to himself. This kid's one palm strike was incredibly powerful. If I don't go back and meditate, I'm afraid my meridians will be damaged. So he clasped his hands in a salute. It seems we've hit it off. Brother Mu's abilities are extraordinary. We wouldn't have known each other if we hadn't fought. If Brother Mu has a chance to visit Guangnan province in the future, if you don't mind, you can be a guest at our Lu family. I will definitely prepare fine wine and good food to welcome you. I have matters to attend to today, so I'll take my leave. Before leaving he even fanned himself, leaving everyone speechless. This guy has to put on an act even when he's leaving. Mu Li leaned close to Xiaodong's ear and said, I'm going down first, my mom is still waiting for me. She said to Xiaoshang, brother, I'll go see Mr. Mu off. He watched his sister's back, so sad he shed a tear. My sister is all grown up, she's even forgotten her brother. Several younger members of the Yu family also said in unison, take care, Mr. Mu. Mu Li pressed the elevator button thinking, they don't know I'm a cultivator, not a martial artist. What martial alliance leader? I, Mu Li, will not stop here. Back home. He immediately went into his room, opened the lid of the jade vase and called out, Zhang Xiaobai, come out. Seeing no response, he turned the vase upside down thinking, how did she disappear? Just then, Xiaobai answered from behind him, because I came out a long time ago. Mu Li didn't know how she got out, so Xiaobai pretended to be innocent and said, didn't you teach me that basic cultivation method, the ghost immortal art? I was locked in a dark small place by some heartless person, so I could only keep cultivating. Mu Li retorted, I spent millions on that vase for you, how is it small? She continued. The way of purity is to guard the spirit impervious to ghosts and demons. After I practiced it a few hundred times, I suddenly had a moment of insight and felt like I could pass through the thing that was imprisoning me. So I tried it, and I succeeded. Hearing this, Mu Li was very surprised by Xiaobai's cultivation speed. You've mastered the state of virtual and real so quickly, he thought to himself. Asterisk, a state of virtual and real is an effect produced after mastering the first level of the Ghost Immortal scripture, and it only took one night just because she was bored and didn't know what to do. She circulated it a few hundred times and mastered the first level. Seeing her smug look saying she was a genius, Mu Li thought, could she be a ghost cultivation genius? I've really hit the jackpot. Xiaobai moved closer and hinted, well, am I amazing? Hurry up and praise me. I won't get arrogant. Hearing Mu Li just reply faintly, it's all right. She turned her face away angrily, cursing in her heart. Is it that hard for him to praise me just once, you arrogant jerk? No more joking around, he said. Since you've already reached the state of virtual and real, I can teach you a technique for using your soul body. Xiaobai was curious to see what kind of technique it was. He patted the bed, signaling her to get on. She misunderstood Mu Li's meaning and shouted in embarrassment, What are you trying to do? He still replied calmly, Of course I'm going to do what you think I'm going to do. Her mind was now filled with stimulating images and she zoned out thinking about them, so Mu Li asked what she was thinking. Xiaobai stammered guiltily, and nothing. After she calmed down, Mu Li introduced, This is a soul transformation technique. The soul is inherently ethereal. After mastering it, you can transform into any object at will. After an hour of explanation, he let Xiaobai try it. She said, then tried to turn herself into a tree. It worked as expected, lush and green, the color of life, a transformation. Let me see you turn into a small animal. Seeing the pink pig in front of him, Mu Li criticized her, asking if her aesthetic sense was taught by a gym teacher. Hearing this, Xiaobai said angrily, Who says, didn't you want to see a beauty? I'll just transform into one for you. Finally, she managed to transform into something beautiful and turned back to ask in a small voice, Well, am I pretty? But Mu Li turned his face away, saying embarrassedly that she had a wardrobe malfunction, making Xiaobai so ashamed she wanted to die. Suddenly she felt something strange in her body. She couldn't stand steady and fell directly into the arms of the man in front of her, saying, Mu Li, why do I feel so weak all over now? It feels so strange, he explained. Of course, you consumed soul energy by transforming, so you're bound to be tired. It's normal to feel weak all over. Xiaobai felt something was still not right and asked if there would be any side effects from playing like this. Mu Li patted the little demon's head and comforted her. Don't worry, you just consumed too much energy. You'll recover within 10 days. The distance between them grew closer and closer, confusing Xiaobai. She turned to complain, It consumes so much energy, why didn't you say so earlier? But Mu Li guaranteed with his reputation, It's fine, you just can't use the state of virtual and real during this time. She asked curiously what the point of this transformation technique was then. Seeing him say it was completely useless, Xiaobai shouted again, Mu Li, you bastard, Mu Li, you jerk, I'm going to kill you. 3 days later, the Yu family held a birthday banquet to celebrate the patriarch's 65th birthday. Mu Li asked the security guard, Is old Master Yu's birthday celebration here? He confirmed on the surface, Yes, but he thought to himself, I've been here for over 10 years and this is the first time I've seen someone ride a bicycle in. Should I stop him? I hope he's not here to cause trouble. Before he could do anything, the patriarch and Xiaotong had already come out to welcome him. Mr. Mu, please come in. Your presence is truly an honor for our Yu family. Mu Li followed protocol and presented a gift, wishing him a long and prosperous life. The old man replied, Your presence is more than enough. Xiaotong proactively took his hand. Mr. Mu, let me take you for a walk in the back garden. The patriarch watched all this and just smiled. My granddaughter is all grown up, I can't keep her. Suddenly, another thought popped into his head. But if I could find a grandson-in-law like Mr. Mu, that would be wonderful. Just then, he noticed the security guard stopping the Wu family's father and son. He asked Wu Hong, Did our Yu family send you an invitation? What's the meaning of coming uninvited? He answered very politely, I heard that old Master Yu has recovered, which is a great joy. On behalf of the major families of Beizhou, our Wu family must come to offer our congratulations. To avoid disharmony, the old man ordered them to let the father and son in. The patriarch thought, Why would he appear here? I wonder what this Wu Hong is plotting. At this time in the living room, Xiaotong was sipping red wine and asking, Mr. Mu, you've reached such a terrifying realm at such a young age. I wonder how you did it. Mu Li answered very naturally, This realm isn't that difficult. I just practiced and I got here. This sentence made Xiaotong feel an invisible pressure, and she lamented to herself, Not that difficult. I feel like a total loser, he suggested. We're about the same age, you can just call me by my name. It would be better that way. They agreed. Mu Li. Xiaotong felt like their relationship had taken another step forward. If it keeps developing like this, are we going to get married and have children? What should I do? I'm so nervous. Is it better to have a son or a daughter? Her daydream was broken when old Zhang and old Li came over to greet them. Mr. Mu, I didn't expect to see you here. Are you also here for old Master Yu's birthday banquet? Yes, Wu Hong had spotted his target at this moment and picked up a glass of wine. In front of several people, he proactively approached Mu Li to greet him. Mr. Marshal Grandmaster, I offended you on the subway last time. I'm fortunate to see you here today. I'll toast you, hoping you can forgive my previous offense. We wouldn't have known each other if we hadn't fought. You must drink this cup of apology wine. He said it was no problem, then raised his glass and downed it in one go. After that, Wu Hong excused himself and went over to old Master Yu's side. Old Master Yu, I heard you've just recovered from a serious illness. My father is very concerned about you. Old Zhang watched the Wu family members arrive one after another and had to admit the Wu family members were really holding their liquor well today. Suddenly Wu Hong stood up to disrupt the banquet. Everyone, please be quiet. Today is the 65th birthday of the Yu family's patriarch. It's rare for so many powerful families of Beizhou to gather together. Taking this opportunity, I, Wu Hong, have a few words to say. Everyone knows that our Beizhou's martial arts world is relatively weak, not even ranking among the Jinhu province's martial arts world in China. 2 days ago, Lu Pengfei, 10th on the martial grandmaster candidate list, came to China and directly cursed our Beizhou martial arts world as trash. What's even more heartbreaking is that our younger generation was so humiliated, but they didn't even have the strength to resist. As he spoke, he glanced back. Seeing Mu Li still sitting there calmly, Wu Hong thought, he must have drunk it by now, right? Then he turned the topic to his son. Zhao Ming, tell me, why is it that our Beizhou martial artists can't hold their heads high now and are looked down upon outside? What is the reason for this? Kai Ming was called upon and had to play along. He clenched his fist and spoke with an agitated expression. I believe this group of motley crews is the culprit holding back Beizhou's development. Wu Hong chimed in. That's right, for all these years our Beizhou's major families have been acting independently and not uniting. Our Wu family is very pained to see this situation. So we've decided to be the first to take the plunge. Led by our Wu family, we will establish a Beizhou family alliance, where everyone works together against external threats, helps each other, and vigorously develops the economy and martial arts. Xiaodong couldn't listen anymore and showed a contemptuous expression. The way you two sing in harmony is really something. Even paid actors aren't as good as you. Mu Li also guessed that today's plot would be very interesting. It seemed the Wu family wanted to take this opportunity to become the leader of Beizhou. As expected, the Wu father and son successfully stirred up the crowd. One person raised his hand to vote. I support the Wu family's approach. We must unite. Then many people raised their hands. I support. If everyone supports it, I support it too. Yu Veng whispered to his father. Some of our families have openly supported Wu Hong. It seems they've been bought over by the Wu family. For these past few years, our Yu family and the Wu family have been competing secretly, never bringing it to the surface. It seems the Wu family's posture today is to tear off all pretenses, the patriarch said resentfully. Our Yu family has not treated you poorly. What are you doing? Seeing that he had gained the trust of the majority, Wu Hong immediately turned on the Yu family. Old Master Yu, a wise bird, chooses a good tree to perch on. The Yu family's time is past. It's time to recognize the situation. Beizhou cannot be without a leader for a single day. These words infuriated the 65-year-old man, who slapped Wu Hong across the face and cursed, What family alliance? This alliance leader, I presume, is to be your Wu family? He seized the opportunity and began to play innocent. The Wu family head serving as the alliance leader was jointly recommended by everyone. It is everyone's wish. The old man's ears were itching. Wu Kiba, you dare to play tricks on me? Wu Kiba, I know you're here. Wu Hong alone is not qualified to be this alliance leader. Get your ass out here. Only the sound of shoes clacking on the floor was heard. While walking, he cursed. Damn it. Everyone turned to look at the person who had just appeared. It was the head of the Wu family, Wu Baqi. He greeted with a friendly reminder. Old Master Yu, how many times have I told you, my name is Wu Baqi. Try calling me by the wrong name one more time. Seeing that the one who should come had arrived, the patriarch confronted him directly. What benefits did you give these ungrateful people to make them all willing to defect? He answered very simply. Our Wu family wants nothing else but the destruction of the Yu family. The Yu father and son guessed. Could he be planning to divide the Yu family's assets among those families? How dare he? As the head of the Yu family, the patriarch decided to step forward and tell Baqi that he was underestimating the Yu family. But for some reason the old man couldn't muster his internal energy. By the time he realized his opponent's scheme, it was already too late. Wu Hong laughed triumphantly. How is it? Smiling 7 Steps Madness, bought from the capital for 1 million. Colorless and odorless, even the strongest martial artist won't be able to use a shred of internal energy. Specially prepared for your birthday banquet. Are you touched? The patriarch was puzzled. Our Yu family is heavily guarded. How could you have possibly snuck in to poison us? Just then, a voice came. I was the one who administered the poison. The patriarch's second son walked in and said smugly, Well, I'm finally not a useless failure. I will be the next head of the Yu family and continue to lead the Yu family's forces. Both angry and hurt, the old man cursed. You fool, what do you think the Wu family is? Do you think they'll let you live to see next year? On the other side, Kai Ming was trembling as he approached Mu Li with a knife. Although he seemed reluctant in his heart, for the sake of the Wu family, Mu Li had to die. As he approached, Mu Li just glanced at him and asked, Are you capable of doing this? Just this one sentence made Kai Ming tremble all over. The situation was critical and the patriarch was on the verge of collapsing, but before he fell into distress he still warned Wu Baqi, You can touch our Yu family, but you absolutely must not touch a single hair on Mr. Mu or you will not be able to bear the consequences. He still arrogantly ordered Xiao Lu. Zhao Ming, don't be afraid, he's just a greenhorn. So what if he's strong? Pharmacist Huang said this poison has no cure. Under Mu Li's oppressive aura, Kai Ming was terrified, but he still forced himself to move, knife in hand, wanting to eliminate Mu Li. The patriarch was helpless and could only shout, "Wu Bati, you are truly audacious. You even dare to touch a martial grandmaster. You dare to frame him too?" Bati showed a contemptuous expression. "This kid is a martial grandmaster? Let alone Beizhou. Even in all of China there's no such character. Even Wang Fuyun is stuck at the final step and hasn't become a martial grandmaster. How is that possible? Everyone, don't listen to that old man's scare tactics. Look how young that kid is. How could he be a martial grandmaster? If he were really a martial grandmaster, how would I dare to come to the Yu family?" Then he whispered to instigate Lu Feng at Gaiyu restaurant that day. "Didn't you already know that young man's strength? Tell us, could he be a martial grandmaster?" Lu Feng said cautiously. "He's not a martial grandmaster, but compared to Wang Fuyun he's on par. He personally defeated Lu Pengfei, bringing glory to our Beizhou." Bati had intended to find an accomplice, but instead he gripped his neck tightly and hissed, "All right, you can shut up now." At this moment the patriarch turned to a stranger to reason. "Minister Wang, today the Wu family has resorted to unscrupulous means to push our Yu family to a dead end, and they even framed a martial grandmaster. Isn't your martial alliance going to do anything about it?" Unexpectedly, Bati interjected. "Minister Wang, actually today our Wu family just accidentally killed an ordinary martial artist. Wouldn't you agree?" The man named Wang Xin, a 48-year-old branch minister of the Martial Alliance, just faintly said two words, "Add money." The patriarch had now seen the true colors of these parasites and could only lament, "You are all so despicable. Mr. Mu, I'm sorry, it's our Yu family that has implicated you." Wu Hong, seeing Kaimeng hesitate to act, goaded his son. "This person made you lose face at the banquet in Gaiyu restaurant. As a son of the Wu family, how do you want to take revenge?" He coldly listed Mu Li's crimes. "That day he kicked me 3 times. I still remember that heart-wrenching pain. I'll cut his hamstrings first, then cut his hand tendons. I want to see him crawl on the ground like a worm," Wu Hong sighed. "Damn, that's twisted, but I like it. A worthy eldest son of my Wu family." Kaimeng was seen raising the knife in his hand and saying, "You just backed the wrong side. Don't blame me." Mu Li watched the young master of the Wu family swagger around for a while, so angry that he crushed the wine glass in his hand. Then he grabbed Kaimeng's wrist with his bare hand, disarming him in one move, and the knife flew out of his hand. Mu Li seized the opportunity, turned the tables, and immediately picked up the knife to pierce Kaimeng's hand, causing him to howl in pain. "Dad, save me." He still didn't understand what was happening. Could it be that he wasn't poisoned? How is that possible? I saw him drink with my own eyes. What went wrong? Wu Hong went mad with rage and rushed forward to avenge his son. "You crippled my son, I'm going to tear you to pieces." Mu Li remained calmly seated. When Wu Hong was about to charge over, he slammed his palm on the table, used the force to kick Wu Hong, then retracted his foot and sat down steadily. All this happened in a matter of seconds, astonishing everyone. Is this a martial grandmaster after being poisoned? Too strong. Wu Hong was kicked into the chicken coop but still stubbornly announced to everyone, "Even if he's a martial grandmaster, he's poisoned now. This is the best time to strike. Let's all go together." With their numbers, they could surely overpower him. Several other families present voiced their opposition. "To hell with you, does he look poisoned to you at all? You lied to us, I'm out. I'm quitting too. The Wu family tricked us into dealing with a martial grandmaster. That's too dirty. On behalf of our family I withdraw. We won't interfere in the dispute between the Wu and Yu families." Seeing the situation turn 180 degrees in an instant, Wu Bati clenched his fists in anger and flipped over a chair to prove his point. "He's really poisoned. If you don't believe me, I'll prove it. I am at the peak of the high-level martial artist realm. I'll know if he's really poisoned with just one test. Martial Grandmaster, I'd like to see for myself just how powerful this invincible realm is." No matter how strong a martial grandmaster was, he was still just a mortal. Unfortunately, when he was about to step forward and cripple Mu Li, he was stunned by Mu Li's powerful aura, a real eye-opener. In an instant, Mu Li's power collided with Bati's, creating a loud bang. A large hole was ultimately blown into the wall of the Yu family's mansion. Broken bricks fell to the ground clattering like hail. Wang Xin stared in shock at Bati, who had been sent flying outside with a single punch. He was hanging on a tree unconscious. The people from the other families, witnessing such terrifying power for the first time, couldn't help but exclaim, "The peak-level martial grandmaster Bati was sent flying 7 or 8 meters with a single palm strike. So powerful." The patriarch and Xiaoshang went forward to greet them. "Mr. Mu, are you two all right? Mr. Mu, were you poisoned or not?" Mu Li said. "I drank the wine and was poisoned, but I forced the poison out long ago." Xiaoshang teased his sister again. "If it were the old you would have lost your cool and started fighting and killing long ago. Why are you so quiet today? Indeed, every woman has a man who can subdue her." Xiaotung was so embarrassed she sent her brother flying with a punch. "Brother, don't talk nonsense." Her brother, on the other hand, seemed to treat himself as a test subject for the great strength Vajra pill. With a test result of 100%, the patriarch expressed, "I've finally seen someone who can tame this girl before I close my eyes." Mu Li didn't want to get entangled with this fierce woman and said tactfully, "No, you can't." Just then, Yu Feng walked over with the antidote. "I've had the Wu family members tied up. This is the antidote we found on Wu Baki." The patriarch walked to the front of the chaotic crowd and announced loudly, "Do you still want to follow Wu Baki? The antidote is in my hands. It's not too late to turn back now. If you persist in your foolishness, you'll end up like the Wu family." Of course they chose, "We are willing to follow Old Master Yu. We swear to follow the Yu family to the death." So the patriarch had his son distribute the medicine to everyone. Then he turned, bowed respectfully, and expressed his gratitude. Mr. Mu, thank you for your help in saving our Yu family from this catastrophe. Our Yu family has one more request. Please allow our Yu family to follow you and serve you. Mu Li hesitated upon hearing this. Your Yu family wants to follow me, but I have nothing to guarantee or offer you. Besides, I will be doing many things in the future, which will involve a lot of running around and hard work. But the Yu family still resolutely bowed their heads and said, Mr. Mu, our Yu family is willing to follow you. Mu Li had no choice but to say, since you insist, I'll agree. After speaking, the patriarch announced to everyone present, from now on, Mr. Mu is the master of our Yu family. His word is the code of conduct for our Yu family. Let everyone know. Only Wang Xin's group was unconvinced, but they only dared to whisper, the Yu family is actually willing to be someone's subordinate. To be a martial grandmaster at such a young age is truly an unheard of wonder. It's like a myth, the benefits are obvious without saying. This old fox is very simple. His method is to latch onto a powerful backer. Taking this opportunity, the patriarch proposed, let's, the major families of Beizhou, continue to form an alliance. We are not like the Wu family. The Wu family wanted to dominate the rules. Our Yu family wants to truly promote the economy and the martial arts world of Beizhou with the alliance. After the alliance is established, the position of the alliance leader will belong to the leader of the alliance. Below the alliance leader will be the elders, and the council of elders will be decided by everyone's vote. Seeing everyone still hesitating, the old man added, in addition, we will vigorously cultivate the new generation of young people. The strength of our Beizhou martial arts world is indeed a weakness. To show our sincerity, our Yu family is willing to be the first to share our family's cultivation techniques. Old Zhang and Old Li, upon hearing this, responded in unison, our Zhang family is willing to join the alliance, and our Li family will join as well. Our Beizhou truly needs to unite. The head of the Hong family in the back also agreed to join. Since Old Zhang and Old Li have joined, our Hong family is also willing to contribute to Beizhou. This is a good thing. Our family is also willing to join. With several major figures joining, the remaining families had no reason not to participate. The patriarch announced that the first order of business was to elect the alliance leader, to be chosen by everyone. We must choose a commander who everyone is convinced by and who can bear the heavy responsibility. Everyone, please nominate someone, one person proposed. Is there even a need to say, the martial grandmaster leader of the alliance of major families must naturally be the strongest person. Looking at all of Beizhou, who can compare to Mr. Mu? Someone next to him responded. I also agree. The alliance leader is the figurehead. With a martial grandmaster as the leader, there's no need to be too ostentatious. Seeing Mu Li's prestige growing, Xiaotong couldn't help but sigh. Brother, how can there be a man as outstanding as Mr. Mu in this world? Seeing his sister's fascination with Mu Li, Xiaoshang started giving her ideas. Sister, if you like him, just drug him. If you don't even dare to drug him, what's the point of liking him? Think about it, Mr. Mu is such a responsible person. If you succeed in drugging him and things happen, he will definitely take responsibility for you. Xiaotong's face turned red and her heart pounded as she heard this. Her mind filled with intimate images of her and Mu Li. The more she thought, the more it felt wrong. What kind of nonsense am I thinking? Xiaoshang gave her another idea. There's no time like the present. Let's act tonight. How do we take down Mr. Mu? Although Xiaotong was very tempted, she still had her pride. I won't use such despicable means to get Mr. Mu. She wondered if Mr. Mu would agree to be the alliance leader. At this moment, the patriarch tentatively asked Mu Li, according to everyone's wishes, they want to nominate you as the alliance leader. What do you think? He expressed. I've always been a lone wolf and I'm not good at managing. For everyone to ask me to be the martial alliance leader of the major families, I lack the ability and have no interest in managing. But the old man argued. Mr. Mu, for the establishment of our Beizhou family alliance, this alliance leader must be a figure who everyone is convinced by. Your talent is undisputed. It can be said that no one here has the qualification except you. As for management, we still have the Council of Elders, or we can elect someone to manage on behalf of the alliance leader. You don't need to worry about these things. To tie Mu Li and the Yu family together, Xiaotong also persuaded, Mu Li, look, everyone supports you so much. Please agree. For the sake of our Beizhou martial arts world, please agree to our request, Xiaoshang whispered to tease her again. Sister, using this ultimate move, you're so benevolent. But Xiaotong scolded her brother. What time is it for you to be joking? Mu Li pondered for a moment and finally announced, I'll take this position of alliance leader. One person raised his hand and echoed, Alliance leader Mu. Then 2 or 3 people followed, Alliance leader Mu. Then everyone echoed in unison, Alliance leader Mu, Alliance leader Mu, Alliance leader Mu. Everything passed again. It wasn't until 3 days later on the bus that Mu Li overheard a conversation between 2 people behind him. Did you know, 2 martial grandmasters appeared in Beizhou City in one day? I was originally stuck at the highest level of a martial artist and couldn't break through. But then Alliance leader Mu with just 2 moves beat him to the martial grandmaster realm. and even wrote a book called The Wuji True Scripture, which is said to be extremely helpful for martial arts cultivation and is called the textbook of the martial arts world. Mu Li remembered what the patriarch said when he asked him, "You're not going to beat me again, are you?" Mu Li said he wouldn't, just a couple of slaps would do. The two people behind continued their chat. That alliance leader Mu is said to be very powerful. Have you seen him in person? Alliance leader Mu is very low-key, appearing and disappearing like a divine dragon. He might be a master from Peng Lai. Just then, Mu Xin woke up, yawned, and asked, "Where are we?" Mu Li pulled her into his arms and said, "We still have half an hour to go." This gesture made the two sisters misunderstand. Young love is so sweet these days. Mu Li just smiled gently upon hearing this. After a while, Mu Xin got off at the stop and waved goodbye to her brother. "Brother, I'm going to school first. Okay, be careful on your way." At this moment, Mu Li's eyes caught a message on the Qiyuan forum. Su Jachi, the eldest daughter of the Su family, was assassinated last night. Her condition is unknown. Mu Li hurriedly found a shared bike and rushed to the Su family's house. An old man nearby kindly reminded him, "Young man, don't look at your phone while riding." The Su family's butler, while parking Mu Li's bicycle, sighed, "Mr. Wuji, you're as free-spirited as ever." Mu Li then walked towards the Su family mansion. Su Wen had been waiting for a long time, bowed and said, "Mr. Wuji, you're finally back," he said. "I came overnight after receiving your call." Because that call was just an excuse to get Mu Li to come over, Su Wen felt a bit guilty. "I'm so sorry to have made you make a special trip." But Mu Li didn't pursue what their family was doing. After all, Mu Li's 1-month vacation was over and school was about to start. Suddenly, Jachi's shout was heard from inside the house, calling Mu Li's name. As soon as he turned around, he was presented with 2 bouquets of colorful fruit. Jachi happily jumped into his arms and said, "You're finally back." Su Wen ordered his daughter to get down, but she stubbornly refused. "I won't get down." Shishan saw Mu Li and greeted him. "Mr. Wuji, you're back?" he asked curiously. "Why are you here?" He scratched his head and asked back. "Didn't you instruct us to take care of Jachi and Zhao Zhao after you left?" Shishan reported the situation. "Mr. Wuji, after you left, the Hwan sect became rampant again. Young girls near Longshan have been disappearing one after another. We found that the Hwan sect's main targets are vibrant virgins, especially someone like my young mistress, so we set up an ambush here. 1, it's convenient for care, and 2, we can wait for the prey to fall into our trap." Mu Li wanted to know if there was any situation with Zhao Zhao on the Li family's side. Shishan confirmed in a deep voice, "Yes, there was an ambush over there too, but Miss Li seems to have some magical treasure on her that helped her escape the Hwan sect's clutches. We've now deployed another team over there, so Mr. Wuji doesn't need to worry." After grasping the general situation, Mu Li began to take over the task. "Everyone has worked hard. Now that I'm back, everyone can go back and rest first." Shi Zhan patted his white head as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. "That's great. We've been staying up for several nights in a row. Our hair is almost falling out. With you here, I can go back and get a good night's sleep." This made Mu Li think to himself, "Isn't he already almost bald?" He remembered something. "By the way, Mr. Wuji, you just came back from Beizhou, right? I heard a martial alliance leader with the surname Mu appeared in Beizhou City. I wonder if you've seen his esteemed face." Mu Li answered vaguely, with a hint of narcissism. "I've seen him. His strength is formidable, worthy of a martial grandmaster." Shi Zhan smiled knowingly. "If only I could become a martial grandmaster too." Only Jachi's eyes widened in disbelief. "Are you really a martial grandmaster?" Mu Li asked her what was wrong. Jachi said frankly, "You're not that great of a muddle-headed martial grandmaster. They say a martial grandmaster is some kind of unparalleled super figure, yet you've ended up as a bodyguard in my house. Life must be tough." Su Wen heard his daughter offending a big shot and shouted, "Jachi, be polite." She took the opportunity to vent all her grievances. "Who let him take a leave of absence to go out and play by himself? I've been cooped up at home all day, and I'm about to go moldy. They also told me some things about martial grandmasters to scare me, so much so that I'm afraid to go out alone." Mu Li chuckled to himself. "So you know how serious it is now, huh?" Coincidentally, Su Wen had a request. "Mr. Wuji, I have a way. The Hwan sect has been causing trouble recently, and it's not a good solution for Jachi to stay out of school. I plan to transfer her to the best university in Longshan. Mr. Wuji, you are also attending university. Why don't you also transfer to the same school as Jachi? It would be much more convenient. What do you think?" Mu Li was stunned after hearing this. "Me, transfer schools too," he thought to himself. "It seems that with money you can really do whatever you want." Su Wen added, "By the way, I recently heard that the head of the Lu family, Lu Wusheng, has come out of seclusion. Many high society and martial arts families are preparing to go and congratulate him. I'm also planning to go tomorrow. Would you like to go with me?" Jachi cheered up when she heard she could go out. "I want to go." So Mu Li had no choice but to reluctantly go along. The next day at the Lu family's residence, the Su family's presidential exclusive limited edition car had already arrived. Jachi walked in holding her father's arm, and seeing the lively scene around her, she asked, "How many people have come here already?" Meanwhile, Lin Yu walked along and asked curiously, "Mr. Wuji, I think those people on the forum are exaggerating. Isn't it just one Wang Fu Yun? Truly frogs in a well. Even if Wang Fu Yun is a genius, he can't compare to you. you're already a martial grandmaster, why not make it public? If you did, Wang Fuyun wouldn't even have a chance, Mu Li replied calmly. Fame and fortune are just worldly possessions. The Su father and daughter had already stepped into the Lu family's gate. Someone was already waiting to guide the honored guests. Mr. Su, please come to the living room, Jachi teased from the side. What, fame and fortune are just worldly possessions? It's obvious you just want to save yourself trouble, Mu Li admitted. You found me out. Su Wen and Lin Yu sat down together, but he felt uneasy about his status and wanted to form an alliance. Mr. Wuji, why don't you sit here? Mu Li said, it's fine, I don't want to attract attention. It's better if you sit. After a while, a servant of the Lu family reported, Venerable Lu has arrived. Lu Wusheng, a 68-year-old man, though old, had not lost his spirit from his younger days, and walked in. Behind him were two attendants, Zhang Shan and Li Si. Their gazes made Jachi hide behind Mu Li in fear and whisper, that person's gaze is so disgusting, so naked, like looking at prey, as if he wants to swallow me whole. Indeed. Li Si was staring at her, thinking this girl is really fresh, but facing Mu Li's protection he felt this prey was a bit hard to chew. Wusheng came forward, thanked everyone for coming today, and asked them to sit down. The sound of clattering shoes was heard, and a well-dressed young man walked in and bowed respectfully. I am Zhang Niliu, representing the Zhang family of Zhangjing. I have come to congratulate Senior Lu on his promotion to Martial Grandmaster. The gift is a pair of 7-inch-tall ancient jade Buddhas. Two more guests arrived, and the Lu family members exclaimed, the Zhang family of Zhangjing. Is that the renowned Martial Grandmaster family? That pair of jade Buddhas is a masterpiece among jades. I estimate it must be worth at least 10 million. On the other side, Lin Yu also told Su Wen, Zhang Niliu is ranked 7th on the list of successors to the Martial Grandmasters. Wusheng stroked his beard and chuckled, so it's you, kid. The first time I saw you, you were only 10. How is your grandfather doing? Niliu started to flatter him. My grandfather is in good health. When he saw Senior Lu back then, he predicted that Senior Lu would definitely become a Martial Grandmaster level expert. Sure enough, it came true today. Senior Lu is indeed the martial arts genius of his time. Su Wen, not to be outdone, stood up and responded, the Venerable is a treasure of our Longshan and deserves the respect and love of all martial artists. Wusheng humbly expressed, Mr. Su, you're too kind. Although I've become a martial grandmaster, my potential is limited and it's hard for me to make further progress. The future still depends on you young people. Su Wen heard this and retorted, how is that possible? The younger generation of the Longshan martial arts world is looked down upon. Now that Venerable Lu has appeared, you've given us so much to be proud of. And then he emphasized, you are truly a hero. Jachi couldn't listen to this and muttered. Another wave of commercial flattery. She leaned over to Mu Li's ear and asked, is what the Venerable said true? Is his potential really limited? He said, actually his potential is not limited, but if he continues in his current state, it is absolutely impossible for him to break through. His cultivation method has been wrong his entire life, so it is naturally difficult for him to advance. Unexpectedly, these words were overheard by Niliu, who pointed at the two of them and shouted, how audacious! What right do you have to speak nonsense and criticize Venerable Lu? Everyone present was greatly shocked. What, they dared to criticize Venerable Lu? Niliu began to tattle. Venerable Lu, I have found two ignorant seniors here whispering bad things about you, saying that Venerable Lu is already a spent force with no hope of advancing. Su Wen knew his daughter had caused trouble again, and took the initiative to apologize. Everyone, please calm down. My daughter is young and foolish and spoke carelessly. If she has offended anyone, please forgive her. Niliu then turned his gaze to Lin Yu and sneered, since when does a mid-level martial artist have the right to sit here? Are you Su family people looking down on the martial arts world? Jachi couldn't hold back and stood up to clarify, how can you be so indiscriminate? We never said anything about him being a spent force. But Niliu stepped forward and threatened with his aura, what, I've exposed your petty behavior and you're not convinced? Mu Li had no choice but to step forward to help his young mistress. Excuse me. I really didn't say anything about Venerable Lu being a spent force. I didn't mean that. Please take back what you just said. With no one stopping him, he immediately became arrogant. On what grounds should I take it back? Even Su Wen doesn't have the face to make me take back my words. On what grounds can a servant like you? Niliu intended to use force to resolve the matter and embarrass the Su family, but Mu Li just calmly replied, on the grounds that I am your father. He blocked his attack with just one foot. Niliu was scared and retreated, exclaiming, so fast. Seeing someone stand up for her, Jachi laughed at the guy, saying he deserved it. Wusheng had been sitting quietly and observing, thinking, who is he to be able to fight Zhang Niliu to a draw? No, it seems this blow was blocked by Niliu. In reality, the internal force was powerful and had already caused damage to the meridians. This young man was definitely not simple. Niliu, embarrassed and angry, cursed, bastard, you dare to sneak attack me? Suddenly he felt something wrong with his body and directly spat out a mouthful of blood. But he still thought to himself that he absolutely could not lose, so he rushed up to fight Mu Li again, stubbornly declaring, I'll show you the strength of a successor to the martial grandmasters. Niliu's palm was about to hit Mu Li, but he had already dodged with his agile movements. He didn't stop, and by the time Liu realized he was being counterattacked, it was too late. Li hit him with a palm strike using his profound internal energy, injuring his meridians and causing him to spit out blood again, flying several meters away. Wusheng continued to observe Li's every move, not missing any detail. This incident was an eye-opener for everyone present, Jachi said smugly. See a real expert now? Liu scrambled up, battered and bruised but still stubbornly threatened. Who the hell are you? Although your cultivation is decent, if you fight here you'll only die. Knowing he couldn't delay any longer, Wusheng stood up and said, Enough. May I ask for the young friend's name to have such strength at such a young age? To avoid alarming them, Li had to introduce himself with a fake name. My name is Wuji. Liu was stunned when he heard this name. Wuji, the one who killed Feng Shi of the Killing Gate? Li also confirmed, I killed Feng Shi. This piqued Wusheng's interest. Feng Shi was once known as the #1 person below the martial grandmaster. There were rumors that he could even successfully ambush a martial grandmaster, but in the end he was killed by Wuji. Doesn't that mean Wuji is? I always thought Wuji was an old man or a bald middle-aged man. I never expected him to be so young. On the contrary, Liu seemed still unconvinced. Even if you are Wuji, isn't it too bold of you to speak disrespectfully to Venerable Liu here? He had to remind him clearly. Can't you understand human language? If you don't use your ears, throw them away. I've said it before, I didn't offend anyone. I just said that basically his realm will not improve any further. He questioned, on what grounds can you predict Venerable Liu's realm? But he was stopped by Wusheng again. Liu, don't be hasty, he had a question to ask. Young friend Wuji, on what basis do you make such a judgment? Why don't you tell us? Since you sincerely want to know, I will definitely answer. Although you were trapped at the highest level of a martial artist for many years, you were still a little short when you broke through to the martial grandmaster realm. So you forced your way through with perseverance and finally managed to break through to the martial grandmaster realm. Unexpectedly, every word he said was correct, which stunned him. It wasn't over yet. Li continued, because you forced the breakthrough, it damaged your health, causing your meridians to be blocked and your bones to be deformed. Coupled with your old age, it completely limited your potential. So it's not surprising that you will be stuck at your current realm forever. No matter how much you practice, it will have no effect. Liu interjected and refuted again. That's just nonsense. A martial grandmaster is the most powerful existence among martial artists. A martial grandmaster's body is even strong enough to withstand bullets, and their lifespan can easily reach 100 years or so. In your eyes, they've become worthless. While he was still thinking that this guy would die a miserable death for talking nonsense about a martial grandmaster, Wusheng had already bowed respectfully to Li. May I ask, young friend, how did you see it? How is that possible? He said nothing, just walked closer and grabbed Wusheng's hand. Just by feeling, he had already exclaimed, My God, your realm, Li asked. Now you know how I saw it. So Wusheng immediately changed his attitude. Young friend Wuji, no Mr. Wuji, this way please. Jachi saw his 360-degree turn and asked doubtfully. Dad, what's going on? Su Wen guessed. That martial grandmaster probably discovered Mr. Wuji's identity. Wusheng wanted to see him alone and gestured. Mr. Wuji, this way please. It was only when they reached his study that he dared to kneel down and apologize. Mr. Wuji. This old man did not know of the great martial grandmaster's arrival and was remiss in my hospitality. Please punish me, Mr. Wuji. Li helped him up, wanting to know how he could be sure he was a great martial grandmaster. He thought to himself, because he had never met anyone stronger than himself, he didn't know what kind of martial artist his strength was equivalent to in China. Wusheng expressed, Please don't joke with this old man. Your cultivation is so terrifying. If you're not a great martial grandmaster, what are you? I just don't know which divine person you are. I've only heard of 4 great martial grandmasters in China. One is the leader of the martial alliance, one is the head of the Wang Fu family, and one is the grand elder of a reclusive sect. Li thought to himself, could it be that there are no more legendary figures in this China? Even that leader of the martial alliance, who is revered as a god and has an unparalleled status, is only a great martial grandmaster. China has a long civilization of thousands of years. Tracing back to ancient history, the ancestors had considerable wisdom. Those myths may have been exaggerated, but such people definitely existed. So Li instructed, There's no need to publicize my affairs, he promised. Lu Wusheng, I will remember the great martial grandmaster's words and will never reveal a single word of your identity. Then he gestured. Lord Wuji, I wonder if my current body can still be cured, he expressed. Your condition is quite serious, with multiple blocked meridians and damaged muscles and bones. If you had been a little more agitated when you forced the breakthrough, you might have been crippled. I happen to have a mental cultivation method here. Long-term cultivation can achieve the effect of cleansing the meridians and marrow. Now go find a pen and paper and I will write down the mental cultivation method and prescription for you. Wusheng knew he had met a master and was overjoyed, thanking him repeatedly. That's wonderful, thank you, my lord. Outside, Jachi was being followed by that Li Si, thinking to herself, I just want to go to the bathroom. Why is this guy following me? Just then, she passed by and saw Wusheng kneeling at Mu Li's feet, both curious and happy. Grasping at a lifeline, she ran over and called out to Mu Li, "You're here. By the way, I'm curious to see how my venerable Lu is kneeling to you. What did you do?" But he just reminded her not to shout. Jachi said coquettishly, "It has nothing to do with me anyway. Then you can beat that person up for me. He's been following me. It's so scary." Mu Li scared Li Si away with just a look. He said to Jachi, "He's gone. We'll beat him up next time." Wusheng expressed, "I wonder if I have the honor of inviting Mr. Wuji to a simple meal here." Mu Li said he came with Su Wen and would see what his arrangements were. Soon they were treated to a small banquet hosted by the Lu family. The head of the family gave a toast first. "Everyone, thank you all very much for coming to congratulate me today. This old man thanks you all here." Only Niliu looked unhappy, but he still dared to speak up. Why did Venerable Lu invite the Su family and him to the same table? It seems Su Wen is not just from a wealthy family. Even a mid-level martial artist like him can sit at the same table. What an honor. Zhao Chuan at the same table was also quite frightened by this scene. A famous figure like Venerable Lu actually toasted me? Seeing Nilu's displeased face, Jachi giggled and whispered to Mu Li, "Look at that Lu guy's face, it's like a traffic light, so interesting." She thought he would agree, but instead she was lectured. "You can just say those things behind his back and your voice is too loud." Jachi still stubbornly said, "Why can't I say it to his face? Do you need to hide it when you dislike someone?" Su Wen heard this and reminded his little troublemaker to restrain herself. "Stop causing trouble for Mr. Wuji. If it weren't for Mr. Wuji, do you think Dad would be at ease letting you go to school?" She still naively replied, "It's just going to school. What danger can there be? Will there be a meteor explosion?" She held Mu Li's arm and asked, "Starting from tomorrow you will be this young lady's #1 underling at Yinkai School. Are you excited?" So he had no choice but to reluctantly answer, "Excited, very excited." The next day at Yinkai University, the teacher pointed to the 3 people on the stage and said, "Hello everyone, let me introduce you. These 3 students just transferred to our department today." Jachi took the initiative to introduce herself first. "Hello everyone, I'm Jachi." A few boys below were captivated by her young and cute appearance. Next was Mu Li's introduction of his name. The girls sitting below exclaimed, "So cool, he's so handsome. I bet he'll be a rival to Shu Xiaodong of the finance department." "You're overthinking it. Although this Mu Li is handsome, Shu Xiaodong is a rich young master with power and influence." It was Zhao Chuan's turn, but no one cared. He didn't understand what was overshadowing his brilliance. "They don't seem to care who I am at all. It's like I'm dispensable, so sad," the teacher said. "All right, introductions are over. Students, find a seat and get ready for class." Zhao Zhao raised her hand to signal Mu Li, "Here." Mu Li was surprised to see her. "I only knew Zhao Zhao was at this school. I didn't expect to be in the same department and class as her after transferring." Zhao Zhao called him over to sit here. Seeing Mu Li agree, Jachi turned on her jealousy mode and cursed inwardly, "Damn you, blockhead." Then she pulled Zhao Chuan's hand and made him sit with her. Jachi was so angry seeing the two of them chatting and laughing. Zhao Zhao asked Mu Li where he had been recently and why there was no news of him. He replied that he had gone back to Beizhou to see his family. "I heard a few thugs went to the Li family to attack you. Are you okay?" Meanwhile, in a corner at the back of the classroom, a few guys were staring at the two of them. A young man named Xiao Chu muttered, "That kid dares to talk to the school bell. Isn't he afraid of getting dealt with by Shu Xiaodong? Everyone knows Shu Xiaodong is pursuing Zhao Zhao." Zhao Zhao said that the people from the Martial Alliance had been protecting her. "And with the jade bracelet you gave me, I'm not afraid at all." Mu Li thought to himself, not arrogant or impatient, calm in the face of trouble, truly admirable. She had been the goddess of the whole school since junior high, but of course, being beautiful was still the most important thing. Suddenly she said, "You once said you were good to me because you owed me. Actually, you don't have to take it to heart. I don't blame you at all." These words made Mu Li ponder for a moment, remembering the helpless Mu Li of his past life whom everyone ignored, respected, but dared not approach. Only Zhao Zhao extended her warm hands to him. Starting from a street punk, it was the first time Mu Li received someone's care. However, it was precisely because of this that Zhao Zhao was insulted by villains and refused to submit. Zhao Zhao refused to live a dishonorable life and died, and her entire family perished with her. Mu Li returned to the present with the thought of making it up to Zhao Zhao and said, "In this life, if there is anything you are not satisfied with, I will solve it for you." She shyly agreed. Watching the two of them talking intimately, Jachi's eyes itched with anger. She tightly gripped Zhao Chuan's hair and whispered, "That annoying Mu Li has no taste," he cried out in pain. "Young mistress, let go of me." When the bell for the break rang, they all went out for a walk. Because the campus of Yinkai School was beautiful, Zhao Zhao suggested taking everyone on a tour of the school. Jachi had a stubborn personality and of course would refuse. "No, I prefer to explore on my own." Then she turned and walked away. Seeing her attitude, Zhao Zhao guessed, "Your master doesn't seem to like me." Mu Li explained, "Miss Su is sometimes a bit childish, but she is a very kind person, don't mind her." Zhao Zhao suggested that the gymnasium was over there and asked if he wanted to go and see. Just then, that young man from the Shu family named Xiaodong came over to strike up a conversation. "Zhao Zhao, is this person your friend?" Xiao Chu, who was with him, fanned the flames on the side. "Young Master Shu, he's the new pretty boy in our class." Seeing Xiaodong appear, Zhao Zhao just responded faintly, "Student Shu Xiaodong." Shu Xiaodong was a little hurt. "Zhao Zhao, you still call me that. It makes me a bit sad. I went to see your uncle and he was very satisfied with me. Plus my dad and your uncle are in the same business group. If the two of us could also." Zhao Zhao was a little embarrassed by Xiaodong's excessive enthusiasm. "I've always called people that. You're overthinking it. Also, you should call me by my full name. Even my dad doesn't call me Zhao Zhao. If others call me that, I'll definitely be startled because I'm not used to it." His tone towards Zhao Zhao was full of genuine emotion. "Then can I call you Student Ji Zhao?" Then he added that her shy look was very cute. Xiaodong wanted to reach out and take Zhao Zhao's hand, but Mu Li beat him to it. Using the excuse that they'd be late for class if they didn't continue the tour, he skillfully drove Xiaodong away. Seeing Zhao Zhao's shy expression, her suitor couldn't help but feel annoyed. But in front of her, Xiaodong still had to act like a gentleman. "Student Ji Zhao, you're showing the new student around campus, right? That's so kind of you. Why don't you let me take over? I'll be sure to help the new student understand the school's 100-year history inside and out." Before she could answer, Mu Li cut in. "Having Zhao Zhao with me is enough. I won't trouble you two." Seeing his lack of tact, Xiao Chu warned, "Kid, don't be ungrateful. Do you know who young Master Shu is? He's doing you a favor by offering to show you around. Others couldn't beg for this chance, yet you dare to be unappreciative." Xiaodong interrupted him. "What are you saying? Zhao Zhao's friend is my friend. As the heir to the esteemed Shu family of Longshan, would I be so petty?" Although not a single harsh word was spoken, it was enough to make Xiao Chu bow and scrape. Yes, young Master Shu, I was wrong. It was a slip of the tongue." Seeing how cleverly Xiaodong was showing off, Mu Li said sarcastically, "Young people these days sure know how to show off." Just then, a notification on his phone chimed. "I'll give you 2 pounds of soybeans and 3 belts." It was a message from the little rabbit Jachi. "Stinky Mu Li, come to the stadium quick." SOS, he suggested to Zhao Zhao that they go to the stadium immediately. Seeing the two of them just turn and leave, Xiaodong said to Xiao Chu, "Let's go, we'll go take a look too." At this moment in the stadium, a small crowd was gathered praising, Good, what a spectacular fight." Mu Li took a glance and found it was another martial artist, and his level was even higher than Zhao Chuan's. He had already been injured by some guy. As that guy was preparing to land another blow, Mu Li arrived in time and circulated his true chi. It happened so fast that Zhao Chuan only had time to see a flash of his true chi's light. Then he crashed into the guy, knocking him to the ground. Before asking Zhao Chuan what had happened, he recounted, "You are..." "No, Mu Li, the young mistress and I were walking around when some guy appeared out of nowhere and started following us, then jumped out and started harassing her with nasty words. I couldn't take it, so I fought him. The guy who had just been taught a lesson was named Zheng Wei, a mid-level martial artist," he answered arrogantly. "What, is your young mistress made of gold or silver? Can't she take a few jokes?" Mu Li asked Jachi. "Did he harass you?" She put on a childish act. "Yes, it was that shameless rogue. Your young mistress was bullied. Are you going to do something about it or not?" Her words stunned Mu Li and everyone else present. Seeing Mu Li step forward ready to do something, his eyes fixed coldly on him, Zheng Wei stammered, "What do you want? I'm telling you, don't touch me or you'll have to bear the consequences." Then he stood up and threatened, "What are you staring at me for? A staring contest? If you want to fight, I'll indulge you, but you'd better find out who I am. Don't wait until you've been taught a lesson to regret it." Just then, Xiaodong stepped forward and ordered Zheng Wei, "Apologize to this young lady." Zheng Wei had to give him some face. "Young Master Shu, you're here too," Xiaodong said. "Zhao Zhao's friend is my friend. Apologize to her immediately." He sneered inwardly. "What's all this nonsense about her friend and my friend? To put it bluntly, don't you just want to pick up this new female student?" But on the surface he still had to bow his head and apologize. "I have offended you," Jachi just snorted coldly. The crowd murmured, "Young Master Shu is still the most formidable one." Yeah, who would dare to disrespect young Master Shu? Wanting to win Jachi's favor, Xiaodong personally bowed his head in apology. "I'm so sorry, there are bad apples everywhere. I'm sorry for the disturbance," but she completely ignored him. "It's fine, Mu Li is here anyway." This made him grit his teeth in anger, but he still had to act friendly. "I've long heard that the daughter of the chairman of Su Corporation is as beautiful as a fairy. Seeing you in person today, I know those people were lying. It's not like that at all." Before Jachi could understand what was happening, Xiaodong flicked his hair, struck a handsome pose and started turning on the charm. "Seeing you today, I've discovered that you're even more beautiful than a fairy." Zhao Chuan felt nauseated by this third-rate pickup line. "Damn, that's disgusting. I'm going to puke rainbows." Jachi, with her cool temperament, was indeed unfazed. Being praised like this, she just responded coldly, "You're too kind, thank you for the compliment." Then she turned and questioned, "Stinky blockhead, where were you two wandering off to just now? Why didn't you show up in time?" Mu Li felt like crying. This little missy's mood changed faster than flipping through a book. Not only that, but Xiaodong also hit on Zhao Zhao. Of course, student Ji Zhao has her own unique beauty. With the two of you at Yinkai University, my college life memories will surely be wonderful. Zhao Chuan prepared to puke again. Is this what he calls not playing favorites? Does he think he's the male lead in a comic book? Xiaodong proactively suggested. "Student Zhao, don't be in a hurry to leave. How about this? As an outstanding student of Yinkai University, I'd like to invite you all to a welcome banquet tonight. Consider it my way of atoning for that bastard Zheng Wei's actions." Seeing his chivalrous act, the crowd praised him. It clearly has nothing to do with Shu Xiaodong, but he's willing to take responsibility himself to protect our school's image. He's so great. Jachi quickly sensed that this guy's attitude was off and directly refused. Are you a saint? What do other people's actions have to do with you? But thank you for your kind offer. We have plans tonight. Xiaodong said awkwardly. Don't be like that. Actually, the banquet is just an excuse. I just want to be friends with Miss Su. You've just arrived and don't know the school. Yingkai University actually has many interesting secrets, like the mysterious little room in the library, and Yingkai University's famous trenchcoat hero. I'll tell you all about them slowly at the banquet tonight. Jachi's interest was piqued and she pressed. Trenchcoat hero, he confirmed. Yes, a mysterious figure wearing a half-face mask and a trenchcoat. To Xiaodong's surprise, she took the initiative to ask what time the banquet was. She repeated, I asked you what time tonight, and where? She was thinking to herself that she had found the hero who saved her last time. Xiaodong finalized, then let's make it 8 p.m. tonight at Zhenwei House. Jachi agreed. Okay, we'll be there on time. Xiaodong turned to Zhao Zhao and hinted, Student Ji Zhao, didn't you want to chat with old classmates? Let's go together tonight. She paused for a moment, then smiled and agreed. Having achieved his goal, Xiaodong confirmed, it's settled then. Then he turned and left. Zhao Zhao reminded Jachi, Miss Su, few of these young masters have simple intentions. Don't be fooled by their sweet words. She rested her head on Mu Li's shoulder and said, I know. I'm not stupid, but I'm not afraid either. With Mu Li here, no one would dare do anything to me. The atmosphere instantly turned awkward. So Mu Li teased Jachi, you really think highly of me. Meanwhile, Zhao Zhao looked at the jade pendant Mu Li had given her with a hint of sadness in her eyes. At 7:30 p.m. in Zhenwei House, Xiaodong and Xiao Chu were talking. Have you arranged what I asked you to do? Don't worry, it's all been arranged perfectly. Just as he finished speaking, the door was pushed open. It was Jachi and Mu Li. Xiaodong proactively pulled out a chair for her. Miss Su, please have a seat. But Jachi said politely, thank you, but I'm used to sitting a little lower. Then she pulled out a chair and sat next to Mu Li, leaving him utterly embarrassed. Just then, Zhao Zhao arrived, apologizing. I'm so sorry, I'm late. Xiaodong took the opportunity to invite the beauty to the chair he had prepared. Student Ji Zhao, come sit next to me. I'm the best at taking care of female classmates, but she also skillfully refused. Thank you, but I prefer to sit a little lower. Then she pulled out another chair and sat next to Mu Li. Zhao Chuan arrived last, thinking Xiaodong was kindly pulling out a chair for him. He sat down without hesitation, saying, Thanks, young Master Shu. The atmosphere became more awkward than ever, until Jachi spoke up, Student Shu Xiaodong. Didn't you say you were going to tell us those mysterious and interesting stories? Hurry up and tell everyone. He answered vaguely. Miss Su, don't be in a hurry. The delicacies at Zhenwei House are also quite good. Let's all try some first and I'll slowly tell you the stories. Some say there's an abandoned library in the east campus of our school. Jachi was about to fall asleep and impatiently asked about the main point. So boring. Didn't you say there was a trenchcoat hero? Tell me about that. Xiaodong cursed inwardly. She wouldn't listen to the ghost story he had carefully prepared, insisting on hearing about some sick trenchcoat hero. If you like it, I'll satisfy you, he thought, and began to speak. There used to be a very chunibyo boy at Yingkai University. He fantasized all day about being a superhero who saves the world, liked to wear a trench coat and a clown mask, and would go to the roof of the teaching building saying he could fly. Everyone joked that he was the trench coat hero and often laughed at him, Jachi asked eagerly. And then, he continued, then one day, to prove he could fly, he ended up falling to his death because the place was too high. So he fell to his death. Both girls were so bored after hearing the story that they wanted to sleep. Meanwhile, Xiaodong seemed to be waiting for something, thinking to himself, by now they should have arrived. Sure enough, a few people outside, acting on Xiaodong's orders, started walking towards Zhenwei House. The guy surnamed Mu is on the second floor, right? I heard young Master Shu booked the Bamboo Cloud private room. I heard there are 2 great beauties inside. We just need to pretend to cause a scene later and let young Master Shu make an appearance. All right, 3 guys with colorful hair stood at the entrance of the Bamboo Cloud private room. One said, I smell it, the scent of beauties. Let vulgarity in the silence assassinate so-called happiness. Beauties, here I come. With that, he kicked the door open. As soon as the door opened, he was met by several tall and sturdy young men, one of whom asked, Who are you? Only then did the mushroom-headed guy realize he had gone to the wrong room. Just then, someone said to them, This way. But the 3 big brothers had already walked over to greet them. Hey, I'll ask again, who are you? The mushroom-headed guy contemptuously spat on the floor, landing right on the clothes of a guy named Qilin, and said in a gangster tone, What are you looking at? My profession is kicking down doors. What, you got a problem? Just eat your food quietly. One more look and even your mom won't recognize you. Suddenly, some clueless kid came to provoke them. Qilin couldn't help but land a heavy punch, teaching him some manners for daring to spout nonsense here. In the Bamboo Cloud private room where Mu Li was sitting, Jachi stood up bored and said, I'm so sorry, we have something to do, so we're leaving first. Seeing that no one had arrived, Xiaodong tried hard to make them stay and play a little longer. I haven't finished the story yet. He couldn't understand why they hadn't arrived yet. Just then a cry of ouch was heard. Young Master Shu, save me. The mushroom-headed guy was kicked by Qilin into the room next to Xiaodong's. Then he walked over and taunted, I was wondering who was so bold as to kick down my door. Turns out it was your instruction, Shu Xiaodong. You've got some nerve. Seeing him, Xiaodong looked like he'd seen a ghost. Lu Qilin, didn't you go join the special forces? Why are you back? He replied smugly. I'll come back whenever I want, what's it to you? Xiaodong knew Qilin was not someone to mess with. He used to actively cause trouble in Longshan before the Lu family threw him into the army. Just then the mushroom-headed guy spoke up again. Young Master Shu, they said they're going to cripple me. Save me, I was just following your orders. Fearing he would be exposed, he snapped, Shut up, you useless piece of trash. Qilin picked up the mushroom-headed guy like a chick again and asked, Tell me, what did Shu Xiaodong order you to do? He confessed. Young Master Shu had us pretend to be thugs, kick down the door and harass the girls in the room. Then we were to coordinate with him to act out a hero saves the beauty scene. But we accidentally kicked down the wrong door and ran into you, venerable sirs. Please calm your anger, venerable sirs. The two beauties in the room were dumbfounded. Jachi in particular walked over, kicked him and said, Mu Li, did you hear that? Hero saves the beauty. He had no idea what trick this woman was trying to pull now. Qilin mocked Xiaodong in front of everyone. Still hiring people to act out a hero saves the beauty scene, huh? Shu Xiaodong, are you still using the same old pickup lines? The young ladies from those families got tired of them years ago. Fearing he would lose face, he turned and argued. Miss Su, student Ji Zhao, you have to believe me, I would absolutely not use such despicable means. Qilin jeered again. Going to all this trouble for these two girls, if you have power and influence, why not use more forceful methods? It's not like you haven't done this kind of thing before, young Master Shu. This made him so angry that he shouted Lu Qilin's name. He thought of a despicable trick. Tell me, if I molest the girl you like right in front of you, would you dare to fight back? Then he stared intently at Jachi, causing her to step back in fear. What do you want? He admired Jachi's stunning beauty and her fair, delicate face. Come here and let this young master have a touch. Don't be afraid, beautiful, who wouldn't be afraid? She shouted a warning, don't you come near me. Mu Li decided to step in, grabbing Qilin's hand and startling him. How bold, you dare to stop me? Mu Li mimicked his lewd expression and his words. Just a little touch, don't be afraid, Qilin threatened. You'd better let go or I can't guarantee your hand will still be there in the next second. But Mu Li held his hand firmly and stated his condition. If you stop your lewd actions, I'll let you go. Qilin was enraged and roared. I've only been away from Longshan for a few years. I didn't expect someone so bold to have appeared. Mu Li also let go of his hand and stood perfectly still, sensing the demeanor of a martial artist. Qilin probed. Looks like you've trained too, just in time for me to get some practice. The moment he lifted his foot, Mu Li looked at him with contempt. What a waste, all those muscles are for nothing. He immediately used his profound internal energy to cripple his right leg after being hit. Qilin let out a blood-curdling scream, making his two underlings worriedly support him. Qilin fell to the ground thinking to himself, this person's defense is as hard as iron. I used my full strength, but it was like I was asking for it. Could this be the legendary iron cloth shirt? Suddenly, Mu Li asked him, Who is Lu Wusheng to you? Qilin's face turned ashen. Which little bastard are you to dare say my lord's name directly? Although my leg is immobilized, I haven't used my ultimate move yet. Don't get too cocky. His second move was military-style boxing. He rushed over, his hands moving at a speed that threw countless punches. But with such a petty trick, Mu Li only needed to step aside to dodge, then circulated the true chi in his hand, got close to Qilin and pressed his head down with one hand. With just a little force, Mu Li completely suppressed the arrogant guy and even lectured him. Young man, no need to be so impulsive. If I had intended to harm you, you probably wouldn't be in this world right now. When a child misbehaves, you can only call an adult. With that, he took the phone from Qilin's pocket and called his grandfather. After the call connected, he handed the phone to Qilin and relayed, Your grandfather wants to talk to you. The moment he got the phone, he heard his grandfather's affectionate scolding. You little rascal, you've got some nerve. How much trouble did you cause for the Lu family back then? Your father and I threw you into the army to temper you, but I didn't expect you to come back without any improvement at all. Who did you have to provoke? Why did you have to provoke Mr. Wuji? Hearing his grandfather siding with an outsider, Qilin's heart shattered, turning to stone. He wanted to explain, but his grandfather cut him off again. I'm telling you, you will go and apologize to him respectfully. Mr. Wuji is a magnanimous person, and for my sake he will let you off this time. If there is a next time, I'll cripple you myself before he has to lift a finger. Qilin desperately wanted to know who he was. My grandfather is a martial grandmaster, and even he has to give you some face. Are you even stronger than a martial grandmaster? But Mu Li leisurely retorted, What's wrong, still want to fight me? Qilin had no choice but to admit defeat. Since Grandpa said so, what can I say? Besides, I can't beat you anyway. Mu Li kindly helped heal his injury. Qilin also kindly reminded him, Shu Xiaodong is not a good person. You were with him, so I thought. He stood up and retorted, Who said we were with Shu Xiaodong? This made Qilin exclaim in surprise. What, you're not with him? Then why did you attack me when I went after Shu Xiaodong's woman? Jachi quickly explained, We're not his girlfriends. Zhao Zhao also confirmed, It seems there's been a misunderstanding. It dawned on Qilin, and he said to them, When I entered the room, he kept looking at you, whether intentionally or not. I didn't pay attention at the time, but now that I think about it, that bastard was playing me, using me as a shield to frame me. Mu Li said to the two girls, There's nothing for us here, let's go. Jachi deliberately said loudly for that despicable guy to hear. Zhao, let's go. Let's associate with this kind of person less in the future. Xiaodong's face turned ashen, and he kept begging, don't go, don't leave me here alone. Student Mu Li, Qilin's time had come. He gritted his teeth and threatened, back in Longshan the people I hated the most were those sanctimonious young masters who acted high and mighty because they were sons of the rich and powerful. Today I'll show you how I deal with a hypocrite like you. Xiaodong argued, this is a misunderstanding. I'll definitely explain it to you next time. After saying that, he prepared to slip away. But Qilin's two underlings had already blocked the door, questioning where he thought he was going. Qilin stood up and cracked his knuckles. I have to admit, that guy named Mu Li is really something. He healed my injury in the blink of an eye. Even my grandfather has to respect him. I'll have to get to know him better in the future, but first let's settle our business. Xiaodong knew there was no chance of resisting and tried to use his family's reputation to threaten him. You'd better think carefully. The entire Shu family is behind me. Before you could finish your sentence, Qilin slapped him across the face. Say hi to your family's seventh master for me. After that, only the miserable cries of Lord Lu, have mercy, could be heard from the bamboo cloud private room. 3 days later, in the classroom, several girls were discussing, I heard there's a basketball game between the finance department and the Chinese department this afternoon. Are you going to watch? Of course I am. I get to see the handsome Shu Xiaodong again. He looks so cool when he plays basketball and his skills are top-notch. The girl next to her said, we're from the Chinese department after all. Aren't you going to cheer for our department's team? The girl beside her looked disdainful. You know what the guys in our Chinese department are like. To put it nicely, they're weak scholars. To put it bluntly, they're sissies. They get crushed in every basketball game. Just then, someone took the initiative to approach them. You're Mu Li, right? I'm Fang Kun, the captain of the Chinese department's basketball team. We have a friendly match against the finance department this afternoon. How about you be a substitute? Mu Li answered cautiously. A substitute? I don't know how to play basketball. Fang Kun said, it's fine if you don't know how, we just need you to make up the numbers. Honestly, your build is much better than those guys. Hearing this, several girls in the class turned their attention to him. Mu Li, are you playing in the basketball game this afternoon too? But he honestly confessed, I really don't know how to play basketball. Fang Kun still tried hard to persuade Mu Li, as a member of the Chinese department, don't you have any sense of collective honor? It's settled then. Basketball court at 5 p.m. Remember to be on time. Several girls also encouraged him, go for it, we'll definitely come to watch your game. But he still insisted, I don't know how to play basketball, and I didn't agree. Suddenly, Jachi called out to Mu Li, persuading him to go. Zhao and I will be there to cheer you on, right Zhao? She smiled in place of an answer. Seeing this, Mu Li knew it seemed he couldn't refuse. This matter was overheard by Xiaodong outside. He gritted his teeth and declared, Mu, I don't care who you are, I, Shu Xiaodong, swear I will make you pay. That afternoon, because of Xiaodong's appearance, several girls screamed nonstop, Young Master Shu, go for it, Young Master Shu, you're the best. Just then, the star of the show appeared. Xiaodong walked out amidst the cheers of all the spectators. Jachi saw this and asked in confusion, why are all the girls from our department cheering for the other side? No spirit. Then she fumbled to take out a banner that read, Go Mu Li, Go Chinese Department, and then started cheering for her team by herself. Mu Li, basketball invincible, Mu Li, handsome beyond the sky. He looked at this silly woman, speechless, wondering if she wasn't afraid of embarrassing herself. Unexpectedly, Jachi's cheers grew louder, making Mu Li cover his face and wish he could find a hole to crawl into. Xiaodong observed Mu Li from a corner and swore, Kid, as long as you dare to step on the court today, I'll make you suffer. The first quarter of the basketball game between the finance department and the Chinese department began. As the referee blew the whistle, the basketball was tossed into the air. Xiaodong, with his agility, snatched the ball and then, careful to maintain his cool and handsome image, dribbled the ball, making the girls in the stands go wild. Young Master Shu is so handsome, I've already thought of a name for my child with him. In just 20 minutes, the finance department scored repeatedly. The referee announced the end of the first quarter and a mid-game break. The score was 65 for the finance department and 8 for the Chinese department. Xiaodong looked at his opponents with contempt. The Chinese department is such trash, we broke them in the blink of an eye. In the stands, several spectators also mocked that the Chinese department was the same as always. Their performance was quite consistent. It was the first time Jachi had watched them play basketball, and she couldn't help but sigh. Is our department's basketball team this weak? Zhao said. It can't be helped. The finance department is strong to begin with, and most of the girls here came to see Shu Xiaodong. They have no fighting spirit, so it's natural for them to lose. And with the Chinese department losing so badly, their morale was completely gone. Isn't it working even with the two department beauties here to cheer? It seems this isn't looking good. Suddenly, Fang Kun gave an instruction. Mu Li, you're up next. This stunned him. Me? Didn't you say I just needed to come and make up the numbers? He thought to himself. Although I am the Ziwei Celestial Lord, I've never touched a basketball. But Fang Kun explained, there's no choice. The Chinese department basketball team has 6 members and now 2 are injured. If you don't play, who will? Do you want people to call us weaklings? The 2 injured students were complaining. I sprained my index finger when I caught the ball just now. Hurry up and take me to the infirmary. I can't do it anymore. This sport of basketball isn't for me, it's too intense. Fang Kun said helplessly to Mu Li, see, I have no choice either. Since you don't know how to play, just run behind us later. It's better than having no one on the court. Since it had come to this, he could only agree. All right, I'll go on with you. Seeing Mu Li's move, Xiaodong swore to make him lose until he cried today. The next quarter began. As soon as the referee blew the whistle and threw the ball, Xiaodong was again the first to grab it. He stared at Mu Li, obviously with no good intentions, then threw the ball over, telling Mu Li to catch it. He didn't understand anything and blankly caught the ball, not knowing what to do next. He cast his gaze towards the basket, and with his superb skill, he quickly sent the ball into the hoop. Under the astonished gazes of the two girls, the basketball thumped onto the ground. Meanwhile, the opposing team stood like wooden posts asking each other, "Was that a shot from the baseline? You've got to be kidding me, right?" Fang Kun was so helpless he was speechless. "Mu Li, what are you doing?" It turned out he had shot the ball into his own team's basket, successfully giving the opponent 3 points amidst the laughter of the audience. "This own goal is killing me. Is that guy from the Chinese department here to be a comedian?" Mu Li asked in confusion. "Didn't I make the shot? Why did the other team score?" Fang Kun was speechless after hearing this. "Bro, don't you even know which basket is ours?" Mu Li absorbed this knowledge. "Oh, so that's how it is?" Xiaodong couldn't help but laugh at his foolish expression. "This kid scored a 3-pointer for us as soon as he got on the court. How can someone so stupid think of fighting me?" Next, it was the finance department's turn to inbound the ball, and Xiaodong was responsible for this shot. Seeing Mu Li blocking him was a real eyesore. He announced, "Let this young master teach you what professionalism and skill are." Xiaodong started to fake a move, then turned nimbly, completely fooling Mu Li. The audience praised. Shu Xiaodong's spin move can be compared to a professional player's. Just as he was thinking this was a small matter and preparing to jump up for a dunk, Mu Li stole the ball. He was completely stunned, watching helplessly as Mu Li shot and scored. He thought to himself, "I don't know how he did it, but it must have been luck. I have to beat him with skill." Deciding to act, Xiaodong faked a run forward, but he actually intended to shoot from mid-court. Who knew that as soon as the ball was shot, Mu Li jumped up and snuffed out his hope. Then he got the ball again and quickly scored in the opponent's basket. Several young men from the finance department couldn't help but exclaim at Mu Li's style of play. "This guy is fierce." Having been stripped of the ball twice in a row, Xiaodong was furious and took it out on his teammates. "Are you wooden posts? Guard him for me." This time, 3 people teamed up, but they still couldn't stop Mu Li from scoring. Mu Li single-handedly changed the audience's view of the team. The ball went in again. Damn, the Chinese department is awesome. He still scored while being triple-teamed. There were only 3 seconds left in the game, and the score was now tied at 68-68. Having no other choice, Xiaodong started giving Fang Kun the eye. Understanding, the two of them rushed up together to deal with Mu Li. Only then did he understand their intention. "No wonder Fang Kun wanted me to join the basketball team before, and there was a convenient accident that forced me, the substitute, to play." So he also learned to fake, moving forward and then backward, making the two of them crash into each other and fall. Mu Li exposed Fang Kun's true colors. "So you're one of Shu Xiaodong's men." With no one blocking him, he calmly shot the ball into the basket, raising the final score of the second half to 70 and securing the win for the Chinese department. The referee announced the Chinese department as the winner of the match, and the spectator stands erupted in cheers. "Wow, Mu Li is awesome. The Chinese department is so cool." Fang Kun had to admit, "Mu Li, you're really amazing." But he still stubbornly replied, "I really don't know how to play basketball." This baffled the team. "How are you kidding? I'm impressed, Mu Li." Just then, Jachi and Zhao Zhao ran down to the court. She hugged Mu Li and said, "You were so cool just now, you know that?" Contrary to Jachi's expectations, Mu Li directly admitted that he knew. Seeing this, she huffily let go of him and said, "You're not humble at all." Zhao Zhao also praised, "Mu Li, I didn't realize you had this skill up your sleeve." Surrounded by the crowd, Mu Li was the center of attention. The more Xiaodong watched, the angrier he got. That spot was supposed to be mine, being the hero of the basketball court. Surrounded by the department beauties, why did a guy like this have to show up? "Mu Li, I, Shu Xiaodong, am not done with you." Suddenly, Mu Li received a message from his sister. "Brother, are you free? Let's meet at Yida Mall tomorrow. I need to see you about something." He replied, "Okay." The next day at Yida Plaza, Mu Xin waved to her brother. "Brother, over here." He ruffled his little sister's hair. "Mu Xin, it's rare for you to ask me to go shopping with you. Did you start missing me after just a few days away?" She denied it. "No." Then she sighed and explained, "Every time I go out to buy things, I buy everything at once so I don't have to go out for a long time. There will probably be a lot of stuff from Highland Home and I can't carry it all by myself, so I called you to come and help." Seeing her walk into a men's clothing store, Mu Li took the initiative to refuse. "I don't need new clothes, I have enough to wear," he thought to himself. "This girl doesn't care about me at all, yet she still brought me to a men's clothing store." Mu Xin said, "You have no aesthetic sense. The clothes you buy are also plain. If I don't dress you up nicely, how will you find a sister-in-law in the future?" 10 minutes later, she had found a decent set of clothes for Mu Li, but he disliked it, saying this outfit made him look no different from those rich young masters, dressed so flashily like a male bird ready to mate. "It's too over the top, I'm not wearing it." So Mu Xin picked up 2 more sets and had her brother try them on. He didn't try on anymore, immediately running to pay for everything. At the end of the day, the essence of shopping with women was to be swift, precise, and ruthless. to end their shopping spree as soon as possible, or else the consequences would be endless. As the siblings were strolling through the mall, Mu Xin suddenly turned into a nearby store. But Mu Li was too embarrassed to go in. Seeing this, Mu Xin urged him, "What are you doing? Hurry up and come in." He asked his sister, "You want me to watch you try on underwear?" She said he was overthinking things. "I just saw you carrying all those bags and there's nowhere to sit outside, so I called you in." Hearing this, he refused. "I'm safer outside. I won't go in, you can just pick out what you want." The atmosphere was incredibly awkward. After a while, Mu Xin found what she wanted and came out to call her brother. "Let's go." Mu Li looked at the bag his sister handed him and thought, "Pink." Unbeknownst to them, Ni Lu, who was hiding in the shadows, had already noticed Mu Xin's beauty and praised, "This girl is gorgeous." Mu Ni curiously asked his sister, "Are you sure you're not buying any more clothes?" She said, "It's fine. I have enough clothes to wear." Suddenly, he sensed something amiss, stopped in his tracks, and placed the shopping bags directly on the ground. He instructed Mu Xin to wait for him there, then left. Ni Lu hadn't expected Mu Li to have already discovered him, and asked with false sincerity, "Master Wuji, what can I do for you?" Mu Li walked up to him and warned, "I don't care what filthy thoughts you have in your head, but if you dare to touch a single hair on my sister's head, and I'll say this twice, if you dare to touch my sister, I will make sure you never find peace in the afterlife." Ni Lu, still arrogant, threatened back, "Who do you think you are? I'm backed by a family with 2 martial grandmasters. If I lose even a single hair, you'll be the one who never finds peace in the afterlife." Mu Li just patted his shoulder lightly in disbelief and challenged, "Then give it a try. I'm leaving, you'd best behave yourself." For some reason, Ni Lu's face turned ghastly pale. Seeing her brother return, Mu Xin asked, "What's wrong?" He replied, "It's nothing, let's go." As for Ni Lu, he felt something was wrong with his whole body for some reason, and he collapsed to the ground thinking, how can he unleash such immense power? Could it be that he wasn't even using his full strength at Lu Wusheng's banquet? Soon it was time for the siblings to part ways. Mu Li handed his sister a gift box instructing, "Remember, you must carry this with you at all times." She took it and said, "Okay, I will." Just as the car carrying Mu Xin drove away, another car pulled up and someone called out, "Mr. Wuji." Mu Li recognized the familiar voice of Shi Shan. He looked very anxious. "Mr. Wuji, we finally found you." Mu Li asked, "What happened?" Shi Shan said, "An urgent matter in the martial world. Let's talk in the car." The car drove them all the way to the distant suburbs. Shi Shan explained, "Mr. Wuji, our martial alliance has discovered a suspected outpost of the Hwan sect. The enemy is very cunning, and to ensure the success of the operation we had to request outside help like yourself." He pointed to the person sitting in the front and introduced, "This is our branch leader Zhuang Yan." Mu Li also introduced himself, "I am Wuji." Zhuang Yan had read many reports about Mu Li. "I have long heard of Mr. Wuji's great name. Seeing you today, you truly are extraordinary. To have such strength at such a young age, no wonder the people in the black market are terrified at the mere mention of his name." He just smiled humbly. "Branch leader, you flatter me." The car took them to a secluded suburb as night fell. Mu Li got out of the car and secretly assessed the terrain. Such a desolate and remote place was indeed a good hiding spot, not easy to discover. Suddenly he noticed, "Lu Qilin, what are you doing here?" He explained, "I just got back to Longshan and heard about the Hwan sect. This bunch of bastards have committed heinous crimes, angering both gods and men. I'm not used to acting alone, so I requested backup. We've been lying in wait here for several days. This is definitely their outpost and there are several victims inside. This operation must be handled with extreme caution." Shijan asked for Mu Li's opinion whether they should deal with the patrolling guards first to avoid alerting those inside. Qilin said that would be difficult. Even with silenced guns there would still be some noise, but for Mu Li this was not a problem. They were already close to the Hwan sect's thatched huts. Mu Li observed their movements, then circulated his internal energy and used a move where he could kill without a trace by plucking leaves and throwing them like flowers. He turned several leaves into sharp arrows, shooting them into the enemy's bodies and sending them to meet their maker in silence. Seeing Mu Li's demonstration, Qilin secretly assessed, "This Wuji is truly formidable. Not only was he silent and defeated them in one move, but he didn't even leave a trace of blood in the air. Is he a martial grandmaster?" Once it was done, Zhuang Yan waved for everyone to charge. Qilin said that there were Hwan sect members in 3 of the huts with the victims held in the innermost one. Zhuang Yan proposed, "Mr. Wuji, while you rescue the victims, please also protect yourself. We will go and keep the Hwan sect members busy." Mu Li agreed and they split up. 2 Hwan sect minions discovered someone snooping around and cursed, "How dare you ruin our Hwan sect's business, you won't be leaving today." Mu Li was also discovered as he moved. Qilin swiftly dealt with the 2 minions while Mu Li had to face a more troublesome opponent. The men drew a dagger and charged at Mu Li, wanting to teach him a lesson. Within seconds, Mu Li realized the weapon was coated with poison. At the same time, Qilin had reached the last hut where the girls were being held. Even a boisterous person like him couldn't help but blurt out, "Damn it, this group of subhuman beasts." Inside were countless very young girls, one of whom begged, "Please don't hurt me, don't hurt me." Seeing the man he was fighting turn his attention to Qilin, Mu Li immediately grabbed his hand, broke it, and sent him to meet his maker along with the rest of the scum. A moment later, the Hwan sect's outpost was cleared out. Shi Shan reported, "Mr. Wuji, we have moved the victims to a safe place. My men have already driven them back to the city to file a report." Seeing him hesitate, Mu Li said, Just say what's on your mind, it's fine, Shi Jun continued. The leader of the outpost has been contained by us, but it seems branch leader has been injured and can no longer fight. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Mu Li ordered him to be taken over there. The battle between the two of them was raging fiercely. Shi Jun pointed to the leader fighting Zhuang Yan, saying that was the most beastly of them all. Qilin couldn't help but curse. Damn it, let me go first, I have to kill this animal. Seeing another person wanting to rush in and cause trouble, Sun Hao grew annoyed, shouted loudly, and activated his true qi. Both Qilin and Zhuang Yan were sent flying several meters by the pressure. Even Shi Jun exclaimed, "It's over, that's the Hwan sect's protective qi shield." Qilin was injured but still had the strength to curse, "Damn it. I'm not strong enough, otherwise I would have already chopped this son of a bitch into 100 pieces." So Mu Li told him to rest first. Shi Shan knew Sun Hao was a dangerous character and repeatedly warned, "Mr. Wuji, be careful, the Hwan sect's protective qi shield is poisonous." However, Mu Li said, "It's just a mere poisonous gas, nothing a single palm strike can't handle." With that, he flew towards the rampaging Sun Hao and said, "You have killed the innocent and acted unscrupulously for your own selfish gain. You deserve to die." Sun Hao didn't know when Mu Li had appeared and took a direct palm strike before he could react. He thought to himself, "Is this an expert from the imperial capital? How did he get here so fast?" Mu Li crouched down to interrogate him. "Where is your headquarters located?" Sun Hao remained defiant. "In your dreams, so what if the imperial capital sent someone? The great elder and the other disciples have already broken through their bottlenecks. Once they do, we'll have 2 martial grandmasters. What's your little Longshan martial alliance branch to us?" Mu Li knew he wouldn't get anything out of him and said softly, "Then there's no other way. I can only personally send you off from this beautiful world." Sun Hao stammered, You dare." There was nothing Mu Li didn't dare to do. He immediately struck his palm through Sun Hao's body, cleanly sending him to meet his maker. Zhuang Yan told him, "This is more serious than I thought. The Hwan sect's remnant, the great elder, has escaped. This person is no simple character. I heard he has reached the level of a half-step martial grandmaster." Mu Li instructed, "If anything comes up next time, you can notify me." They quickly thanked him. "That would be for the best, thank you for everything today, Mr. Wuji. Let's call it a day, I'll escort you back to the city." Mu Li agreed and set off on his return. Meanwhile at the city center hospital, Xiaodong slammed his fist on a table, his face filled with hatred for Mu Li. Fan Kun reported the situation to the young master of the Shu family. Right now all the posts on the forum are about him. He even has his own fan club. This Mu Li became famous by using you, young master, as a stepping stone, Xiaodong ordered. "Give me an idea, I want to completely ruin this Emmy's reputation." Fang Kun analyzed that although this Mu Li seemed gentle, he was actually extremely difficult to deal with. "Young Master Shu, this Mu Li is incredibly famous right now and is the center of attention at school. If we expose some scandal at this time, the effect will definitely be amplified." Xiaodong praised him. "It seems you have a bold idea," so Fang Kun proposed. "We can." Then he leaned in and whispered in Xiaodong's ear. After listening, Xiaodong let out a sinister laugh, then looked down at his injured leg and lamented, "Mu Li, oh Mu Li, was it fun to get famous by stepping on me? This time I'll make sure you're doomed beyond redemption." The next day at Yinkai University, Jachi passed by several whispering girls. "Is that him? You really can't judge a book by its cover. I can't believe he looks so upright, but his character is so poor." Hearing this, she directly stopped one of the girls, wanting to get to the bottom of it. "What you're talking about is related to Mu Li, right?" In the video the 2 girls showed her, Mu Li had turned into a shameless pervert, forcing a girl to do something against her will. He grabbed the girl, threw her onto the bed and ignored her pleas of, "Don't come near me." Mu Li directly tore the girl's clothes despite her desperate pleas, "No, please let me go." Mu Li used his oppressive aura to taunt her. "Scream, it's no use even if you scream your lungs out." The video was crystal clear, but Jachi still didn't believe it. He was indifferent even to an outstanding beauty like herself, so how could this girl possibly catch his eye? She immediately picked up the phone to notify Mu Li, "Have you seen that video? Someone is framing you." By then, he had already returned to school, enduring everyone's contemptuous stares. They began to protest, "Scum, how dare you still show your face? Why don't you just die, you beast in human clothing? Get out of Yinkai University, you're not welcome here. Get out, you unconscionable bastard. People like you should be shot." Seeing Mu Li being so miserably humiliated, Xiaodong smiled smugly, "Condemned by 1,000 fingers, cursed by 10,000 mouths. Mu Li, oh Mu Li, you brought this all upon yourself." Fang Kun asked young Master Shu, "What do we do next?" he ordered. "Let's go, it's our time to make an appearance. I want him to know that a piece of trash like him can't afford to offend me, the great young master of the Shu family." Amidst the noisy crowd, Zhao Zhao thankfully still stood by Mu Li's side, but this had gone too far. Some people started to take out filthy garbage, yelling, "Everyone make way, let's smash this bastard to death." Seeing that the situation was getting bad, Zhao Zhao immediately shielded Mu Li, but Mu Li simply held her, then circulated a trace of true qi, causing the garbage to stop in midair. Zhao Zhao was greatly surprised. Mu Li just snorted coldly, and with a thought made the pile of garbage fly back. Thus, the group of people who didn't know the truth reaped what they sowed. Just then, Xiaodong's voice rang out, "You bastard, you still dare to come to school on the basketball court. I thought you were a talent, and even had some appreciation for you. I never thought you were a wolf in sheep's clothing." To be mentioned in the same breath as scum like you is the greatest shame of my life, he then hypocritically incited the crowd. Scum, you don't deserve to be a student at Yinkai University. Get out of Yinkai University. Get out. Mu Li immediately realized this was Xiaodong's scheme, and Xiaodong admitted it without fear. That's right, it was me. So what? What can you do to me? With just a little trick, I, Shu Xiaodong, can doom you beyond redemption. You can just slowly regret it. Suddenly, Mu Li felt something was wrong and thought, Mu Xin's protective jade talisman has been activated. Did something happen to Mu Xin? Xiaodong continued to provoke. What, are you angry, unwilling to accept it? What can you do? Come and hit me. Then he burst into wild laughter. Then I'll grant you your wish. As soon as he finished speaking, Mu Li truly gave him a slap he would remember for the rest of his life, then vanished in an instant. Xiaodong was seriously injured, collapsing to the ground and twitching nonstop. Mu Li didn't dare to delay for a moment, his movement speed getting faster and faster, but he was still urging himself to go even faster. I once swore that I would never let the tragedy of my past life repeat itself. Sister, wait for me. I will never let anyone hurt you again. With that, he accelerated and sped away. In a secluded alley, Mu Xin was cornered by a group of thugs. She asked fearfully, "What do you want?" Because she had the protective treasure, the group of thugs couldn't succeed. One of them yelled, "Damn it, what is this damn thing? Get it off her." With that, he raised his knife to strike. Mu Xin had already resigned herself to her fate, thinking it was all over. Just then, Mu Li sensed the energy source of her protective treasure in time and without hesitation punched right through the wall, startling the ruffians into turning towards the sound. They stared blankly as the dust settled and a mysterious figure appeared. Mu Li's eyes were filled with killing intent as he declared, "Anyone who dares to touch my sister will die." With just a wave of his hand, he sent the entire group to meet their maker. Mu Li paid special attention to the leader. Plucking the earpiece from his ear, he heard a voice from inside. "What happened? Did you get her?" Mu Li warned again. "Zhang Nilu, I want you dead." The other party arrogantly provoked, "Come and get me if you have the guts." Mu Li angrily crushed the earpiece in his hand. After deactivating the protective barrier for Mu Xin, he stroked his sister's head and said gently, "Don't be afraid, I'll protect you. I promise you this will never happen again. No one will ever touch a single hair on your head." Mu Xin looked up at her brother. "Yes, I believe you." After safely sending Mu Xin back, Mu Li walked and thought, "I've sent Mu Xin back to school. It seems she was quite frightened this time. The Hwan sect, Zhang Nilu." With that, Mu Li decided to take out his phone and call his subordinate. "Alliance leader, what are your orders?" Mu Li commanded. "Send over all the Bei Ming masters that can be mobilized. I need to do something." The other party hesitated slightly. "All the masters, may I ask?" He decisively announced, "I am going to wipe out the Hwan sect." Next day, inside the Lu family mansion in Longshan, Lu Wusheng was discussing matters with Su Wen. The culprit who forged the video is none other than the Shu family's son, Shu Xiaodong. After hearing this, he couldn't hide his anger. This boy is truly despicable to dare to frame Wuji with a conspiracy. He must receive the punishment he deserves. Just then, the head of the Shu family, Shu Hu, came to request an audience. "Greetings, Venerable Lu." He glanced at Su Wen sitting as an equal with Lu Wusheng and thought, "Why is someone from the Su family here? Could they also be here to curry favor?" Lu Wusheng didn't beat around the bush and got straight to the point. "Patriarch Shu, to what do I owe the pleasure of your visit?" Just that hint of aura made Shu Hu's heart tremble. "Is this the pressure of a martial grandmaster? It's clearly aimed at me. Did the Shu family offend the Lu family?" He respectfully clasped his hands and asked, "Venerable Lu, I wonder which audacious member of the Shu family has offended the Lu family. Please enlighten me. I, Shu Hu, will absolutely not let them off lightly." Su Wen couldn't help but speak up. "Our Su family is already prepared to launch an all-out attack on the Shu family's businesses. Even if it means suffering heavy losses ourselves, we will cripple the Shu family." Shu Hu thought to himself, the Su family indeed has the ability to heavily damage the Shu family's economy, but for a business family to dare to make a move on a martial arts family, unless they're tired of living. Not only that, but Lu Wusheng also added, a confrontation on the economic front alone is not enough. If Longshan were to lose one of its major martial arts families, I wonder what kind of chain reaction that would cause. This statement made Shu Hu turn pale with fright. "What? The Lu family too?" he decided to ask clearly. "Sirs, what exactly has our Shu family done wrong? Please enlighten me. Even if I am to die, let me die knowing why." Su Wen said, "Yesterday on the Yinkai University website, someone uploaded a forged video that caused a strong reaction. After professional analysis, the video was found to be fabricated by a criminal to frame a male student from the Chinese department for misconduct, causing severe damage to the student's reputation." Shu Hu wanted to know the identity of that male student. Su Wen coldly emphasized two words, Wuji. Shu Hu's face turned ashen as he thought, "Wuji, is it that famous Wuji, the one who is said to be admired even by Lu Wusheng?" What shocked him even more was when Su Wen told him that the person who framed him was acting on his son's instructions. A short while later at the city center hospital, Xiaodong was wrapped in bandages like a mummy, still groaning. "Damn it, that Mu Li!" Fang Kun comforted him. "Young Master Shu, don't be angry. What Mu Li did is no different from running away. This time he won't be able to clear his name even if he jumps into the Longming River. Besides, you can still sue him for intentional assault." Just then, someone kicked the door in. Xiaodong was startled and yelled, "Who the hell is it?" Seeing Shu Hu, he immediately changed his tune. Dad, how did you know I was in the hospital? I haven't told the family yet, but it's nothing serious. I'll be discharged after a while. He had expected his father to be concerned, but instead he was met with a slap across the only exposed part of his face. Xiaodong cried out in grievance, "Dad, why did you hit me?" Shu Hu grabbed his troublemaking son and berated him loudly. "Look what you've done, the entire Shu family was almost destroyed because of you. A slap is getting off lightly. I want to cripple you with my own hands. Now immediately, right this instant, come with me to apologize, or I'll make you wish you were never born." At the Su family villa, Jachi rushed downstairs, running to Mu Li's side as she said, "Look quickly. The matter has been cleared up and Shu Xiaodong has been taken away by the relevant authorities. As long as I'm here, I will never let you be wronged." Then she asked, "Are you guys really going to the Hwan sect's outpost tomorrow?" The thought of them made Mu Li clench his jaw and say with hatred, "The remnants of the Hwan sect have committed heinous crimes and everyone has the right to punish them. Of course I can't let them go." A moment later, more than a dozen masters from the Alliance came to greet the Alliance leader. He asked everyone, "Are you all ready?" They replied, "We are ready." With his order, Mu Li led the team, vowing to leave no stone unturned and wipe out the Hwan sect. The entire team split up and infiltrated the Hwan sect's outpost. The enemy was caught off guard by the surprise attack. Soon, one leader after another was eliminated. When it was over, a subordinate reported, "Alliance leader, the Hwan sect's outpost number 5 has been annihilated. If not for this operation, we wouldn't have known the Hwan sect had so many outposts. To prevent them from rising from the ashes, they decided to burn the entire outpost to the ground." Mu Li asked if they had found the location of the Hwan sect's next outpost. The subordinate said someone from the black market had provided information that the next outpost was an underground casino. They only left after the outpost was completely burned down. Hearing that his 5th outpost had also been destroyed, Jin Feng in the underground casino slammed his palm on the table in fury, roaring, "To destroy 5 of my outposts in one day." A cup fell to the ground and shattered, and he continued to rage, "Damn it, if I weren't in the middle of preparing for a breakthrough, who in all of Longshan would dare to be so insolent in front of me?" Just then Nilu walked in. He asked, "Good disciple, do you have any clues about the mastermind?" Nilu said he had no idea, but a name had already surfaced in his mind. "Wuji, this must be your doing, right? What a shame." Not far from the outpost, the people from the Martial Alliance were also waiting for the right moment. Someone saw the team openly enter the outpost and asked, "What's going on? Who are these people in black robes?" Zhuang Yan recognized at a glance that it was Mr. Wuji. He thought to himself, "So he is the leader of this group of black-robed people. Could the mysterious figure rumored to be wiping out the Hwan sect be him?" At this moment the casino was in a state of screaming chaos. "Everyone get out, run!" Hearing the commotion, Jin Feng also asked himself, "What's happening down there?" A subordinate boldly asked the newcomers who they were. Mu Li didn't even bother to look at them and immediately struck, finishing them off in a few moves. With Mu Li alone, the crowd of Hwan sect minions was beaten without any chance to fight back. Only then did Jin Feng appear, clapping his hands in praise. "What a promising young man, you've got some skills. A pity you came here to die." Mu Li couldn't be bothered with pleasantries and asked, "You're the mastermind behind the Hwan sect, right?" The old man didn't hide it. "That's right, it's me." Zhuang Yan walked out from somewhere and questioned, "I've seen a photo of the Hwan sect's great elder, and you're not him." "Who are you?" Jin Feng confessed. "That old fool died long ago. The grass on his grave is already tall. Before he died, he passed his legacy on to me. I never expected to be a genius cultivating the art of harvesting yin to supplement yang. In just 10 years I've reached my current level, and I'm preparing to break through to Martial Grand Master." Zhuang Yan exclaimed, "Impossible." The old man's tone became contemptuous. "Not just me, even my disciple is extremely suited for the Hwan sect's techniques. I believe he's from the Zhang family of Zhangjing." The young master of the Zhang family, with backing Nilu, also became arrogant. "Wuji, you certainly are capable. I didn't expect you to pull this move. It did take me by surprise. However, since you've come today, I'm afraid you won't be going back." Mu Li angrily pointed at the scoundrel Zhang Nilu and declared, "Today you will definitely die." Jin Feng found this jarring and cursed him for his arrogant words, then ordered his men, "Kill them for me." Meanwhile, Nilu decided to challenge Mu Li to a one-on-one duel to see who would die today. Mu Li's subordinates had all arrived, just waiting for his command. As he gave the order to attack, the scene was filled with nothing but the clang of weapons and piercing screams. Seeing the other side gaining the upper hand, Nilu couldn't help but worry. When it was over, a subordinate reported, "Alliance leader, all the disciples and grand disciples of the Hwan sect have been dealt with." Jin Feng was shocked, not expecting someone as young as Mu Li to be able to summon 15 martial arts masters. "But no matter, let me show you what this old man is capable of." With that, he leaped into the fray. Several martial artists didn't have time to react before becoming his warm-up targets. The rest swarmed forward trying to surround him. But Jin Feng just smiled confidently and said, "Just in time." Then he rushed forward, one palm for each person. His immense power sent his opponents flying like fallen leaves. Most of our men were also knocked down. The most experienced, Elder Li and Elder Zhang, both exclaimed, "A half-step martial Grand Master." Jin Feng said nonchalantly, If you hadn't ruined my plans, I would have been able to condense my internal energy and become a true martial grandmaster soon, Elder Li said. Since he is about to become a martial grandmaster, although he hasn't reached the stage of injuring people with projected internal energy, a half-step martial grandmaster is equivalent to a martial grandmaster. Hearing this, Mu Li told them to retreat first. Zhuang Yan also kindly reminded him, Mr. Wuji, a half-step martial grandmaster's close combat ability is extremely strong. With our strength, we are not his match. I think we should use a war of attrition to wear him down. That's the best strategy. He remained calm and reassured them. Don't worry, Jin Feng mocked, just a bunch of brats with big mouths. Die. After saying that, he rushed towards Mu Li like a bolt of lightning. He calmly picked up a chair next to him and said softly to the old man, Half-step martial grandmaster, pity you can't hurt me. One move is all it will take. After being hit, Jin Feng flew a great distance and the violent impact caused a loud bang. Zhuang Yan's eyes widened at the sight. A half-step martial grandmaster's body was covered in internal energy, impervious even to bullets, yet he had sent the man flying with just a chair. However, it would be too much of a pity for someone as strong as Jin Feng to die just like that. He stood on a tall building again and roared, Wuji, I will kill you. Jin Feng's whole body was enveloped in an even stronger power. He then aimed at his target, pushed off the ground and charged down. Seeing that he wouldn't give up until he was faced with death, Mu Li charged up again, carrying the chair. Jin Feng descended from the sky like a bird, but just as he got close he was solidly hit by Mu Li's chair. He was sent flying high into the air like a shuttlecock, followed by a loud explosion. On the verge of defeat, Jin Feng was still defiant. I am a dignified half-step martial grandmaster. How dare you treat me like this? Such audacity, I will tear you to pieces. The words grated on Mu Li's ears, so he slapped him so hard he couldn't tell his teeth from his lips. As he prepared to hit Jin Feng with the chair again, the old man grabbed it and cried out for outside help. Wicked disciple, why aren't you helping your master? Who knew that Ni Lu was also a traitor who would betray his own master. He directly ordered Jin Feng, shut up. If you shout again, I'll be the first to kill you. The old man was stunned. What did you say? How treacherous. I am your master. Ni Lu decided to lay his cards on the table. I've already learned the Hwan sect's techniques. You have no more use to me. It turned out Jin Feng had been nursing a viper in his bosom all along. He was so angry his face turned purple and he cursed, You beast, I'll kill you. Before he could make a move he was slapped again by his own disciple, who then personally mocked him as useless. Zhuang Yan asked in confusion, Zhang Nilu, you are from the Zhang family of Zhangjing. The Zhang family is renowned. You can have whatever you want, so why would you join such a despised demonic sect? Aren't you afraid of tarnishing the Zhang family's name? He answered candidly, What is a demonic sect, and what is justice? As long as a technique can help me improve my realm, I don't care if it's from a demonic sect. I used to be ranked 7th on the preliminary list of martial grandmasters. There were 6 people above me, and that Wang Fu Yun in particular was someone everyone on the list could only look up to. Now even the top-ranked person on the preliminary list of martial grandmasters would have to bow before me. Even against that incredibly talented Wang Fu Yun, I would dare to fight him. Zhuang Yan asked again, So you cultivate demonic techniques, harm innocent young girls, and destroy them physically and mentally? Ni Lu believed, It is their blessing to receive my favor. He also said to Mu Li, That girl with the surname Su and your sister are both top quality. Don't worry, I will favor them well in the future. Hearing this, he tightened his grip on the chair in his hand. Ni Lu provoked again, Do you think I'm like that useless old man? In the power he released, Zhuang Yan cried out in horror. A half-step martial grandmaster, another half-step martial grandmaster. He called out Mu Li's name, but he didn't answer. Ni Lu grew bolder and walked up to him to provoke. I'll stand right here and let you hit me. What can you do to me? Mu Li's expression didn't change. Since his opponent had issued a challenge, he should accept it. Ni Lu talked a big game, but who would have thought that the chair would actually hit him in the face? After an intimate contact with Ni Lu's handsome face, it directly knocked him out of shape, and he stuck to the wall from the inertia. Having just been hit, he still couldn't believe Mu Li could actually hit him. Ni Lu roared again, This young master doesn't believe it. Don't believe it. Mu Li would just give him another one to make both sides of his face symmetrical. Another hit, right on the face, and Ni Lu was once again plastered to the wall. Witnessing this scene, Zhuang Yan's eyes glazed over, and a silly smile crept onto his lips. That chair is actually completely unharmed after sending 2 venerables flying. It's truly a divine artifact. But Ni Lu still wouldn't admit defeat. He got up and threw another punch at Mu Li. And Mu Li still used the chair to deal with him, hitting him out like a shuttlecock again. The hero of this battle was this very chair. Ni Lu once again had an intimate encounter with the wall. This time seemed to be heavy. He suffered internal injuries and vomited blood continuously. With just 3 moves, Mu Li had taken care of the arrogant young man, leaving Zhuang Yan wide-eyed. Wuji, you're too incredible. 2 half-step martial grandmasters were beaten by you like you were playing a ball game. He still said nothing, silently walking towards Ni Lu. His internal injuries were severe and his life was in danger. Seeing that Mu Li was about to make a move on him, Zhuang Yan immediately warned, Although Zhang Nilu has committed many evil deeds, he is ultimately a member of the Zhang family of Zhangjing. You cannot take his life. Even Nilu himself was still unconvinced. This is illogical. It must be that my realm isn't stable yet, and I couldn't exert my full strength, otherwise you would be no match for me. Mu Li sneered, asking him, "Oh, is that so? You think you can instantly kill me if you become a true martial grandmaster?" Nilou said with certainty. "Of course, if my realm were stable and my strength could project internal energy, killing you would take but a second, as you wish." Mu Li replied, "All right, I'll help you become a true martial grandmaster." Nilou hadn't understood what was happening when he saw him extend a hand and press it against his body. 15 minutes later, Nilou's power underwent a significant change as a new force surged into his body. Zhuang Yan witnessed his promotion firsthand and couldn't help but exclaim, "Wuji really helped Zhang Nilou become a martial grandmaster." Mu Li announced to Nilou, "You are now a true martial grandmaster." He looked at his flawless body and said, "Yeah, that's right." He suddenly burst out laughing and warned Mu Li, "I don't know what's wrong with your brain actually helping me solidify my realm, but I won't go easy on you. Your life is mine." He didn't even bother with this punk, just unleashed a new power. This time Nilou didn't have to charge forward, he just stood his ground to block Mu Li's attack. However, even with the strength of a martial grandmaster now, he was no match, and was quickly sent flying into the wall again. This time the force was so great that it shook the entire building, battered and bruised on the verge of being scrapped. Nilou finally realized, "You've been a martial grandmaster all along," Zhuang Yan thought. "What on earth is happening to this world? Why are two martial grandmasters appearing at the same time?" Wang Fuyun took only 20 years to become the youngest martial grandmaster in China, shaking the entire martial arts world. Since then, only 2 others had achieved this. He concluded that this golden age of martial arts was truly beginning. But Nilou, despite being battered and bruised, refused to yield. "Wuji, you are very powerful. I, Nilou, have been defeated by you. But don't get cocky. One day I will surpass you." Mu Li just asked faintly, "Do you think you still have a future?" He replied, "Why can't I have a future? Our Zhang family has a 3,000-year heritage, has produced 2 generations of martial grandmasters, and is still one of the top families in China. You're just a newcomer. What can a mere martial grandmaster do to me? On the contrary, if our Zhang family wanted to kill you, it would be as easy as flipping a hand. Let alone you, ask this pack of dogs around you if they dare to kill me." Zhuang Yan stated that since he was from the Zhang family of Zhangjing, he could only be escorted to the imperial capital to be tried by the martial court and arbitration council. This was why Nilou dared to be so arrogant and scornful. "You don't dare to kill me, what a bunch of cowards." It was known that Jiangnan province was one of the most prosperous regions in China. The Zhang family had been established in Jiangnan for a long time, possessing immense wealth and power, and was highly regarded by the state. The current head of the Zhang family in Jiangnan was Zhang Nilou's father. His grandfather was a revered martial grandmaster renowned throughout China, with unfathomable cultivation. Zhang Nilou was the 3rd-generation heir. Zhang Nilou absolutely could not be harmed while in their custody. One of Mu Li's subordinates also confirmed this. "He's right, some of us don't dare to kill him," Mu Li asked. "So if the Zhang family uses its influence to clear their only son's name, it would be as easy as flipping a hand to have his crimes pardoned, right?" The subordinate confirmed again. "Even if the Zhang family does nothing. When Zhang Nilou is sent to the imperial capital, the high-ranking officials there, fearing the Zhang family's status, might not sentence him to death." Thus, Nilou provoked again. "So, now you know how powerful our Zhang family is, so what if you're a martial grandmaster? I, Zhang Nilou, am someone you can never touch in your life." As he spoke, he took out his phone to call his grandfather. "Hello, Grandpa, it's me." As soon as the call connected, the old man eagerly greeted his grandson. "Nilou, you rascal, where on earth are you? Do you know how worried your father and I have been? How are you now? Why does your voice sound a bit off?" He told his grandfather that he had reached the martial grandmaster realm. This made the old man ecstatic. "What? You've reached martial grandmaster? This is wonderful news." However, Nilou's tone shifted. "Grandpa, listen to me. Although I've broken through to the martial grandmaster realm, I'm now facing a life and death crisis. There's someone named Wuji who wants to kill me." Hearing that someone wanted to harm his direct grandson, the other end of the line exploded. "What? Who dares to touch my grandson?" Nilou looked at Mu Li with a contemptuous gaze. "You still dare to kill me, Wuji?" Despite Zhuang Yan's earnest persuasion, "Mr. Wuji, you must calm down. The Zhang family is powerful. Becoming a martial grandmaster at such a young age gives you a boundless future. But it's not wise to make an enemy of the Zhang family now." However, Mu Li couldn't listen anymore. He walked straight up to him, snatched the phone from his hand, and said to Nilou's grandfather, "Why would your Zhang family produce such a piece of trash?" It was the first time Nilou had seen someone so brazenly disrespect him. His surprise turned to anger, and he demanded Mu Li return his phone. Mu Li didn't grant his wish, instead giving him another slap, then grabbed Nilou by the head and lifted him up like a chick. Mu Li would not let such a scoundrel live any longer. In front of everyone, he immediately finished him off. Only after he had gone to meet his maker did Mu Li toss his body to the ground. Nilou's grandfather's voice still echoed from the phone. "You dare to kill my grandson? I don't care who you are, you're dead. Between our Zhang family and you, one must die." Seeing this family acting so tyrannically, Mu Li could no longer hold back. He crushed Nilou's phone with his foot. Jin Feng, who was not quite dead yet, struggled to crawl out of the pit, trying to take the opportunity to escape. But how could he escape Mu Li's eyes? With just one strike, a powerful pressure swept past everyone like a flash of lightning. Jin Feng couldn't even withstand a single move before following Nilou to meet his maker. The terrifying aftershock triggered a deafening explosion. After everything was done, Mu Li quietly left. leaving behind a terrified Zhuangyan and a few others. Wuji, he can kill a martial grandmaster with just one palm. This power is too terrifying. He hurriedly chased after him. I genuinely want to give you a piece of advice, Mr. Wuji. Mr. Wuji, I know your cultivation is profound, but to prevent the Zhang family's retaliation, you should arrange a safe place for your family, and lie low for a while. Mu Li tightly gripped Zhuangyan's shoulder. Thank you for the reminder, he stated. In this matter of eliminating the Hwan sect's lair, your contribution is the greatest. I will report it to the Martial Alliance headquarters in the imperial capital, and give you the reward you deserve. Your status as a martial grandmaster will also be reported, hoping it will make the Zhang family a little wary. To his surprise, Mu Li refused. No need, I prefer a quiet life. Left with no choice, Zhuangyan could only take his leave. Very well, I must go back and report. Take care, Mr. Wuji. Elder Zhang and Elder Li also offered encouragement. Alliance leader, we are not afraid. The Zhang family may be powerful, but we will always support you. Mu Li gave them both instructions. I understand. You two return to Beizhou and await my orders. If you need my help with anything, just ask. Don't be strangers. Then we shall await the Alliance leader's command. The next morning at the Su family villa, Su Wen paced anxiously in the courtyard. He had been worried all night, only feeling a slight sense of relief when he saw Mu Li's figure. He went to the door to greet him and asked about the situation. Mr. Wuji, you're back. Did everything go smoothly? He said everything went smoothly, not forgetting to thank him for handling the matter with Shu Xiaodong. And thank you and everyone else. Su Wen said it was what they should do. Luckily, we had Venerable Lu's help. Otherwise, our Su family alone would definitely not have been able to fight the Shu family. Just then, someone announced, Master Venerable Lu is here. Su Wen ordered, perfect timing, show him in. Lu Wusheng arrived with a worried expression, bearing news. Mr. Wuji, the Zhang family has just issued a martial world execution order against you. That day on the Epic Forum, the Zhang family had posted a mission. Martial World Execution Order. Kill Wuji of Longshan for a reward of 100 million. The one who completes the task can enter the Zhang family's territory and cultivate their techniques, but they are not to be taught to outsiders. Below the post was a flood of comments from netizens. Who is Wuji? What did he do to make the Zhang family of Zhangjing so angry as to issue a Martial World Execution Order? He's a genius. How did he provoke the Zhang family? In a few more years he might have broken through to the martial grandmaster realm and become the second Wang Fu Yun, but it's a pity he offended the Zhang family. Someone commented. What do you guys know? Zhang Nilu, the third-generation direct heir of the Zhang family, was killed in Longshan City. The one who killed him was Wuji. Alas, Wuji, what a pity. Lu Wusheng stated that the Zhang family was powerful, and with the execution order issued, countless people would be coveting Mr. Wuji's life day and night. I'm afraid a large group of martial artists are already rushing to Longshan at this very moment. A disciple beside him curiously asked, Master, does the reward for this martial world execution order have such a powerful allure? He replied, Silly child, the reward of 100 million in cash is certainly not attractive, but the chance to cultivate the Zhang family's techniques is an opportunity to reach the martial grandmaster realm. How many top martial artists in China are stuck at the peak realm, unable to become a martial grandmaster? The Zhang family's techniques are fatally attractive to them. Mr. Wuji, since things have come to this, it's best to arrange a hiding place for your family and then go into hiding yourself. Those martial artists are going crazy, they'll do anything. Seeing Mu Li's indifferent attitude, Wusheng proposed, Mr. Wuji, that Zhang family is too arrogant. Why don't we go to Jiangnan and meet that old martial grandmaster of the Zhang family? But he said, your realm is still unstable. Have you mastered the qi nurturing art I taught you? Hit a sore spot, he stammered. This, so Mu Li told him. I have my own plans for this matter. You should go back and stabilize your realm first. Only then can you be of help. I know this is a matter of the martial world, but Su Wen expressed. Mr. Wuji, although our Su family is not a martial arts family and our abilities are limited, we have no problem when it comes to money. We will definitely support you to the end. He just politely refused. Not for now, Brother Su, please get me a few pieces of jade, I have a use for them. Mu Li secretly calculated. My cultivation has improved again. He picked up the jade pendant in his hand and began to inject power into it, thinking, refining protective talismans will be even more effective. With these I won't have to worry about the safety of my mother and sister. After finishing, Mu Li looked at the sky outside and exclaimed, Today is really a good day. However, he had just stretched when he sensed an ominous sign. The bold fellow jumped over the wall into the Su family's property. By the time Mu Li came out, he was already prepared to rush up and take his life. Wang Qi charged over with a long saber, wanting to take Mu Li's life, but he slashed again and again, and Mu Li blocked every strike. It wasn't until his third slash that he reached out to block it. With his extraordinary strength, the blade made a clanging sound as it touched his hand. Wang Qi knew this was a formidable opponent, so he immediately retreated a few steps and praised Mu Li. As expected of the fifth ranked on the preliminary list of martial grandmasters, good reaction. I am Wang Qi of the Great Saber. Today I've come to take your dog's life in exchange for the Zhang family's superior techniques to help me become a martial grandmaster. Mu Li didn't expect someone to come looking for him just one night after the Zhang family issued the execution order. He also evaluated the man before him as being very fast. But with just you, I'm afraid it will be difficult, Wang Qi responded. Difficult or not, you'll know after you've tasted my saber technique. Since all the Hwan sect members had been killed by Mu Li that day, it seems the martial alliance hadn't revealed his abilities yet. So dealing with Wang Qi's saber technique basically only required 2 fingers. Witnessing his opponent's skill, Wang Qi was secretly amazed. What, he blocked my refined steel blade with his fingers twice? The first time I thought he was using all his strength, but I didn't expect his power to be several times stronger this time. Seeing Mu Li still looking calm and composed, he knew this was bad. This power was still growing stronger. The intelligence on Wuji's strength was wrong. Mu Li didn't want to play with this guy anymore, so he pushed him down and ordered, "Get lost, and do me a favor, pass a message for me. Anyone who comes to kill me, remember to bring their own weapons. I don't have any prepared here." As he spoke with a slight exertion of force, he shattered the saber. After that, Mu Li added, "However, you can only deliver that message in the underworld." He then released an aura of death. Wang Qi took the hit, let out a scream, spewed a large amount of blood, and after tumbling a few times he was dead. Lu Wusheng arrived just in time to see the matter resolved, sighing, "I didn't expect them to come so quickly." Mu Li thought, "It seems the Su family is no longer safe." So he entrusted Lu Wusheng, "Please tell Mr. Su that I'll be sleeping outside tonight," he lamented. "It's just that our strength is too weak. Not only can we not help Mr. Wuji, but we've also implicated you." That night, Mu Li came to Wusheng's residence to stay for the night. He gave a firm guarantee. "Mr. Wuji, please rest assured. I promise I won't let any of those riffraff disturb you." Mu Li thanked him gratefully. "I appreciate it." Wusheng also advised him to rest early. The next morning, Mu Li was stunned by the sight before him as soon as he woke up. He hadn't expected so many masters to try and take his life overnight. This was all thanks to Wusheng's work last night. So Mu Li praised him for a job well done and promised Lu Wusheng that as long as he worked hard on cultivating the art I gave him, he could reach a realm above Martial Grandmaster. He asked in surprise, "Above Martial Grandmaster?" But Mu Li also made a request, "You must ensure that not a single hair on my sister's head is harmed." He clasped his hands and accepted the order. Lu Wusheng will remember and will do his utmost to complete the task. He then went to Mu Xin's school, looking at the sparkling jade stone. Mu Li asked curiously, "Brother, what are you giving me this for?" He said, "Sister, brother is going on a long trip. When I'm not around, you have to protect yourself well. Also, I've already made arrangements." Mu Xin asked if it would be a long time before she saw her brother again. Mu Li gently coaxed his sister, "Not long, don't worry. Wait for me to come back." That day on the way to Beizhou, Mu Li was sitting on a bus when a few despicable characters followed him for the reward from the execution order. The two of them planned to sneak attack him when he wasn't paying attention, but little did they know Mu Li had already discovered them. He immediately flew up and kicked them. The two were kicked out of the bus by the inertia. The bus swayed and stopped by the side of the road. Mu Li threatened the driver to keep driving. The driver had no choice but to obey. It was only when they reached Beizhou that the driver breathed a sigh of relief. People nearby were whispering, "He killed them, right? That was murder and he killed so many. Don't talk about it, hurry up and call the police." Seeing him come home, Xiaobai acted spoiled. "Why are you only back now? Didn't you promise to take me out to play? I'm so bored here." It turned out that during the time Mu Li was away, Xiaobai had taken on the responsibility of guarding the house and protecting the family. Looking at his mother busy in the kitchen, Mu Li whispered to Xiaobai, "Protect my mom well. You must not let anything happen to her. When I come back, I'll take you out to play." Her eyes lit up like car headlights. "Really, you have to keep your word." After making a promise to this little ancestor, he rested his head on the chair and thought, "Now only Bei Ming is left." No sooner said than done. A few hours later, Mu Li had already appeared at the Bei Ming headquarters. The Shu family head named Rongguang, 65 years old, a martial grandmaster, came to pay his respects today. "Alliance leader, we are not afraid of the Zhang family of Zhangjing. If they dare to send people, we will fight them to the death." Mu Li urged everyone to cultivate well and improve their abilities. "If I need everyone's help, I will definitely get in touch. Other than that, help me protect my mother and don't let her be harassed in any way." Everyone responded, "Yes, of course, rest assured, Alliance leader." Rongguang guessed that he was going on a long journey and asked, "Alliance leader, where are you going?" When Mu Li said he was going to the south, everyone at the headquarters was stunned. Elder Zhang proactively suggested, "Alliance leader, the martial world execution order has been issued. Why don't you stay in Bei Ming? We will definitely work together." Elder Li also chimed in, "Yes, Alliance leader." But he said to them, "My mind is made up. There's no need for further persuasion. This time, I'm only traveling by land. Consider it a journey. I hope to reach Jiangnan in a month. When I send the signal, then don't let me down. If your cultivation hasn't improved by then, there's nothing I can do." Rongguang thought as he poured tea. It seems the Alliance leader doesn't care about the martial world execution order at all. He looked at this young man and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The heavens in the south are about to change. 2 days later, at the border of Jinggu in the south, Mu Li commented as he walked, The concentration of spiritual energy here is higher than outside, and it gets denser the further up the mountain you go. If I cultivate here for a while, my realm will definitely improve. As expected, it's very quiet here, undisturbed by the hustle and bustle of the city. About half an hour later, as Mu Li was sitting on a rock cultivating, he sensed something and opened his eyes to observe. He recognized this pure spiritual energy and pushed aside a clump of grass to look towards the lake. Mu Li recognized the small figure lying on a leaf in the lake. It was a mountain spirit. The mountain spirit is born in the untainted mountains and rivers, rich in spiritual energy, and contains immense spiritual energy within its body. It is born on high and perilous cliffs. If a mountain spirit evolves to its ultimate form, it can be reborn as a high-level being, wielding extraordinary abilities, and is regarded as a precious spiritual object by cultivators. However, the spiritual energy on Earth is thin, causing cultivation speed to be slow. If I can obtain this mountain spirit and use the spiritual energy in its body, I can definitely break through to the origin core realm in a short time, skipping the chi refinement stage, but I can't be hasty. Mountain spirits are very vigilant and fast. I must be very careful to catch it. To his surprise, the mountain spirit raised a sharpened wooden stick and then forcefully stabbed it into the water. A red carp leapt out of the water in pain. The mountain spirit had caught a fish several times larger than its own body. It then joyfully ran off with the fish. Seeing this, Mu Li also followed. Seeing it enter an inhabited house, he asked himself, could this mountain spirit be kept by someone? This is a bit troublesome. Just then the door of the house was opened by his power. He could guess that this old man, the energy in this old man's body had far surpassed the mid-chi refinement stage, and was even several levels higher than his current self. I never thought there would be such a strong person in China. The mountain spirit has a master, and a very powerful one at that. If I stay any longer, I'll inevitably be misunderstood. It's better to leave. However, his movements were more or less detected by the old man, who just didn't perceive who it was. With this curiosity, the old man followed the residual power and saw Mu Li cultivating on a rock. It seemed that the strong could sense the energy of the strong, so Mu Li asked who was watching him. Qin Mu knew he had been exposed and decided to reveal himself. Mu Li asked, "Is there something you'd like to ask, sir?" To sneak up on someone during their cultivation without permission is a great taboo in the world of cultivators. The old man stroked his long beard and introduced himself. "I am Qin Mu. By the way, young friend, may I know where you are from?" "Who are you?" Mu Li replied. "I am from Beizhou." Qin Mu murmured, "Beizhou is Jinhu." Suddenly he felt his power was a bit strange. It released itself and gathered in his palm. Qin Mu saw this and taking Mu Li's hand exclaimed in admiration, "Young friend, you are very good, very good, very good." The old man couldn't help but touch Mu Li all over, so he asked, "What exactly do you want, sir?" He thought, "This person has been following me since last night." Qin Mu answered vaguely, "Nothing. I just suddenly found someone with excellent aptitude and got a little excited." Mu Li wanted to ask what he meant, but he just kept saying nothing, which made him think Qin Mu was really a strange person. It was not good to be followed like this all day. It would be better to find another place to cultivate. Mu Li found a cave deep in the mountains, then gathered some firewood to light a fire to avoid the darkness. He also found a blanket to sleep on, thinking this would be sufficient. Suddenly, Mu Li discovered liquid flowing in the cave. He scooped some up and saw that it was actually stone marrow fluid. Stone marrow fluid is the essence accumulated in the mountains over many years. If ordinary people drink it, it can strengthen their bodies and prolong their lives. Cultivators can use it to temper their bodies. Since I started cultivating, I have never practiced any magic arts. Today, encountering stone marrow fluid, I must master a divine ability. He flipped through a few cards and chose the Immaculate Saint Body. This is it. Then he took off his outer clothes and thought, Immaculate Saint Body tempering the physical body with spiritual energy. When cultivated to the highest realm, one can easily break through all dharmas. Cultivating the Immaculate Saint Body to its highest realm can defy the heavens, but it consumes too many heavenly and earthly treasures. In a place with thin spiritual energy like Earth, one can't cultivate to a high level. He didn't expect the power to become so terrifying just at the entry level. This made Mu Li even more enthusiastic to conquer the Immaculate Saint Body. It wasn't until 3 hours later that he had mastered the entry level of the Immaculate Saint Body. He hadn't expected Qin Mu to be secretly standing by watching him cultivate again. He didn't know why this old man had come here again. This damn pervert. The old man stood there stroking his beard and praised. "Not bad, really not bad." Mu Li stopped beating around the bush and asked, "What exactly is your purpose, sir? If you have something to say, just say it. If you keep following me, I'm going to get angry." Qin Mu just wanted to ask him, if the people of China were plunged into deep waters and scorching fires, would you be willing to selflessly dedicate yourself, brave fire and water for them, and sacrifice your life? Mu Li gazed into the distance, pondering. Selfless dedication? Looking at the birds flying freely in the sky, he continued. "I'm not a bad person, but I'm not a good person either. I admire those kind people who help the world without asking for anything in return, but I can't become that kind of person," he thought. In this era, good people suffer too much and receive too little. "I just want to protect my family." Hearing this, Qin Mu replied hesitantly, "Is that so? I understand." It turned out the old man had troubles in his heart. I just want to find someone to take over as the prefect of the state. Is it that difficult? Muley muttered to himself. The stone marrow fluid is used up and the immaculate saint body is only at the minor success stage. If I want to continue cultivating, I need more spiritual energy. So he proactively jumped onto a tree to search. Looking at the fruits hanging before him, he plucked them with all his might. Just as he took a bite, he noticed someone approaching. Several people in red clothes were carrying a coffin. It seemed very heavy and they struggled to move it. Muley sensed that these people had a very heavy yin energy. What are they doing? I'll go over and see what's going on. As he spoke, he moved closer to observe. 3 strangely dressed people placed the coffin in front of a cave entrance. A leader ordered the coffin to be opened. Muley watched intently, not missing a second. He guessed the aura. This cave is probably a place where a great evil is being raised. The 3 men struggled to lift the coffin and poured a bright red liquid into the cave. Muley recognized it as a coffin full of human blood. After a large amount of blood was poured into the cave, a terrifying roar began to come from inside. The nearby creatures were so frightened they fled quickly. The group of red-clad men were so scared their hearts pounded and they collapsed to the ground. Muley still didn't understand what was happening. Just as he was about to get a closer look, he was grabbed by Chin Mu. The old man motioned for Muley to be quiet. After the men had left, Muley asked who they were. Chin Mu said they were from the Corpse Ghost sect. He was curious about the name Corpse Ghost sect. So the old man told him about the great chaos in the martial world over 100 years ago, when various sects sprang up like mushrooms after rain. This Corpse Ghost sect was one of the top demonic sects among them. The Corpse Ghost sect practiced a heretical path, dancing with zombies. The people in the sect had extremely heavy yin energy, being neither human nor ghost. Their existence in the human world was a disaster. Muley asked again, "And what about in there?" Chin Mu understood and said it was a zombie. The old man flew down, saying as he flew, "I have lived in seclusion on this mountain for many years and never discovered a zombie here. It wasn't until the people from the Corpse Ghost sect appeared that I learned a disaster was hidden here. And there are traces of formations and Taoist talismans in that cave. This zombie must have been sealed by a master, which is why I didn't go down to check for fear of breaking the seal." Muley guessed his meaning. So the Corpse Ghost sect is raising this zombie, wanting it to awaken, and then use the Corpse Ghost sect's secret methods to control it to do their bidding, right? But I see the seal inside is about to be broken. Chin Mu sighed. If it escapes, the mountain village below will surely suffer. Seeing Muley smash the blood coffin, Chin Mu cried out in surprise. "Young man, what are you planning to do?" After the coffin was shattered, Muley looked at the bottomless cave and urged the old man. "Let's go down and see what's really going on," Chin Mu explained. "Zombies are great evils, divided into white zombies, black zombies, green zombies, hairy zombies, and flying zombies. Young friend, your protective divine art is truly extraordinary. The turbid chi in the cave is too heavy. Even my fire has been extinguished." The old man pointed to the talismans plastered all over the cave and said, "Young friend, look. These are the Taoist talismans at the entrance of the cave. Once it breaks through its cultivation, these talismans will be useless. I think the zombie in this cave is of a high level, probably already a hairy zombie, impervious to water and fire and not afraid of sunlight." But Muley only found the mixture of the smell of blood and rotting flesh to be truly disgusting. The two walked a little deeper. Looking at the chains scattered under their feet, Chin Mu exclaimed, "Oh no, it broke the iron chains." He didn't expect a zombie to be clinging tightly to the wall behind him. It seemed to have sensed the intrusion and turned around to enter attack mode. Muley sensed it was above them. It quickly jumped down, wanting to tear Chin Mu to shreds. Luckily the old man dodged the attack and had time to see its face. Meanwhile, Muley noticed the dagger on the zombie's body. It was a half-severing talisman sword, and the seal had not yet been broken by it. It began to extend its long claws to grab Chin Mu. However, although the old man was aged, he was still agile. The zombie suffered a small setback but was unharmed, and it counterattacked Chin Mu forcefully. Fortunately, the old man dodged again. Muley was still observing the zombie. He could determine that its level was far beyond a martial grandmaster. Even a martial grandmaster couldn't handle it. With just a single solar finger strike, the zombie could create a small pit in the cave wall. Chin Mu quickly warned Muley to be careful, and then the two decided to join forces to eliminate it. The moment the zombie collided with their power, a deafening roar erupted. It was sent flying a great distance, but it remained unscathed. Chin Mu realized in panic that this was not a hairy zombie, it was a flying zombie. How is this possible? In this era, there's still a flying zombie. A flying zombie's cultivation is extremely strong. Its body is incomparably hard and even cannonballs can't harm it. If this kind of zombie is unleashed upon the world, it will be a catastrophic disaster. We absolutely cannot let it escape, Chin Mu pleaded. "Young man, please lend me a hand. We must eliminate this scourge together." When the old man rushed forward to suppress it, the flying zombie fearlessly charged forward as well. All Chin Mu could do was sigh, "This is not good," followed by a continuous loud bang. The old man was suppressed by the flying zombie's power. His body slammed against the wall. It was Muley's turn to act. He used the power of the immaculate saint body, proactively charged forward and gave it a horizontal slash. The flying zombie tumbled in the air in pain. Then it decided to flee, only stopping when it had drilled deep into the cave outside. Chin Mu desperately tried to dissuade him. "Young man, don't chase it. This cave is a yin cavern." The deeper we go, the heavier the yin energy becomes. This is completely its territory. We might suffer a loss if we continue to pursue it, and we won't be able to defeat it. We might as well go back and prepare a trap, and when the people from the corpse ghost sect arrive, we can kill them all at once. Muley thought. The natal spiritual chi used for cultivating immortality is extremely powerful, but it can only be used a few times at most. I must kill this flying zombie. It wasn't until the next morning that they returned to Chin-Emu's home. The old man sighed as he walked. What a miscalculation. I didn't expect the zombie in the cave to have reached the level of a flying zombie. If it fully recovers, I'm afraid no one in this world can kill it. Just then the mountain spirit saw him return and dove into his arms. Looking at the herb in its hand, Muley recognized that it exuded spiritual energy. Chin-Mu agreed. The mountain spirit is born of heaven and earth. It is a precious spiritual being itself, and its perception of heavenly and earthly treasures is extraordinary. I've raised this little fellow for a long time. I treat it like my own grandson. I will never let anyone harm it, he reassured the old man. Don't worry, I have my principles. Suddenly the mountain spirit took a fruit out of its pocket and happily handed it to Muley. Seeing him hesitate to take it, its face immediately fell. Muley had no choice but to take it and thank it. This made the mountain spirit very happy, but he couldn't share the joy because the fruit it gave him was incredibly sour. Chin-Mu saw that the mountain spirit seemed to like him very much, and a satisfied expression appeared on his face. It wasn't until 3 days later that they continued to stake out the cave entrance. This time a few more people from the corpse ghost sect appeared at the entrance. Chin-Mu guessed, ordinary zombies are very afraid of light, so they chose this time to act trying to suppress that zombie. Today they brought a compass, a few demon-revealing mirrors, and a few buckets of dog blood. A subordinate reported to his master, "Young Master Chin, what should we do? Should we go down and catch that zombie?" The man named Chin Bian said sarcastically, "Judging by the level of this cold air, you can tell the thing inside is not simple. You want to go in on your own initiative? Are you tired of living? To do great things, you have to use your brain. When will your IQ be half of this, young master's?" The subordinate sycophantically flattered him. "Yes, young master is brilliant and wise. A subordinate of my level naturally cannot compare." He ordered to blow up this cave. "Let the light shine directly in. Its strength will be weakened by 70%, then we can subdue it." Chin Bian thought, "Now that it's a golden age for martial arts, various sects are re-emerging. With such a powerful weapon in my hands, the sect master will definitely value me greatly after he comes out of seclusion." Above, Chin-Mu also said to Muley, "They want to blow up the zombie cave, just let them. It's best if that zombie flies out. That way, it'll be easier for us to handle." A deafening explosion began to erupt violently. The aftershocks spread to the surrounding areas. Chin Bian ordered his men to go and see. They took the dog blood and slid down the slope of the cave. After sprinkling all the dog blood, there was still no movement. A subordinate shouted up, "Young master, still no movement." As soon as his voice fell, he was suddenly attacked. Muley remained outside, observing intently. Inside the cave, that subordinate had already been pierced through the body by the flying zombie's sharp claws. It was enjoying a delicious dinner. The vital essence of the two unlucky fellows was drained by it. As if its strength had returned, it began to roar wildly. Its slender legs gathered power, and with a single leap it jumped out of the cave. Chin Bian was overjoyed upon seeing the flying zombie and ordered his men to act quickly. Muley and Chin-Mu also witnessed it jump out and prepared for their next move. They had thought the flying zombie's power would be weakened by 70% after coming out, but unexpectedly, its charm was boundless. Seeing that Chin Bian was about to fall into the flying zombie's clutches, Chin-Mu lamented, "This beast is too ferocious. Young man, it's our turn to act." From this situation we can see that this flying zombie's strength has already surpassed the martial venerable level, so they decided to jump down and test their strength against it. Seeing the old acquaintances again, the flying zombie let out a savage roar. Chin-Mu warned that this zombie had drunk a whole coffin of blood, and with the vital essence of the corpse ghost sect's men, it was now probably stronger than before, so they had to be extremely careful when dealing with it. Hearing this, Muley said, "Let's go with your plan." After failing to assassinate Muley, the flying zombie turned its target to Chin-Mu, but the old man trapped it with a bewildering formation. The flying zombie was suppressed by a spiritual formation, and while it was struggling in agony on the ground, he threw his long spear at it. It was too late when the flying zombie noticed. It was pierced through the chest by the long spear and let out a blood-curdling scream. Muley gave it another punch with his power, and only upon recalling did he realize he was unscathed. The immaculate saint body was truly powerful. As for Chin-Mu, he found it very tricky. Just a moment of carelessness and the flying zombie had charged at him like a whirlwind. Helplessly, he had to use his protective chi to block. The terrifying force of the flying zombie collided with the protective sphere, producing a clanging metallic sound. Seeing Chin-Mu struggling to block it, Muley secretly sighed, "The flying zombie's physical body is truly too tough. I wonder who is stronger, it or me with my minor success stage immaculate saint body." With this thought, he charged towards the flying zombie. It was in the middle of teaching Chin-Mu a lesson, but it immediately stopped and changed its target. When the immaculate saint body collided with the flying zombie, it was sent flying into the forest, causing a huge impact and explosion, yet the young man before him was completely unharmed. Qin Mu was dumbfounded, thinking, "What's going on?" He gave up the protection of his spiritual power and faced the flying zombie head-on, yet he's completely unharmed. How can a human's physical body be this tough? The flying zombie let out another terrifying roar, its entire body suddenly soaring into the air. Then it raised one hand high. Unexpectedly, it also knew how to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Muley knew this flying zombie was no simple creature. If he let it run rampant on Earth, it would sooner or later evolve into an endlessly harmful fiend. Back in the Z-Way Star Cultivation world, a fiend could suck dry the lives of 100,000 creatures in a mountain with a single breath. Even the blood of living beings was drained, turning a place into a city of the dead in an instant. This is bad. The sealing talisman is about to be forced out. This zombie is about to fully recover its strength. The talisman that the flying zombie had just forced out immediately turned to ash, and it was completely out of control. It moved towards Muley with lightning speed, then with an earth-shattering blow sent his small body flying several meters away by inertia. Qin Mu could see that after seizing the essence of heaven and earth, the flying zombie's strength had increased by more than just one level. There was no other way. He took a yellow token from his pocket. The power of this token was so strong that both Muley and the flying zombie noticed it. Qin Mu shouted loudly, "Dragon Chi of the 9 provinces, heed my command." The dragon Chi took shape, and soon an ancient golden dragon flew out of the token. The moment the golden dragon appeared, the flying zombie became like a fish on the chopping block. Obvious fear showed on its face. Soon it was attacked by the golden dragon and torn in half. The flying zombie only had time to let out a few weak cries before being sent to meet its maker, ending its life as a zombie. After the matter was settled, the golden dragon retracted its power and disappeared. This was an eye-opener for Muley. Such a powerful force still existed in China. The golden dragon's power was too strong, even he couldn't control that force. Just then, Qin Mu suddenly collapsed. He hurriedly ran over to support the old man. Qin Mu sensed something was wrong with himself. "My old bones can't take it anymore. I'm this weak after releasing the dragon Chi just once." Muley reached out to take his pulse and was speechless after checking. Qin Mu asked with a sad face, "You found out?" Muley supported him sorrowfully and said, "Your life force is already severed, there's no cure. If so, why did you do it? Why did you use that move?" Qin Mu confessed his thoughts. "I couldn't help but worry. If I didn't worry and let this flying zombie escape down the mountain, the village below would be destroyed and China would suffer. Countless people would lose their lives. How could I just stand by and watch that happen? Besides, it's worth it to use less than a month of my life to eliminate such a great disaster." Looking at the old man in agony, Muley thought, "If I had a life-extending spiritual herb of over 500 years, I could refine a cauldron of life-prolonging pills for him, allowing him to live for another 10+ years. However, he proposed a more feasible suggestion. "If you eat the mountain spirit, you can live for another 20 years. Qin Mu expressed that when he first sought out the little creature, he did have that intention, but after raising it for so long, the thought was gone. "I would rather die than harm him in the slightest. In fact, I should have died a few years ago. Living to over 120 is enough. But I still have a mission to complete, so I used the Dragon Chi to extend my life. Now it seems I'll have to entrust this mission to a few old friends." He looked at Muley and sighed. "That is to say, little friend, your path is different from mine, otherwise you would be the best choice." He stated that everyone has their own choices in life. You can remain consistent, what's different is different. Forcing a change will only lead you down the wrong path. Qin Mu could only accept this reasoning. "You're right, take me back." A long time later, the two returned to Qin Mu's thatched cottage. He hugged the mountain spirit and comforted it. "Little one, don't worry, Grandpa is fine." It looked at the old man who had cared for it since it was young and couldn't help but feel sad. Qin Mu slowly took a sip of tea and sighed. "The world thinks the golden age of martial arts has already begun. Heaven and earth are reviving and many martial venerables have appeared in the world, they're just hidden. When the various powers of this era are restrained, the golden age of martial arts will not be difficult to extinguish." Hearing this, Muley thought, "A golden age of martial arts again, I wonder what changes this world will undergo." He proposed, "Can I entrust the little one to you?" He frankly asked in return. "Aren't you afraid I'll eat him?" Qin Mu laughed heartily and said, "Although you say you're not a good person, I can see your heart. You are kind at heart, but your kindness has principles. I believe you wouldn't do such a thing." The mountain spirit knew it was getting a new master and began to cry. Muley stayed with him until 2 days later, when Qin Mu gave his last words. "Little friend, I've thought about it and feel I've been too excessive. There are no true saints on this path. No one can achieve giving without asking for anything in return. Now I don't have time. I don't want Jingzhou to be without a prefect. Otherwise, if there are changes in the future, the people of Jingzhou will have no one to rely on. I'll hand this Jingzhou over to you. I wonder if you're willing to accept." Muley still firmly refused. "I've said it, I'm not a person who dedicates myself selflessly." Before he could finish, the old man interrupted. "That's enough. Having principles means you're not a hypocrite. This position is not only a responsibility but also power. Don't worry, this won't be a constraint on you. As long as there are changes in the future, you just need to do your part." Before the old man passed away, Muley held his hand and requested, "Can you tell me what your realm is? How many people in China are there?" Qin Mu no longer concealed it. "I am a martial saint. There are not many in the world, just a few. He was curious. What level of power comes with this position you mentioned? Upon hearing the answer that it could shake the core power of China, a plan formed in Mu Li's mind. If I have this power, I can protect my mother and sister, and I can also go to the imperial capital. This senior is also someone I admire. So he took the Jingzhou token and agreed to accept. Qin Mu said, "This is the Jingzhou token. In ancient times, Emperor Yu pacified the world, slew demons, cast cauldrons, divided the world into 9 provinces, established prefects, and created 9 prefects tokens. Only the prefect of each province is qualified to use it. The prefect's token symbolizes power and status, and it is also a precious treasure containing dragon chi. Unfortunately, times have changed and now no one can use its power, but I think perhaps you can in the future." Looking at the Jingzhou token in his hand, Mu Li thought, "I had long heard this token was not simple. I didn't expect it to be a relic from ancient times." Qin Mu instructed him on how to use it. "I have erased my mark. You drip a drop of blood into it and from now on it will be under your control." Mu Li followed the old man's words and dripped a drop of blood from his hand. Qin Mu announced, "From this moment on you are the prefect of Jingzhou. I entrust this Jingzhou to you." He called out, "Can you pour me a glass of water?" The mountain spirit as usual went to find herbs for him. But today its steps seemed more hurried. As soon as it entered the room it froze, dropped the herbs in its hand and then burst into tears. In the end, Qin Mu passed away before he could drink that glass of water. At that moment Mu Li swore, "Rest assured I will do what I promised you. As long as I have a breath left and the ability I will protect this Jingzhou." This was the promise of the Wuji Heavenly Venerable. He stood solemnly, bowed his head in respect and then wished the old man a safe journey. That noon Mu Li and the mountain spirit completed Qin Mu's resting place. Suddenly many footsteps were heard. He turned around and asked the identity of the newcomers. The leader introduced himself. "We are the great clans under the Jingzhou prefect's office. I'm the grand steward of the prefect's office. Lord Qin Mu dedicated his life to the people and he has no descendants after his passing, so we have come to see him off." He responded, "Deepest respects." "I am Mu Li, thank you all," a companion continued. "Since you are the successor chosen by old Qin, we can't show up empty-handed. This is our contact information. Please accept it." A card flew towards Mu Li, then collided with his iron-hard body and shattered into 6 different cards. Everyone was stunned by this scene. This person has the strength of a prefect at such a young age? Mu Li looked at the information on the cards and asked, 5 out of 8 are at the martial venerable level. Are you all the top experts of Jingzhou?" Shi Deng cupped his hands and reported, "We dare not claim to be experts. The few of us together probably can't compare to Mr. Mu. I wonder what Mr. Mu's plans are for the future." He said he was going south, so Shi Deng's farewell was appropriate. "Then we will take our leave first, Mr. Mu. We'll meet again." Mu Li decided not to let assassins come looking for him anymore. He would go find them himself. At the black market headquarters for the martial world execution order, he was uploading an appointment to meet in Wutong Town in 3 days. The Zhang family members were in an uproar, most of them not understanding this move. My God, is he tired of living? For the past few days Longshan and Beizhou have been turned upside down by people trying to kill him. No one could find him, and now he's revealing his whereabouts himself. What on earth is Wuji thinking, with so many madmen looking for him? Instead of hiding well, he's showing up himself. Is he seeking his own death? Perhaps this Wuji is too arrogant. He doesn't take anyone seriously and isn't afraid of being hunted. Wuji, he will appear in Wutong Town. It just so happens that in 3 days a few beautiful girls have an appointment in Wutong Town. At this time, Mu Li had also arrived on the upper floor in Wutong Town. Seeing that the target had arrived, a few fair-skinned girls prepared to greet him. Mu Li felt that the people he was meeting were a bit off, but the 2 girls spoke up. "Is Mr. Wuji here?" They even took the initiative to strike up a conversation, taking the opportunity to touch Mu Li's 8-pack abs, clucking their tongues in amazement. "So this is the famous Wuji. He's so handsome," another girl echoed. "Yes, just looking at him makes my heart flutter." Seeing him still unmoved, I began to act spoiled. "Little brother Wuji, why aren't you talking? Are we too ugly and not attractive to you? I'm so sad." It turned out these 2 girls were pawns they had planted. The other girl had just thrown a dart, but unexpectedly it bounced back upon touching Mu Li's body. This greatly shocked the 2 girls. As a return gift, Mu Li controlled the darts they had just used, then shot them out, turning the 2 girls into pincushions. Just like that, he easily thwarted the enemy's honey trap. Mu Li calmly said, "How many more are there? Come on up." Soon, a group of about 15 people rushed out. They charged up to fight together, shouting, "Kid, die!" But Mu Li only threw a cup at his forehead and he died instantly. Next, the others met the same fate. Miserable screams continuously came from the pavilion in Wutong Town. The tremors were so strong that the entire building shook, frightening the people around. Wuji is truly a god of death. He's not arrogant. His strength is just really that strong. A young man updated the situation with his phone. Many renowned masters of the martial arts world had gathered in Wutong Town. Whether it was a sneak attack or a siege so far, everyone who went in had died inside. "No, I have to go on the forum and live stream this," the uncle standing there asked. "Could this Wuji be a martial venerable?" The young man next to him replied. I think so. Who else but a martial venerable could cut down high-level martial artists one by one like chopping radishes? After a while, seeing a figure walk out, they began to discuss. Wuji is out, he said to them. You all should leave. Be careful not to startle the world. He had even carefully disguised the little one as a dog. After Mu Li left, they dared to rush to the scene. It was already a river of blood. The young man who had been holding his phone was live streaming and interacting. Those are the Ma brothers. The three of them together are incredibly powerful, able to deal with even top-tier high-level martial artists, yet they all died inside. The next one is the flying mantis Qian Jin. His mantis fist is renowned in the martial world, and he's a famous master among high-level martial artists, yet he was killed with just a single chopstick. The preliminary list of martial venerables was refreshed. Wuji was ranked second. Mu Li and the little one had already arrived at Fumo Mountain. Following his memory, he found his way to a lakeside. He had heard that on Fumo Mountain there was an all-purity temple, and behind the all-purity temple there was an immortal lake, and in the lake there was a rare 7-colored lotus. It sounded very much like the legendary divine object from the Z-Way star Cultivation world. There was only one lotus blooming in the lake. Mu Li recognized it at a glance as the 100-life lotus. At the same time, he noticed movement in the distance. It was a person driving a horse-drawn carriage with a small sedan chair behind it. A small, fair hand gently lifted the curtain to peek out. Their eyes suddenly met. For the first time, Mu Li was stunned by beauty. Indeed, there was a young lady in the sedan chair, and the word beautiful was not enough to describe her. That year on Z-Way Star, I heard that by cultivating to immortality and ascending to heaven, one could reverse time and return to the past. So I cultivated desperately just for revenge. I didn't expect to successfully return to Earth at the age of 20. Z-Way Star has no respect for the unavenged. I didn't know anything about cultivation when I left, but it's not too late now. The most important thing is that my mother and sister are safe. Because I have the secret method of immortal cultivation in my body, I'm now close to the peak of the mid-chi refinement stage. From what Qin Mu said, once my chi refinement reaches the late stage, I can freely enter and exit the imperial capital. I am a cultivator. The purer and stronger the chi refinement, the better. Even if I can't use the bronze token now, I can rival a martial saint like Qin Mu. The Grand Martial Venerables of the Imperial Capital are no problem. First, let's see if the 7-colored lotus can be used as medicine. Noticing the girl in the carriage again, Mu Li felt this girl was a bit special. Suddenly, the girl named Linger said, "Old Hua, stop for a moment." The middle-aged man heard and also stopped the horse. She got out of the sedan chair and greeted Mu Li. "Little brother, are you going up the mountain to the Taoist temple?" Her attitude was different from usual. Old Hua was a bit wary. Seeing Linger proactively suggest, "Little brother, the road to the temple is rugged and difficult. I heard it takes 2 hours to walk. Why don't you come with us? We're also going to the temple. We can give you a ride." Linger, he had already reminded her not to let strangers in the carriage, but she just wanted to help others a little. "It's all right, Old Hua. The little brother doesn't look like a bad person. The mountain road is really hard to walk. Let's take him with us." Linger noticed the little one peeking over Mu Li's shoulder and cried out, "Ah, there's something here. It's so clingy, it's really cute," Old Hua still warned. "Linger, you don't yet understand the treachery of the world. There are countless insidious and cunning people. You must be careful." But she retorted, "Old Hua, don't look at everyone like a bad person all day. There are many good people in this world. Little brother, get in. Let's go together." Old Hua was speechless, only grunting a warning to Mu Li. "Since Linger has kindly invited you to travel with us, I'll let you go. Don't betray her kindness." As for him, he felt this old man was truly a contradictory person. The little one sat between the two people, shivering from the cold. Seeing this, Linger took the initiative to strike up a conversation. "I'm so sorry. My body is a bit cold. My name is Linger. What's your name, little brother?" He introduced himself as Mu Li. She touched the little one again and asked, "And what's this little one's name?" The little guy was so cold his nose was running. Mu Li said its name was Little Dot. It was so cold it was about to freeze, so it burrowed into his arms to sit. Feeling that wasn't enough, it burrowed directly into his body, startling Mu Li. He shamefully grabbed the little one. Linger watched the child shivering from the cold and apologized. "I'm sorry, Little Dot, for making you cold." Just like Little Dot, when Mu Li was close to Linger, he also felt his body shiver from her coldness. She thought this was a subtle reminder and was very embarrassed. Linger turned away to explain, "I saw Little Dot was too cold and wanted to send him to Old Hua. It's all because of this strange illness." Only Mu Li recognized that her innate cold body was not a strange illness at all, but clearly the profound yin body. So he asked if they were going up the mountain for treatment. Linger confirmed, "Yes, brother Mu Li. I heard there's a very magical miracle at that temple that can cure all diseases, so I wanted to go see." Little Dot was about to burrow into Mu Li's arms again but was caught by the foot and fell. Seeing them go through so much trouble to get here, Mu Li asked curiously, "In a society of science and civilization, do you still believe in these things?" Linger said, "I don't really believe it either. It was Old Hua who wanted to take me to try. I don't want to disappoint him either." Her voice suddenly dropped. "I don't know what this strange illness is. I've seen so many famous doctors since I was young. They all said there's no reason, it's just an innate cold body, not like a normal person. People in the family treat me like a monster and my parents can't do anything about it. Before my grandfather passed away, he entrusted me to Grandpa Hua. Over the years, Grandpa Hua has taken me almost all over China looking for many experts, but still no one has been able to cure my illness. Actually, I've long since given up hope of curing this illness, but Grandpa Hua still won't give up. You're still trying so hard, I don't want to disappoint you. Linger suppressed her emotions and then apologized. I'm so sorry for telling you so much, it must have bored you. Mu Li put his hand on her shoulder and encouraged her. Don't worry, your illness will be cured. Linger wiped away her tears and replied, I hope so, thank you for your kind words. Mu Li himself thought, on this earth with its thin spiritual energy, a profound yin body actually exists. In the Ziwei cultivation world, a profound yin body is favored by all major sects. Cultivating yin attribute techniques would be superior to ordinary people. During cultivation, the body would automatically channel the cold qi into the body and fuse it with the absorbed spiritual energy. Being tortured to death is inevitable. Thinking this, Mu Li released some true qi towards Little Dot. Thinking this spiritual qi might temporarily protect him from being invaded, it clearly felt a warm current enveloping it, then it pounced into Linger's arms, surprising her. Little Dot, are you afraid of the cold? It can't speak, it just squeaks a few times to show it likes it. Amused by its cute appearance, she became happy again. The group continued on their way. An hour later, Old Hua called from outside. Linger, we've arrived. Their destination was a palace on the mountaintop, and to get up they had to climb 49 steps. Linger hurriedly got down from the carriage, suddenly stumbled and was fortunately caught by Mu Li. Seeing his handsome face so close, Linger's pretty face immediately turned red. Old Hua was very surprised to see her get off the carriage, thinking, this kid, Linger usually waits for me to help her down. Her body is so weak she shouldn't have just jumped down. Due to her innate weakness, Linger was out of breath after just a few steps. Mu Li proactively suggested, seeing how hard it is for you to walk, how about I carry you? But she politely refused. No need, brother Mu Li, thank you. Little Dot poked out from Linger's clothes and for some reason suddenly sneezed. Unexpectedly, this little guy's power was quite strong. Linger's cold body suddenly felt very warm and she felt much lighter. What's going on? Old Hua heard the noise and turned back to look. Seeing Mu Li doing something sneaky, he questioned him in a fiery rage. Brat, what are you trying to do to Linger? He only pulled Little Dot out and admitted he did nothing, it was because of it. But at that moment, Old Hua saw that Linger's face was much rosier, so he didn't pursue the matter further, prioritizing curing Linger's illness. Meanwhile, Mu Li interrogated Little Dot using telepathy. I'm speaking to you with spiritual power now. Are you tired of living? You gave your spiritual power to someone else and you've been sneak attacking repeatedly. Do you still want a hug? It knew it was wrong and squeaked a few times. Mu Li recalled his past life. I hung out with some unsavory people, making money through illegal means, then went to luxurious places in the imperial capital. That guy surnamed Joe openly stole our people. At that time I knew nothing about martial arts, and didn't know that power and wealth were dominated by the power of martial arts. Because I offended a young master with a martial arts family background in the capital, I suffered crazy revenge. He killed my mother in front of me and then forced my sister to her death. That old guy surnamed Qin deserved to die. Since I've accepted the bronze token, I will definitely not disappoint the expectations of the ancient prefect. Offend my people of China and you shall not live, insult my family and you shall surely die, he swore in his heart. Everything in this life will be changed by my own hands. As he was lost in thought, Linger said, Brother Mu Li, we've arrived. This is the Fumo Immortal All-Purity Temple. Seeing them, an old man surnamed Zhang came out to greet them. Blessings of the immeasurable heavenly venerable. I am the poor Taoist Chingcheng, greetings to all patrons. Old Hua explained. Taoist master, my granddaughter has been tormented by a strange illness since she was young. Her body has always been cold, and no matter what methods we use there has been no improvement. I heard that your temple has a miracle that can cure all diseases, so I came here specifically for help. He pointed at Linger and guessed, is it this patron? She confirmed it was her. Old Zhang suggested, let me check her pulse. However, as soon as he touched her hand, he was startled, and Old Zhang was even more terrified after seeing it. The few fingers that had just taken Linger's pulse were frozen. Old Zhang didn't say anything more. Mu Li could see that this Taoist priest could see through Linger's profound yin body. Old Zhang then saw the little thing hiding behind her. Although he still said nothing, with just one glance, Mu Li knew that this Taoist priest had not only seen Linger's special constitution but had even recognized Little Dot's identity. Seeing him silent for a long time, Old Hua took the initiative to ask, Taoist master, how is it? Is there still hope for my granddaughter's illness? Old Zhang replied, this temple has a miracle that can cure all diseases, but this young lady's cold poison is not to be underestimated. Old Hua pressed, cold poison? You mean Linger has been poisoned with a cold poison? The expert surnamed Zhang affirmed, yes, it is a rare cold poison. The poisoned person's body is cold all year round, not feeling warm even in the height of summer, and the body is always weak and powerless. Seeing that he had described it perfectly, Linger confirmed, yes, that's exactly right. Hearing this, Old Hua happily held her hand. Lingxi, your illness can be cured. Old Zhang suggested everyone follow him. After going deep into the Fumo Immortal All-Purity Temple, Old Zhang introduced as he walked, this is an immortal pool that has existed since ancient times. At the bottom of the pool is a lotus branch that blooms every full moon on the 15th. At that time, everyone along with those tormented by illness, come here, it will surely have an effect. Any illness or pain will disappear. Old Hua asked if the 15th wasn't the day after tomorrow. Taoist Master Zhang replied, "That's right, for these 2 days everyone can rest in the guest rooms of this temple and wait for the miracle to appear." Linger happily thanked him. "Thank you, Taoist Master. The Taoist Master is truly benevolent." "Thank you, Taoist Master," he replied. "Patron, don't be so polite, I will certainly help where I can. This is also the way of heaven. Please follow me to the guest rooms." Only Mu Li looked at the rippling surface of the lake with an indescribable feeling in his heart. 2 days later, on the night of the 15th, Linger followed the crowd to the lakeside. She hoped that after curing this strange illness she could live like a normal person. Her family would no longer see her as a monster, she could go to school and she could make many friends. Just as the moon was full, the flower called Miracle emerged from the bottom of the lake. When it fully surfaced, illuminated by the moonlight, the flower looked exceptionally marvelous. The crowd began to kneel and kowtow to the miracle. At this moment, the flower began to bloom, emitting a rich fragrance that filled the entire area. Everyone was immersed in this wonderful fragrance except for old Zhang, who remained clear-headed and suddenly uttered a few strange words. Looking at the crowd enveloped by the blooming lotus, Mu Li thought, "So they are of a different race." So this was the truth of the Fumo Mountain, all purity temple's immortal lake miracle. There was no magical miracle that could cure all diseases, but a miracle that could claim human lives and absorb human essence, while also temporarily suppressing their physical pain. "I'm afraid that soon this group of people will be drained dry." Old Zhang revealed, "My race's holy son is truly lucky this time. Besides those foolish mortals, there is also a precious mountain spirit and a woman with a pure yin body. If you absorb them, your strength will definitely increase greatly." As soon as his voice fell, a killing intent shot from behind him, swept past him, then attacked the Holy Son's lotus. An invisible attack hit the horn on his forehead, causing it to crack, and his breathing became chaotic. Old Zhang shouted in despair, "No, who are you? Why are you still conscious? You've ruined my great plans, humble human." Bati struck with his palm, which Mu Li casually blocked. Not convinced, he threw a second punch, but it still missed. It was Mu Li's turn to counterattack. Old Zhang was sent flying, and he followed up with continuous kicks, leaving his opponent with no chance to fight back. "I can't believe there's such a powerful clansman on Earth. This is impossible." Mu Li punched his opponent in the abdomen, and old Zhang was knocked to the ground. The Holy Son still sat quietly absorbing while the others panicked. "A monster, there's a monster, run!" Old Zhang in the pit asked. "Who are you? How can you be so much stronger than our race? How do you know the method of body cultivation?" he declared. "My name you don't need to know. You've killed so many people as a human, I will finish you today." He jumped out of the pit and cursed. "Bullshit, what right does a lowly human have to threaten me?" The appearance of the alien race was similar to humans, but some had wings, some had 3 eyes, and some had horns on their heads. Although the appearance of the alien race was similar to humans, they were ultimately 2 different races. The alien race looked down on humans and some even fed on them. "Insignificant race, don't be too arrogant. If I go all out, you will only die." Mu Li thought, hiding one's strength is really interesting. His muscles bulged, his body became burly, spikes grew on his arms and a horn grew on his head. He swore, "Humble human boy, you harmed my race's holy son and ruined our plan. I will have you torn to pieces. You've only cultivated the lowest level of divine body. My race's holy son's supreme divine body is invincible. When he awakens, he can crush a small bug like you with 1 finger." Mu Li asked directly, "What alien race are you from, and what is your purpose for lurking in China?" Old Zhang charged up and said, "You want to know? You're not worthy." Mu Li gathered his spiritual energy and the two began to fight on even terms. Their fists clashed and a powerful aura spread out, making the entire area tense. The aftershock spread throughout the grassy field. Lotus petals were scattered where Linger was lying. Old Hua anxiously called for her to wake up. Linger, the Holy Son, is continuing the absorption process. Mu Li had some bruises on his face and thought, the Immaculate Saint body was only refined with stone marrow. It's far from minor success. As expected, my realm is still not high enough. But on my territory, don't even think of going head-to-head with me. If I'm injured, you're dead, Old Zhang asked contemptuously. What kind of look is that, he thought. After transforming, I only used 30% of my power to win. It seems this kid is bluffing. He still maintained his contemptuous attitude. Insignificant race. Come be my food. Looking at the 2 people in the distance, Mu Li wondered, why aren't they running yet? This family has a connection with me. Nothing must happen to them. In the distance, Linger's body was entangled by vines. Old Zhang noticed them. There are 2 more preys over there. Old Hua bravely charged forward and pushed her aside. This is bad. Run. Linger was lifted up by the vines, looking bewildered. What's happening? Let me go. The vines tightened and the clothes on her body were torn. Old Zhang, at the center of the roots, commanded the vines to wrap around Old Hua. Mu Li acted, his hands flashing with lightning. Dragon Chi of the 9 provinces, heed my command. Mu Li's eyes were filled with killing intent. Old Zhang asked disdainfully, Kid, what nonsense are you talking? He took a punch from him, and the old man panicked. What? He can actually block a punch with 50% of my power, and he seems stronger than me. This is not his own Taoist art. Could he really have some connection to ancient divine power? He exclaimed. Kid, what spiritual medicine did you eat? He declared. Today the Hall of the Dragon Chi of the 9 provinces will eliminate you on the spot. Dare to touch my China and you will not live. Looking at Mu Li's movements, old Zhang guessed. This is an earth-sealing attack. It seems he really is related to the ancient gods. Lightning struck him densely, but he still refused to yield. This lowly race is born to be our slaves. Thousands of weak humans are no match. They are forever our inexhaustible food. No matter where you come from, you're just a brat. You can't withstand my full power attack. Looking at the flames burning on his opponent's body, Mu Li was surprised. What is this move? Their duel continued. Old Zhang was puzzled. He can actually concentrate all his spiritual energy into one point. What is he trying to do? A full power attack. He has no ability to escape now. He shattered his opponent's hand with one punch. Mu Li continued with a second punch, a powerful fist passing through old Zhang's body. He had no power to resist, and a large hole was pierced through his abdomen. Mu Li's expression remained very calm. He cut off old Zhang's head with his bare hands. The vines wrapped around Linger had lost their life force, released her, and they all retreated. Linger gradually woke up in curiosity. This man's whole body was radiating a golden light. Why did he appear before me, appearing in this cold world? She collapsed to the ground. Mu Li had already reached the Holy Sun, and he thought. Awake? The Holy Sun thought. Why have you aliens come to Earth just to die? Mu Li recalled the night before he set out for Fumo Mountain. As he was absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, the bronze token suddenly merged with his cultivation chi, invisibly invading his body. As his inner strength and cultivation grew, this energy also strengthened, making him feel as if he was on the verge of returning to his Wuji peak. The dragon chi of the 9 provinces was somewhat related to Earth's sealing power. This was a mystical power left over from ancient times, used to protect the Earth from alien attacks by harnessing the power of nature to eliminate enemies. Later he discovered that when his realm did not advance, he was unable to activate it for an attack. But when his fortune increased, the power it unleashed would grow exponentially more terrifying. If only I could wield the dragon chi at will. The Holy Sun warily realized this person was stronger than him. He opened his mouth and threatened, "To dare disturb my seclusion and kill my servant, you insignificant human are audaciously bold." With that, the Holy Sun left the lotus platform, his toes tapping lightly on the water's surface, sending ripples spreading across it. Mu Li thought, what a powerful aura. I can't even discern his realm. The attack power of these 2 aliens is much stronger than mine, and I've already exhausted the power here by activating the dragon chi. My cultivation has not yet expanded, so I can't activate the bronze token quickly. I can only wait for the right moment. The Holy Sun seized the opportunity and charged over, his fist already coiled with power. Mu Li continued to clash with the alien Holy Sun. He said proudly, I can block it, but I haven't even used my full strength yet. Again, Mu Li blocked another move. The 2 were still evenly matched for now, Mu Li calculated. Relying solely on the Saint Body's divine techniques, I can only barely protect my body. He couldn't possibly have any strength left. The Holy Sun discovered his body refinement technique. Seeing old Hua fleeing with Linger in his arms, he thought, too slow. The Holy Sun then appeared before them, blocking their path. He said bravely, don't even think about touching Linger. He looked at them contemptuously. Even ants dare to resist. Old Hua struck first, shouting, I don't care if you're a god or a ghost, you will not harm this poor child. At this moment Mu Li also coordinated and charged forward. He delivered a flying kick, his heel striking the Holy Sun hard in the face. Old Hua also threw a punch, but his opponent was completely unscathed. He realized his opponent's divine power was also much stronger than his. Both of them were sent flying, and a beam of light shot straight through the forest. Old Hua was now only worried about Linger. Mu Li was still calculating how to eliminate this guy. He's ready. Come on, lowly being, let me see what's so special about you. The 2 clashed again, their palm forces so powerful that the entire space filled with a sense of oppression. They exchanged several rounds. The Holy Sun made his own judgment. Although this guy is much stronger than his kind, his realm is still very low. With just this much power, he couldn't even defeat my servant. Mu Li landed safely. The Holy Sun returned to the center of the lake, thinking, there must be something strange about this. I must deal with it immediately to avoid future trouble. He planned to end it. All right, pitiful human, the game should be over. Kid, you dare use me as a whetstone, you're dead, Mu Li thought. Is he getting serious? But you've already lost. Streaks of spiritual power descended upon the Holy Sun like a thunderous tribulation. Mu Li shouted, Prefect's token, help me kill him. An aura gradually enveloped his entire body. The Holy Sun noticed it. The Prefect's token? The 9 provinces token created by the ancient Emperor Yu? Could this guy be from China? He leaped out of the lake, dodging his opponent's strike. On the shore, Mu Li directed the spiritual power to transform into lightning, preparing for a new round of attacks. The roiling lightning surged forth. It was the prideful dragon chi, striking towards the target in layered palms. The Holy Sun gritted his teeth and thought, this is bad. One of his arms was grazed by the light. A painful scream rang out. My hand, the Holy Sun swore, you just wait, I will kill you. As soon as his voice fell, he vanished. Mu Li called out anxiously, Old Hua. Linger's voice came from the corner. Grandpa Hua, Grandpa Hua. Mu Li went over to heal him. This is all I can do, there's only a little time left. Even so, Old Hua was immensely grateful to him. Thank you, he instructed. Linger, don't be too sad. People are born, grow old, get sick and die. You still have a long life ahead of you. You must keep living, she replied, crying. No, no, Grandpa, don't die. If you die, what will I do? In this world, only you were the kindest to me. Now that you're gone, I'm all alone in this world. How am I supposed to live? In his despair, old Hua could only plead with Mu Li. Little brother, I know you are no ordinary person, but I beg you. Linger was once kind enough to help you. Can you take her back to her family? Mu Li agreed and asked, where is her family? He replied. Her family is in Zhongjing City, Jiangnan Province. They are the Shui family. You're heading that way too. What a coincidence. All right, I'll take her home on the way. Old Hua urged his granddaughter, thank you for your help. Linger, quick, thank him. He's willing to help you. With him by your side, you will definitely be safe, Mu Li promised. Not only can I help her, I can also cure her illness. This statement surprised him greatly. What are you saying? You can cure Linger's illness? Mu Li affirmed. Not only can I cure her, I can also make her a person like me, no longer to be bullied by others. Only then did old Hua close his eyes in peace. That would be wonderful. That's really wonderful, Linger cried out in grief. Grandpa Hua, don't die. He also began to heal her. Linger couldn't bear it and fainted. Mu Li picked her up. The next day she had just woken up when she called out, Grandpa Hua. At this moment Linger was lying on a soft bed. Mu Li asked, you're awake? As soon as she got up she asked, why am I here? Where's my grandpa? He instructed, eat something first. We'll talk after you've eaten. After handling old Hua's funeral affairs, Mu Li urged, let's get ready to go. Holding the old man's urn, she thought, I must live on. Both Grandpa and Grandpa Hua wanted me to live on. I must live well to show those who despise me. Linger pleaded with Mu Li, brother Mu Li, please teach me the method to cure my illness. I don't want to be so weak anymore. I want to become like you. Please teach me, he revealed. You have a cold-type constitution. It's actually not an illness but a constitution called profound yin. In our line of work you're considered a genius. If I can teach you a suitable cultivation technique, you'll be able to control your body and absorb the cold qi into it, she asked expectantly. Can it make me stronger? He confirmed, of course. I have a cultivation technique called the 9 Revolutions Jade Immortal Sutra, which is perfect for your constitution. Come here, I'll teach you. Linger sat to the side to cultivate. Mu Li observed her carefully. As expected of a profound yin body, it's truly a gift for cultivation. Looking at the mountain spirit, he was surprised. I didn't expect this little thing to be able to cultivate too. I might as well teach it a qi refinement technique for demons. Even if it can't become a great demon, it can protect itself. Linger exclaimed excitedly, Mu Li, I'm up. He patted her head and said, this kind of spiritual cultivation technique won't do. Get up, let's continue on our way. Linger obediently agreed. At the Zhang family villa in Zhongjing City, a knock came from outside. Beating commanded, come in. His subordinate reported, boss, that guy has been killing his way here from Jinling. No one can stop him. He's estimated to have entered Jiangnan province by now. His strength is comparable to Wang Fuyun. Beating reached for the wine glass on the table. He drank it in one gulp. This grudge Beating will definitely avenge. He's the one who killed my son. Sooner or later I'll make sure his corpse is torn to shreds. By my calculations, that girl from the Shui family should be back soon. You'll come with me to the Shui family. Also send people to keep an eye out. If that guy enters Zhongjing, kill him for me. The subordinate complied. Yes, boss. Linger was enjoying the atmosphere of the city. She called out happily, brother Mu Li, we're in Zhongjing. He followed behind and replied, let's go, I'll take you home. Linger stopped to look at a school. That's my alma mater. I really meant it, she introduced. There's an underwear store over here that I really like. Suddenly, Mu Li sensed someone. Wuji approached, leaning on a cane. He stopped them. Please wait, you two. Mu Li asked directly, what can I do for you, old sir? He introduced himself. Little brother, I am Zhou Wuji, a guardian from the Martial Alliance headquarters. I have something to say and have been waiting for a long time. He was surprised. Someone from the Martial Alliance headquarters. Wuji advised, don't go to the Zhang family. Leave Zhongjing, leave Jiangnan, he asked, puzzled. Why? He explained. You are a genius comparable to Wang Fuyun. We don't want to see anything happen to you. Moreover, the head of the Zhang family is a renowned figure among martial venerables, and the fire poison he cultivates is toxic when it burns. If it damages your internal organs and destroys your martial foundation, no matter how strong you are, it will be hard to escape. Your current strength is no match for him. You shouldn't make an enemy of him. Mu Li said frankly. What if I still insist on going? Besides, how do you know I'm no match for him? Wuji still tried hard to persuade him. Kid, I know you are exceptionally talented, but you shouldn't be so arrogant, he invited. Then why don't you have a try? Wuji immediately made a move. Then pardon my offense. He was determined to teach this kid a lesson. He wouldn't give up until he faced the grim reality. Mu Li caught Wuji's kick with his bare hand. The second kick went straight for Mu Li's face, but he still blocked it with his hand. Wuji continued to charge forward, and the two faced off palm to palm with a loud bang. The two released their hands. A passerby felt it. Did you hear that? The wind is also blowing so hard. The weather is so strange, Wuji concluded. Having fought you, I'm afraid even the renowned Wang Fuyun of the martial world is inferior to you. I never expected China to have such a talent. Mu Li finally asked, so can I go to the Zhang family now? He no longer made things difficult for him. Go ahead. but the head of the Zhang family is, after all, a famous martial venerable. I still hope you can show some mercy, he replied. That will depend on his awareness. Weren't you just feigning weakness to fool your opponent? Wuji denied. Not at all, not at all. It was just an accident. People from the Martial Alliance must use disguises. My apologies. In the future, when you arrive in the imperial capital, mention my name. It will save you a lot of trouble, he thought to himself with delight. I must quickly report this news back and scare that old fellow. He turned around and asked Linger, "Where is the Shui family?" Her expression suddenly turned sad. Mu Li noticed and called out, "Linger, what's wrong?" she pleaded. "Brother Mu Li, can you not take me back to the Shui family?" Mu Li was surprised. "Why don't you want to go home?" This was Grandpa Hua's last wish. "I promised him, so of course I have to take you home safely," Linger said resolutely. "Brother Mu Li, I don't want to go home. Can you let me follow you?" he replied. "What would you do following me? I'm all alone. I can't even take care of myself. Sending you home is the only way for you to have good support. The 9 Revolutions Jade Immortal Sutra I gave you, you must cultivate it diligently and not be lazy," Linger begged. "Brother Mu Li, I'll do anything. I can marry you, cook and clean. I can learn what I don't know. Please don't send me home, okay? I want to follow you. Let me follow you, please," he replied. "What nonsense are you talking about? This is a matter of a lifetime. Today you can already control your constitution and you won't be mocked as a monster anymore. You're only 17, you have a bright future ahead of you." She had a hidden difficulty. "I really don't want to go home, Brother Mu Li," he made a demand. "Then let's see if your profound yin body can catch up to me. Come on, if you catch me, I'll grant your wish." Linger chased after him from behind. "Brother Mu Li, wait for me." As she ran, she thought, "My body is light and strong and it's not cold anymore. I'm not even tired after running so fast." Seeing that he had already gone far ahead, Linger chased and shouted, "Brother Mu Li, wait for me." Mu Li urged, "There are 2 taxis up ahead, hurry up." The car stopped at the Shui residence. He reminded her, "Let's go in." Linger picked up her phone. "Wait, let me call my mom and have her come out to get me." He was skeptical. "You have to notify someone to come get you when you return to your own home. We can just go straight in," Linger said with difficulty. "Brother Mu Li, I'm sorry. It's better to wait for my mom to come out." Wendy walked out and called. "Linger, you're really home?" she said excitedly. "Linger, my child, how have you been all these years, my dear daughter?" The mother and daughter hugged each other tighty, crying their hearts out. Wendy felt it. "Linger, why is your illness?" she showed off happily. "Mom, my illness is cured." She was relieved. "That's great, that's really great. It's a good thing old Wa took you everywhere seeking medical treatment all these years. We should really thank him. Sure enough, heaven does not disappoint those who try." Just then she noticed Linger. "What's this? Why are you carrying an urn?" Linger recounted. "Mom, something happened to Grandpa Wa. He passed away." Wendy was shocked. "What, a person like old Wa?" She comforted her. "Linger, don't be sad. The dead cannot be brought back to life." Only then did Wendy notice. She spoke up and asked, "By the way, Linger, who is this?" She introduced, "This is Brother Mu Li. Back then, Grandpa Wa entrusted me to Brother Mu Li. He brought me home and also cured my illness." Wendy was overjoyed to hear this. "Really? That's wonderful." She handed her daughter a card and instructed, "Linger, listen to Mom. You and Brother Mu Li go quickly. Mom has 10 million in the card. It's enough for you to live an ordinary life. You two go quickly. Leave Jiangnan province and don't come back again." Seeing Wendy's abnormal behavior, she had an ominous premonition. "Mom, what on earth happened?" She hurriedly pushed her. "Go quickly, it'll be too late if you wait." Linger asked blankly, "Mom, what is going on inside?" Renhe had already walked out, saying, "Too late for what, daughter? The whole family has been looking forward to your return. Since you're back, don't be in such a hurry to leave. Come, let father have a look. Let father see how big my precious daughter has grown." Behind him followed servants holding clubs. When they touched Wendy, she shouted, "What are you trying to do? I am the madam of the Shui family. Renhe, she is your biological daughter. Do you not even have any fatherly affection?" he said hypocritically. "I'm doing all this to maintain the Shui family's bloodline for the sake of our daughter's future." Linger demanded to know, "Dad, what on earth has happened?" Another club struck Mu Li, but he pushed it away. Renhe misunderstood, thinking, "Who is this person? Could he be Linger's boyfriend?" Linger, on the other hand, called out worriedly, "Brother Mu Li." Mu Li stood up for her. "Linger, don't be afraid, I'm here. Let's go in and see what tricks your father is playing." As Renhe walked, he said to her, "Linger, for the sake of your illness, Grandpa always took you to famous doctors. After he passed away, old Wa continued to take you around for medical treatment, but it was never cured after so many years. Because of this strange illness, no one dared to have contact with you, and you had no friends. It broke my heart to see that. For your future, I've been working very hard all these years. Today, I happened to meet the old master of the Zhang family, who now wants to marry a new wife to have a son. Today, the son of the Zhang family's old master has personally come to our house to discuss the marriage." Linger was stunned upon hearing this. He calculated. A cultivation technique the old master of the Zhang family practices is extremely domineering. Ordinary women simply cannot bear it. Linger is naturally cold-bodied. Others would be afraid to even get close, let alone talk about marriage. Now that this old master has taken a fancy to Linger, our Shui family can rely on the Zhang family's reputation as the #1 martial arts family in Zhangjing. Our future influence will be truly immeasurable. Walking into the house, he pointed at Beating and introduced, "This is the head of the Zhang family. Then he pointed to the others. These are the elders of the Shui family, and they have all agreed to this marriage. Wandi angrily pounded his back. Renhe, you heartless beastly thing, the head of the Zhang family is already a middle-aged man of 30 or 40. His father is at least in his 60s, and you want a 17-year-old girl to marry a man in his 60s, Renhe shouted sternly. What are you yelling about? This is a good thing. If Linger can marry out, she won't have to worry for the rest of her life, she accused them. Who doesn't know the reason you all agreed to this absurd marriage? From a young age you treated her like a monster. Now that the Zhang family has proposed, you want to marry her off. It's obvious you want to curry favor with the Zhang family. You are all detestable, a bunch of hypocrites, Renhe shouted sternly. Insolence, you have no respect for your elders talking nonsense. Mu Li noticed Linger's trembling attitude from anger. Wandi cursed him. Zhang Bieting, your Zhang family's only son for 3 generations, did evil outside and was killed by someone, and you yourself are incompetent. Your old master is almost 70. Yet you have the gall to come and harm my 17-year-old daughter. Does your Zhang family have any shame left? Bieting frowned and asked, What did you say? Mu Li thought, Does the Zhang family want to kill someone here? Bieting said sternly, Dare to offend the Zhang family. Renhe immediately slapped Wandi. Shut your mouth. Linger worriedly went to her side. Mom, he turned to explain, Brother Zhang, she's crazy. Don't take her words seriously. Rest assured, since she dared to offend the Zhang family, we will definitely not let her off lightly. I'll lock her up later and not let her out. The other members of the clan also chimed in. Brother Zhang, it's just a madwoman acting up. It has absolutely nothing to do with our Shui family. We hope you can understand. We absolutely approve of this marriage. Yes, we all approve. Mu Li understood the whole story. No wonder Linger didn't want to return to the Shui family, abandoned by her own relatives like a monster. When she finally has some value to be used, they all reveal their ugly faces, forcing a 17-year-old girl into a fiery pit in exchange for benefits for the family. Linger asked worriedly, Mom, how are you? Bieting spoke up, Everyone rest assured I'm not that petty. Once this marriage is settled, our 2 families will be in laws. Let's all value harmony. The second uncle flattered. Brother Zhang is indeed magnanimous. This marriage will surely be a success, a true match made in heaven. Linger interjected, I won't marry. Renhe ordered the servants. Drag this madwoman out, Wandi cried and shouted. You Shui family members are not human. Let me go, her cousin said with a pretentious air. Little sister, don't be ungrateful. Not everyone is as lucky as you. If it were me, I'd jump at the chance. She walked towards Linger step by step, then continued. Linger, my dear sister, who asked you to become more and more beautiful? She asked fearfully. Sister, what are you trying to do? Her cousin looked at the urn and said, I heard Grandpa Hua even lost his life trying to cure your illness. A cold smile appeared on her lips. The urn was lifted high by her cousin. Linger begged, Give me back Grandpa's urn, she threatened. Will you marry him or not? If you don't, I'll smash this urn. Linger agreed. Sister, don't. I'll marry him, she said with satisfaction. Good. But her hand still let go of the urn. Looking at the shattered urn, Linger burst into tears. Why did you do that? Her cousin thought jealously. How is this vixen still so beautiful when she looks so sickly? What bad luck? Linger questioned, Why did you do this? Mu Li stepped forward to resolve the situation. I'm sorry, Linger, I was inconsiderate before. Quick, get something to hold old Hua's ashes. She took out a handkerchief to catch the ashes he gathered with his spiritual power and replied, Brother Mu Li. When her cousin saw him appear, she was surprised. Who are you? Another wild man this little slut has hooked up with, Mu Li asked coldly. And what if you knew? She threatened. You dare argue with me in front of the Shui family elders. You're courting death. Do you know who we are? If I told you, you'd be scared to death. He nonchalantly took out a weapon. I don't need to know. In my eyes, you are just people who bully Linger. A thorn in my eye, a thorn in my flesh. Looking at the object in his hand, Mu Li thought, the immaculate saint body's transforming chi into form. This technique can use the gang chi in the body to conjure weapons. It's really useful. He cracked the whip. I'm very angry. To think there are such terrible families and relatives in this world. I shouldn't have pushed Linger into a pit of death. The cousin was stunned. What did you say? This is, Mu Li mercilessly whipped her. Your sins, I'm returning them to you. Take this. The cousin was struck by the whip, followed by another tearing her dress. The cousin was furious and asked, Where did your whip come from? How dare you hit me? This is the Shui family, a martial arts family in Zhongjing. You will pay the price for this. He swung the whip and wrapped it around her. She screamed in terror. Let go of me, you pervert. Mu Li mercilessly pulled her up and then slammed her hard on the ground, saying, Me a pervert, I'm much better than you. With her clothes in tatters, the cousin thought, My body is spinning. She screamed and ordered, Stop it now. Her second uncle watched the scene in shock. What? The others were also stunned. It appeared out of thin air. Someone recognized the weapon in Mu Li's hand as transforming chi into form. Such a divine skill has never been heard of in the martial world. Today has been a real eye-opener, the second uncle roared in anger. Kid, what did you do to my daughter? Mu Li continued to swing the whip, wrapping it around her ankle and lifting her up, mocking, You can't take it when you're this weak. The cousin fell into another round of torment from Mu Li. She screamed desperately for mercy. Dad, save me. As she was about to fall to the ground, she was terrified. No, I don't want to. With a loud bang, the cousin's entire body slammed heavily onto the ground. Her second uncle was stunned, screaming in terror. My daughter, you, where she lay, a hole had been smashed in the wall. The second uncle charged forward. Give me back my daughter, he grabbed the old man. Go have a reunion. The second uncle was thrown through the air, then crashed into the wall and bounced back in an inverted arc. Renhe thought in panic. What? Second brother was actually killed by this outsider. This is truly the greatest shame the Shui family has suffered in years. He pointed at his face and cursed. You don't deserve to be Linger's father. You don't deserve to be her husband. You don't even deserve to be a man, he provoked. What? You want to castrate me? Come on, with so many of us, are we still afraid of you unless you're not human? But the hall was now empty. Renhe cleverly hid behind Bati and ran his mouth. Whether I'm worthy or not is not for you to judge. Mind your own business, Mu Li said contemptuously. Trash, a bunch of trash, Renhe whispered in his ear, fanning the flames. Brother Zhang, this kid is calling you trash. If it were me, I wouldn't be able to stand it. The people behind them kept shouting and cursing. Bastard, audacious, worse than a pig or a dog. Mu Li's face was grim, expressionless. Renhe immediately rushed forward to attack. Kid, go to hell. I don't believe you have 3 heads and 6 arms. However, in contrast to his opponent's ferocity, he calmly kneed him in the abdomen. Mu Li took down Renhe with a single kick. He clutched his stomach in pain, gritting his teeth and saying, Bastard, you are declaring war on the Shui family and the Zhang family. He was fearless. A declaration of war it is. What can your Shui family do to me? As the head of the Shui family, you are this weak. I'm afraid all the members of the Shui family combined couldn't beat me. Renhe was still stubborn. Kid, you should know that less than 1/10 of the Shui family members are here today. Don't get happy too soon. All the Shui family members present swarmed forward. Shameless scoundrel, let go of our family head. Mu Li lifted the stubborn fellow and decided to grant his wish. All right. Then he directly threw the guy at the group of lackeys. The large group of them flew backward. They all blew past the Zhang family head like a gust of wind. The force of Mu Li's blow was so great that it left several human-shaped imprints on the wall. A large section of the entire wall cracked. Wandi stared blankly at Mu Li's imposing manner. He expressionlessly kicked Renhe to the other side to reflect on his actions. He was kicked so hard he kowtowed at her feet. Wandi felt it was great justice. You deserve it, you beast, Bati spoke up to stop him. Enough. Kid, your martial arts are strong, but the Shui family is about to become in-laws with the Zhang family. By doing this, aren't you showing too much disrespect to the Zhang family? He found it ridiculous. The Zhang family? Do I look like I'm showing the Zhang family any respect? This made him very unhappy. Kid, what do you mean? In Jiangnan province you are the first person to dare speak like this. Mu Li proudly lifted his face and said, So what? His cold and majestic voice rang out. Get lost. Accompanying that word was a force like a sound wave. Bati and his men were swept away like fallen leaves. They crashed heavily against the wall with a loud bang. Bati and Renhe were both pinned to the wall. He shouted in surprise, This power, who on earth are you? Mu Li answered frankly, You don't need to know my name, but you can know my moniker. A name that everyone knows when they hear it. Wuji. Bati hadn't reacted yet. He muttered the name Wuji. Finally, Bati remembered. Wuji, it's him, the one who killed my son. Mu Li looked down at him and asked how about it. He swore, My dad will definitely kill you. He summoned his sword and commanded, Go back and deliver the message to him now. Say that Wuji will arrive at the Zhang family tomorrow night. He doesn't need to trouble himself finding people to kill me. I'll come to his door myself. Tell him to be ready. As soon as his voice fell, a sword swung down decisively, and Biting's hands were severed at the sound. He was in too much pain to speak. He looked back at the group of lackeys. And you, how should trash be dealt with? They pushed all the blame onto Biting, little brother. This was all the family head's idea. That's right, Mu Li interrupted them. Wrong answer. Desperate screams rang out. No help. Renhe endured the humiliation, feeling what it was like to be someone else's stepping stone. Mu Li announced, Let's go. His name echoed in a tall building. Wuji, Nantianju wanted to teach him a lesson. He killed my only grandson, ruined my plans, and he still dares to come to my door. Then I'll wait for him. I'm not going anywhere. Biting sought his opinion. Dad, do we need to make arrangements? The old man replied. Of course, when Wuji comes this time, the people from the Imperial Capital's martial alliance will definitely not sit still. There will be a good show to watch then. I hope their hatred for our family is gone. You go and contact the influential clan leaders in Jiangnan and tell them that Wuji will die by my hand tomorrow night. They will definitely come to cheer us on. That way the people from the Imperial Capital won't act rashly either. With their vigilance and suspicion, I will definitely be able to kill him and use his life to commemorate my grandson. I want them to see that no matter what peerless genius they are, offending the Zhang family only leads to death. The anger made the old man release his power, casually crushing a bird outside the window. Biting understood. Yes, Dad. The next day, Wendy still couldn't believe it. Mu Li, are you really Wuji? He confirmed. Yes, she said worriedly. Nantian of the Zhang family has a high reputation in Jiangnan and has been famous for over 20 years. Are you confident? His attitude was extremely confident. No problem. Linger tried to ask him. Brother Mu Li, I want to go too. Mu Li disagreed. What would you go for? Want to be tied up and married off to Nantian? She replied coquettishly. Brother Mu Li, you're so mean. You know that family. He considered for a moment, thinking, with the people from Beiming there to protect them, it shouldn't be a problem. So Mu Li decided to grant the beauty's wish. "All right, you can go, but you have to bring Aunt Lin too. You can't leave your mother alone at a time like this," Wendy cried out happily. "That's great, Mr. Mu," she said with great hostility. "Now I have completely cut ties with the Shui family. I have no attachments, only regret. Now that the Shui family are the Zhang family's dogs, they will definitely come tomorrow night. I want to see their faces when they see the final result." Linger comforted her. "Mom, I will definitely be by your side from now on. I won't let you suffer anymore." She was very guilty. "It's all Mom's fault. As a mother, I was too weak and let you feel no warmth from the family since you were young. It was Mom who wronged you." She actively persuaded her. "Mom, don't say that. Now that Brother Mu Li has taught me a cultivation technique with me here in the future, no one will dare to bully us anymore," Wendy agreed. "Yes, Linger. Tomorrow you should also go and see the faces of that bunch from the Zhang family. It's a good thing Mr. Wuji is here to help, otherwise Mom would have really fallen into the tiger's den." Just then, a group of people came from a distance, calling for him. Alliance leader Rongguang reported, "Alliance leader, as per your instructions, our men have arrived. We are just waiting for this battle." Hearing this, Linger finally knew that Brother Mu Li was the Lord of Beiming. Mu Li announced, "Today our Beiming forces must make a name for ourselves in the south." At the Zhang family residence, Wenda announced, "Tonight we will live stream the situation in the Zhang family's inner courtyard. Those who cannot enter the inner courtyard can stand here and watch." A buzz of discussion broke out. "The Zhang family are the martial artists of our Zhangjing. No matter how bad their reputation is, we have to support them. Yeah, what a pity about those young girls. Now that his only grandson has been killed by Wuji, this old man hasn't given up hope and has his eyes on that sickly daughter of the Shui family. Truly an old man with a young wife, he doesn't even let us have a try." Another person concluded, "Yeah, with their union, this is going to be a song of ice and fire." Receiving a notification on their phones, they exclaimed to each other, "Look, the black market forum is open." There was a hot topic on the forum. Wuji arrogantly challenges the old martial venerable of the Zhang family. A newcomer named Wuji dares to challenge the old martial venerable of the Zhang family, who gave him the courage. Fish Liang? Mu Xin also saw this message. Mu Shang offered her a cup. "Miss Mu Xin, please have some tea," she said anxiously. "I want to watch. I believe second brother will definitely win," the comments under this hot topic showed. To be honest, although Wuji is strong, he's not enough to take on the old martial venerable of the Zhang family. "I want to see who this Wuji is." Jachi was a little worried. "Zhao Chuan, can Mu Li win?" Almost no one online thinks he can. Zhao Chuan wasn't sure. "Honestly, the chances are slim, but he's not one to take a loss. We'll have to wait and see what the outcome is." Jachi felt there was nothing to worry about anymore. "I believe in him." Just then, the chair she was leaning on broke with a crack. She fell flat on her back. "Ouch, what kind of broken chair is this?" Zhao Chuan explained. "Isn't it because your family is stingy and won't let me buy a new one?" She was so angry she wanted to beat him up. "What did you say? Stop right there," Ji Yao believed. "Brother Mu Li can definitely do it." Mu Li was currently giving instructions. "You guys help me take them in first. I'll be there shortly." Rongguang obeyed. "Rest assured, Alliance leader," he turned to instruct them. "Linger and Lin, you three go in with them first. They will take good care of you." Linger asked with concern, "Brother Mu Li, what about you?" He answered frankly, "For such a big scene, of course, I have to conserve my energy." Just then, in the darkness of the night, a rustling sound came from a grove of trees. Nantian alertly noticed someone appear. The old man was ready to greet them. "He's here." Mu Li warily looked over there and asked, "Is that Wuji?" This startled them. "Where is he?" Two bald men pointed to the sky and said, "Over there," watching the corner of Mu Li's clothes flutter in the night wind. "Holy crap, is this a movie special effect? It's a bit unscientific." He calmly flew down from the building. Watching the intersecting bands of light in the sky, everyone was stunned. "What on earth is that guy up to?" Nantian said with disdain. "Flashy nonsense," another person chimed in. "Young people only care about appearances. They don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Underestimating the enemy will surely lead to defeat." Mu Li was very calm. Facing their mockery, he landed gracefully and walked towards Nantian. He announced solemnly, "Zhang family, I, Wuji, have come to tear your house down." They questioned him. "Wuji, since you dared to come, why do you still wear a mask? Are you afraid to show your face?" "Wuji, you shameless scoundrel," Renhe accused Mu Li. "You took my wife and daughter, a grudge I'll never forget, but old Master Zhang is righteous and willing to stand up for me. Wuji, today you must pay for your sins." Wendy's strong and resonant voice rang out. "Taking his wife and daughter, is Wuji that kind of person? Renhe, you are the beast. You pushed your own daughter into a pit of fire and now you dare to twist the truth here. Shameless," that fellow cursed. "You bitch, how dare you come here? You don't know the rules, spouting nonsense." Mu Li thought, "This group is not simple. There's a good show to watch today." Just then, a new character appeared. Nantian bowed respectfully. "Greetings, Left Guardian." His appearance attracted everyone's attention. The Left Guardian of the Imperial Capital's Martial Alliance headquarters. The Martial Alliance leader valued China's geniuses, so it was normal for him to send someone. Mu Li asked the other party, "Why haven't you left yet?" He replied, "I was about to leave." He had turned back halfway because he was worried. Nantian pleaded with the Left Guardian, "It's not that I don't give the Martial Alliance face, but this is a blood feud. We can't live under the same sky, so today I hope you won't stop me from taking revenge. Even the Martial Alliance's power couldn't be unreasonable. Wuji spoke coldly. You think I'm worried you'll kill Wuji? Fine, I won't interfere. In his heart, he hoped Wuji could help him regain some face. Hearing this, Nantian felt at ease to act. Since the martial alliance isn't getting involved, Wuji, you killed my only grandson, cutting off my Zhang family's bloodline. I want you to pay with your blood. He charged swiftly towards Mu Li. Seeing him block his attack with a casual wave, Nantian was shocked. He wants to block my full-powered strike with just one hand? Mu Li's expression remained as calm as ever. He recalled the reputation he had heard of before, that Wuji was undefeated in 100 battles, so he decided to test him first. Nantian retreated to a distance, and after a few steps he shouted, "Come, my dry dragon." As his voice fell, he slammed his fist into the ground. Dragon fire took form, erupting in a blazing inferno. It opened its mouth as if to swallow Mu Li. "Ren," he said with a smug face, "here it comes." Rongguang worried he couldn't block this move and shouted, "Alliance leader." Linger and her mother screamed in terror at the same time. "Brother Mu Li, be careful." Where Mu Li stood, a dazzling light made it difficult to see the situation, and the area instantly turned to dust and smoke. Someone thought, "It's over. Wuji has probably been turned to ashes." However, when his figure appeared unharmed, Nantian couldn't believe it. "Wuji, why aren't you afraid of the dragon fire?" he said contemptuously. "Your dragon is too shabby." The golden dragon that Mu Li unleashed showed him what a real player was. The golden dragon was incredibly mighty, its presence overwhelming. Its roar shook the heavens, and everyone clutched their heads in shock and panic. This is, Nantian couldn't bear such humiliation. "Wuji, I have more than one dragon." This time he summoned the 9 heavens dragon Qi. During the summoning, Nantian was suddenly stunned by what he saw before him. Looking at the several snakes in front of him, he was dumbfounded. How could this be? The dragon heads have all turned into snake heads. This was a battle between a true dragon and a 9-headed hydra, Wuji thought. It seems this kid is still hiding his strength. He's truly a peerless genius. I must report this to headquarters. They need to hold an emergency meeting. This person must be nurtured with all our strength. He absolutely cannot be left in obscurity. Nantian knew very well that this group of beasts couldn't fight at all. Mu Li was starting to feel bored fighting a mid-tier martial venerable while hiding his strength. This match was truly interesting. It was time to end it. A compelling spiritual power emanated from his fist, and the golden dragon moved with it. Biting off the opponent's weakest snake head in one go, it transformed into 4 heads and dealt with the group in a matter of moments. The golden dragon's cold gaze swept over the snake's master. The opponent struck back with a palm, hitting the golden dragon and sending it crashing into the wall, which shattered instantly. The people over there cried out in terror. The wall collapsed. Wuji noticed that Nantian was forcibly holding on and would suffer repercussions later. He charged menacingly at his opponent. "Wuji, die!" Meanwhile, Mu Li was retracting the golden dragon. The golden dragon perfectly returned to his body, and a dragon clan seal appeared in his palm. Nantian threw a punch. Mu Li casually dodged to the side. A look of astonishment appeared in the opponent's eyes. He realized something, but it was already too late. Mu Li threw a punch straight at the opponent's face. The force of this punch was so great that the ground caved in, and a powerful spiritual energy enveloped the entire courtyard. The spot where Nantian lay had already collapsed and cracked. Renhe stopped beating. "Brother Zhang, please calm down." He adamantly refused. "Let go," Beating called out worriedly to his father. Linger and her mother hugged each other excitedly, both with tears in their eyes. Brother Mu Li won. Mom knew he could do it. The audience was abuzz with discussion. Who said Wuji was all for show? Even a martial venerable was thrashed by him. Wuji is truly hiding his strength. Mu Li scratched his head in embarrassment and asked, "I was clearly holding back. How did he see that?" Through the live broadcast screen, the audience's cheers rang out. "So amazing, I'm convinced. I was clearly holding back. How did he see that? Wuji is still the best. I want to follow his example." From under the pile of earth, Nantian roared angrily, "Shofun, why aren't you out yet?" Looking at the figure, they were astonished. Shofun of the Shinjo City martial arts family. "Why is he here?" He menacingly announced his name. "Shofun is here," Shofun declared. "Wuji, you killed my Zhang family's bloodline. This grudge cannot go unavenged. Today I will take your ashes to comfort my son's spirit in heaven." He contemptuously raised his middle finger in mockery. "With all due respect, you're just an idiot. If you're mentally challenged, go home and take your medicine." Shofun was surprised. "You're saying you're spouting nonsense." He sternly summoned his power. "Go to hell," Nantian advised. "Don't get excited. This kid is very powerful. You guard me for now. After I finish healing, we'll attack him together." Half an hour later, Nantian was still healing. Having waited long enough, Shofun asked, "Nantian, are you recovered?" He confirmed he was. Nantian reminded his companion, "I don't know if you're confident or ignorant, daring to ignore my healing. We will make you taste bitterness." "Go to hell," Shofun reminded. "Nantian, if you can't beat Wuji, you need an escape plan." He agreed. "Of course, Brother Hong, rest assured, let's go." Facing their coordinated attack, Mu Li calmly summoned his own power. A torrent of spiritual energy erupted from his body, sweeping through the sky like a tornado. The audience cried out in terror. "There are rumbling sounds in the sky. It's truly terrifying." Wuji asked uneasily, "What is this, such terrifying power?" Mu Li's methods, they realized things were not looking good. Above the two opponents' heads, a massive circular stone fell. The spiritual energy raged like a hurricane, sweeping away the lackeys like fallen leaves, along with huge boulders. Wendy looked at the shield protecting her and her daughter and noticed, Linger, these stones can't hurt us, she said with certainty. It must be Brother Mu Li. In front of Mu Li, the two old men were already pinned to the ground by the round stone with only their heads exposed. Wuji advised, Wuji, you are too reckless, how can you use a killing move so easily? Each use causes immense damage and it's not a small toll on the body. It will leave severe after effects. If you use it multiple times, I'm afraid your meridians will be destroyed. Mu Li didn't take these words to heart at all. You're worried about me, you want me to cooperate with you, troublemakers are not needed. Wuji was controlled by him, and he found he couldn't speak. How could this be? Watching Nantian continuously spit blood, he called out worriedly. Wuji, Nantian asked directly, who on earth are you? At this point he must deploy the third team, people from Jiangnan, Shenzhou. From a corner of the courtyard, several hidden masters appeared. They shouted, here, Nantian said stubbornly. The Zhang family is a super strong family supported by many. The masters of Jiangnan's major martial arts sects are all here. You want to kill me? Let's see how you do it. Mu Li shouted. Where is the Biming elder? He shouted loudly. Here, greetings, alliance leader. His appearance shocked some people. 3 martial venerables, he summoned them. What about the others? Where are the people following Biming? The door on the top floor was kicked open and the people following Biming announced their names. A large group of people walked in majestically, shouting in unison. Greetings, alliance leader. Ren He was shocked when he saw their strength. So many masters suddenly appeared on Wuji's side, while the martial venerable side only had a few 3. This time, the Zhang family couldn't win. The people who had come to support Nantian began to talk amongst themselves. We rushed to support the Zhang family this time, hoping to rely on their power in Zhangjing in the future. Now that Biming and Wuji have joined forces, there's no need to protect the Zhang family anymore, and I don't have to fight. Maybe in the future Wuji can become the leader of Biming. Seeing his people leave, Beating hurriedly shouted, Hey, don't go, Dad, Nantian said sternly. Come back, son, quickly call them back, someone reminded. Nantian, I advise you to stop here. Zhangjing is still peaceful. If you stop, the Zhang family's past misdeeds will be forgotten. If you don't stop, evil will beget evil, and you will surely face annihilation. He trembled with anger upon hearing these words. What did you say? Mu Li ordered. Nantian, you wanted to kill me. You won't live. If you end it yourself, you can spare your clan, Nantian roared with hatred. Wuji, you're celebrating too soon. The power emanating from his body worried the people of Biming. Alliance leader, be careful. The people around Nantian had their spiritual energy drained by him. They said, Old Zhang, is this the successor you spoke of? Where did you find a pure yin body? I trust you. But Beating refused. Dad, I'm your only son. Since ancient times, yin and yang have been balanced in the body. If a man's yang energy is drained, life is worse than death, someone shouted. Alliance leader, I'll go first, he thought. This time it's a technique of absorbing yang to supplement yin. It seems to be his instruction. No wonder he always wanted to obtain a profound yin body. If Linger hadn't met me, he would probably be even more heaven-defying. Mu Li announced, those who bully Linger will die, those who insult my sister will surely die. Brother, I will take good care of your family. He summoned his sword. The people around Nantian had already become soulless husks. While he threw 2 punches at him, Wuji, go to hell. The light from that strike sent the others flying, while Mu Li attacked directly. Wuji couldn't believe it. What kind of attack is this? I can't see it clearly. 3 people were cut in half. Wuji's realm was unpredictable. The fate of the Zhang family was sealed. Tian'an had truly changed. According to the intelligence from the Martial Alliance headquarters, Biming was established on April 29, 2031 for the Beizhou Family Alliance, an alliance formed by the major families of Beizhou City, Jinhu Province. Wuji was actually the leader of Biming. Including Wuji and the absent Mr. Liu, Biming already had 5 martial venerables. After today, I'm afraid Biming will ascend to the heavens in one step and become a powerful force in China. Whether this is a blessing or a curse for China is still unknown. If Wuji and the Martial Alliance can work together, then the impact of the Martial City's attack on China can be minimized. Linger stepped forward and called out, Brother Mu Li. He asked Linger, when Nantian was cultivating, did your body have any changes? She replied, no, just now Mom and I were hiding far away, we couldn't see what was happening clearly. He sighed in relief. Is that so? That's good. Wuji spoke up and asked Wuji, tell me honestly, what exactly is your realm? Mu Li replied calmly. What realm do you think I am? He guessed. I think your realm is at least at the martial venerable level, and when you erupt it might even be stronger than that. He didn't give him a specific answer. Left Guardian, whatever the Martial Alliance thinks it is, it is. Watching him leave, Wuji thought, the gates of the Martial City are wide open. Talents are like autumn leaves. Perhaps more people like him will continue to appear in the future, but to have such a mature and steady mind at such a young age is truly rare. The next morning in the meeting room, everyone had already gathered. Rongguang was full of praise for yesterday's battle. Alliance leader, your formless sword technique yesterday was truly an eye-opener for us. Someone interjected. Yes, Alliance leader, Linger exclaimed happily. Brother Mu Li, you're so amazing, he replied. Cultivate hard and you can do it too. With your unique advantage you'll reach this level soon. Linger was surprised. Really, I can do it too, Mu Li affirmed. What's so difficult about it? He thought to himself, little girl, if she knew that upon reaching the Yuandan realm the body can fly, wouldn't she be even more surprised? Then he revealed, "The cultivation technique I taught you is no ordinary one. With your constitution, your cultivation will be very fast. As long as you are focused enough, perhaps you can reach my current level in a few years." Rongwang's jaw dropped in surprise. "Just a few years? You don't understand." Everyone was very surprised. "If everyone cultivates my Wuji true scripture, in the future, don't use the standards of the secular martial world to measure things. Don't think that the martial venerable realm is all there is. In the Wuji true scripture, the martial venerable realm is just the beginning." They could hardly believe their ears. The martial venerable realm is just the beginning. Rongwang believed that the martial arts method of the Wuji true scripture was different from the Chinese martial arts world, with unlimited possibilities, and its level was definitely higher than those martial venerable techniques treasured by the major families. "I am sure that if the Wuji true scripture were to be published, it would definitely become a classic in the Chinese martial arts world, passed down through the ages, the highest level of cultivation technique. The alliance leader is ambitious, not hesitating to bring a top-tier cultivation technique to our Biming. Everyone must not disappoint the alliance leader's expectations. If there are not Den martial venerables in 3 to 5 years, that would be a great disservice to the alliance leader." Everyone shouted in unison, "That's right, we will never disappoint the alliance leader's expectations." Mu Li ended the meeting. "That's all for today. Everyone can return to Beizhou first," they replied. "Yes, alliance leader." When only the 3 of them were left, he asked Linger with concern, "Aunt Lin, what are your plans?" Wandi replied, "We have completely severed ties with the Shui family. It's absolutely impossible to go back. My maternal family, because of Linger's strange illness." Linger spoke up. "Brother Mu Li, I just want to follow you. I just want to follow you. Will you teach me to cultivate? Now I understand that only by becoming strong can I take care of myself and my mother." Mu Li decided, "Then you two will come with me to Jinling," he calculated. "The chief steward of the Jingzhou prefect's mansion once said that the prefect's mansion is now my property. It's a good opportunity to go to Jinling." Hearing this, she was very excited. Linger said happily, "Really, that's great." Seeing the 2 of them, he said, "You too," Linger said gently. "Brother Mu Li, then let's go to the airport now." Wendy also agreed. "Yes, otherwise we'll be late and miss the plane." Mu Li replied. "All right, let's go now," Linger requested. "Brother Mu Li, when we get to Jinling, will you teach my mom a cultivation technique too?" He refused. "The path of cultivation is fraught with danger. It's not something an ordinary person can bear. For Aunt Lin's safety, it's better not to cultivate." Wuji walked over limping with his cane and said, "Here he comes." He waved and called out, "Wuji." Mu Li thought, "This old fellow is here again." "No rush," he instructed the mother and daughter. "Linger, Aunt Lin, I'll be leaving for a while." Linger invited her mother, "Let's go sit in the coffee shop for a bit." Another person was already monitoring the mother and daughter's every move. "Boss, Wuji has separated from them." The other end confirmed. "Good, take this opportunity, grab them immediately." Wuji was ready to preach again. "Wuji, I heard you're leaving soon. I came here today specifically to give you some advice." Mu Li said bluntly, "If you have something to say it quickly." "I'm in a hurry," he began. "Wuji, have you heard of the martial arts golden age?" He remembered Qin Mu had mentioned the martial arts golden age before his death. Mu Li was very curious. "What exactly is the martial arts golden age?" Wuji replied. "We are not clear either. It is a prophecy passed down from ancient times. It is said that in the future there will be a great change in heaven and earth, and the power of heaven and earth will also recover. Realms that were previously as difficult to reach as ascending to the heavens will have their mysterious veils broken. In the martial arts golden age, the martial venerable realm is only the beginning." Mu Li thought. The power of heaven and earth is recovering, and the martial venerable realm is only the beginning. Wouldn't it be easier for me to return to being the Wuji heavenly venerable? He commented, "For martial artists this may not necessarily be a good thing," he admitted. "That's right, countless martial artists are full of anticipation for the martial arts golden age, but the so-called golden age is also a chaotic era. When the power of the masses becomes extraordinary, there will not be so many constraints and chaos will follow. This is also the original intention for our establishment of the Martial Alliance, hoping to find talents like you who can help stabilize the situation in China in the future. Are you willing to contribute to China? Our Martial Alliance will definitely cultivate you with all our strength," he replied. "It's still the same sentence. If I can bear it, I will help. If it is beyond my ability, it will be of no use, just empty words. As for cultivation, forget it. I am used to cultivating on my own." Mu Li thought proudly. "I was once a heavenly venerable, only one step away from immortality. Secular martial arts are meaningless to me." Wuji lectured again. "Hey, don't speak so arrogantly. The power you have today may have been obtained from the ancients, or it may be a fortuitous encounter, but there are some secrets within the Martial Alliance that may have unimaginable benefits for martial artists. Don't underestimate it." Mu Li thought, "If that's really the case, I have to go and see." Wuji said, "There is one more thing, would you like to hear it?" "Please speak," he informed. "A tall tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. Today you are famous and I'm afraid many people will want to take your life. Even some countries will secretly send people to monitor you. In the trash can a cat accidentally fell out. The conversation continued. Muley was surprised. Do foreign countries also have a system for martial artists? Wuji earnestly persuaded. You must not underestimate them. The powerful countries of East India, East Japan, and the European and American continents all have their own systems. They are not lacking in masters, and their martial arts power is equally terrifying. If you encounter them, you must not be careless. Muley thought, you're overthinking it. In the coffee shop, Wendy asked directly. Linger, tell Mom honestly, do you like Muley? She thought. Mom, what nonsense are you talking about? What truth? Just then, a man approached. He put his hand on Linger's shoulder, scaring her. What are you trying to do? The mother and daughter were dragged away. Wendy cried for help. Old 7. It's you, let me go. Help. Another man pulled Linger up, then ordered the irrelevant people. This is Shui family business. Outsiders stay out of it. They thought, how dare they snatch the two of them in broad daylight. They ruthlessly threw Wendy on the ground. Even Linger was thrown heavily to the ground. The order was given. Quick, tie them up. Both mother and daughter were tied to chairs. Wendy cursed at the person in front of her. It's you, Renhee, you bastard. What else do you want? Renhee asked angrily. What do I want, Lin Wendy? 100 days of grace for a day as a couple. You are too heartless. She resentfully drew a clear line. Our marital affection is long gone. It was a bargain for you that I didn't kill you that day. Wuji is nearby. I hope you take this seriously. Renhee turned to his next target. Linger, no matter what, Dad is still your dad. Today, Dad knows he was wrong. Our Shui family has suffered great losses. Can't you forgive Dad? Wendy worriedly advised her. Linger, don't listen to his nonsense. Mom knows best what kind of person he is. When you were young and being treated outside, it was hard to even enter the house. It can be said that Grandpa and Grandpa Hua were the ones who raised you. It was for you that Mom endured the humiliation. All that pain was caused by your father. Linger was speechless. Renhee suggested to her. We are all your relatives. Can you tell Wuji to let the Shui family go? A group of people took turns. Yes, we all know we were wrong. We are all relatives. Do you have the heart to watch everyone die at his hands? Renhee knelt before her, tears streaming down his face. Linger, I'm sorry, it was Dad's fault before. Please forgive us. From now on we will treat you well, definitely not like before, Wendy advised her. Linger, don't listen to them. They are all being hypocritical. They are only acting here because they are worried about their own safety. They don't even consider you a member of the Shui family. Why should you worry about their life or death? Renhee roared angrily. Bitch, shut up, he ordered his subordinates to act. A man stepped forward and clamped his arm tightly around her neck. Renhee threatened, Linger, if you don't tell Wuji to let the Shui family go and then come home with Dad. Your mother won't live either. You should think about it. Linger begged him, don't let my mother go, Renhee threatened. If you want her to live, go and say it now, and you are not allowed to mention what happened today to Wuji in the future. Otherwise we also have ways to take her life. He was certain in his heart. Even if Wuji knows Linger is his own daughter, he won't do anything to us. Besides, this girl is kind and soft-hearted. Suddenly, with a loud bang, a sharp light shot straight at his neck. Renhee was completely frozen, as if his acupuncture points had been hit. Seeing Muley behind him, he cried out in terror. Wuji, you came so fast. Seeing the human-shaped hole in the door, they were dumbfounded. So strong. Linger pushed Renhee aside and rushed towards him, calling out, Brother Muley. Seeing her so excited, he also broke out in a cold sweat. Linger jumped up and hugged him tightly. While holding her, Muley acted. Linger, your mother hasn't been rescued yet. The lackeys were all sent flying out the window. He asked coldly, whose life did you want to take? A group of people knelt on the ground calling out Big Brother. Renhee hurriedly explained, Big Brother Wuji. It's not like that. We just came to apologize to Linger. Muley found their way of twisting the truth ridiculous. Apologize, threatening her with her mother. Is that called an apology? Wendy sternly cursed. Renhee, you bastard. He tried his best to beg for mercy. Lord Wuji, we know we were wrong. There won't be a next time. Please spare us. Although Linger is my daughter and was born with a strange illness, she is very beautiful. If you like her, you can take her away. I would never dare to ask, but in my heart I thought, what about Linger? Renhee continued to play the emotional card with her. Linger, Dad is your dad. We are connected by blood. Do you want to watch us die? We were just forced to a dead end. Please forgive us, okay? I know you are very kind. Hearing this, she wavered a little. Brother Muley, Muley let her decide entirely. Linger, you decide. Renhee's sincere voice sounded, Linger, please let us go. He knew that Linger was too kind. Kindness is not a mistake, but it's difficult for someone too simple to walk the long path of cultivation. But can this simple kindness move others? So he personally grabbed a person's neck and asked, Tell me, what was your original plan? He answered with difficulty. No, nothing. We really came to apologize. He faced a bald man, his voice deepening. Tell the truth or die. The bald man confessed everything. I'll talk. We originally planned to win Linger's sympathy. If she disagreed, we would threaten her with her mother. If she still disagreed, we would capture both mother and daughter and use their lives to threaten you, taking them as hostages. Imprisoned in the Shui family for a lifetime. The remaining people thought in panic, it's over, we're dead. A chill ran down Renhee's spine and he secretly hoped, Linger, what are you waiting for? Quickly say that Dad is your dad. Linger sobbed and announced, From now on I have no relationship with the Shui family. Wendy spat at him contemptuously, then called her daughter's name. Linger, wait for Mom. Renhee was shocked and refused to accept reality. How could this be? Was my judgment of Linger wrong? Mu Li shot out several beams of light and ran. He was immediately nailed to the wall, his face covered in blood. He opened the door and left behind him. No one survived. Outside, people were discussing, "Let's call the police. The matters of the martial world are not for us to worry about. They are all powerful. Let's see if there's anything valuable." Only then did Mu Li understand that Linger had long seen through the true face of the Shui family, seen the cruelty of reality, yet she still lived with kindness. This was Linger. He patted her shoulder and announced, "We've arrived at the Jinling Prefect's mansion." The three of them stood at the gate waiting. Mu Li arrived at the gate of the Jinling Prefect's mansion, and an inquiry came from inside. "Who is it?" he asked. "Is Steward Yaquan here?" The person inside cautiously opened a crack in the door. "What's your relationship with him? What do you want with him?" he replied. "Not very familiar. I am the new master of the Jingzhou Prefect's mansion. I've brought some people to take a look today," the person inside shouted angrily. "The masters of the Jingzhou Prefect's mansion are my master and mistress. Where did you pop out from, daring to spout nonsense? Get lost, or if you offend my masters you won't be able to bear the consequences." Just as the person inside was about to close the door, Mu Li's hand was already blocking it. He used his spiritual power to force the door open, then ordered the servant, "You, call Yaquan out. I want to ask him something." Meng Ding looked at him contemptuously. "The people of the prefect's mansion, you think you can see them just because you want to?" He treated him like an unlucky thing. This displeased Mu Li. He kicked this unruly servant flying. Linger asked worriedly, "Brother Mu Li, did we come to the wrong place?" he said with certainty. "No." Seeing Mu Li walk in step by step, Meng Ding sat on the ground in disbelief. "What? This reckless fool." He began to gather his spiritual power, intending to deal with him in his own courtyard. "Not leaving? Then I'll make you stay here." Meng Ding's move was called Earth-Shattering Palm. Streaks of spiritual energy intertwined and shot towards the target. He angrily retorted, "Insolent." Mu Li instantly moved in front of him, raising his hand. "Hit me and you won't live." With a forceful chop, Meng Ding's shoulder was split in two. The aftershock of that force spread outwards. After dealing with this guy, he called Yaquan. "Steward Lu, this is Mu Li," he replied. "Lord Prefect Mu, you're calling me. Have you arrived in Jinling? Where are you then? I'll come pick you up." Mu Li replied coldly, "No need. If you're in the mansion, come out quickly. Something has happened here." After saying that, he hung up the phone. Yaquan had a bad feeling. He ran quickly to find him, afraid that something terrible would happen if he was a step too late. As soon as he arrived, Yaquan knelt on the ground and shouted, "Lord Prefect, this is," Mu Li said sternly. "Steward Lu, I came all this way here, but this person said the Jingzhou Prefect's mansion has a master, wouldn't let me in and wanted to drive me away. This person is ruthless. He cannot be kept." Yaquan knew the priorities. He said softly, "It's better that he's dead, but Lord Prefect, please come in." Mu Li decided to ask about the old matters clearly. "Yaquan, I haven't asked you yet. Who exactly is the master he was talking about?" He recounted that the previous prefect Qin Mu, who was in charge of the mansion, dedicated his life to the country and the people and had no wife or children. But 30 years ago he picked up a baby boy outside. Seeing how pitiful he was, he brought him back. The prefect had intended to raise the child for a while and then find a good family to adopt him, but this child showed exceptional talent in both studies and martial arts from a young age. Prefect Qin Mu doted on him very much, and after spending a long time together they developed feelings for each other, so he adopted him as his foster son and named him Dingguo. Mu Li frowned, displeased. "Foster son, no one mentioned this to me before." He then asked, and then Yaquan replied that Dingguo's talent was astounding. He broke through to the advanced level of martial arts at the age of 15, and with the identity of the Jingzhou Prefect's foster son, he received countless praises. Unfortunately, he eventually lost himself in those praises, indulging in wine and women all day long. He neglected his martial arts, and 2 years ago, he decided to return to the southern frontier to search for his origins. Later, he brought back a woman from the southern frontier and the two got married. Did he notice that there was a problem with that woman? Yaquan expressed his feelings. "The prefect and I both felt that this woman was a bit strange and wanted her to leave. But Dingguo said that if she left he would sever the father-son relationship. The prefect had no choice but to do so. The prefect was very disappointed, and left Jinzhou in a fit of anger." "The prefect knows what happened next?" Mu Li asked in surprise. "When the news of old Qin's death came back, didn't Dingguo know?" he replied. "How could he not know?" Wandi and her daughter had also come to Mu Li's side. Yaquan continued, "At that time I hurriedly went to inform them, but they didn't care at all and even laughed. He didn't understand. Now that old Qin is dead according to his will, didn't you drive them away?" Yaquan reported. "I informed them at the beginning, but they shamelessly stayed here. For Prefect Qin Mu's sake, I didn't force them to leave." Mu Li understood. "I understand. You go and call them over quickly. I'll deal with it personally." Yaquan returned to report, "Lord Prefect, they don't want to come. I'll go myself." In Dingguo and his wife's residence, Dingguo's wife Wei Fang was leisurely lying on a bed under the eaves having a servant massage her. She coldly requested a lighter touch. Dingguo agreed. All right." The force of the hands lessened. Just then, seeing someone approach, she said with displeasure, "Here he comes again." Yaquan reminded, "Dingguo, I asked you to see the Lord Prefect, but you turned a deaf ear." Dingguo whispered unhappily, "This is a heavily guarded place. Your reckless behavior will scare us." Mu Li followed behind and ordered, "Steward Lu, no need for more words. Dingguo and your wife, quickly pack your things. You must leave the prefect's mansion within today." Dingguo begged for mercy. "Please don't, Lord Prefect. I have lived in the Jingzhou Prefect's mansion since I was young. The Jingzhou Prefect's mansion is my home. Even old Qin tacitly agreed that the Jingzhou Prefect's mansion was mine. You've just arrived and you're already trying to drive me away. This is unreasonable, the servant whispered in Wei Feng's ear. Madam, the old Lu guarding the gate was killed by him. I can't accept this. Wei Feng secretly gathered killing intent in her hands. The servants who came with me from the enemy territory have secretly killed countless people. The matter of seizing the prefect's mansion must not be exposed. Ding Guo was still negotiating in front. How about this? My wife and I will take a small loss. Give us 7 or 8 million to buy a house in Jinling, and I'll consider that the new Jingzhou prefect's mansion. What do you think? As soon as these words were spoken, Yaikuan couldn't listen anymore. Ding Guo, you shameless bastard, today I will teach you a lesson on behalf of the Lord Prefect. However, a wave of killing intent came, and Wei Feng struck first. The two clashed palms and it was clear that her strength was superior. Yaikuan was forced back repeatedly. Only then did he realize she had used poison. Wei Feng said viciously, this kind of poison, no one has been able to cure it yet. But when she saw Mu Li neutralizing the poison on Yikuan's hand, she was dumbfounded. He asked with disgust, besides using poison, what else can you do? Wei Feng was panicked by his ability. How can you possibly neutralize my poison? Since that was the case, she summoned her 5 poisons. Scorpions, poison spiders, poison snakes, come out, my darlings. A small snake coiled around Wei Feng's ankle. She asked calmly, Lord Prefect, do you like my darlings? He stomped his foot, and with a loud bang, spiritual energy spread out like an invisible wave. The darlings Wei Feng was so proud of were instantly turned to dust. This made her completely lose her mind, and she rushed forward. No, I don't believe it. She instantly closed in on him, and he kicked the vicious woman in the stomach. Wei Feng landed on the ground, swinging her hand to strike him, but he nimbly grabbed her wrist. Spiritual energy erupted from Mu Li's palm, sending his opponent flying. Wei Feng was sent flying into the sky. Ding Guo rushed up angrily to avenge his beloved wife. How dare you touch my wife? Mu Li lifted his foot and kicked, and the second guy also got a ticket to fly into the sky with his wife. The two of them fell into the green canopy of the trees with a thud. He walked over unhurriedly, looked at the two hanging from the tree, and Mu Li ordered, get out of the Jingzhou prefect's mansion now. Wei Feng was so angry she couldn't speak. Yaikuan reported to his master. Master, the couple has left. What are your instructions now? He ordered. Arrange 2 servants for me. Mu Li said gently to Linger, come, I'll take you to choose a room. Arriving at the first room, Linger's eyes lit up. She looked at the spacious room inside, stunned, her cheeks flushed with excitement. Brother Mu Li, I like it very much. Wandi also said very happily, thank you so much. At this time, Yaikuan reported from outside. Master, I have brought the people, he informed them. Come in. The 2 maids were carefully selected by Yaikuan. Lord Prefect, these are the servants I have prepared for you. You can entrust all your daily trifles to them. He replied, I don't need them. From now on, you 2 just take good care of Auntie and Linger. One of the maids looked very unconvinced. They reluctantly agreed. Yes, he whispered in Linger's ear. You 2 rest here for a bit. I'm going out for a walk. Mu Li felt that this mansion seemed strange everywhere. He released his spiritual energy to probe the rockery area in front of him and finally identified a problematic location. Mu Li pushed a rock and a door opened automatically, revealing the secret inside. It turned out to be a cellar filled with poisonous creatures. That woman dared to raise poisonous creatures here. Seeing them about to rush up, he shot spiritual energy from his palm to repel them, and the group of poisonous creatures instantly turned to dust. A croak sound attracted Mu Li's attention. What's that sound? At the end of the cave, something strange was glowing. It turned out to be a green toad. It opened its mouth and spat out venom, and the poisonous gas quickly flew towards Mu Li. He nimbly dodged it, feeling interested in this thing. There's even stronger poison. I'd like to see what you are. The green toad immediately jumped out of the pool. It leaped onto the shore, stomped its front foot hard, and let out a dull thud. It was the sacred beast of the 5 poison sect. The green toad, he was surprised. This is a demonic beast. The green toad seemed angry after hearing this. It opened its mouth in a show of force, and he cursed under his breath. A ferocious beast, its huge tongue lashed out at Mu Li. He swung his sword expressionlessly, and a miserable croak echoed in the cave. The green toad's tongue was severed and fell heavily to the ground. In another villa, a scream was heard. Ding Guo asked worriedly, Madam, what's wrong? Ah, she replied. Someone has injured the sacred beast that is connected to my mind. He was shocked. What? Could it be him? He found that place, Wei Feng said nervously. It's only a matter of time before he finds that place, but I didn't expect him to be able to injure my sect's sacred beast. He's not to be underestimated. Inside the cave, the green toad's pained and angry cries were deafening as it condensed a demon core in its belly. Mu Li was surprised. This demonic beast is indeed powerful. This is a demon core. A demonic beast that can condense a demon core might be even more powerful than a cultivator's Yuan Dan on the mountain. With my current strength, I would definitely be killed by it. Something's not right. Looking at how this demonic beast is activating the demon core, this demon core is definitely not its own. The green toad opened its mouth and spewed out a stream of poison. The poisonous stream swept towards Mu Li like a tornado. He gathered his spiritual energy to resist, and a force shot towards the poisonous stream. The green toad was evaporated into wisps of gas, its entire body pierced by lightning. He tightened his grip on the sword, his heart filled with desire, and slashed down with one stroke. This demon core is mine. The green toad was immediately split in half, revealing a palm-sized demon core, which Mu Li pocketed. He was overjoyed. This is a great harvest. With this demon core I can at least reach the mid-Yuan Dan realm. Suddenly, Mu Li looked at the thing in front of him in surprise. It was a revolving door. This door seemed to keep people away. This pattern was exactly the same as the Jinzhou order. Mu Li summoned the Jinzhou order and it floated in his hand. The door emitted a strange aura. He placed the token on the jewel on the door and with a click, the heavy door slowly opened. He walked into the secret chamber of the Jinzhou prefect's mansion and looked at the huge stones on the pillars inside. Mu Li was surprised. These are high-grade spirit stones. High-grade spirit stones are rare treasures even in the cultivation world. I can't believe there are 4 here. The spiritual energy of these spirit stones is about to dissipate. However, to make these spirit stones work, a powerful cultivator from ancient times is needed. Looking at the mural on the wall, he immediately understood the origin of the Jinzhou mansion and the history of the 9 provinces. Just as old Qin said, Deu pacified the world, divided the 9 provinces and appointed prefects. Although he didn't know why the earth had become so lifeless, 2 ancient swords were left in the painting. He walked towards the sword and then attached it to his waist. This is a real windfall. Suddenly there was a rustling sound. He froze on the spot, and the sword turned to dust. He understood the reason. Forget it, it's already great to get a demon core. One shouldn't be too greedy. Suddenly, the phone rang. It was Jachi. He answered the phone. Hello, it's rare for the young lady to call me herself. Seeing no response from the other side, Mu Li wondered why she wasn't speaking. Jachi finally spoke. I watched your live broadcasted match with the Zhang family. I used to think you were just a martial artist with good skills. I never expected. I should have known. He picked up where she left off. Known what? She replied. My dad respects you so much, you can solve any problem with ease. After listening to her for a while, Mu Li felt something was wrong. What's wrong with Jachi? This shy way of speaking is so unlike her. On the other end of the phone she asked, Mu Li, you are him, right? He was surprised. Who? Jachi shyly uttered 2 words, Wuji. Just as she finished speaking, because she was too shy, another Jachi started to reprimand her. Jachi, do you think Mu Li is still the bodyguard who was by your side? He's not the same person he used to be, she asked with some anticipation. You are still the Mu Li I know, right? He answered affirmatively. Jachi, I'm still that Mu Li, you just know me better now. And so she overcame the mean Jachi in her heart. Jachi, Mu Li won't change just because he's become stronger. You have to believe him, she asked expectantly. When are you coming back? Now that your martial arts are so advanced, you don't have to go to school anymore, do you? He replied. It will be a while. Jachi urged. Come back soon. I still want you to be my bodyguard. He smiled and teased. Look who I am. What's your price? Jachi also joked. Come on, we're friends. Just give me a friendship price. What's important is the bond. Mu Li finalized. Then I'll give you a discount. Seeing him so relaxed, Jachi finally let go of her worries. Mu Li, you really haven't changed. She firmly believed in her heart that he had always been the one who saved her from danger and gave her warmth. The hero of my dreams. The night was deep. In the prefect's mansion, a presence drifted in. Xiao Bai happily sneaked into the mansion. I'm here. She drifted into the room and then quietly looked at the sleeping Mu Li. She stuck out her tongue to tease him. You can't see me. Nah, nah, nah. An idea flashed through Xiao Bai's mind. She was going to draw on his face. The brush was eagerly preparing to do mischief. Before the brush touched him, Mu Li opened his eyes. He sat up abruptly, which in turn scared the mischievous female ghost into screaming. Xiao Bai asked innocently. How did you wake up? Mu Li admitted. I noticed you when you came. Tell me, why are you here instead of taking care of your mother at home? She replied. I took good care of her, but then she was taken away by the Yu family, wasn't she? I was too bored at home alone, he asked curiously. You didn't go and harass that guy again? Xiao Bai was enthusiastic. Oh, that guy, how can a grown man be so timid? At that time she took off her head to scare him. Did you see my head? She said with disgust. I just wanted to tease him a bit. In the end he was scared out of his wits. Mu Li couldn't listen anymore, and gave her a flick on the head. The sound was crisp. Xiao Bai admitted her mistake. I admit what I did was a bit scary. He was very clear. He didn't move out because he was scared by you, did he? She denied. Of course not, because I never scared him again after that. He didn't quite believe it. You had a change of heart, Xiao Bai explained. Of course not. I don't know who told him, but he stole someone else's used underwear and wore it on his face when he slept at night. I found it so disgusting that I didn't scare him anymore. After that, I got very bored and could only cultivate every day. Then one day I suddenly found that I could leave that room. Then I went to see my sister and stayed for a long time. My sister seemed to be able to feel my presence and often talked to herself. I didn't want to make her unhappy, so I came to find you. Mu Li secretly admired her. No wonder she could leave the room in such a short time and even cultivated to the early stage of qi refinement. Truly talented. He asked curiously, so how did you find me? Beizhou and Jinling are very far apart. Xiao Bai proudly boasted. This is telepathy. Mu Li ordered her to tell the truth. Xiao Bai confessed. There's a method in the Ghost Immortal scripture to leave a mark, and you can find it based on that. He still didn't know what kind of mark it was, thinking to himself, the most vicious one in the Ghost Immortal scripture can directly absorb a person's soul power. Xiao Bai replied with innocent eyes. It's just a very ordinary mark. Mu Li grew impatient. Hurry up and tell me. Xiao Bai didn't even dare to look him in the eye and just wouldn't say. Mu Li didn't force her either. He reached out and pressed her forehead to extract the information. I'll know just by looking. Information from her memory came through, and a scene of him sleeping one night appeared. At that time, Xiao Bai was pouting and preparing to do something mischievous to him. Mu Li remembered it was the night before he was about to head south to go home. A kiss mark was left on his forehead, and the mark gradually faded. Xiao Bai looked at his glowing hand in horror. He saw it. Oh no, do I have to take responsibility for him? When should we get married? How many children should we have? He was about to teach her a lesson, and a snap of his fingers thwack echoed throughout the room. Smoke rose from Xiao Bai's forehead and she protested aggrievely. Why did you hit me? He lectured. I'm pretty much your master. You have to respect me, understand? You can't just do that kind of thing. Xiao Bai swore, when I cultivate into a human I will definitely marry you. There's nothing wrong with a master-disciple relationship. Wendy was not yet asleep and heard the voices. She wondered curiously, it's the middle of the night, why are there still voices in Mu Li's room? Her hand remained in the position of pulling the curtains. Linger woke up and asked, Mom, what's wrong? She comforted herself. Mu Li is not that kind of person. Maybe I heard wrong. Forget it, it's nothing. Go to sleep. After speaking, Wendy turned and went back to her room. On the other side, Xiao Bai sighed. So boring. The next day, the maids ran out of the men's restroom screaming. Pervert, the male servant retorted. Hey, who told you to barge into the men's restroom for no reason and scream, and you call me a pervert? By the time he realized the sign on the restroom had been changed, a faucet in his hand suddenly went out of control. Yaquan stared at the scene before him, dumbfounded. I think I saw it fly after it exploded. A servant got a scratch on his face, and the maids didn't escape unscathed either. His face darkened, and he prepared to gather his spiritual energy to deal with these things. How dare these filthy things set foot in the Jingzhou prefect's mansion? He made his spiritual energy cover the entire mansion, and Yaquan shouted, Show yourself, demon. Mu Li came over, somewhat curious. What is Steward Yaquan doing? He reminded him. Lord Prefect, please step aside for a moment while I eliminate this invisible thing, Yaquan demanded coldly. Show yourself. Xiao Bai pleaded for mercy. Stop shaking, I can't take it anymore. Yaquan immediately spotted the other side and struck out with his palm. A yellow spiritual energy flew straight towards her. Mu Li also lent a hand, and a pink light ran parallel to Yaquan's spiritual energy. Both of them were aiming for Xiao Bai, who couldn't dodge at all and was immediately knocked dizzy. Xiao Bai felt her soul was about to dissipate, but Mu Li's spiritual energy supported her. He announced to the servants, All right, the trouble is solved. Everyone can disperse. Mu Li asked coldly, Still dare to cause trouble? Xiao Bai replied aggrievedly. No more trouble, he continued to lecture. Look at you. You are clearly stronger than Steward Yaquan, but you were still defeated by him. You've practiced the ghost immortal scripture for nothing. Xiao Bai pleaded. I know I was wrong. Please teach me some tricks. Mu Li agreed. All right, since you know you're wrong, I'll teach you a move, the ghost refinement attack technique. After 3 hours of hard practice, he gave her something. You've consumed too much soul power today. You'll be fine after a few days of rest. Don't worry, I've prepared an ancient bottle for you. Xiao Bai, who loved freedom and flying around, refused. No, I don't want to live in a bottle. No, no, no. Just then, Linger opened the door and came in, calling out, Brother Mu Li, time to eat. Seeing the scene inside, she was stunned. Brother Mu Li? How is there a girl floating there? Xiao Bai was surprised. You can see me. Mu Li asked the same question. You can see her, she replied. I saw her, a very beautiful girl. Being praised, Xiao Bai immediately rushed over happily and hugged Linger, praising her. This little girl is so cute, has such good taste, and is so gentle. Xiao Bai felt someone's softness. Oh my, so soft, Linger shyly pleaded. Sister, don't be like this. Mu Li was curious to see them hit it off so well. Is this the friendship between girls? Xiao Bai put on a big sister act and said to her, Linger, let me tell you, don't look at how thin and weak Mu Li is. One time I saw him in the bathroom. The room fell silent. Mu Li was truly angry. His anger burned. Xiao Bai, how dare you say such things? Xiao Bai finally got scared. She screamed, I won't say it, I won't say it. The anger went a bit too far and set the bed on fire. He hurriedly sprayed it with a fire extinguisher while threatening Xiao Bai, if you dare to be so reckless with your words again, I'll make you pay. Just then, Xiao Bai noticed something. She was surprised to find that Budian was staring at her. This little cutie can see me too, so she happily picked Budian up. Mu Li, this place is amazing. The servant outside noticed that the alliance leader's room was very lively. The next day at the Jingzhou prefect's mansion, the 4 major families of Jinling came to pay their respects, announcing their names one by one. First was the head of the Lu family, Lu Shu, 43 years old, early-stage martial venerable. He introduced himself, my name is Lu Shu. The second was the head of the Shu family, Shu Chang, 46 years old, early-stage martial venerable. He continued, I am Shu Chang. Next were the 2 aides of the Jingzhou prefect's mansion, both early-stage martial venerables. The 2 announced their names. My name is Tushan. My name is Qin Lin. The 4 of them bowed respectfully. Greetings, Lord Prefect. Yaquan reported. Master, there are 5 auxiliary families in the Jingzhou prefect's mansion, but 1 family is not in this city and couldn't come today. He was puzzled. 5 major families? I remember there were only 4 major families at old Qin's funeral. He asked Lu Shu, did you run into the head of the Lu family on your way here? Lu Shu reported, we didn't see Lu Qingying's figure. It seems he didn't come. Yaquan was very dissatisfied. This Lu family is really lawless. I personally sent someone to notify them, and they actually ignored it. Mu Li knew they were probably stalling for time. He said to his subordinates, everyone, please sit down and rest for a while. Yaquan stopped him. Master, we can't do that. The Lu family is just a small family that became an auxiliary of the Jingzhou prefect's mansion thanks to Lord Qin Emu's promotion, but as soon as Lord Qin Mu passed away they turned their backs on him, didn't even come to his funeral, and now they want to break away from the jurisdiction of the Jingzhou prefect's mansion. Mu Li frowned. It seems they are very similar to Dingguo, both are ungrateful. This Lu family is getting more and more like Dingguo. Suddenly a person walked in swaggering and asked, "Is this the Lord Prefect?" Someone who didn't recognize him asked, "Who are you?" "Someone from the Lu family." "Why haven't I seen him before? Probably just a nobody." "Where is the head of the Lu family, Cheng Yang?" He arrogantly ignored everyone and sat down directly in a chair. Lu He's arrogant voice rang out. The family head is comprehending a profound technique and cannot get away for the moment. As for paying respects to the Lord Prefect, I, a common disciple, will suffice. This blatant disrespect made the other family heads indignant. "Bastard, the Lu family is so ungrateful, shameless and audacious." Mu Li stood up and said coldly, "Although I don't want to sit in this position, I will do what I promised." A pressure emanated from him, accompanied by a command, "Tell Lu Qingying to come here and apologize to me personally." Lu He was not afraid and spoke with a face full of arrogance. "Apologize?" He lost his patience with this fool who didn't know his place. A killing intent emanated from him. Mu Li ordered him to be thrown out. "Get out!" Waves of killing intent rose in the room. By the time Lu He reacted, it was too late. His body was pierced with countless holes. He gave the Lu family an ultimatum: if he doesn't come, you go to the gate first. The consequences are not something he can bear. As soon as the words fell, Lu He was forcibly thrown out by a spiritual force and the gate slammed shut with a bang. The people sitting inside were still shaken by the scene that had just occurred. Lu Shu thought to himself, "The Lord Prefect is indeed as powerful as the rumors say. It seems the Lu family will not have a good end." At this time, in the Jingzhou Prefect's mansion, Xiao Bai and Linger came to Mu Li. She asked happily, "Are you done talking?" Mu Li replied, "Yes, where do you want to go?" So Xiao Bai took the other girl's hand. Linger spun around gracefully. Xiao Bai praised, "Linger has such a good figure, dressed so beautifully. Of course we're going shopping, let's go." Linger invited him. "Brother Mu Li, do you want to come with us?" He went along with the beauty's wishes. "Shopping is fine, let's go. I'll go too, to prevent anyone from causing trouble again." The three of them strolled down the street together. Linger exclaimed, "It's so beautiful here. I've never been to such a lively place." He asked them, "Do you see anything you want to buy?" Linger noticed something. "Brother Mu Li, I want this." He immediately agreed. "All right, just tell me what you like, I'll buy it for you." But in his heart, he thought, if only Mu Xin were this cute. Xiao Bai said disdainfully, "An old cow grazing on young grass, shameless." Linger walked to another spot. She excitedly pointed at something. "Brother Mu Li, I want to eat that." Mu Li went to get her ice cream. "Eat up." She took her first bite. The deliciousness exploded from the ice cream bar and she jumped with joy. "This is so delicious, thank you." Xiao Bai looked at something with a gloomy expression. "This ice cream is so white and big." It turned out she was looking at Linger's heaving chest. A flash of inspiration hit Xiao Bai. "I have an idea." She began to do a handstand in front of the puzzled crowd, then hugged Linger and whined, "I want to eat ice cream too, but I don't have a physical body so I can't." Linger was stunned and blurted out, "Sister Xiao Bai." She began to get into character, sobbing, "Why did I have to die so early? Why did I become a ghost? I've long forgotten what it feels like to be human." Linger turned to look at him and asked, "Sister Xiao Bai, Brother Mu Li, is there anything you can do?" He reminded her. "Xiao Bai," she said honestly, "actually there is a way for me to taste it." Linger hurriedly asked, "What way?" She shot him a look. "As long as I stay close to you, I can feel what you feel." The innocent Linger fell for it. "If it's really possible, then you can do it." Xiao Bai's trick succeeded and she beamed with joy. "Linger, you're so nice." She licked her lips. "Here I come," he asked coldly. "Xiao Bai, what are you trying to do?" Linger's body on its own reached out and caressed its own chest on the street, accompanied by Xiao Bai's sigh. "Oh, so this is what it feels like to have a big chest. Why don't I have one?" The people around saw this explosive scene and immediately had nosebleeds. Linger's soul left her body and she only reacted when she saw the shameful thing her body was doing. "Sister Xiao Bai tricked me, give me back my body." She rushed straight back into her body, regained control and pushed Xiao Bai's soul out. She was still feeling elated at this time. "That felt great." Mu Li asked unhappily, "What are you up to again? Do you even want to go shopping?" Just then the click of a camera was heard. It turned out to be a group of men trying to take pictures of Linger. He angrily shooed them away. "You guys get lost," while Xiao Bai happily shouted, "Let's continue shopping." Meanwhile, in the inner courtyard of Lu Qingying's house, Dingguo was helping his wife to the garden. He asked his wife with concern, "Wei Fong, how are you feeling now?" She replied, "I'm still very weak, but I should be much better in a day or two. The sacred beast is connected to my breath. That guy dared to kill the sacred beast I raised, injured me and stole the sacred pill I refined. We absolutely cannot let him go," Dingguo promised. "Wei Fong, don't worry, I will definitely find a way to kill him and avenge you," Wei Fong said cautiously. "Don't underestimate that guy just because he's young, he's very strong. If we fight him head-on, we're not his match. We can't beat him, we can only use a scheme. Besides, the people from the Five Poison sect will only be some ordinary people and we can start with the people around him." Dingguo suddenly understood. "You mean that girl?" Wei Fong instructed her husband. "Send people to inquire. As soon as you see that girl alone, capture her and bring her back. I have my own way to deal with him." He immediately agreed. All right, we'll do as you say. On Mu Li's side they had strolled to Jinling Street. He followed behind, carrying a large pile of things, and looking at the girl in front of him, he thought, this is a familiar feeling. Suddenly the phone rang. Since both his hands were full, he used his spiritual power to make the phone in his pocket fly up and then answered. Hello, Yaquan reported on the other end. The major families want to hold a welcome banquet for you in Jinling City tonight, also to let the families here get to know you to avoid any unexpected trouble. Mu Li replied, all right, you arrange it. He then asked, does the master need a girl? Linger asked curiously. Brother Mu Li, what kind of banquet is it? Can I go? Xiao Bai next to her also clamored. I want to go too, he agreed, and let's go together tonight. We have to take these things home first. The car took them to a 5-star restaurant in Jinling. Mu Li got out of the car and said relaxedly, is this the world of the rich? Yaquan sat in the driver's seat and said, Master, I'll go park the car. The banquet is on the 2nd floor, you can go up first. He led the two of them inside. Let's go up first. At this time Linger requested again, Brother Mu Li, I want to eat ice cream. He was surprised. You want to eat again? Is ice cream that delicious? She whined. It's super delicious. Hearing Linger's sweet voice, he agreed to everything. All right, I'll buy it for you. Linger replied happily, thank you, brother. Mu Li, Xiao Bai behind him tempted, I want to eat ice cream too. Linger, can you lend me your body again? She had learned her lesson and resolutely refused. No, 2 suspicious guys were staring at Linger. One of the underlings said to the other, Brother Fei, look, that one's not bad, he corrected them. What do you mean not bad? His eyes lit up. That's top quality. Fei Long ordered his men. Same old routine, they replied with anticipation. Understood. The 3 ill-intentioned guys walked towards her. Let's go, one spoke first. Beauty, are you alone? Linger turned around and pointed at herself doubtfully, asking me? The scar-faced man hit on her. We can't find anyone as beautiful as you here, of course we're calling you. Xiao Bai sternly warned, they don't look like good people at first glance. Linger ignored them, and the group blocked her path. Beauty, don't go, let's chat. We want to be friends with you. The 3 of them surrounded her. Beauty, don't be afraid, we're not bad people. Fei Long knew it was his turn to play the hero, saving the damsel in distress. All right, my turn. However, someone had already beaten him to it. His voice rang out. Who are you? Everyone was stunned. Linger shouted happily, Brother Mu Li, how dare you touch my people? A pressure emanated from Mu Li. Fei Long's cigarette fell to the ground and he retreated to his hiding place. Mu Li's appearance made him wary. Where did this kid come from, daring to stand in my way? They asked rudely. Who are you, daring to ruin our fun? Mu Li said calmly, who I am you don't need to know. A hot-tempered one swung his fist at him. Get lost. Mu Li tightly grabbed the guy's hand and casually threw him aside. The unlucky scar-faced man happened to fall right next to Fei Long. Xiao Bai clapped and cheered. Mu Li beat them to death. Linger thought he was so handsome in this moment. Brother Mu Li is so handsome. The remaining 2 rushed up, determined to teach him a lesson. Dare to hit our man, you're dead. Mu Li calmly stepped on one of their feet. The other one took a punch to the chest. Fei Long couldn't watch anymore. He shouted, stop. He jumped down from a high place. Take my kick. Mu Li blocked with his hand and the force from his body acted like a trampoline, sending Fei Long flying. He was shocked. What's going on? Unless you're a master on the Martial Venerable Reserve list, why have I never seen you in Jinling? Xiao Bai looked down on his ability. That guy is so weak. Mu Li only used one hand and he couldn't beat him. Linger was very impressed. It's because Brother Mu Li is too strong. Mu Li asked them both with concern. Are you two all right? Linger replied, I'm fine. Xiao Bai complained, if you had come any later, I would have been able to beat them up. Suddenly being hugged by Xiao Bai, she blushed and asked, didn't we agree not to cause trouble before we came? Are you trying to again? Xiao Bai said angrily, all right, I know, the subordinate asked suspiciously. Brother Fei Long, this guy is really arrogant, he's even talking to the air. Is there something wrong with his head? Fei Long said with a cold face. Be calm, this guy is so strong and arrogant. He probably has a big family backing him, we can't afford to mess with him. He lowered his stance. Let's talk to him first. The 3 of them walked into the banquet hall. Xiao Bai said excitedly, so much delicious food, if only I had a body. Rongguang saw him and called out, Alliance leader, I didn't expect the Alliance leader to be here too. It seems the Jingzhou prefect's mansion is indeed on the same path. He was surprised to see them. You're here too? Is the Jingzhou prefect's mansion very powerful? Rongguang replied, Alliance leader, you mustn't underestimate this place. The Jingzhou prefect's mansion has a long history. The prefect is the master of a province, the king of a province after turning the tide, and his strength is still very strong. And I heard that the prefect's strength is above the Martial Venerable, surpassing the power of a Martial Venerable. Linger was shocked. Mu Li, Brother Mu Li seems to be the prefect of Jingzhou, the old man asked. Alliance leader, did you also come here after receiving news from the Jingzhou prefect's mansion? Old Zhang was full of anticipation. All right then. Today let us from Baiming see the mysterious Lord Prefect of Jingzhou together, and see what kind of sacred being is above the Martial Venerable. Rongguang continued. But we at Baiming have our alliance leader who will surely reach the height of the Jingzhou prefect in the future. He interrupted them. All right, you guys go in first. I'll be in shortly. Mu Li didn't forget to remind them before he left. By the way, don't reveal my identity for now. The 3 of them agreed. Rest assured, alliance leader. Linger asked curiously, Brother Mu Li, why don't you tell them your identity clearly? Yeah, Xiao Bai chimed in. You're so mean, he replied. I'm also thinking of them. After all, it's not good to scare my own people. Let's find a place to sit first. An underling came to report the situation. Brother Fei Long, that kid has sat down. Looking at him, he probably isn't from a big family. He made a gesture to get rid of him and asked, Brother Fei Long, should we take him out? Fei Long asked coldly, even if you're a bad guy, you need some discernment, understand? I'll go to the Shu family's side to sound them out. Fei Long went over to negotiate. He called out fawningly. Uncle Shu, Old Master Shu asked, is it Fei Long? He followed the script and said, I came specially to thank you. It's a great benefit for me to have the opportunity to meet so many important people. Old Master Shu praised. It's rare for you to have such a thought. Fei Long lured him. Uncle Shu, I saw that young man over there is very unfamiliar, and the people around him don't know him either. I wonder if you know his background, he asked tentatively. Why are you asking about him? He lied. Actually, it's nothing. A few days ago, some of my friends had a conflict with him at a pub, so I wanted to ask about his background. Old Master Shu shouted coldly. Foolish, he felt guilty. Uncle Shu, did I say something wrong? He lectured sternly. You are truly audacious. Everyone present today is a person of status, and you still dare to act recklessly. You could have picked on anyone, but you wanted to find trouble with him. Fei Long was scared. Could it be that his family is very prominent? He replied. It's not just prominent, it's shocking. Consider yourselves lucky that you didn't do anything too excessive. If your father hadn't intervened, I would have taught you a lesson myself. Take you to him to apologize. But if he doesn't pursue the matter, it will be considered over. You're lucky this time. Remember to be more careful next time. There are many masters in this world who can't just provoke anyone. He breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, so powerful, good thing I didn't make a move. The host of the banquet shouted, Everyone, welcome the star of our banquet today. The people at the banquet were discussing, is the star the master of the Jingzhou prefect's mansion? Oh my god, I heard this person's abilities are unfathomable. It would be great if I could be his disciple. I really want to see what he looks like. If he's handsome, Xiao Bai joined in the fun and teased. Mu Li, someone wants to marry you, someone thought. Even if the master of the Jingzhou prefect's mansion is powerful, he must be an old man in my opinion. Wu Ji is the real powerhouse. The battle with the Zhang family, Yaikuan continued. Thank you all for attending this banquet at the mansion. I believe everyone knows the purpose of this banquet, which is to welcome the new master of the Jingzhou prefect's mansion. The spotlight shone on the main character and Xiao Bai became shy. Oh my god, being watched by so many people is so embarrassing. Seeing Mu Li, everyone was stunned. So Young, Old Li, Old Zhang and Rongguang were also stunned. Is the alliance leader the prefect of Jingzhou? Fei Long then realized how much trouble he had gotten himself into. I'm finished. Voices of admiration rose and fell around them. Truly amazing to have such terrifying strength at such a young age. Truly worthy of being the prefect of Jingzhou. Yaikuan reported. Lord Prefect, I've sent people to investigate. The head of the Lu family, Lu Qingyang, has not appeared yet. He clearly doesn't respect you. We can take other measures now, he asked casually. What do you plan to do? He proposed a plan. The Lu family was originally an auxiliary of the Jingzhou prefect's mansion, so we can directly hold them accountable. I will lead the Lu and Shu families to demand an explanation. If the Lu family doesn't show remorse, we will issue a warrant for Lu Qingyang's arrest, and his family's businesses will gradually collapse. Mu Li agreed. You handle it, Xu Chong reported to the steward. Lord Prefect, Lu Qingyang has appeared and is at the entrance of the second floor. Yaikuan was dissatisfied with their tardiness. Coming now? Lu Qingyang is truly arrogant. Seeing him walk in, everyone was very surprised. Who is this person? Why is he only here now? Someone recognized him. It's the head of the Lu family, Lu Qingyang. Yaikuan blocked his path. Lu Qingyang, stop. Lu Shu noticed an unusual aura from him. He ordered, Lu Qingyang, if you don't stop, I won't be polite. Yaikuan and the others exchanged glances and they simultaneously rushed forward to attack Lu Qingyang. He blocked two people by himself. They retreated quickly and exclaimed cautiously, deadly poison? Lu Qingyang's eyes were bloodshot as he pointed at him and said, You are not worthy to be the prefect of Jingzhou. Do you dare to fight me? As soon as these words were spoken, all the guests present were shocked. How dare Lu Qingyang challenge the prefect of Jingzhou? Yaikuan shouted angrily. Lu Qingyang, have you lost your mind? How dare you challenge the Lord Prefect? What right do you have to challenge him? To touch him, you'll have to step over my dead body. Mu Li stopped him. Don't be too angry, he's lost consciousness, he instructed Linger. Wait for me here. Then he detoxified the two men. They found the poisonous smoke on their hands had disappeared. The two gratefully cupped their hands in thanks. Thank you, my lord, Yaikuan asked carefully. My lord, should we send the Shu family guests back first? Mu Li authorized him. You handle it, he announced with regret. Everyone, there's been an accident today, so the banquet will end here for now. For your safety, please leave as soon as possible and let the Jingzhou prefect's mansion handle some matters. They said in unison, why don't you let us stay and help the Jingzhou prefect's mansion? I appreciate the sentiment. Thank you all for your kindness, but we are enough. Please come and visit again when you have time. The Shu family guests finally agreed to leave. Only Rongguang and the other two remained. Xu Chong asked in surprise, why are you three still here? He spoke up. It's all right, I let them stay. He seemed to have a faint answer. Could it be that the Lord Prefect is? Yaikuan asked worriedly. My lord, is Lu Qingyang dead? He denied it. No, his heart is still beating. Seeing Mu Li touch his forehead, they were very worried. Be careful, my lord. This poison is very potent. He, on the other hand, was very calm. It's fine, he thought confidently. I have the body of a saint, and with the soul power of the Zishao Ascension art, I'm immune to all poisons. This poison is useless against me. He pointed a finger at Lu Qingyang's chest and he collapsed weakly to the ground as a small insect crawled out of his body. Lu Shu and Shu Chong simultaneously released their spiritual energy to attack the insect. Yaquan ordered, catch it. The insect struggled constantly trying to escape but was controlled by Mu Li and could not get away. Yaquan looked at it in surprise. Why does this insect look so familiar? Lu Shu asked curiously. Have you seen it before? He revealed. This is the corpse-controlling Gu of the Five Poison Sect. Lu Shu was shocked to hear this name, the Five Poison Sect. He had never heard of this concept before, so he asked again, corpse-controlling Gu? Yaquan replied, yes, my lord. The corpse-controlling Gu is one of the treasures of the Five Poison Sect. It can invade the human body without the person feeling any pain. It feeds on flesh and blood, and once it matures it can control a person's mind. It's an absolutely deadly poison. After the two former Martial Alliance leaders led troops to eradicate those evil sects, the Five Poison Sect disappeared for a long time. I never expected it to appear here today, he asked in surprise. The Five Poison Sect, he thought to himself. I've already destroyed the Acacia Sect and I've also met people from the Corpse Ghost Sect. What is the purpose of the Five Poison Sect appearing here? Thinking of Wei Fong, Mu Li guessed. Could it be people from Miaozheng? He replied. If it's her, then everything said just now is in the past. Could it be that the esteemed martial venerable Lu Qingyang is in league with that couple? Lu Qingyang woke up in a daze and exclaimed, what happened to me? Yaquan replied. You were poisoned by the Gu poison of the Five Poison Sect. What happened? Lu Qingyang scratched his body and replied, I don't know, I woke up here. What's going on? Why is my whole body so itchy? His face began to deform. His skin sagged and rashes appeared all over his body, which made Lu Qingyang panic. What's happening? Seeing the insect gradually disappear, Mu Li nervously realized. This is not good. Lu Qingyang exploded in front of them, and Linger covered her eyes in fear, not daring to look. That's disgusting. Seeing only residual smoke in front of them, Dingguo growled in anger. This Five Poison Sect is getting more and more out of hand. Mu Li would tolerate it no longer. He ordered, investigate this, hunt down the Five Poison Sect to the end and bring Dingguo and his wife back. Yes, Yaquan informed his subordinates. That vicious group from the Five Poison Sect used people to refine poison and killed the head of the Lu family. Now by order of the Lord Prefect conduct a full search. Then he requested instructions. My lord, the Saintess of the Five Poison Sect is very likely at the Lu family's residence, he ordered. Go in and search. The gate was kicked open and Lu Shu announced, Saintess of the Five Poison Sect, I will cut you into 1,000 pieces. However, the surroundings were now littered with corpses. Mu Li reminded them, don't touch the bodies. It was too late for some. Shu Liang held up his hand which was covered in poison and said in a panic, my hand? The people next to him were also shocked. The bodies are highly poisonous. He decisively destroyed his own poison-covered hand. Mu Li treated Shu Liang's wound and he was very grateful. Thank you, Lord Prefect. Mu Li asked, what is your name? He answered respectfully. Reporting to the Lord Prefect, my name is Shu Liang from the Shu family. He instructed, come to the Prefect's mansion when your wound has healed. He was very happy to hear this. Thank you, Lord Prefect. The people next to him were also happy for him. Shu Liang, you're so lucky. This is great. Mu Li instructed the steward. No one is to touch these bodies, have them cremated. He ordered his subordinates. Bring the fire. A blazing torch was already prepared. Suddenly a servant shouted, so many snakes, so many snakes. Yaquan was suspicious. What's going on? A servant was surrounded by a group of snakes. He used the torch to drive them away. Get lost, all of you, get lost. Mu Li hurriedly notified everyone. Everyone, don't panic, gather together. He began to use his spiritual power and a circle of light appeared around the servants blocking the crawling snakes. Shu Liang was very impressed. What kind of fire is this? Truly amazing. The Lord Prefect is indeed unfathomable. Purple flames erupted from Mu Li's body. 10 minutes later, the group of snakes had been burned to ashes. Mu Li ordered, Dingguo and the people from Miaozheng are not here. Everyone, retreat from the Lu family residence quickly. Yaquan asked, my lord, what should we do about the Lu family? He decisively instructed. The Lu family residence is now a den of poison. Burn it down. Find the surviving members of the Lu family who are scattered outside and treat them well. If they value their family, help them. The rest of you continue the search. Even if you have to turn this place upside down, find Dingguo and the Saintess of the Five Poison Sect. A raging fire burned in the Lu family courtyard. Seeing Xiao Bai looking very dejected, Mu Li was curious. Why are you so quiet today? What's wrong? She said fearfully. This morning Linger and I went out to play. It was very crowded and then I accidentally lost Linger. Xiao Bai said. This morning Linger said it was almost her mother's birthday, so she asked me to go buy a gift with her. She wanted to surprise her mother, but the streets were too crowded and we got separated. Mu Li thought. Linger has no sense of direction. You must have been flying too fast for her to keep up. However, when he called, there was only a beep beep sound. The call wouldn't go through. Xiao Bai said anxiously, I've looked everywhere, but I still can't find her. He immediately summoned Yaquan. He arrived immediately. My lord, what is it? He ordered. Command everyone in Jinling City to find Linger. Half an hour later, Mu Li was still waiting. Yaquan returned to report. My lord, we've found traces of Miss Jia. Seeing the name, his face darkened. Dingguo, the surveillance footage on the phone showed him kidnapping Linger and pulling her into a car. Mu Li ordered furiously, keep searching. The situation did not look optimistic even late into the night. He asked himself, strange, I've searched everywhere but I still can't find any trace of Linger. Just then, Yaquan returned and said, my lord? He asked anxiously, any news of Linger? He shook his head. Still haven't found Miss Jia. Lord Prefect, why don't you go back and rest while waiting for news? I will continue the search and notify you as soon as I have any news. He thought to himself, I have a feeling that the people from Miaojing will come to the Jingzhou Prefect's mansion. Xiaobai tugged on his clothes and suggested, Mu Li, why don't I go out and look for Linger too? Mu Li refused, you come rest with me. Suddenly a person's voice was heard. Xiaobai asked suspiciously, what was that sound? He abruptly pushed open the door. In the room Linger lay naked on the bed. Both of them were stunned, not understanding what had happened. Xiaobai shyly covered his eyes. Mu Li, no looking, Mu Li replied righteously. All right, I won't look, you told me not to look, so what are you looking at? Xiaobai blushed and exclaimed, how can she be so beautiful? Why don't I have big breasts like her? He noticed the note next to the table which read, she has been poisoned with the desire immortal Gu. She must have intercourse within half a day to be detoxified, otherwise she will die with blood flowing from her 7 orifices. Lord Prefect of Jingzhou, figure it out yourself. Xiaobai went over and covered Linger with a blanket. Mu Li gritted his teeth and said the name. Saintess of the 5 Poison Sect. Xiaobai leaned close to him to gossip. What? Let me see, there's this kind of poison? I thought this kind of poison was only used in TV shows to trick people, something to make men easily ABC women. What kind of person is this? It's too vicious to use this poison on Linger. Mu Li understood their intentions. The Saintess of the 5 Poison Sect wants to ruin my reputation, right? Linger's life is at stake, there's no other way. I have to save her no matter what. So be it if my reputation is ruined. She looked at him blankly and asked, what are you doing? Are you trying to take advantage of Linger? Mu Li had no choice to detoxify her. Xiaobai replied frankly, you're so silly, it's just a GU insect, I've just cultivated the ghost immortal scripture. I'm a soul, I can possess her. Use soul power to force the poison out of her body, he asked in surprise. Then why haven't you helped Linger yet? It's because you lost her that this happened, she said angrily. Why are you being so fierce? I'll do it now. But no matter what Xiaobai did, she couldn't enter Linger's body. I can't do it. She lay there and spat out a bunch of poison. Xiaobai looked at Linger's pained expression and realized that besides the GU poison there were other various deadly poisons in her body. If I really do it the way I just said, her soul will be killed by the deadly poisons. Mu Li helplessly supported his forehead. Since they want to deal with me, it certainly won't be that simple. Xiaobai didn't dare to continue. Then brother, Mu Li analyzed. Her scheme is very clever. She captured Linger, poisoned her, and then used her beauty to lure me, thereby poisoning me. It's a pity she ran into me. He channeled a stream of spiritual energy to heal her. After a while, the poison was expelled from Linger's mouth and all sorts of toxins were removed. After finishing, Mu Li walked to the door and instructed, you cover Linger with a blanket first, I'll step aside for a moment. After a while, a cough was heard from the room. Xiaobai asked anxiously, Linger, are you awake? She was still very groggy. Sister Xiaobai, what's wrong? Seeing herself naked, she quickly pulled up the blanket. She guessed all the blame lay with the lecherous Xiaobai. Sister Xiaobai, you're so bad, bullying me again. What were you trying to do, taking off all my clothes? Xiaobai, being wrongly accused for no reason, explained. Linger, look carefully at whose bed you're lying on. I didn't do anything to you. She looked around and only then realized this was Brother Mu Li's room and bed. What should I do? What should I do? The screaming gave Xiaobai a headache. Linger, stop screaming, my ears are about to go deaf, she asked worriedly. Sister Xiaobai, did Brother Mu Li see everything? She frankly joked. So what if he saw, so what if he didn't? Linger blushed with shame. My mother said that if a woman is seen naked by a man she loses her purity and can only marry that man or she can only die to prove her innocence. Xiaobai educated the naive little girl. No, what era is this? Why does your family still have such feudal and traditional ideas? Isn't this just harming people? She explained. Sister Xiaobai, you don't understand. The rules of martial arts families are very strict and still very conservative. Hurry up and tell me, did Brother Mu Li see everything? Xiaobai asked with interest. He saw, so you have to marry him, Linger said resolutely. I must marry him. If he doesn't want me I can only end it myself. Sister Xiaobai, hurry up and tell me, did he or didn't he? She replied. No, you were poisoned. I wanted to help you detoxify, so I took off all your clothes, that's all. Brother Mu Li definitely didn't see anything. I told him to go out for a walk. Linger's face fell. So nothing happened. Xiaobai lifted her chin and asked, what's wrong? I think you look very disappointed. You want to marry Brother Mu Li, right? Mu Li, who was guarding outside, felt a strange aura. They're finally here. Linger's angry complaints could be heard from outside. Sister Xiaobai, you really love to joke. Xiaobai still teased her lightly. Oh my, did I hit a nerve? All right. You can sleep in Brother Mu Li's bed. I'm going out. As soon as she went out, she asked Mu Li, how about it? Feeling smug after hearing Linger's words. You saw her naked, took advantage of her, and even get to pick up a delicate wife. Too bad I tricked you. No wife for you. He thought to himself. This little ghost has too much time on her hands. Then he told her, I sense a strange aura. I think the people who kidnapped Linger and poisoned her never left. They're still hiding in the Jingzhou Prefect's mansion to see the results. Xiaobai immediately asked curiously, where are they? Mu Li wasn't sure either. The Jingzhou prefect's mansion is too big, I can only vaguely sense a direction. You're a soul, others can't see you, I'll tell you the direction, you go check it out. Report back to me if you find anything. Xiao Bai patted her chest and guaranteed, all right, leave it to me. After speaking, she left immediately. On Dingguo's side, he had waited for a long time without seeing anyone and became anxious. It's been so long and there's no movement. Wei Fong, on the other hand, was very calm. Be patient, the prefect of Jingzhou is not easy to deal with. He was a little worried. Wei Fong, will your method trick the prefect of Jingzhou? After fighting him a few times, he's not simple. She was very confident. Don't worry, I am the esteemed saintess of the 5 poison sect. It's not easy to deal with a young and strong guy. No matter how strong he is, he's still a man. Aren't all men in the world the same? A beautiful girl like that, lying on the Jingzhou prefect's bed scantily clad, I don't believe he won't be moved. Plus, with the note I left, the desire to save someone in a man's nature will make him hypnotized by me. He will definitely have intercourse with that girl. By then, the deadly poison in that girl's body will be transferred to him. All his martial arts will be crippled, and he will become a useless person for us to slaughter. At that time, it will be easy to force him to hand over the treasures of the Jingzhou prefect's mansion. After hearing this, Dingguo revealed his ambition. I want to be the prefect of Jingzhou. If that old man hadn't died, that position would have been mine, Wei Fong promised. Once we get rid of that guy, you can do whatever you want. Xiao Bai quickly found them. So it's you 2 dogs. You're truly heartless. I have to go back and tell Mu Li. Dingguo vigilantly sensed something unusual, so he looked up at the sky and asked, Wei Fong, do you feel like the sky here is a bit strange? She said in surprise. It seems to be much better now. He immediately looked around vigilantly. How strange. Wei Fong then became anxious. It's been so long. Why is there no movement at all? Did he do nothing? Let's go see what's going on. I'll go in and check first. Dingguo followed behind and asked, Wei Fong, how is it? She immediately felt that something was wrong. Let's go quickly. Suddenly a loud bang came from behind them. Mu Li appeared before them and asked, trying to leave, shouldn't you ask the master of this mansion for his opinion first, saintess of the 5 poison sect? You are truly bold to walk right into my hands. Today is the day you die. Surrounded by his people, they were shocked. You've been lying in wait all along, Yaquan angrily accused him. Dingguo, you ungrateful wretch, Lord Qin Mu was so good to you, what have you done? You were bewitched by this demonic woman, indulging in wine and lust, committing all sorts of evil deeds with the demonic woman of the 5 poison sect, devoid of humanity. If Lord Qin Mu knew you had fallen so low, he would surely be angered to death by you. Dingguo lost control and roared after hearing this. Shut up, don't mention that old geezer. He pointed at Mu Li, who was sitting there swaggering. The Jingzhou prefect's mansion should have been mine. The position of Jingzhou prefect should have been mine. But he was unreasonable and wanted to give everything to an outsider. He was cold and heartless, so don't blame me for turning on him. As he was shouting, a ray of light struck him. Mu Li said disdainfully, trash is trash. Even if sorted, you're a hazardous waste. You want to be the prefect of Jingzhou. Come and get it if you have the guts. Wei Feng's lips curled into a cold smile. Kid, talking big won't help you. Do you think I really fell for your trap? As soon as the words fell, poisonous frogs and snakes began to crawl in. The guards still didn't know what was happening. Suddenly someone saw his arm gradually turning black and shouted, What's wrong with my hand? Even Yaquan encountered the same situation. He looked up at them in surprise and asked, When did you? Wei Feng confidently revealed, I'm still a member of the 5 poison sect, so of course I know how to control poisons and use them to scout. That's why I discovered you long ago and knew your ambush positions. While you were unaware, you were already poisoned, you just didn't know it. Yaquan thought their methods were truly despicable, and Dingguo finally understood. Wei Feng, you are truly a master strategist. You even tricked me. Mili's face darkened. It seems I've underestimated you, she replied. Did you think you would be fine just by not having intercourse with that girl? Her whole body is poisonous. Just a single touch, even a little bit, will poison you. You killed my sect's sacred beast and stole my sect's sacred pill, but I won't pursue it now. As long as you hand over the sacred pill and the Jingzhou order, I will give you a way out and cure your poison. He thought to himself, it seems the Jingzhou order is her real goal. Mu Li held the token and asked, You want this? The two of them's faces changed drastically. The Jingzhou order? Dingguo immediately stepped forward to demand it. Give me the Jingzhou order. He was extremely pleased with himself. What's a genius? Not even as good as a piece of trash. Under my command, he'll deliver everything I want. Just then, Mu Li grabbed his hand tightly. Dingguo was shocked. How is this possible? Weren't you? He punched him in the stomach and replied, You want something? I'll give it to you. He clutched his chest in pain, thinking in horror. One move, just one move, and he destroyed all my meridians. How is this possible? Wei Feng's eyes widened in disbelief. How is this possible? Weren't you poisoned? Mu Li replied coldly. A few mere poisons, how could they possibly harm my body? He thought to himself. The defensive power of a saint's pure body. If it can't even restrict a small poison, what kind of celestial venerable would I be? She gritted her teeth and said, Impossible. My poison is considered top tier even in the 5 poison sect. Unless you're not human, a human body absolutely cannot withstand this kind of poison. I think you're just putting up a strong front. Countless pear blossom needles carrying her anger shot straight towards Mu Li. With a casual wave of his hand, he destroyed the pile of poison needles. Seeing his strength, Wei Feng secretly made a decision. This kid cannot be spared. Mu Li took the opportunity to heal the servants, and Yaquan spat out a mouthful of blood. He's finally okay. Thank you, my lord. Mu Li instructed. You stand aside and wait. Wei Fang watched all this, feeling humiliated. How dare you save people in front of me? So what if you're not poisoned? I don't believe my many precious poisonous creatures can't handle you. Mu Li continued to heal the second person. Her poisonous creatures immediately rushed up on command. Now go! He dispersed them into the air with a palm strike, then teleported and disappeared from his spot. Wei Fang felt a chill as she saw her opponent right behind her. Not good. Wei Fang reacted extremely quickly and managed to dodge the attack. Regaining her composure, she said, no matter how strong you are, you still have weaknesses. Mu Li also knew about deadly poisons. The only weakness of a saint's pure body was the eyes. He struck out with a second palm. Wei Fang dodged sideways. She was shocked in her heart. He can injure me with just the wind. Mu Li also saw it. You've even cultivated a movement technique? She asked proudly. The spirit snake coil of the 5 poisons sect were famous throughout the world for it, don't you know? He confirmed. I really don't, Wei Fang confidently asserted. You can't hurt me. I have poisonous smoke protecting my body. You can't get close to me unless you're blind. Even if you hit me, I can run away, but no matter what, you can't hurt me. Mu Li asked coldly. Is that so? Wei Fang began to negotiate. Why don't we stop? You let me go and I promise to leave this place and not bother you again. From now on I won't set foot in Jinling City. He gathered a stream of spiritual energy and then asked, do you really think I can't do anything to you? Wei Fang thought in a panic. What's going on? I suddenly can't feel any trace of him. Mu Li had disappeared from before her eyes. His icy voice sounded from behind her. I'm here. A palm struck her back directly, causing the opponent to vomit blood. Mu Li looked at her, falling with contempt. Now do you still think you can escape? Dingguo, paralyzed like a piece of trash on the side, asked worriedly. Wei Fang, you bastard, you injured my wife, I won't let you go. She took out something and gritted her teeth, saying, you forced me to do this. After speaking, Wei Fang turned and ran. Mu Li certainly wouldn't allow this to happen. Trying to escape? Seeing her walking towards him, Dingguo was very surprised. Wei Fang, why aren't you running? She decisively tore open his shirt and bit her finger to draw blood. Dingguo was still single-minded. Wei Fang, I've become useless, don't mind me, just run. She drew a vortex-like symbol on Dingguo's abdomen. Mu Li was surprised. This saintess. After Wei Fang finished drawing the mark, she picked up her flute and blew a note. Dingguo's entire stomach bulged. She ordered, come out quickly. He was shocked. What's going on? Why do I feel so hot in my stomach? What did you do to me? It hurts so much. He felt that this technique was indeed somewhat similar to that of an evil sect that had appeared in the Z-Way Star cultivation world. Dingguo's stomach exploded with a bang like a balloon. He couldn't believe his wife would dare to be so cruel to him. Why? Wei Fang revealed the secret. This is the ultimate unique GU of the 5 poison sect. The love GU, only the saint heart saintess of the 5 poison sect can inherit it. And only they can cultivate it. It can only be cultivated once in a lifetime using the essence of a lover to nourish it until the host withers, which is considered a success. In the forbidden land of the 5 poison sect, I discovered this ancient method that had been lost for hundreds of years. Legend has it that the power cultivated in the end is very terrifying and will obey the commands of the poison cultivator. It was originally supposed to be more than 10 years away from success, but unfortunately I had to force it out prematurely, when its body was only half complete, Dingguo said in despair. So that's how it is. No wonder you wouldn't let me touch you for so many years of marriage. Miao Wei Fang, you venomous woman, I was sincere to you, but you only used my feelings to cultivate poison. Wei Fang said nonchalantly. Blame yourself for being too sentimental. Dingguo spread his hands and gave up on this life full of schemes. As for what was left, the monster he had given birth to had already identified him as its target. Mu Li thought to himself, this red monster is a bit like the demon seed they refined with Saturn's blood. Could this world have some connection with the Z-Way Star? Wei Fang ordered. Bite him to death. It flew towards him at an astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye it was in front of him. He was shocked. So fast? First, Mu Li reached out and blocked the monster's attack, looking at his 2 poison-covered arms. Mu Li was stunned. Even his own saint's pure body couldn't block it. Wei Fang from the side commanded menacingly. Keep going, kill him. However, her pride lasted less than 5 minutes before the monster she created, Xiao Hong, was sent flying like trash by him. It shrieked even more angrily a few times. Mu Li thought to himself, although it can injure me, it has its limits. It's not as strong as the demonic beasts raised in the Z-Way Star cultivation world. He struck out with a palm, intending to end it there. Xiao Hong knew it was no match for the person in front of it and wisely fled. Suddenly an aura enveloped Xiao Hong. It fell to the ground and a dazzling light suddenly shone from the middle of its forehead. Mu Li was stunned. They're evolving. Wei Fang was also very surprised to see Xiao Hong light up a third eye. I didn't expect the secret technique I happened to obtain to be so powerful. I must take this opportunity to kill him and reclaim the sacred pearl and the Jinzhou order. Mu Li bent down to avoid the gaze that was like a searchlight, looking at the cracked ground beside him. He was wary of this thing that could even injure his own saint's pure body. They feed on blood, and if they were to escape it would likely cause a great disaster. The sword was already unsheathed. Determined not to let them live, Xiao Hong was hit by one strike and whimpered in discomfort a few times. He knew he had to act fast. It had been weakened by his one strike. It seemed it hadn't fully grown yet. A sword pierced into the monster's shoulder without hesitation. Seeing this, Wei Fang was on pins and needles. Not good. A body that hasn't fully grown is still too much. Darling, come back quickly. She blew her flute, signaling Xiao Hong to obey. He saw it run and was determined not to let it live, swinging his sword at its back, trying to run. Wei Fong caught it, holding her baby in her arms, and released a cloud of thick smoke with one hand. Taking this opportunity, she held her child and quickly ran away. In its current state, it probably can't deal with him. It's better to run first and deal with it later. However, when the thick smoke cleared, a sharp sword had pierced through both of their chests. She couldn't believe it. "How did you find me?" Muley repeated. "I told you, poison smoke is useless against me. I can know where you are without using my eyes." Wei Fong said worriedly, "Damn it, no, I can't let it die." She touched Xiao Hong's head and chanted a divine sacrifice spell, her face aging rapidly. Mulan became vigilant. "Does she have some other trick up her sleeve?" He summoned a longsword and then slashed at his opponent. Xiao Hong grew wings and pulled Wei Fong away as it flew off. She said resentfully, "Prefect of Jingzhou, I am irreconcilable with you in this life." Yaikuan hurriedly asked for advice. "My lord, should we send people to pursue them?" He instructed. "No need to pursue, we can't catch them. Send people to search the entire city of Jingling. Once her whereabouts are discovered, report to me immediately. It doesn't matter if we can't find her, it will take at least 10 years for her injuries to heal. As for the Wuji True Scripture, I will pass this cultivation technique to you. And in the future, the armory of the Jingzhou Prefect's mansion will also be opened. Besides the heads of the various auxiliary families, only the true talents of the Jingzhou Prefect's mansion will be able to cultivate it." Feeling the cultivation technique enter his body, Yaikuan was stunned. "My lord, this cultivation technique is truly miraculous." Muley affirmed. "This cultivation technique can allow you to step into the martial venerable realm. In the future, the Jingzhou Prefect's mansion can recruit talents. The first thing to look at is character, and the second is aptitude. In addition, those who are loyal to the Jingzhou Prefect's mansion can be taught the cultivation technique. Only when they become strong can they be fearless. Protect the peace here," Yaikuan thought to himself. "This is also in accordance with the master's instructions," he vowed. "This old servant will do his best to give the master a satisfactory result." Mu Li secretly calculated, "When everything is arranged, it will be time for me to go to the imperial capital. Mother, sister, all the humiliation you have suffered, I will repay them all in full." Back at the mansion, Mu Li continued to teach Linger martial arts. "Linger, this won't do. Your strikes need to be powerful with force." She swung a sword, panting heavily. "Linger, that's enough for today. Brother Mu Li, I'm tired." He taught like a strict teacher. "Linger, you can't be lazy. Cultivation is one thing. Even with superhuman abilities, you still have to work hard to master them." He knew her problem. Linger had a Zan Yin body. Her realm progressed by leaps and bounds, but she had no attack power. Mu Li pointed out her weakness. "If you can't become stronger, the next time you encounter a situation like before, the result will still be the same. You won't be able to resist and won't be able to overcome the danger." Linger, who was used to his protection, asked, "Isn't there still brother Mu Li?" He replied, "I can't protect you forever. The path of cultivation is a lonely journey and the time spent on this path is long. Nothing can be smooth sailing. Only you yourself are the most reliable." Linger expressed her understanding. "I know." Seeing Xiao Bai giggling at the side, Mu Li was surprised. "What are you laughing at?" she replied. "Of course I'm laughing at you, you silly man who doesn't understand a woman's heart." He took the opportunity to lecture Xiao Bai. "You should go cultivate too. Don't just fly around the Jingzhou Prefect's mansion all day and teach Linger all sorts of nonsense," she retorted. "I did no such thing. I taught her good things." Linger came over and asked, "Brother Mu Li, are you leaving this place?" Xiao Bai continued, "So you've been arranging this and that lately and urging us to cultivate. Where are you planning to go?" He confessed where he was going. "There are some things I need to take care of." Linger hurriedly pleaded, "Can I go with you?" He refused. "No, what I have to do is not convenient for you to follow. You should stay in the Jingzhou Prefect's mansion with your mother. Focus on your cultivation." Xiao Bai looked at her angry expression, puffing out her cheeks and breathing heavily, and asked, "Why did you stop talking? Too bad you can't go." She replied, "I can't go, so can you go?" Then Linger asked him, "Brother Mu Li, will Sister Xiao Bai go with you?" He confirmed, "This girl left a mark on me and she's restless, so she'll definitely follow." Linger cried out in heartbreak at this favoritism. "Brother Mu Li doesn't even object." Xiao Bai said smugly from the side, "See, of course I can go with him," she asked triumphantly. "Brother Mu Li, why can she go with you but I can't? Or do you like Sister Xiao Bai more?" Mu Li replied, "Don't be like Xiao Bai, acting cute won't work either." Xiao Bai deliberately teased her. "Linger, this is the gap. Remember, you can never become the main wife." After hearing this, she was so angry she fumed. You, Linger uttered a curse that petrified Xiao Bai. "I curse you to never have a chest." She was so angry she flew into a rage. "You venomous-tongued girl, how dare you curse me to have no chest? Go die." The two of them started wrestling. Mu Li helplessly supported his forehead, his face darkening. "If only you had this much energy when cultivating." 3 days later, the two of them set off. Xiao Bai impatiently waved away the surrounding fog. "I heard the fog in the imperial capital is very thick now. Even if we get there, the visibility won't be clear." She turned to blame Mu Li. "You two, you could have taken a plane and arrived in the imperial capital in a few hours, but you had to make it hard on yourself, walking for 3 days and 3 nights to get here. Are you stupid? That being said, I still want to enjoy a world of our own, traveling and sightseeing together. It feels both warm and romantic. After being tapped on the head by Mu Li, Xiao Bai put away that tender and affectionate look. All right, I'll scout the path for you. At this moment a fight broke out ahead. A group of masked people was besieging a young man. Cheng En was struck in the chest by a palm. The man arrogantly stepped on Cheng En's chest and said, Cheng En, just accept your fate. You're dead today. Don't even think about going to the imperial capital. Xiao Bai hid behind a tree and shouted, Mu Li, come and see, there's a fight here. Cheng En asked defiantly, who are you? Do you dare to take off your masks and show your true faces? 5 against 1, what kind of men are you? The man felt no shame at all. Cut the crap, our world worships the strong. Do you really think anyone here will talk to you about martial ethics? Cheng En was furious. Despicable, just as expected from the people second uncle sent. As shameless as he is seeing this scene, Xiao Bai also felt it was unfair. 5 against 1, how shameless. Mu Li urged her. Let's go, don't meddle in other people's business. She asked tentatively, aren't you going to save him? With your strength, dealing with those few people would be a piece of cake, he replied. Why should I save him? I don't know him, nor do I know the whole story. To save someone just like that, is it good or bad? Xiao Bai explained embarrassedly. I didn't mean for you to be a hero. You just don't know. You look so imposing when you fight. Their voices were discovered by the group. Who's there? Come out. Mu Li was helpless. She was too loud. She was surprised, but I'm not a person. I'm just used to talking to you and forgot to hide. The leader saw him walk over and asked warily. Who are you? Mu Li assured him. I'm just passing by, don't worry. I'm not interested in your business. Another person clearly didn't believe him. Passing by to this desolate place, do you take us for fools? The other men also didn't believe his words. No man was a good thing. What if he was really just passing by? The leader made a decision. Today's matter cannot be leaked. Whether he's passing by or not, he can't leave here alive. Xiao Bai was excited to see this group of people get beaten up. They really wanted to fight him. Oh my, they were digging their own graves. The leader ordered, enough talk, brothers, let's go. Cheng En suddenly spoke up. Wait, I know the master of Longchen Villa. If you act recklessly here, he will definitely not let you off. Mu Li was stunned when he heard the name, Longchen Villa. Xiao Bai asked curiously, Mu Li, do you know people from Longchen Villa? The leader was nonchalant. Longchen Villa? So what about Longchen Villa? The subordinate next to him continued. I heard the master of Longchen Villa is a cripple, so what if he's from the super family, the Mu family? He's no better than us common folk. He walked over and asked Cheng En, do you really know the master of Longchen Villa? He said, I saw him in ragged clothes and took care of him once. But he was anxious in his heart. Is this person a fool? I'm giving him a chance to leave and he's not taking it. Mu Li decided, in that case I'll save you today. He nodded and a subordinate looked as if he had heard a joke. You'll save him, you can't even save yourself and you want to save others. The leader rushed forward. Cut the crap, deal with him. Mu Li's murderous aura emanated gloomily. You want to kill me, you're not worthy. With a casual wave of his hand, a powerful spiritual energy was released. The group of people couldn't stand their ground and scattered like autumn leaves. They fell heavily to the ground, unable to resist. Cheng En guessed in surprise. This person is so strong, could he be? Looking at Mu Li's heroic figure, he had an answer. He's a martial venerable, Xiao Bai happily asked from the side. I told you it would be easy to solve. Why is he stunned? Is he scared silly? Mu Li asked. Can you tell me more about the master of Longchen Villa? He revealed. Longchen Villa is in the center of the imperial capital, and the Mu family's superfamily villa is on the edge of the imperial capital. It's very close to our Yuan family. 10 years ago, the master moved in. I heard he was a core member of the Mu family. He had an accident, lost a leg, and offended a powerful figure in the Mu family, so he was exiled to Longchen Villa. Mu Li realized it was indeed third uncle. Back then, I was considered the one who killed the empress by the family. They all treated me as an evildoer, and only third uncle secretly helped my mother and me. The Mu family is truly the Mu family. To treat third uncle like this, exiling him to the border, they've gone too far. Xiao Bai felt his anger. The murderous aura emanating from Mu Li was terrifying. Mu Li directly asked Cheng En, to be framed by your own relatives to this extent, do you want revenge? His hands clenched tightly, a wave of hatred surging in his heart, his eyes firm. Cheng En thought to himself, he knows the master of Longchen Villa and his surname is Mu. It seems what he said about competing for the Yuan family is true, he asked doubtfully. But why did you choose to help me compete for the Yuan family? Mu Li revealed, because I also have a younger sister. Afterwards, Cheng En took him back. Brother Mu, after entering the city, turn left to Longchen Villa. Turning right, not far is our Yuan family, he replied. Let's go to the Yuan family first. The Yuan family villa appeared before them, fully equipped and magnificent. Cheng En opened the door and called for the steward. He exclaimed in surprise, young Master Cheng En. He thought to himself, he's not dead yet. He frowned and asked, I'm not dead yet. You're surprised, aren't you? The steward vehemently denied it. How could that be? I am completely loyal to the Yuan family. Cheng En couldn't be bothered to argue with him. All right, that's enough, Brother Mu, I'll take you in. The steward thought angrily to himself, what a bunch of losers, can't even handle one person. I need to report to the second master quickly. 5 minutes later, Cheng En stopped in front of a place. Ahead is where my parents and sister live, he called out. Sister, Yuan Yuan's eyes welled up with tears when she heard what sounded like her second brother's voice, her excitement palpable. Second brother, Yuan Yuan threw herself into her brother's arms, sobbing, Second brother, you're finally back. Chang En gently comforted his sister. "I'm back," he introduced. "Brother Mu, this is my sister Yuan Yuan." Mu Li replied politely, "What a lovely name." Chang En introduced to his sister, "This is Brother Mu, someone I invited to help." Yuan Yuan greeted politely, "Hello Brother Mu." He introduced himself, "My name is Mu Li, you can all just treat me as someone of the same age." Chang En asked her doubtfully, "Yuan Yuan, why are you alone? Where are Mom and Dad? How have they been treating you lately?" Yuan Yuan replied, "Mom and Dad are very good to me." At this moment, Yuan Wen walked out of the house and called out, "Chang'an, why didn't you say anything when you came back? Since you're back, go and get ready. In 3 days our family will participate in the martial arts tournament. We must win the position of family head." He turned to Yuan Yuan and said, "And you, go change into new clothes and go shopping with young Master Hai. After all, you will marry him in the future. We're doing this for your own good." Chang'an was stunned. "What, young Master Hai? What marriage?" he turned to ask his sister. Miao Feng interjected, "Yuan Yuan, young Master Hea came to our house to play and fell for Yuan Yuan at first sight. The elders of both families are very satisfied with this marriage and have already arranged their engagement." Chang'an was very angry upon hearing this sudden news. "What engagement? Didn't we agree that as long as I win the position of family head, Yuan Yuan would be free, that her marriage wouldn't be interfered with for the family's benefit? Why did you go back on your word?" Yuan Wen was furious and roared, "You bastard, what do you know? We're doing this for your own good. Only you are worthy of being the head of the family. And with Yuan Yuan marrying into the Hai family, she'll be the wife of a prestigious family. Countless people would beg for this opportunity." Chang'an couldn't bear to look at them anymore and pulled his sister away. "In the end, it's all about benefits. You don't deserve to be parents." Seeing his son dare to defy him, he gathered his strength, preparing to teach him a lesson. "You rebellious son." Chang'an was startled to see Yuan Wen lunge at him. He thought to himself, "He's using his full strength again. It seems I can't dodge this move." Yuan Yuan's face turned pale with fear behind him, shouting, "Second brother." Mu Li stepped forward, firmly gripping his hand, and stopped him. "Even a vicious tiger doesn't eat its cubs. You truly don't deserve to be a father." Yuan Wen trembled with anger. "Who are you? How dare you cause trouble in the Yuan family?" Chang'an introduced. "Brother Mu is a helper I invited." He replied contemptuously, "A helper, just a kid, what help can he be? Let me introduce you. This is Hai Fu from the Hai family. Thanks to young Master Hea taking a liking to Yuan Yuan, he asked his family to send him to help. As long as Hai Fu is here, the winner of tomorrow's martial arts tournament will definitely be us." Chang'an refused. "You don't need to worry about the martial arts tournament. Brother Mu is my only helper. I won't accept anyone else." Hai Fu spoke unhappily. "Mr. Yuan Wen, it seems your son doesn't think much of me," Yuan Wen hurriedly explained. "The rebellious son is ignorant, just an incompetent brat. Even if he has some ability, how can he compare to you?" Mu Li interjected. "I think you've misunderstood a few things. First, I came here of my own free will. Unless I want to leave, no one has the right to make me go. Second, to the person who offended the Hai family, go back and tell your young master. I guarantee that without Yuan Yuan's consent, no one can force her to marry." Hai Fu was provoked, glaring at him angrily and asking, "Kid, do you know who I am? How dare you threaten me? I'll teach you a lesson today." Seeing his opponent rush forward, Mu Li's eyes burned with murderous intent as he shouted, "Scram!" The powerful pressure forced him to his knees, utterly shocked. How is this possible? He can cause harm with just his voice. This guy is strong. Mu Li coldly reminded him, "Remember to pass on what I just said to your young master. Chang'an, you and your sister come with me." Yuan Wen supported him and called out, "Brother Hai." Hai Fu said vindictively, "That bastard, I'll definitely tell the young master about this." Chang'an couldn't help but ask curiously, "Brother Mu, what exactly is your strength?" "Hai Fu is a very strong person," he replied. "At your level, there's no need to guess everything. Just know that we will definitely win this battle." Yuan Yuan thought from behind, "Brother Mu is so cool." She asked, "Brother Mu, where are we going now?" He gave an address. "Longchen Villa," Yuan Yuan said. "I've been cooped up at home lately. It's been a long time since I've seen Uncle Mu. I wonder how he's doing." Mu Li asked, "Did you used to visit him often?" She replied, "Uncle Mu is very good to both me and second brother." Chang'an went forward and knocked on the door a few times. "Why isn't anyone opening the door yet?" he said from behind. "No need to knock, let's just go in directly. We can find out third uncle's real situation." Mu Li asked, "Where's the location?" Yuan Yuan pointed in a direction based on her memory. "I remember, it's over there. At this time Uncle Mu is usually sunbathing and feeding the fish." The three of them immediately disappeared from the doorway and entered a space with a fish pond. Yuan Yuan called out, "Uncle Mu!" She ran happily into the pavilion where the young man was sitting, calling out Uncle Mu incessantly. He was very surprised to see her. "Yuan Yuan?" Yuan Yuan said apologetically. "Uncle Mu, I'm sorry. Something happened at my house, so I couldn't come to see you." The young man asked with concern, "Did they make you suffer again? Is power that important? Family affection is what should be cherished the most. It's a pity I can't do anything now, otherwise I could help you." Mu Li said to the person beside him, "Chang'an, take your sister and step aside for a moment. I need to talk to him alone." So Chang'an reminded his sister, "Yuan Yuan, let's go over here to talk." The siblings knew their place and left, giving the two of them some private space. Mu Li knelt before the young man. He said in surprise, "This kid you are," he introduced himself. "Third uncle, I am Mu Li." Then he handed him the token. "This is my jade pendant. I exchanged it with Grandpa back then." The young man excitedly took the item and looked at it. "It's been 10 years, someone has finally come back," he said apologetically. "I'm sorry, third uncle, I'm only coming back to see you now." He didn't blame him, asking, "It's all right, as long as you're back." "Mu Li, why are you the only one back? Where are your parents?" Mu Li replied sadly. "When I was young, my father passed away from an illness." The young man was struck as if by lightning. How could this be?" Seeing him tremble all over, he hurriedly advised, "Third uncle, don't be too sad." The young man continued to ask sadly, "What about your mother? It must have been hard for her to raise you all by herself." Mu Li clenched his hands tightly, restraining the hatred that surged in his heart. "I really made my mother suffer a lot, I know. I was once an unworthy child. I burdened my family and it was my mother who suffered." Then he continued, "But from now on I will let my mother enjoy happiness. I will not let her suffer anymore." The young man excitedly patted his shoulder. Good, you are truly filial." Mu Li revealed, "Third uncle, I also have a younger sister. Her name is Mu Xin. She was entrusted to my father by a good friend of his before he passed away. She has heard stories about you from my mother and really wants to meet you." He knew the friend's daughter. That person's surname was Zhang, right? He thought to himself. If so, that's not a simple character. Then he said, "Mother never mentioned this. Sister also rarely mentioned the past." The young man hoped she was a well-behaved child, and he would like to meet her if he had the chance. "But Mu Li, you should leave the imperial capital quickly. Don't let the Mu family find you." He asked curiously, "Third uncle, why do you want me to hide from the Mu family? And why did the Mu family send you to Longchen Villa?" He recounted. "This story begins from your birth. That year, you and second uncle's son were born a month apart. Jinku Shensuan read your fortune, saying that second uncle's son was the son of heaven, while you were a lone star of calamity who would be a scourge to China in the future. Not long after Jinku Shensuan's prophecy, the people who took care of you had accidents one after another. Moreover, many disasters occurred one after another across China. They believed all these disasters were caused by you. I was very anxious at the time, so I left the imperial capital to find a master to prove your innocence. I didn't expect to have an accident not long after leaving the imperial capital, losing a leg. Later I found out that all of this was a conspiracy. It was that woman surnamed Yan who was behind it all. She had connections with Jinku Shensuan and the public opinion in the imperial capital. And the accidents that happened to the people around you were all her doing." Mu Li was puzzled. "It was her. I remember she is second uncle's wife. How does she have such great ability?" The young man expressed his wish. "I don't know either. Anyway, the Yan family is stirring up trouble. In the end, it's all for power. Now the Mu family is controlled by Sister Yan." "Mu Li, I hope you are safe." Mu Li comforted him. "Third uncle, since I dared to come here, I know I have the strength to make them pay the price." Fearing he would do something dangerous, he hurriedly stopped him. "Don't be impulsive." His eyes were full of confidence. "Third uncle, look." After speaking, the lake water began to move strangely. The young man was stunned. "Mu Li, this is." The lake water began to swirl and the fish below jumped out of the water one after another, churning in the water. This strength, he was sure this was a martial venerable. Yuan's mouth was wide open in surprise, saying, "Brother Mu Li is a martial venerable." "The highest realm," he confirmed. "That's right. I'm a martial venerable." The young man still hadn't recovered from his shock. "Such a young martial venerable, and he's my nephew. I feel like I'm dreaming." Mu Li called out, "Chang'un Yuan, come over here, Brother Mu." The two immediately walked forward. They suspected he had a plan. Mu Li tentatively asked the two, "Are you willing to recognize my third uncle as your adoptive father?" The young man said with difficulty, "Mu Li, this won't do. I'm a cripple." Chang'un interrupted him. "Uncle Mu, we've always considered you family. We are willing to recognize you as our adoptive father." Yuan knelt down with her brother. "I agree too." The two immediately kowtowed to their adoptive father. He accepted. All right, get up quickly." The siblings happily thanked their adoptive father. Chang'un said embarrassedly, "Speaking of which, Brother Mu is so powerful. For us to become relatives, it's quite a good deal for us." Mu Li said casually, "You don't need to call me Brother Mu anymore. Since you've recognized my third uncle as your adoptive father, just call me brother." He felt at ease in his heart. These two were really sincere. With them taking care of third uncle, I can also rest assured. Suddenly someone outside the pavilion shouted angrily, "Who are you? How dare you trespass into Longchen Villa?" The young man replied unhappily, "What are you shouting about? I let them in." Chen Xin thought to himself, "What's with this cripple today? Why so much trouble all of a sudden? These three people are suspicious." He pretended to apologize. "I was worried they would disturb Third Master. Since they are Third Master's guests, I'll take my leave." The young man coldly shooed him away. Scram, Chen Xin decided. "I must report this to the madam immediately." Mu Li asked in confusion, "Third uncle, since you know this person is a spy sent to watch you, why do you still keep him around?" He replied. "If not him, it would be someone else. And with our current strength, we can't expose their true colors yet. It's better to leave things as they are for now." He sighed. "I understand." In the second room of the Yuan family villa, Yuan Wu, the second son of the Yuan family, was listening to the steward's report in the living room. He said in surprise, "The helper Chang'un found defeated all the people sent by the Hai family?" The steward confirmed, "Master, this old servant saw it with his own eyes." Cheng Jia, Yuan Wu's son, interjected, Dad, if he's really that powerful, then wouldn't Chang'an definitely win the martial arts tournament? Yuan Wu said confidently. Don't worry, no one can snatch the position of family head from you. Isn't he very powerful? Then we'll find a way to add something to his food. In 3 days when his dantian is destroyed, let's see how he competes. 3 days later at the Yuan family's martial arts arena, Yuan Wu helped Yuan Hang, the head of the Yuan family, to the main seat. Dad, the lottery for the competition is about to begin. The old man had someone bring it over. Yuan Wu announced, the lottery begins now. The first one, Mu Li. Chang'an had long expected this. It's you as expected, he replied. I'm afraid your second uncle had a plan long ago. Yuan Wu was very confident. He's been poisoned for 3 days. As long as he channels his energy today, his dantian will be destroyed. By then, Mu Li calmly walked onto the stage. Yuan Hang was surprised. His surname is Mu, this surname is rare. Yuan Wu whispered a reminder. Dad, we still need to draw another one. As soon as Mu Li came up, he ordered. Fighting one by one is too much of a waste of time. You all come at me together. Angry voices echoed throughout the arena. What does this kid mean? He's too arrogant. One person dares to challenge 3 highly skilled martial artists. He doesn't want to live. Yuan Wu took advantage of this and said, Dad, this guy is not following the rules and he's looking for death. Yuan Hang asked his eldest son, Yuan Wen, what does Chang'an's helper mean? He followed his lead and said, Dad, that person named Mu Li is very arrogant, but of course he has some skills. Since he dares to win with fewer people, we won't object. If he really dies by accident, he brought it on himself. Yuan Hang sincerely advised, Young man, you should go down. Winning with fewer people is no joke. What if? Mu Li said with certainty. Please rest assured, since I dared to come up, I can bear the consequences. Life or death, I have no complaints, Yuan Wu persuaded the old man. Dad, since he is so determined, let him try. If possible, we should be happy that we found a good helper for Chang'an, and it will be easier for us to get rid of them. The other 3 will draw lots and fight again. Yuan Hang turned to ask his nephew Chang'an, what do you think? He replied, I believe in brother Mu. Yuan Hang agreed. All right, in that case, let's begin the competition. Yuan Wu ordered his subordinates, go. Tai Ru said to his companion, this guy is too arrogant. Does he think the 3 of us together can't beat him? Tai Shang felt a little ashamed. Do we really have to go up together? Isn't that very embarrassing? Tai Ru came up with a sinister plan. I have an idea. On the Yuan family's martial arts field, the sound of rock, paper, scissors was heard. Scissors, rock, paper. The result of this game of rock, paper, scissors was already out. You lose, Tai Shang said angrily. How did I lose again? I have to deal with that guy quickly, and save my strength for the other 2. He rushed onto the stage and arrogantly said before the fight even began, Kid, you're unlucky to meet me. Get out of my sight. Faced with his opponent's arrogance, Mu Li just calmly flicked that fist. The guy immediately flew backward with a bang. Tai Ru thought in horror, impossible, isn't he poisoned? Why is he not only fine but also so strong? Yuan Hang said admiringly. His skill of borrowing strength is truly brilliant. Tai Shang couldn't believe his eyes. How is this possible? Not a scratch. Mu Li announced, I win. Tai Shang said unconvinced. I'm not convinced. You must have cheated. If you have the guts, fight us again. The people below also joined in. Yeah, fight again. His cold voice sounded. Not convinced. Want to suffer even more, all right. I'll give you another chance. You all come up. The 2 surnamed Tai exchanged a look. They rushed up at the same time. Your grandpa is here to teach you a lesson. Just as they were full of momentum, they saw Mu Li disappear from in front of them. It turned out that he used a technique as fast as lightning, appearing in front of them in the blink of an eye, and gave each of them a punch. The 2 were immediately sent flying to a distant corner of the wall. Yuan Wu stood up from his chair in a panic. No, impossible. What level is this guy's strength? Mu Li stood on the stage and asked, Still want to fight? Tai Shang knelt down trembling. No more fighting, no more fighting. You win, you win. He stood arrogantly in the center of the stage and asked, Does anyone else have an opinion? Yuan Hang announced, I declare that the winner of this martial arts tournament is Chang'an's assistant, Mu Li. Chang'an knew clearly that this was only a part of his strength. If they knew his true strength, wouldn't they be scared to death? Yuan Wu objected, I don't agree with this result. 3 days ago this guy injured the assistant sent by the Hai family, and he also opened his mouth to curse people, demanding to cancel the marriage between young Master Hai and Yuan. Moreover, the reason he can use such a strong move today is because he used the forbidden medicine of a heretical sect. Chang'an angrily retorted, Nonsense, brother Mu is. Seeing him stop mid-sentence, the group behind him questioned, Is what? If he's so powerful, why isn't his name on the martial venerable reserve list? That's right, how dare he cancel the marriage for the Yuan family? Who does he think he is? Yuan Wu ordered, Arrest him, and deal with him according to family law. He thought sinisterly, So what if he wasn't poisoned? I'll make you regret stepping into the Yuan family. A group of family servants surrounded Mu Li, and he immediately disappeared before their eyes. Yuan Wu said in surprise, Disappeared? Mu Li appeared and kicked him off guard. He said coldly, Talk nonsense again and it won't be this light next time. Yuan Hang slammed the table in anger. What the hell is going on? Yuan, you explain it to me clearly. Yuan Chengshi confessed. He did injure the helper sent by the Hai family, but I've already spoken to the Hai family. This was just his own doing. The marriage between young Master Hai and Yuan will proceed as planned. Of course, the Hai family is a big family. To dare to offend them, he will definitely be punished. Yuan Wen thought smugly. He offended someone he shouldn't have. Kid, you're dead, he called out. Master of the Hai family, please come out everyone. the people of the Hai family appeared one after another. The master of the Hai family, Hai Wang, spoke. Mr. Yuan, we've come to arrest someone. You wouldn't mind, would you? Yuan Hang agreed. Please feel free, don't mind us. Master of the Hai family, please. Hai Ya, the young master of the Hai family, ranked 47th on the Martial Venerable Reserve list, evaluated Mu Li. So it was you who injured my family's people? The guard confirmed. Family head, young master, it was him, Hai Wang ordered. Then just deal with him directly and bring him home to be dealt with. Hai Ya rushed onto the stage. Let me go first. This young master is on the Martial Venerable Reserve list. It's your honor to fight me, the guard behind reminded. Young master, be careful, he's very strong. He casually struck that arrogant fellow in the chest with his palm, saying, Is he on the Martial Venerable Reserve list? Then Mu Li threw him backward. I don't even care. Hai Wang saw him fly off the stage and cried out anxiously. Son, he announced, elders, deal with him for me. Mu Li's whole body erupted with a powerful spiritual energy. Hai Wang was stunned. Martial Venerable Yuan Hang and Yuan Wen also gaped, unable to believe it. A powerful spiritual energy like a whirlpool pushed back a group of elders, looking at everyone falling at his feet. Mu Li said contemptuously, Is this the strength of your Hai family? Hai Ya froze, unable to believe it. How is this possible? How can he be a martial venerable? He noticed Hai Wang and asked, Aren't you going to deal with me? He was thrown off the stage by a casual wave of Mu Li's hand, so boring he stood alone on the stage shouting menacingly, Mu Li, I'm here. Who else wants to fight me? Come on up. The entire stage was silent. Not a single person dared to make a sound. Hai Wang guessed his identity. In China there are only 2 young martial venerables now. Could you be Wuji? Mu Li frankly admitted, That's right, I am Wuji. After his identity was revealed, all 3 members of the Yuan family were stunned. Wuji, he's actually Wuji? Wuji. Chang'an was also very surprised. I have Wuji as my sworn brother, am I dreaming? Hai Wang bowed his head and admitted his mistake. Lord Wuji, Martial Venerable, today our Hai family has eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. Our crime deserves 10,000 deaths. I hope you will be lenient. As long as you don't hold the Hai family responsible, any condition will do. Hai Ya thought unwillingly. I didn't expect the people of the Yuan family to actually meet Wuji. I'm so unwilling. Hua Li could guess his thoughts just from his expression. Unwilling, it doesn't matter. The strong are kings. I'm just following their rules, he announced. Yuan is my sworn sister. She said she doesn't want to marry into the Hai family. Hai Wang immediately accepted respectfully. Young Master Wuji, our Hai family knows we are not worthy of Miss Yuan. The matter of the marriage never happened. Yuan Wu was stunned. Yuan recognized Wuji as her sworn brother. Does that mean I'm also Yuan's father, and the position of Yuan family head will definitely be left to Chang'an? At this moment Yuan Hang decisively announced, I declare that the next successor of the Yuan family is Chang'an. Chang'an, come up. Grandpa will hand over the position of Yuan family head to you. From now on you will be in charge of the Yuan family. Chang'an firmly refused. The position of Yuan family head, I don't want it. Yuan Wen was the first to roar in anger. What did you say? Take back what you just said. He didn't need it at all. If it weren't for my sister, I wouldn't have participated in the competition for the position of Yuan family head at all. I would rather take my sister to live with my adoptive father than stay in this cold-blooded family. Yuan Wen was speechless with anger after hearing this. Yuan Hang accepted. Since this is already your true thought, Grandpa agrees, you must take good care of your adoptive father. The Yuan family will find a suitable successor on its own. Mu Li discovered that there was something wrong with the head of the Yuan family. At Longchen Villa, he asked again, Are you sure you really want to move to Longchen Villa? Yuan said firmly. Adoptive father, we have decided, Chang'an echoed. Adoptive father, there's no meaning in living with that kind of cold-blooded family. It's better to stay by your side. Besides, if you hadn't saved me and Yuan back then, we would have been dead long ago, the young man agreed. In that case you can come. I have always treated you as my own children. It's good to live here, to add some life to this place. Mu Li held his hand and said, Third uncle, you have helped my mother and me so much, I have nothing to repay you with. There is a cultivation technique that I would like to impart to everyone. The 3 of them were stunned and turned to look at him. The young man asked doubtfully, A cultivation technique? Mu Li revealed, The name of this cultivation technique is the Wuji True Scripture. An hour later, after some study, a faint spiritual energy appeared around Yuan's body, and she gently exhaled. Feeling the power within her body, she happily announced, I've learned it. Yuan happily hugged his arm. Brother Mu Li, your cultivation technique is too amazing. I feel very comfortable now. Chang'an asked with a smile, Brother, this cultivation technique is so precious. He interrupted them. Say no more, just practice diligently and take good care of third uncle, the young man replied. Young people are still good. Mu Li suddenly mentioned, There's one more thing, third uncle, I can heal your leg, he replied sadly. But my leg can only be healed this much at most. The doctor said the flesh and blood in my broken leg have been crushed, so I can only attach this prosthesis. He denied it. No, I'm talking about limb regeneration, Chang'an said in surprise. Regeneration? Has technology developed to this extent? The young man couldn't believe it. Mu Li, are you serious? Where did you learn such miraculous medical skills? Mu Li revealed, It's not some medical skill. As long as I can find the spirit medicine, limb regeneration is very simple, he thought to himself. But I'll have to make a trip to the Z-Way Star, Yuan asked curiously. Brother Mu Li, what does this spirit medicine look like? He asked. Do you have a pen and paper? Yuan smiled and volunteered. I'll go get it. Paper, pen, and ink were all ready. He drew a blue flower, Yuan asked doubtfully. Brother Mu Li, what kind of flower is this? Mu Li replied. It's called the regeneration flower, she replied. The name is really simple and crude. The young man evaluated the drawing in his hand. This flower doesn't look like an ordinary flower. I'm afraid it will be hard to find. Why don't we go to the undersea abyss to take a look? Mu Li cried out in surprise. Undersea abyss, he recounted. The undersea abyss is located in the East Sea of the imperial capital. It was originally a sunken ancient city. Later, a master suddenly appeared in the underground city, and he turned the ancient city into a black city. Martial artists can go to the abyss to find various opportunities, but opportunities are also accompanied by dangers. Many martial artists have died in the abyss, but some people have risen to the sky with the opportunities in the abyss. Mu Li made up his mind, if I'm going there, I must see this underground ancient city. He reminded Chang'an to prepare. You'll go with me tomorrow. The young man's face showed worry as he asked, Mu Li, are you really planning to go? He comforted him. Third uncle, don't worry, nothing will happen. I have to call my mother to report this good news at the Yu family's house in Mu Xin's room. She was taking a shower when the phone rang. Mu Xin curiously picked up Ashi's phone. As soon as she saw the caller ID, she was overjoyed. It's second brother. Mu Xin answered the phone and asked, Hey, why do you have time to call me, young Master Mu? Mu Li replied, Long time no see. How have you been? Where's Mom? I have good news to tell Mom. She was a little angry. It's been a long time since you called me. You don't care about me at all. My surname is Mu. You're finished. Mu Xin reported. Mom went out to play. What's up? He replied. I've already arrived in the capital. I'm with third uncle now, she said in surprise. Is third uncle the same third uncle Mom always talks about? How is he? He asked me to tell Mom. Third uncle is fine now. When I've dealt with everything, third uncle and I will go back. Mu Xin breathed a sigh of relief. That's great. Mom and I will wait for you to come back. Hung up the phone. She thought to herself, you must come back safely. The next day, Mu Li and his group arrived at a cave. Looking at the stone gate guarded by two people, Chang'an introduced, This is the entrance to the underground ancient city. The gatekeeper pulled a lever to open the door. Chang'an continued as they walked. The master of the underground ancient city calls himself Elder Shi Zhang, and his strength is extraordinary. Everyone who enters the underground ancient city must abide by his rules and not cause trouble in the ancient city. Those who do not comply will be executed on the spot. The two arrived at a dark ancient city, where people came and went, but everyone was very quiet. He continued, This is the safe zone of the ancient city. Activities in the city can be guaranteed to be safe. Outside the safe zone are some dangerous secret realms. Where there is danger, there is opportunity. Suddenly, a vendor on the roadside called out, Come and have a look. Treasures brought back from a secret realm where one barely escapes with their life. Mu Li squatted down, picked up an item and asked, How much is this? The stall owner Shentu replied, This is the treasure of my stall. No haggling, 10 million. You can also trade it for another treasure. Mu Li thought to himself, he dares to ask for 10 million for a piece of fake jade. It seems this ancient city is quite the den of thieves. Fearing he was unaware, Chang'an whispered a reminder, Most of Mr. Shentu's things are fake. If you want to buy something, we can go to the trading hall. He stood up and ordered, Let's go to the trading hall. In the blink of an eye, the two arrived at the entrance of the trading hall. Walking inside and looking at the items in the glass cabinets, Mu Li realized there were many traces of cultivators here. It seemed the underground ancient city was indeed a relic of a cultivation civilization. Chang'an, beside him, handed him an item. Brother, this is the consignment list for rare medicinal herbs. The numbers inside made him gasp in shock. 200 million, 70 million, 100 million. Mu Li only had 50 million on him and was instantly petrified. Seeing his hand holding the list tremble, Chang'an revealed what was written on it. If we don't have enough, we can only post a bounty quest, but the reward for the quest must be in the trillions, otherwise it's hard to attract attention. A flash of inspiration hit Mu Li as he asked, Can we sell things here? He replied, Of course, over here. He handed the item to the appraiser, asking her to see how much the jade bracelet could be sold for. She warmly took it. All right, sir. After checking for a while, the staff reported, The jade is good, but it won't sell for much. Our auction house only sells rare treasures. Sir, you see, Mu Li revealed its function. This jade bracelet is imbued with magical power. When worn, it will automatically activate a shield in case of danger, which can block attacks below the martial venerable level. It will be damaged after 10 uses. She hesitated. This effect was indeed miraculous and could fetch a price of over 100 million. If it could withstand a martial venerable's attack, the price could be 5 times higher without a problem. What a pity. Mu Li continued his sales pitch. Then how much can a martial venerable cultivation technique sell for? The staff member was stunned. A martial venerable cultivation technique, that's very valuable. He eagerly pressed. How much can it sell for? She quoted a price. At least 7 or 8 billion. Chang'an felt like he was about to be crushed by the money. A martial venerable cultivation technique was so valuable, so the Wuji true scripture that his sworn brother taught them, wasn't it? The staff member smiled and said, "If you really want to auction a martial venerable cultivation technique, could you wait a few days? Our auction house will spread the news to get you the highest possible price." Muley nodded in agreement. "All right." She led the way for him. "Sir, please follow me. Our appraisal master is in the reception room." Entering the reception room, the staff introduced a person sitting below. "This is one of the elders of the trading hall, Lu Ku. He himself is a martial venerable. Sir, you can give him your cultivation technique for appraisal." Muley asked, "Do you have a pen and paper?" 15 minutes later, Lu Ku finished examining the stack of papers with the cultivation technique written on them. "This is indeed a martial venerable cultivation technique, and a top-tier one at that. But this technique seemed to be missing something. There should be a second half, right?" he replied. "No, I obtained this technique by chance." But he thought to himself, "It was just the lowest level technique I casually wrote down." Lu Ku decided to hold a cultivation technique auction in 3 days and he could come and watch as he pleased. Chang'an asked as soon as they left the shop, "The auction is only in 3 days. Sworn brother, where are we going next?" Muley replied. "There are many secret realms around the ancient city. We can go and see if we can find any fortuitous encounters." Chang'an suddenly remembered, not just outside the ancient city, there's a place inside the city too. The city lord once said that the greatest fortuitous encounter in the entire city is there. He immediately became interested in this place. "Oh." He led him to a complex of 5 tall towers and Chang'an introduced, "This is it, the trial tower. The trials in the towers from left to right test spiritual power, cultivation, and soul power. If you reach the 7th floor or higher, you can leave your name on the stone tablet. The glory is boundless. The higher you climb, the more rewards you get. The one who left their name on the 7th floor of the left tower is a famous master alchemist in the imperial capital. The one in the middle is the current leader of the Martial Alliance, and the one on the right is the former head of the Divine Calculation sect. Now, thanks to the rare book he obtained from the tower, the Divine Calculation sect has been able to develop to its current status, but the most formidable is Wang Fu Yun of the Wang Fu family. He has already passed the 6th floor of the left tower, the 7th floor of the middle tower, and even broke the record, reaching the 8th floor of the right tower." Muley curiously pointed in a direction. "What about the 2 towers behind?" Chang'an replied. "I don't know. The city lord said the time is not right, so they haven't been opened." Seeing a light on one of the towers light up, the onlookers exclaimed in amazement, "5th floor, 5th floor. The dragon's son is truly as rumored. He's going to catch up to the peerless duo of Wang Fu Yun. He's indeed a genius, worthy of Jinku Shenshuan's prediction. He is indeed the dragon's son. His talent is also peerless. The first on the martial venerable reserve list is truly as rumored." Muley snorted coldly. "Dragon's son?" Someone came up to sell something. "Brother, want to climb the tower? I have a divine medicine here that's enough to boost your state to the max. It will definitely be effective in the tower. Maybe you can even leave your name on the tablet." Muley couldn't be bothered with him and walked away. Someone in front shouted in surprise, "6th floor, 6th floor." Chang'an called out in confusion, "Sworn brother." He couldn't wait to try. "I'll go and try it too." Walking to the entrance and looking at the energy in the tower, Muley commented, "This tower, I don't feel any special fluctuations." Looking at the core bead that looked like a galaxy in the fantasy space, he asked curiously, "Is this the test of the middle tower?" Muley reached out and grasped it without hesitation, and the space inside the tower immediately revealed itself. He understood. "So the test of this tower is the process of strengthening the soul and firming one's beliefs." He called out, "Xiao Bai, come out quickly. I've found a fun place for you." She flew out and asked, "Where? Where is this?" Muley thought to himself. He has already broken through the early stage of qi refining and is not far from the middle stage. He is truly a ghost cultivation genius. He asked, "Do you feel anything special here?" Xiao Bai said, "Yes, my soul just wavered for a moment and it seems to be condensing." Muley teased, "I thought you had a neurological problem." "All right, don't you know this tower is good for us? Next, we can challenge this tower together and see who can climb more floors." Xiao Bai asked happily, "So if I climb more floors, what reward will you give me?" He didn't accept. "I want to be good to her, and she wants to negotiate terms with me. But to win against me, you're still too green." Then Muley agreed, "All right, if you win, I'll promise you one condition." Xiao Bai became excited. "It's a deal, no takebacks." She immediately left. "I'm off." Chang'an saw a group of people coming outside and thought to himself, "The Mu family, the Yan family, the Zhou family, the Wang Fu family, the leaders of all the major families have all gathered in the underground ancient city." Suddenly someone shouted in surprise, "7th floor." At this moment the 40-year-old left protector of the Martial Alliance, Lian Rong, came to talk to Feng Chun. "Brother Mu, your Mu family has really produced a dragon. It's truly a joyous occasion." Mu Li's 46-year-old second uncle, Feng Chun, humbly said, "Brother Lian, you're too kind. Year's talent is far from Wang Fu Yun's. He's the real dragon son of Central Plains." Lian Rong thought to himself, "Stop pretending." The person who was selling spirit medicine just now was surprised to find, "Hey, what's going on?" Someone went up to the 5th floor in one go. "Wait, another one came up?" Xiao Bai followed him up there and cheered, "Mu Li, this is fun." He tapped her on the head and reminded her, "It's just the beginning. Keep climbing the tower." She stuck her tongue out and teased him, "I'm going. I definitely won't lose to you." Mu Li warily discovered that this tower was not simple, but if he could pass all of it, he could also gain a lot of benefits. The people outside had no idea that things had already gone crazy. 6th floor, 7th floor, 7th floor, there are 2 people. Lianrong was overjoyed. Excellent, excellent. Our Central Plains has 2 more peerless geniuses. We must report this news back to headquarters quickly. Chang'an thought curiously, my sworn brother can definitely do it, but who is the other person? In the 7-story tower there was a barrier in front of the door, and they had already broken the formation. Mu Li and his group walked in calmly. Seeing another person, Xiao Bai asked in surprise, why is there another person here? That person was the true dragon's son, Mu Yi of the Mu family. Mu Li knew this person was Mu Yi, a high-level martial artist, the cloud dragon's son. Xiao Bai saw his expression change and asked worriedly, Mu Li, what's wrong? He replied, nothing. Seeing 2 scrolls appear in front of him, she cheered. Mu Li, the cloud reward has come. He grabbed it and guessed. This is probably the great deduction technique that made the divine calculation sect rich. Xiao Bai opened the scroll, a hint of confusion in her eyes. Great deduction technique, what's this? Seeing that she couldn't understand it at all, she turned to ask Mu Li, what's written on this? Mu Li explained, this is a deduction technique. It's very simple. It can also be used to deduce the fortune of ordinary people. After hearing this, Xiao Bai threw it away like a useless thing. What? How is it so bad? Throw it away, throw it away. She flew behind Mu Yi and asked Mu Li, do you want me to help you ambush him? He replied, no need, I don't even put him in my eyes, he's not worthy. Why do you think I want to ambush him? Xiao Bai replied. Because I feel like you don't like him, he retorted. What if you misunderstood? She replied casually. Anyway, I'm by your side, who cares what's right or wrong? Seeing the 8th floor light up, a commotion stirred outside the tower again. The 8th floor is lit. Someone has reached the 8th floor on par with the genius Wang Fu Yan. Truly amazing. Who is it that reached the 8th floor? Who else could it be? It must be the true dragon son of the Mu family. Lianrong cupped his hands in congratulation to Feng Chun, thinking that person was Mu Yi. Congratulations, the Mu family has produced a peerless genius, he replied politely. Thank you, thank you. In the 7-story tower, Mu Yi had reached his limit. Not good, I can't hold on anymore. Lianrong saw someone fall. What a pity. Feng Chun commented, in the end his talent is a bit lacking. Being able to reach the 7th floor is already considered a genius. Seeing the person who came out, he was stunned. Is it Mu Yi? Someone asked. Why is it him? Feng Chun hadn't recovered yet. This, Mu Yi thought in fear. Why are they looking at me like this? Are they shocked by me? That's right. Although I didn't reach the 8th floor, besides Wang Fu Yan and the previous generation's divine calculation sect master, I'm the only one who can reach the 7th floor now. Mortals admire me. He went forward and the 2 cupped their hands in greeting. Second uncle, Lord Lien. Feng Chun quickly reminded, Mu Yi, look at the 8th floor. Looking at the light on the tower, Mu Yi was stunned. 8th floor, how is that possible? Feng Chun said. Everyone thought the person on the 8th floor was you. Voices of discussion sounded around him. The true dragon son of the Mu family stopped at the 8th floor, so who are the 2 people above with such talent they can't be unknown? Mu Yi thought to himself, who is it? Who the hell is it to make me suffer such a great humiliation? Lianrong saw the light of a new floor light up and said in surprise, hey, 9th floor. Shi Zhang looked at the distant tower and was stunned. 9, with tears of excitement in his eyes, he disappeared from his seat in an instant and went to the tower to inquire about the situation in the 9-story tower. Mu Li asked with concern, Xiao Bai, how are you? She was so tired she was out of breath. However, Xiao Bai was proud and pretended to be fine, patting her chest and assuring, it's nothing, even if I climb dozens more floors I'm not afraid. He didn't provoke her. Stop patting your chest, it's already flat. If you pat it again it will disappear. Xiao Bai was stunned when she heard this. What did you say? Her face turned as red as a chili pepper with anger, shouting, Mu Li, he replied calmly. Alright, let's keep going. Maybe there's a cultivation technique you need up there. Xiao Bai was trembling with anger, still not over it. She secretly pulled open her clothes to look at her goods to see if they were really flat. Seeing him go first, Xiao Bai hurriedly chased after him. Mu Li, you're not lying to me, are you? Is there really that kind of cultivation technique? He replied. The world is vast, anything is possible maybe. Outside, Lianrong said in horror. 10th floor, can he really reach the 10th floor? Seeing Shi Zhang on top of the tower, they were surprised to find it was the city lord of the ancient city he had come to. Inside the tower, Xiao Bai pouted and thought to herself, there's nothing good on this floor either. He encouraged, there's more, keep climbing. At this moment, seeing the old man in front of him, Mu Li asked warily, who are you? The old man announced his name. I am Shi Zhang, the master of the underground ancient city. Don't worry, I have no ill intentions. I just want to see the person who can pass the 10th floor and have a look. Xiao Bai sensed something from Mu Li. The smell on this old man, I feel very familiar. Shi Zhang reminded them, write your names here. Everyone who passes the 7th floor or higher will have their names engraved on the stone tablet. Your achievements will stop at the 10th floor. From now on, your movements in the trial will be hidden by me. This world is too weak to bear higher achievements. He stepped forward and did as the old man said. He wants to help us hide, but he also needs to know that people who surpass this generation of martial artists are not a good thing. The characters had already appeared on the stone slab. Mu Li thought to himself, there it is, and Xiao Bai was writing on the stone slab with a pen. Shi Zhang guided them. You two can continue to challenge the tower. The higher you climb, the more rewards you'll get. Xiao Bai whispered to him. That old man keeps looking at me, it gives me goosebumps all over. The old man observed them with interest, a cultivator and a ghost cultivator, truly interesting. 10 minutes later on the 12th floor, Muley was surprised to find that the higher he climbed the harder it became. A wisp of true energy, like a ribbon wrapped around Muley's body. He knew that each wisp was directly absorbed into his mind. It was a cultivation technique for the soul. Looking at the spiral staircase in front of him, Muley was excited. The 12th floor is a cultivation technique for the soul. What else is up there? What? So he firmly took step after step on the path to conquering this tower. Xiao Bai collapsed on the ground, exhausted and panting. Finally passed, she was stunned when she saw the old man. "Grandpa, what are you trying to do?" Shi Zhang bent down to observe and commented, "Not bad, not bad." Xiao Bai thought unhappily, "Do you think you're picking pork? What's not bad?" She hurriedly chased after the person in front. "Damn Muley, trash Muley, why did you lose me? That old man is so scary." Muley was warily looking at the thing in front of him. "What's going on?" Xiao Bai also asked curiously. "Why can't we move?" The front was a patch of darkness which lit up due to Shi Zhang's appearance. "All right, the 13th floor is the last stop." The whole room lit up and the two of them arrived at the 13th floor. The old man generously praised, "You've been cultivating for a short time. To be able to achieve this is already very good." Xiao Bai asked doubtfully, "Grandpa, what are you really trying to do?" Shi Zhang said mysteriously, "I want to." In the 15th floor of the Soul Tower, he thought to himself, "It seems I can only go up to the 15th floor for now. This tower is not simple." Xiao Bai pounced on Muley from behind. She hid behind Muley in fear. "That old guy, he said he wants to take me as his disciple." Shi Zhang said calmly, "I haven't seen someone like this in years. She fits my requirements very well, so I want to take her as my disciple," he replied. "Senior, you should see clearly. She is just a soul." Xiao Bai chimed in, that's right, I'm a ghost, a ghost." The old man released a few wisps of aura. "You two take a look." Muley recognized this aura. You are a ghost," Shi Zhang admitted. "That's right, little girl, are you willing to become my disciple?" Xiao Bai shook her head in refusal. No, I want to be with Muley, I don't want any master." Muley, standing from her perspective, advised, "You should think about it carefully. Senior is on the same path as you. He can teach you many things. You will go further with him." Xiao Bai refused. "I don't want to. Are you tired of me? I'll be good in the future. I won't cause trouble. Don't chase me away." Muley coaxed her. All right, I won't chase you away." Then he turned to the old man and said, "Senior, you've seen it too." She doesn't agree. The old man didn't insist. "All right, then I'll send you out. Little girl, come find me whenever you need to." Xiao Bai grinned as if she had escaped a disaster and refused. No, outside. Lian Rong lamented, "I didn't expect to see someone reach the 10th floor after so many years." Mu Yi was unconvinced. Why, all of this was clearly mine. I can't just sit and wait," he reported to Feng Chun. "Second uncle, elders, I want to challenge the left tower," he agreed. "Good. The higher you climb this tower, it can only prove that this person has some talent in a certain aspect. Only by climbing to a high level can you prove your talent. Go." Lian Rong sighed, smelling the scent of jealousy so sour. His actions attracted the attention of many people. "The true dragon son is challenging the left tower. The left tablet has appeared." Seeing the floating stone tablet, they were surprised to see the names of Li Mu and Li Bai. Which family did the Li family belong to? These are two geniuses with the same surname. Could they be from the same family? "Look, the true dragon son has reached the 5th floor." Feng Chun praised. Not bad. Lian Rong said expectantly. "The left tower is difficult to climb. If he can reach the 7th floor, he might be recognized by the master alchemist and become the second person to leave his name on the right tablet. Those two geniuses should be out by now, right?" Muley walked out step by step. Feng Chun said in surprise, "Why is there only one person? I wonder what this brother's name is," Lian Rong interjected. "Why is there only you? Where's the other person?" he replied. "My name is Li Mu. My sister Li Bai is not feeling well and has been taken away by the city lord." Feng Chun was stunned. "Are they really brother and sister?" He turned to the person next to him and asked, "Brother Lian, do you remember something?" He murmured. The previous head of the divine calculation sect was named Li. His name was Li Feng, and Jinku Shenshuan's surname is also Li. Feng Chun retorted, "Could they also be?" "No, I've never heard the divine calculation sect mention these two people," Lian Rong guessed. Maybe they were adopted by some master. He decided that when Mu Yi came out, he must have him ask Jinku Shensuan if it was true. The light on the 6th floor lit up, drawing cheers from the onlookers. The true dragon's son has reached the 6th floor so fast. Seeing Muley arrive at that tower, they were even more shocked. That genius also entered the left tower. Does he want to compete with the true dragon's son? Do they have a feud? Interesting, Lian Rong suspected. This person and Mu Yi. Could there really be some feud? Feng Chun immediately denied. Impossible. He felt it was very strange. And Feng Chun was sure that Mu Yi and the divine calculation Mu's relationship had always been good. There couldn't be any feud between them. He was clearly aiming for Mu Yi. On the 1st floor of the spiritual tower, a book fell at his feet with a notice attached. "Read this book and answer the questions." Muley looked at the thing at his feet in surprise. Muley walked to the 5th floor and was surprised to find that the challenge of this tower was actually memorizing medical techniques. Looking at the book in his hand, he said happily, "It's the Encyclopedia of Spirit Medicines. Interesting." Flipping through the contents, a look of surprise appeared on his face. "Regeneration flower, heaven yuan bamboo and other spirit medicines I don't recognize." Outside the tower, Cheng'an thought in surprise. My sworn brother stopped at the 5th floor. Did something unexpected happen? The person next to him shouted with his mouth wide open. 8th floor, the true dragon son has broken Wang Fu Yun's record. Feng Chun heaved a sigh of relief. Good, worthy of being a son of the Mu family. Someone thought, it seems Li Mu can only stop at the 5th floor, still not comparable to the true dragon son. The true dragon son is out. Mu Yi walked out and reported, second uncle, I'm out. Feng Chun proudly patted his nephew's shoulder. Mu Yi, well done, Lian Rong generously praised. To have such an achievement at such a young age, you are truly a young genius, he said modestly. The elders are too kind. It's my fault for getting carried away with a little achievement, leading to a less than ideal performance. Otherwise I might have been able to go one step further. Feng Chun felt very proud of this already. No need to be so modest. To be able to do this at your age is already very good. Mu Yi curiously asked, right, by the way, are the people from the right tower finished yet? Why don't I see anyone? Lian Rong replied. The ones who challenged the right tower were a brother and sister. The sister was not feeling well and was taken away, but after you entered the tower, Zuo Li Mu also followed you in and is now on the 5th floor. He felt something was wrong. 5th floor, with Li Mu's ability to reach the 10th floor, how could he possibly only stop at the 5th floor? The people behind him flattered. Li Mu's talent is far inferior to yours. That's right, maybe the 5th floor is his limit, let's just leave it at that. Mu Yi's confidence was restored by the flattery. How can the light of a firefly compare to the moonlight? I even surpassed the genius Wang Fu Yun, he blurted out. If Li Mu can even reach the 10th floor of the left tower, then the 7th floor of the right tower is probably nothing, right? Seeing the light up, Chang'an watched happily. The 7th floor is lit. Mu Yi was stunned and Lian was curious. Who said that? Which master's light is it? Mu Li was on the 7th floor of the tower, holding a copy of Fundamentals of Alchemy in his hand. He thought to himself, just like on Ziwei Star I became an alchemy grandmaster, I really don't need to look at this book carefully. After going up a floor, the book disappeared after he absorbed it. Outside the tower, someone commented, as expected of the true dragon son, he guessed correctly. And Mu Yi was dumbfounded, unable to believe it. Did he really go up? Praises echoed everywhere. Amazing, as expected. A genius understands a genius best, true dragon son. How many floors do you think Li Mu can reach? Mu Yi forced a smile. I think with Li Mu's talent it probably won't be difficult to reach my level. He looked at Feng Chun's subtle expression and thought to himself, what's going on? Why does he always look at me strangely? The crowd's mouths fell open when they saw Li Mu really reach the 8th floor. Mu Yi was stunned. Damn it, how is that possible? He pretended to be nonchalant and said, Li Mu is so powerful it shouldn't be a problem for him to reach the 9th floor, but he secretly prayed in his heart, don't go up, don't go up. At this moment the person in charge of the Yan family's underground ancient city scolded him. Mu Yi, shut up, someone. Oh Ed, he's already at the 9th floor, the true dragon's son guessed it so accurately. Lian Rong gossiped, which master is it? Mu Yi was so angry he spat blood. He decided to settle it once and for all. He would challenge the middle tower, he must surpass him. On the 13th floor of the left tower, Mu Li felt that the difficulty of the left and right towers was about the same. He couldn't go up after reaching the 13th floor. This tower has a total of 20 floors. Shi Zhang once said that anyone under 30 can pass and can come back again after their abilities upgrade. His name and mark were already engraved on the stone tablet. Li Mu, 10th floor. Seeing Mu Li come out, they exclaimed in amazement, he's out, 10th floor, another 10th floor. As soon as he came out, he asked, has the true dragon, son of the Mu family, entered the middle tower? The person reported, he's gone, he's already at the 4th floor. He replied, thank you. Mu Li's target this time was the middle tower. The Yan family found out that this person was putting pressure on Mu Yi. In the tower, he saw a phantom emitting a pressing spiritual power. That was the peak of the martial venerable realm. The test of the middle tower was combat power. The ancient tower would automatically generate a phantom of the corresponding realm based on the challenger's ability. Defeat the phantom to pass, Mu Li understood. So the ancient city's decision is to make me a grand martial venerable. I'm at the peak of the mid-stage chi refining now. On the surface there's no difference between me and a grand martial venerable. I have to test the phantom's real strength first. He struck with his palm and with a bang, Mu Li found that it seemed to be a force without realm. This kind of mechanical thing wouldn't change for no reason. It would be easy to pass, and then he could speed up. 2 minutes later, he continued to deal with the phantom cleanly. Mu Li had already reached the 4th floor, and at this moment a voice sounded, I'm doomed. I can't let him surpass me. Mu Yi found that he was on a new floor and he was unwilling. How is that possible? Even Wang Fu Yun struggled to get up. How could he go up so fast? Impossible. He can't be better than me. I must defeat them. I must reach the 7th floor. I am the #1 genius outside. Lian Rong said curiously, someone has reached the 6th floor. I wonder if that person is Mu Yi or Li Mu. The Yan family guessed. With Mu Yi's talent, the 6th floor is not difficult, I'm afraid. Suddenly there was a notice. Someone is out. Shi Zhang scolded Mu Yi. Out. This person reached the 4th floor. His mind is not stable. He's gone mad. Failure, he screamed crazily. I am the #1 genius. Li Mu and Feng Chun's faces were gloomy as they called out, Year. Lian Rong found that Mu Yi was too suppressed by Li Mu. His mind was unsettled and he lost his reason. The next tower lit up. Feng Chun said angrily, "Who the hell is Li Mu?" Inside the tower he was standing in front of two books. The content of the book was Group Battle Divine Ability, a cultivation technique for training the inner body, author Peerless Master God. Mu Li picked it up and oh-ed, calling himself a Master God. Interesting. He hurriedly looked at the content inside. After reading a few lines with exclamation marks, he felt that it was not credible at all. There were also notes inside. Mu Li found it quite interesting. The person who wrote this book and the person who wrote the notes were a bit interesting. Forget it, let's keep going. Outside the tower, Chang'an believed, 7th floor, my sworn brother can definitely do it. To the next floor they shouted 8th floor as expected of Li Mu. Lin Rong said expectantly, maybe he's the first person in history to make history. All 3 towers at the 10th floor. Mu Li had already walked up to the 10th floor. He fought the phantom before the 10th floor. Not only did the phantom puppet increase on each floor, but its strength also increased. And by the 15th floor, not only were there 21 phantom puppets, but they also cooperated with each other, their strength surpassing the mid-level chi refining. He was besieged by a group of phantoms alone. He knew he couldn't beat them. So Mu Li accepted. I admit defeat. Shi Zhang appeared and said kindly, well done, young man. If you can pass all the tests of the 3 towers one day, this underground ancient city will belong to you. He cupped his hands and replied, thank you, senior. Mu Li's achievements were also displayed on the stone tablet. Chang'an was envious after seeing it. Sworn brother Li Mu, you're too amazing. Lian Rong and the people outside all went up to greet him when he came out. Li Mu, I am the person in charge of the Martial Alliance in the underground ancient city. Martial Alliance Right Protector Lian Meng. I am the person in charge of the Wang Fu family. Hello, my name is Feng Chun thought angrily. I never expected this. No, this guy can't live. Lian Rong asked for his noble name. I wonder which force could cultivate such a world-class genius as you. Of course, if you don't want to say, I won't ask. There's nothing I can't say. Mu Li announced his name. I have no sect, I just cultivate on my own. As soon as he said this, everyone present was stunned. To be able to reach such a level by cultivating on his own, his willpower was extraordinary. Someone from the Ning family invited. Ning family, I am still short of a high-level guest elder here. I wonder if you are interested, we can give you a family salary. As soon as he finished speaking, he was dealt with by an elder. A mere Ning family dares to step forward. You family, I am willing to propose the position of elder plus 1/3 of the family's assets. Chen Zhang is willing to devote all of the family's resources. Other families also vied for talent. The Yang family too, the Zhou family, I am also willing to propose a high position. Li Mu. The Zhou family, I am a super family in the imperial capital with strong strength. Mu Li noticed him. Zhou Shiji of the Zhou family. He made a tempting offer. As long as you agree, your status will be equal to that of a real power elder, and you'll have whatever you want. Mu Li recalled the memories of his past life. He was a bad person who had unintentionally offended Zhou Shiji, the young master of the Zhou family. He killed my mother, forced my sister to her death, and my life-saving benefactor also suffered the most vicious revenge with their family ruined. I cultivated frantically with the belief of revenge, and in this life I will not let them go. Shiji opened his mouth and asked, what do you think? The Wang Fu family also extended an olive branch to him. The Wang Fu family will also fully cultivate you. If you agree, the Wang Fu family can also marry our pearl to you. Someone was panicked when they saw the big shot step forward. The pearl of the Wang Fu family must be Wang Fu Yun's sister, the second on the martial venerable reserve list. Lian Rong interjected, since that's the case, I'll join in the fun too. The position of Martial Alliance leader, what do you think? Mu Li Oed, the Martial Alliance wants to give me the position of leader? He confirmed. That's right, with your talent, as long as you agree, the next leader's position is yours. Mu Li said politely, thank you all for your kindness. I'm used to being free and don't want to join any force for the time being. If there's a need in the future, I'll contact you all. Everyone, I'll be leaving now. They replied, take care, remember to contact us. Chang'an followed behind and called out, Mu Li, you're amazing. I've never seen it live before, like a celebrity traveling, he encouraged. When you've practiced the Wuji True Scripture to the highest realm, you'll be able to do it too. Chang'an asked excitedly. Really? He promised. Suddenly, a wave of killing intent came, and Mu Li immediately sensed a sneak attack. The person clenched their fist, accumulating spiritual power. It turned out to be Feng Chun. He was desperately trying to assassinate Mu Li. He fearlessly blocked his attack. After Feng Chun's failure, he retreated sharply. Lian Rong stood in front of Mu Li and asked him, Feng Chun, why did you sneak attack Li Mu? He questioned Feng Chun. Because Mu Yi couldn't beat Li Mu, you weren't happy, so you wanted to kill him. He denied, I'm not that petty, it's just because this guy interfered with Mu Yi when he was challenging the martial arts tower, causing Mu Yi's mind to become unstable. Such an insidious brat, I must end his life, get rid of him, so as not to leave a future scourge for the Central Plains, he replied coldly. Feng Chun, you're talking nonsense. You say Li Mu interfered with Mu Yi, you need evidence. He didn't care. What evidence do I need? With Mu Yi's talent, if you hadn't interfered, how could he not even reach the 6th floor? With that said, Lian Rong had nothing more to say. Mu Li exposed him. You're useless yourself and you're blaming others. You want to kill me, uncle, you try and see. Feng Chun became even angrier after hearing this. You brat. He rushed directly at him. Go to hell. Mu Li met him. I won't be soft on this kind of trash. His fist swung out but missed. He was stunned. Where did he go? Mu Li kneed him from behind and he couldn't react in time. His palm slapped Feng Chun's face. He was slammed to the ground, a mess, the ground behind him cracking open. Mu Li asked arrogantly, "Still want to fight?" Feng Chun still couldn't believe it. "How is this possible? You're a martial venerable." Lian Rong froze when he heard his words. Martial venerable? He thought worriedly. He's out. I was thinking of helping Li Mu when he couldn't fight anymore, but now it seems I don't have to. Mu Li made a move. "Since uncle, you've used up all your tricks, it's my turn now," Feng Chun said with a swollen face. At this moment, Shi Zhang came out of the tower and asked sternly, "Who is causing trouble in my ancient city?" Lian Rong thought in a panic, "It's over, it's the city lord." And Feng Chun saw a glimmer of hope. "Fighting is not allowed in the underground ancient city. You hit me, Li Mu, you're dead." The old man walked forward and asked, "What's going on?" Mu Li said calmly, "This person attacked me, I hit him." Lian Rong was stunned when he heard this. He dares to say it, is he not afraid? Feng Chun crossed his arms and waited smugly. "You're dead, brat." Contrary to his expectations, Shi Zhang said, Next time you hit someone, be careful not to get the ancient city dirty with blood." Lian Rong and Feng Chun were both stunned. "What?" the old man instructed him. "By the way, remember to go to the city lord's mansion later to hand over a treasure as compensation." Feng Chun replied submissively, "Yes." Everyone respectfully shouted, "Farewell, city lord." Mu Li patted Cheng An's shoulder to signal, "Let's go." He hurriedly called out, "Sworn brother." Mu Li, "Wait." Cheng An asked curiously, "Sworn brother, I want to ask, what is your relationship with the city lord?" Mu Li replied, "Don't overthink it, I have no relationship with him." He noticed the shop next to him and asked, "Whose shop is this?" Cheng An revealed, "This is the Wangfu family's shop. Every family in the imperial capital has opened a shop like this here, specializing in selling all kinds of unappraised ores. These ores may hide peerless treasures. Once opened, one's life will soar and everyone will be envious." He listened with great interest. "Sounds very interesting. Ores, secret chambers, these are becoming more and more like the super-secret realms I've seen on Z-Way Star." Cheng An added in a low voice, "It's good, but there's also danger. Those big families have long had people watching the place. For any stone that has a high probability of containing a rare treasure, they would have already opened it during mining. What's on display now are the leftovers they picked." He understood. "Isn't this just stone gambling?" "Stone gambling is a very profitable business," he replied. "Yeah, if only we had a shop like this." Mu Li asked, "Do you know what the conditions are for opening a shop?" Cheng An's eyes lit up. "Yeah, if it's like you said, the requirements for opening a shop shouldn't be a problem." "Let's go now," he said as they walked. "There are two ways to acquire property in the ancient city. The first is to hand over a treasure. The better the treasure, the better the property you get. The second is to pass the 7th floor of the martial arts tower. The shops of the Martial Alliance and the Wangfu family were obtained this way." They stopped in front of the large shop, and Cheng An announced, "All right, with your achievement of passing the 7th floor of the martial arts tower, it's only natural that you get a shop." The two walked into the Dali Prefecture City Lord's mansion, and the Dali Prefecture City Lord Bai He came out to greet them. "Mu Li, hello." Cheng An suspected that this old man was usually cold. Why was he smiling like a flower today? Mu Li opened his mouth and said, "I want to open a shop in the ancient city. I wonder." He took something out of his sleeve and said, "The city lord has already prepared it. This golden one is the key to shop number 1 on Qingyun Street, and the other one is the key to Qingping residence in the east of the city. The city lord has instructed that these things are all yours," he continued. "I wonder if I need to hand over any treasures in exchange?" Bai He replied kindly, "No need." Cheng An's mouth fell open in surprise, thinking, "Is it a free gift?" He shouted excitedly, "Sworn brother, you're rich?" Mu Li still didn't understand why he said that. Cheng An's attitude began to become excited. "The houses in the ancient city are sky high. So far, there's only one alchemist master who could afford an ordinary house here by selling medicine with his savings of over 10 years. He calmed down and sighed. But the effect was also obvious. That person had used the medicine many times and his body had accumulated a large amount of medicinal poison. He had no chance of becoming a martial venerable in this lifetime, but after cultivating in that house for just 3 months he broke through to the martial venerable level. After coming out of seclusion, he renovated the house into a cultivation chamber that could accommodate a dozen people, charging 30 million a day. Mu Li was shocked to hear this terrifying number. 30 million a day, Cheng An added, and you can only stay for 10 days. After 10 days the price doubles. He didn't dare to think further. Could it be? Cheng An revealed. His is just an ordinary house. Yours is a mansion, probably 10 times larger than his, and there are shops which are only for rent, not for sale. Only then did Mu Li understand. He realized that this time he had truly struck it rich. He suggested, "Let's go take a look first, then you can call a few more people over." At Dragon Spring Manor, the afterglow of the sunset bathed the entire estate. The two teleported into the manor. Seeing his sister carrying a plate of food, Cheng An asked, "Yuan, what are you doing?" Hearing the call, she turned around. Brother Mu Li, you're back. We have a guest from Baiman who wants to see Brother Mu Li. Dad is entertaining them now." In the pavilion, Mu Qingren was entertaining a guest. Mu Li called out to him, "Third uncle." Yuan also went in to announce, "Dad, Brother Mu Li and second brother are back." He walked in and recognized his uncle's guest as Wusheng. He stood up and saluted. Wusheng pays his respects to the alliance leader. Mu Qingren observed carefully. Judging by this person's tone and attitude, he was probably a master. A master being so respectful to Mu Li went up to him and said, "Elder Lu is my sister all right in Dragon Mountain," he replied. "She is now secretly protected by the Lu family's masters. My grandson Qilin has also transferred to her university to protect her at all times." He was a little wary. At all times, he thought to himself. That Qilin kid better not have any improper thoughts, Wusheng added, but Miss Mu doesn't like being followed, so Qilin can only keep his distance. Hearing this, Mu Li breathed a sigh of relief. So that was the case, Wusheng said. After hearing about the Alliance leader's deeds in Jiangnan, he is determined to protect the Alliance leader's family well. He hopes to have the opportunity to become your disciple, but you haven't agreed yet. And we'll talk about it when we have the chance. Mu Li was relieved as long as there were no ulterior motives. Only then did Mu Qingren ask, "Mu Li, who is this Mr. Lu to you?" He introduced them. "This is Elder Lu Wusheng from Baiman. This is my third uncle, Mu Qingren, the owner of Dragon Spring Manor. I've invited Elder Lu here this time in the hope that you can look after Dragon Spring Manor to prevent any troublemakers from coming," Wusheng replied. "As the Alliance leader commands, Lu Wusheng dares not disobey. Alliance leader, I have already notified Si Guangrong to send people over. Someone will be here soon," he acknowledged with a hum. He arrived at the underground ancient city, shop number 1 on Qingyun Street. Mu Li ordered Old Zhang and Old Li, "You two tidy this place up first and also investigate the management of the shops of the super families in the city. Once I've sorted out the supply of goods, the Baiman shop will open on a chosen date." The two replied in unison. "Yes," Mu Li instructed them. "Go on, I'm going to visit some other shops." Lian Rong at the counter saw him coming and greeted him warmly. "Li Mu, welcome, welcome." He had a request. "Lord Left Protector, I have come today to ask for a favor." Lian Rong kindly gestured, "Please come in." Sitting down at the table, he first poured Mu Li a cup of tea. "Mr. Mu, please have some tea." Then he got to the point. "You said you want to enter the secret realm with us?" he confirmed. "Yes, I'm preparing to open a shop but have no source of goods. I happen to hear that the Martial Alliance's exploration team is experienced and the best in the ancient city, so I shamelessly came to ask for help. Of course I will definitely pay for it." Lian Rong suggested, "The secret realm is treacherous. Even a martial venerable could lose their life with a slight mistake. It's too dangerous. How about this? I'll make the decision to sell you a portion of the Martial Alliance's goods at a low price. What do you think?" Mu Li refused. "Thank you for your kindness, but I believe I have some ability to escape danger. I've just never been to a secret realm, so I want to follow the Martial Alliance's exploration team to gain some experience." Lian Rong agreed to his condition. "All right then, you can come with us. But you are a martial venerable master after all. If our team encounters danger in the secret realm, I hope you will lend a hand." Mu Li immediately agreed. "Of course." Lian Rong led him over. "The exploration team just returned this morning and is now resting in the backyard. I'll take you to meet them." He walked into the backyard and called out, "Captain Niu Mengchu." Niu Mengchu replied politely, "Mr. Lian." He introduced the two. "This is Li Mu and this is the captain of our exploration team, Mengchu. She has held this position for several years and is the most experienced person on the team." Mu Li stepped forward to greet her. "Hello, Captain Niu." Lian Rong made a request. "Captain Niu, Li Mu is a friend of the Martial Alliance. He wants to join our team for an expedition this time. When the team sets off, please take him with you." Mengchu frowned at Mu Li and asked, "So it's you? How much do you know about the secret realm?" He admitted frankly, "To be honest, I know nothing." Mengchu was surprised. "You know nothing? Are you trying to get yourself killed?" Seeing the tense situation, Lian Rong quickly interjected. "Captain Niu, I know your concerns, but rest assured, Li Mu has the ability to protect himself and won't be a burden to the team." Mengchu interrupted him. "It's useless to say more. If he can take 3 of my whips, I'll let him join the team. Otherwise, he should get lost and not drag us down." Lian Rong wanted to persuade her further. Mu Li interjected. "Lord Left Protector, it's just taking 3 whips. If she can hit me, I'll consider it my loss." Mengchu asked coldly, "You talk big. Who do you think you are?" The 2 team members behind her started discussing. "The captain is angry. This kid is in for it. Since he dares to say that, he must have some skill. Don't underestimate him." Someone shouted excitedly, "The captain is making her move." Mengchu cracked her whip with a clean and decisive motion. Mu Li easily dodged to the side. She had an unusual premonition. This person, after the test, Mengchu admitted defeat. "I lose. Welcome to the team," Mu Li said politely. "Thank you for your guidance, Captain Niu." Lian Rong walked out with him, explaining as they went, "Li Mu, Captain Niu is a straightforward person. She did this for your safety. After all, many people were sacrificed during the last trip to the secret realm." Mu Li didn't take such a small matter to heart. "I know, I won't mind such a small thing," he invited. "Tonight the City Lord's mansion is holding an auction for a martial venerable cultivation technique. I happen to have booked a private room. Would you like to go together?" Mu Li naturally agreed. "Yes, thank you." He knew that the cultivation technique he had prepared was to be auctioned tonight. That night at the underground ancient city auction, Lianrong guessed, the leaders of all the major families are here. It seems the competition for the martial venerable cultivation technique will be fierce. Mu Li was curious. Is a martial venerable cultivation technique very precious? He thought to himself that the technique he prepared was being auctioned tonight. Lianrong replied, of course it's precious. Many martial artist cultivation techniques are based on the 5 elements, and martial venerable techniques are extremely rare. This is also one of the main reasons why there are not many martial venerable experts in China. Moreover, this technique has been appraised by the city lord's mansion, and the secret manual is definitely a top-grade, attribute-less martial venerable technique. With such a technique in hand, why worry about not breaking through to martial venerable? Every major family wants a piece of a technique that can increase the chances of becoming a martial venerable. I wonder who will get it. Mu Li was very surprised. He didn't expect that a technique he casually wrote down would attract so much attention. It seemed he would have to be more careful in the future. Lianrong casually said, I really don't know which fool would auction off something so precious. The fool he was talking about was sitting next to him with a dark expression, the auctioneer announced. Everyone, the auction has officially begun. The first item for auction today is a top-grade jade pendant, with a starting bid of 10 million. The major families vied to raise the price, 50 million, 80 million, 100 million, 400 million. The final buyer surprised everyone. He asked curiously, who is that person? Lianrong introduced. He is the master alchemist of the imperial capital, and also the only unaffiliated individual who owns property here. Mu Li responded with a calm expression, so it's him. The auctioneer presented the second treasure. The next item for auction is ore. These ores have a high probability of yielding treasures with a starting bid of 10 million, Lianrong asked him. Li Mu, have you set your sights on anything? Mu Li replied thoughtfully. Let's wait and see, the auctioneer excitedly announced the highlight of the day. Finally, we've reached the most exciting part of today. The next item is the finale of today's auction, a top-grade martial venerable cultivation technique. This technique has been appraised by our masters, and the specific information has been clearly stated in the promotional materials. The bidding starts now with a starting price of 5 billion. As soon as the price was announced, it was driven up by the various major families. 5 billion, 7 billion, 8 billion, 8.5 billion. The master alchemist bid 10 billion. Lianrong raised his paddle. All the major families have made their bids. It's my turn. 6 spirit stones. Mu Li was shaken. Spirit stones? Are there spirit stones on Earth too? Lianrong explained. The energy crystals in these spirit stones are all mined from the secret realms. Spirit stones are divided into low-grade, mid-grade, and high-grade and are extremely rare. One spirit stone is worth at least 2 billion RMB, but few people would trade it, so its actual value is higher. I don't have much money on me, so I can only use this to bid. He held on to his own thoughts. Since spirit stones can be used for bidding, they must not be uncommon. It seems a trip to the secret realm is a must. At this point, the price had been pushed to 15 billion. Was there a higher bid? The imperial capital's master alchemist bid 20 billion. The auctioneer raised his gavel and announced, 20 billion. Any other bids? 20 billion going once, 20 billion going twice. The gavel fell heavily, the deal was done and the transaction was complete. Everyone was amazed. A cultivation technique is actually worth 20 billion. If only I had a martial venerable cultivation technique. Are you daydreaming? Want me to slap you? The auctioneer went backstage and handed the money to Mu Li. Honored guest, this is the money from your cultivation technique auction. The handling fee is 5% and the remaining amount is 18 billion. Mu Li took the card and replied politely, thank you. She replied, if you need anything in the future, please come to us again. He waved goodbye. We'll see then. He was already planning how to use this money. With so much money, he could help them set up their shop properly. The next step was to enter the secret realm and see if he could get any good stuff. The next day at the entrance of the ancient city, a team member asked Mengchu, Captain, when are we going in? She was concerned about someone. Is Li Mu here? A team member reported, Captain, he's here. Seeing him still in his casual clothes, she asked doubtfully, why aren't you wearing any gear? Mu Li said casually, I don't need to wear gear, this is fine. Mengchu, worried and angry, shouted, you fool, you want to enter the secret realm without gear, are you trying to die? Team member Jamei chimed in. The captain is just looking out for you, the secret realm is really dangerous. Another person echoed, brother, the secret realm is full of crises, you could easily lose your life, so it's better to wear gear, he replied. Oh, I know, but I don't have any gear. Jamei found it hard to believe. How is there someone that poor? She ordered. Meng Nan, go get him a set. Meng Nan brought the gear over and asked the newcomer, what's your name? Mu Li reported his name after putting on the gear. Li Mu. He introduced himself. My name is Meng Ran. They all call me Meng Nan. That pretty girl is called Jamei and there are 2 others, one named Xiao Ming and one named Lin Bei. Don't mind the captain's attitude, she's a straight shooter and doesn't want you to lose your life in the secret realm. The last time a newcomer was inexperienced and didn't even make it back in one piece. Mu Li asked curiously, then why are you still in this line of work? Meng Nan looked troubled. Me? Actually everyone in this line of work has their own reasons. Mengchu asked, are you changed? Mu Li replied. Yes, she continued. Since you're ready. Just then, someone from behind called out, Captain Niu, what a coincidence. Another exploration team came over to chat. Beauty Zhu, long time no see. Jimei glanced at them disdainfully. Mingnan told him, this is the exploration team of the United Forces. They have a bad reputation and often take advantage of others. Our team doesn't bother with them. Zheng Peng, the captain of that team, spoke up. Beauty, I just said a few words to that dead guy. Why are you still angry? Unless you like old cows eating young grass? Jimei went mad with anger. Niu Mengchu interrupted him. Zheng Peng, shut your stinking mouth. Jimei frowned and asked, Captain, she warned her not to start a fight with others so easily before even entering the secret realm. He on the contrary pushed his luck. Is my mouth stinking? Captain Niu, want to give it a try? Jimei couldn't stand it anymore. Drawing her sword and pointing it at him. You scoundrel, take this, Zheng Peng provoked. Come on, whoever doesn't fight is a dog. This was going too far. Mu Li interjected. Everyone, don't be impulsive. He's deliberately trying to provoke everyone. Zheng Peng angrily pointed at him and cursed. Are you new? He asked calmly. What if I'm new? He said contemptuously. The mortality rate for newcomers in the Martial Alliance exploration team is very high. Aren't you afraid? Mu Li replied. That depends on who you're following. Feeling like he was being mocked, Zheng Peng was speechless. Mengnan praised him proudly. Well said, Li Mu. Jimei echoed with sarcasm. Well said, following a dog is better than following someone like this. Mengchu couldn't be bothered with them. Don't waste your breath with them. Let's enter the secret realm first. A member of Zheng Peng's team cursed. A newcomer dares to be so arrogant, he'd better die in there. Mengnan snorted coldly and followed his team into the secret realm's gate. Zheng Peng had another plan. In the secret realm, which is more obvious, one person dying or a whole team dying, the team member understood his meaning. Big brother, you mean? He decided to follow them. Let's go, we'll enter gate 1 too. He thought to himself that he must make those two little girls see him in a new light, make them kneel and beg for mercy. In the secret realm of the underground ancient city, Mengchu led the team and instructed, There's the smell of man-eating trees here, don't wander off. Li Mu, stay close to us. We have a newcomer this time so we won't explore, we'll just follow the old path to minimize the danger. Mengnan and Jimei spoke at the same time. Li Mu will protect you, he refused. That won't be necessary. He patted Mu Li's shoulder like a big brother. Don't just stand there with me around, you can rest assured. Seeing his calm expression, Mengnan asked, You don't seem to believe how dangerous the secret realm is, do you? He pointed in a direction. Look over there under the branches, those man-eating flowers are waiting for the snake on the tree. The snake was immediately dragged down by the flowers to be tasted. Mengnan instructed, See, you can't just touch the plants and animals in the secret realm, and you can't eat things randomly. He replied, I know. Lin Bei saw a light ahead and asked, Captain, look, what's that over there? After checking, Mengchu said, Let's go have a look. It's 5 verdant grass. Everyone, don't waste it, pick it all. All the team members took out their storage boxes to collect the grass. Jimei asked in surprise, Why aren't you picking any? Mu Li replied, You all go ahead and pick it. It's my first time here, I just want to follow and observe. You don't need to share anything with me. Jimei was stunned. What? 5 verdant grass is a luxury for martial artists in the ancient city. She stuffed a box of grass into Mu Li's backpack and instructed, Dry it and burn it, it can assist with cultivation. Go pick some now, one stalk is worth tens of thousands, Mengchu shouted from the front. Stop arguing, there's still a lot on the ground, hurry and pick. Mu Li sighed and thought to himself, Can I say that I really don't care about this stuff? 2 minutes later, the team members reported, Captain, we've finished picking, let's keep going. Suddenly, Mu Li discovered something. Wait. Mengchu and the team members immediately became highly alert. She asked, What's wrong? Mu Li pointed in a direction and said, Have you all seen that kind of tree? Its flowers are very valuable. It's called 6-petal wood, just enough for 1 branch each. If we sell it, it could fetch tens of millions. Mengchu was worried. The records of the secret realm have never mentioned this plant. We don't know if it's poisonous, so it's best not to touch it. Mengnan's eyes lit up. Tens of millions? Are you serious? This thing is that valuable? If he had known that exploring the secret realm could yield something so valuable, but he still advised, Captain, should we pick it or not? If what he said is true, we'll make a fortune. She was skeptical. I've indeed never seen this kind of tree, but how would he know? Mengchu asked decisively, There's no record of this plant in the secret realm's archives. How do you know about it? What's your basis? Are you sure you, a person who has never been to the secret realm, know more than the exploration team's records? He asserted confidently. As for the basis, it's not convenient to say, but I can guarantee what I'm saying is true. If you're worried about safety, I'll go pick it first. If no one buys it later, you can all come to me, 3,000 per branch. Mengnan trusted him. You're amazing, brother, I believe you. Jimei was amazed by his extensive knowledge. Li Mu, I didn't expect you to know so much. She went forward and picked a few flowers. Captain, don't worry, he must be capable. Maybe he specializes in identifying plants, otherwise Mr. Lian wouldn't have let us bring him along. Mengchu took the flower from Jimei, met Mu Li's eyes and was stunned. She was a little embarrassed and ordered, Hurry up and pick. After we're done, we'll continue on our way, she thought to herself. I thought he was a newcomer, but I didn't expect him to have this ability. Mengnan felt, Brother, I have a feeling that with you along this time our harvest will definitely be great. Jimei's attitude was one of 100% trust in him. Brother Li Mu will be counting on you from now on, he replied. We're teammates now. If there's anything good, I'll let you know. As they walked to a stone mountain, Mu Li signaled, Stop, Jamei asked curiously. Did Brother Li Mu find something again? He introduced. At the entrance of that cave is pure spirit grass. Eating it raw can cure 100 diseases, even late-stage cancer. Mengnan was shocked by its miraculous effects. Really? Mengchu decided. Alright, you all stay here. We'll go up and pick, she said straightforwardly. Don't worry, you discovered it. You'll get your share. He hesitated for a moment. That's not what I meant. Everyone be careful. This kind of herb is guarded by a fierce beast. Jamei, climbing at the back, said, Got it. They tried throwing a rock up as bait. The entire team hung motionless on the cliff face waiting. The fierce beast roared out of the cave. It was a giant python. Mengnan commanded from below. Everyone listen to my command. Lure it out of the cave. He nervously realized it had already spotted them, and they immediately scattered. Before the python could attack, Mengnan had nimbly escaped down the rope. Jamei clung to the cliff face and next. It's my turn. She got close to the pure spirit grass and exclaimed, Got it. Just then, Jamei felt a sense of danger and astonishment. From the cave a python charged out, and then another one. Jamei reacted nimbly and dodged its bite. However, her rope snapped and she struggled to hold onto the cliff wall. Mengchu shouted anxiously from below, Jamei! Jamei looked at the giant python on the cliff wall, thinking she was done for. Her hand slipped and she fell from the cliff, her anxious voice echoing, Help me! Mu Li immediately took action to save her. Jamei landed safely in his arms. She opened her eyes, stunned. I have stopped. Mu Li landed gently. He asked with concern, Are you okay? Jamei stammered while hugging him. I am fine, I'm fine. The giant python above roared and swooped down. Mengchu immediately whipped out her whip to fend off the danger. Her whip tightly wrapped around the giant python's neck. Only then did she have a moment to ask, Jamei, are you two okay? Suddenly the rope snapped and she exclaimed, Oh no, be careful. Mu Li charged forward, heading straight for the giant python's mouth. A loud bang echoed through the valley. It was kicked by him and crashed into the cliff wall above. The giant python immediately escaped, its enormous body slithering along the cliff face. Then it turned in another direction. There were people there, and they were scared out of their wits. Help! Mu Li assisted with his flying sword, and the giant python's head was pierced by the sword. Mengnan heaved a sigh of relief. We're saved. Lin Bei recognized the person responsible for this attack. It's Li Mu. He successfully caught the spirit grass that had just fallen. Jamei cheered with admiration. Li Mu, you're amazing. Mengchu couldn't help but ask, Li Mu, what's your rank on the Martial Venerable Reserve list? You're so powerful. Are you in the top 5? Mu Li gently handed the item to the beauty. I never look at that list, so I don't know my rank. Here's the pure spirit grass, take it. I don't need it. Lin Bei climbed down and said, Li Mu, you're really hiding your strength. Mengchu sought the team's opinion. Let's give the pure spirit grass to Mengnan. Does anyone have any objections? Everyone expressed their agreement. Mengnan was moved to tears. Thank you, Captain. Thank you, everyone. You are truly my saviors. Mengchu interrupted him coldly. I don't have a son as old as you. Don't talk nonsense. Lin Bei echoed. That's right. A beauty like her couldn't give birth to a son as ugly as you. Zheng Peng and his group had also just arrived at the entrance of the secret realm. His subordinate asked, Big brother, we haven't found any trace of them. How do we find them? He replied. That woman Mengchu is very cautious. With a newcomer in the team this time, they will definitely take the usual path. The subordinate immediately flattered him. Big brother is still the wisest. Then we can just go directly to the mine, right? Zheng Peng commanded his subordinate. Let's go. On the other side, Mengchu introduced the place before them. This is the #1 mine in the secret realm. The ores in the ancient city shops are all mined from this cave. These are puppet mechanisms made by the skilled craftsmen in the city lord's mansion. We can put the ore we dig into their stomachs, then use spirit stones to activate them and transport the ore to the entrance of the secret realm. One piece of ore can make a round trip. Mu Li observed secretly. More puppet mechanisms. Mengchu reminded, Let's go in. He secretly followed behind to check and found that the quality of these ores was very average. Could it be that the things used for gambling are? Mengnan walked ahead, patting his chest and volunteering. Li Mu, it's your first time here. You probably don't know how to mine yet. Let brother Mengnan teach you. It's okay, just follow me. Li Mu, don't worry, I'm the best miner on the team. Selecting ores is my specialty. I guarantee I'll pick a good stone for you, Mu Li said politely. Then thank you in advance, Mengnan replied casually. We're brothers, no need to thank me. Suddenly he froze as if he had seen something. Mengnan's joyful voice sounded, Found it. He dug out a huge ore for Mu Li. Look, this spherical ore is very valuable, he exclaimed in amazement. It's indeed a good ore. Mengnan confirmed that this kind of ore was known to easily yield good things, could be sold for a high price in shops and was in high demand. Mu Li suddenly crushed it. Seeing the scene before him, Mengnan hadn't yet recovered. Empty, no way, Jamei, standing beside him, said with regret. What a pity. He took out a small palm-sized ore. Lin Bei spoke up. If you had just left it, it would have definitely sold for a high price, but now it's 2 worthless stones. Mu Li remained unconcerned. He squeezed hard and the ore continued to crumble into smaller pieces, until a stone emitting a yellow glow was left inside. Mengnan exclaimed in amazement, It's a spirit stone, Xiao Ming and Lin Bei said with envy. Li Mu, you're amazing. You actually turned it back to its original form. Jamei didn't hold back her praise. Amazing, I've never seen anyone use this method to extract a spirit stone. Li Mu, how did you know there was a spirit stone inside? Mengchu praised. Not bad to be able to extract a spirit stone. She secretly admired him. To be able to confidently crush the stone in half without damaging the spirit stone inside meant there was something good in it. Li replied modestly, I was just lucky, Captain, this is for you, let's continue. He followed behind Mengchu and asked curiously, by the way, I saw ores worth billions at the City Lord's mansion auction yesterday. Why don't I see any here? Meng Nan pointed ahead and shouted. Brother, that kind of ore is dug from the mine down there. What do you think, want to go down? Jimei said worriedly. No, although the ore below is good, it's very dangerous. Without the strength of a martial venerable, going down is just asking for death. Seeing his intention to move forward, Mengchu quickly stopped him. You, everyone, I'm just going in to take a look, don't worry. Only then did Mengchu move aside. I believe you are a sensible person and won't act rashly. Be careful, Jimei said worriedly. Captain, what if something happens? She interrupted. Jimei, he's not the same as Ah Wu. Jimei had to let go. All right then, she hoped he would be careful. Li checked and found that there were indeed more spirit stones here than above. The star ascension art was not mainly for cultivating the soul, so it was a bit weak for prospecting ores. The efficiency is too low, I might as well, he called out. Xiao Bai, come out quickly, there's something fun here. Xiao Bai stretched sleepily and came out. What did you call me for? Don't tell me there's another scary old man? Li denied it. No, old man, I called you out to scout the way. Xiao Bai looked around fearfully. It's so dark, I'm scared. Seeing her trying to slip away, he decisively grabbed her head. A female ghost who's afraid of the dark, hurry up, use your technique to help me see if there are any treasures around. Xiao Bai was skeptical. Treasures, it's pitch black all around, what can I see, he replied. This is just the entrance to the cave, it's normal that there's nothing. Let's go a little further in. Xiao Bai asked curiously. Li, where is this? He explained. This is the secret realm of the underground ancient city. We're in an ore cave now. Xiao Bai made a discovery. Wait, Li, there's a light here. She pointed at the wall in front of them. It's right here behind it. Li reached his hand directly through the wall to investigate, and then he continued to dig for spirit stones there. He only stopped to look at it when he saw a purple spirit stone. What a large spirit stone, it would be worth tens of billions in RMB. Xiao Bai said proudly. How about that, I'm very useful, right? He replied. I guess so, at least you're not completely useless. Xiao Bai retorted. What do you mean I guess so? Would it kill you to praise me? Don't think I don't know. You philanderer, while I was in the jade pendant, you flirted with 2 other pretty girls. Just then a thump-thump sound came, and a beast with blood-red eyes was observing them. Li explained, what philanderer? I just happened to join their team to explore the secret realm together. Xiao Bai firmly refused to believe him. How could it be such a coincidence? Those 2 girls are very pretty. Only then did he notice the presence of the animal. Wait, there's something. As soon as he finished speaking, it rushed towards him with such force that it slammed him against the wall. Looking at the billowing smoke, Xiao Bai called out worriedly, Li, are you okay? Li held the beast with one hand and replied, I'm fine. How is this thing so strong? The beast struggled madly to break free from his hand. Xiao Bai was so scared she could only stand there with her mouth agape. The beast was held so tightly by him that it was close to suffocating. Jimei asked from above the cave entrance, Li Mu, what happened? Are you okay? Li reminded. Xiao Bai, go back into the jade pendant first, she said unhappily. What, use me and then throw me away? He observed the beast carefully, thinking it might be useful. Forget it, I'll take it back. Seeing no response from Li, Jimei, standing above, was a little worried. Why is there no sound? Did something happen to him? Just then he flew up, the force of the wind so strong it blew her backward. Li announced, I'm back. Jimei stared blankly at the thing in his hand. This is, Meng Nan recognized it. It's a sky-breaking condor. Li Mu, how did you catch it? He simply said. I strangled it. This sentence made him tremble all over. Impossible. Legend has it that only a Grand Marshal Venerable can kill it. How could you kill it? Could it be you're a Grand Marshal Venerable? Li had to lie to get by. Of course not, I was joking. I heard a loud noise in the cave, went to check it out, and picked this up. Xiao Bai and the jade pendant pouted. Li, you're such a liar. Everyone started discussing the sky-breaking condor he had brought up. I knew it. How could you have killed it? That would be defying the heavens. There are many powerful creatures in the mine. The sky-breaking condor might have encountered a stronger creature and been bitten to death. Mengchu revealed, you're really lucky. I saw a price list for exchange at the City Lord's mansion. 1 sky-breaking condor can be exchanged for a shop of a major clan's level, Meng Nan. Ed with envy. Brother, you've struck it rich, she urged them. Stop being surprised, hurry and load the ore. We'll head back when we're done. Xiao Ming, you go out first and control the puppets, we'll be there soon. A minute later, the group had already walked out of the cave entrance. Mengchu briefly summarized, this time's harvest is good, everyone has worked hard. Li spoke up, Captain Niu, I have a question. Are the other secret realms the same as this one? Mengchu denied it. No, the underground ancient city has a total of 12 secret realms, each with its own characteristics. The richer the resources, the higher the danger. The danger level of the secret realms before level 6 is about the same, but from level 6 onwards the danger level increases. The Wang Fu family once organized a team of 7 martial venerables, plus 21 high-level martial venerables to form a pioneering exploration team, but they were only able to reach the 9th level secret realm before suffering a crushing defeat and being forced to return later. The major powers of the underground ancient city conducted a joint exploration and then issued a notice warning everyone not to enter the 9th level secret realm anymore. Since then, all exploration teams have only been active in secret realms of level 6 and below, and very few teams will enter the 7th level secret realm. Muley noticed that the secret realms beyond were so dangerous, the things inside must be very precious, right? She confirmed. Of course, the Wangfu family's prized treasure was taken from the 8th level secret realm, he secretly calculated. It seems I should also find some time to visit the later secret realms and add some things to the shop. Only then did Jimei notice, where's Xiao Ming, why don't I see him? Mengchu also looked around, he was just here, he shouldn't have gone far. Suddenly a scene to the side stunned her. Xiao Ming was lying on the side, spitting blood and unconscious. Mengchu roared angrily, who did this? A voice came from behind the bushes in the distance. Since you asked so sincerely, I'll be merciful and tell you. Zheng Peng walked out and shamelessly admitted, I did it. Jimei immediately reached for the sword on her back, ready to fight. He approached and asked, Beauty Zhu, we meet again. I wonder if you like this welcoming gift? Mengnan, seeing his frivolous attitude, went mad with anger. I'll kill you. Suddenly, a wave of fire swept to his feet and he was surrounded by raging flames. Mengnan recognized it was fire poison. Zheng Peng threatened, this is fire poison from the 3rd level secret realm made from the fat of a fire poison beast. Once it touches you, you'll be burned to ashes. If you're smart, you'll listen to me obediently, and maybe I'll let you live. Jimei cursed angrily, despicable scoundrel. Mengchu connected the dots and asked, the teams that disappeared without a trace in the secret realm before, that was also your doing, wasn't it? Zheng Peng no longer denied it at this point. That's right, we did it. HMPH trying to fight me, I'll let you die a little later. Jimei replied with disdain, shameless scoundrel in your dreams. I'd rather die than submit. Hearing this, he showed no more mercy. You refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. Open fire, kill all the men, leave the women. Gunshots echoed through the mountain forest. They kept firing at Mengcho's group, but they remained standing tall and unyielding. Zheng Peng suddenly interrupted, shouting, Stop! He was stunned. What's going on? Why haven't they fallen yet? One of his men shouted. Big brother, he's coming out. Seeing Muley walk out on the poisonous flames, he was dumbfounded. Impossible. When he saw the bullets in Muley's palm, he was even more aghast. He can actually catch bullets with his bare hands? The bullets rained down from his palm and Muley's cold voice rang out, nothing is impossible. Zheng Peng hastily ordered, fire, keep shooting, I don't believe he's unkillable. Jimei was outraged by their actions, these bastards. Mengnan noticed something. Muley, be careful. He saw Muley control the incoming bullets with his spiritual energy and was too shocked to speak. You're projecting your chi? Jimei chimed in from the side, he's a martial venerable? Muley returned all the bullets, the flames were extinguished and a series of screams rang out from the other side. My leg, Jimei said joyfully. Captain, we're saved, I know, now it's our turn. Mengchu cracked her whip, her tone sharp. Teach these bastards a lesson, avenge Xiao Ming, and make them pay in blood. At this moment, the group that had been so arrogant just a moment ago was left begging for mercy. Don't kill me, I don't want to die. Zheng Peng was beaten black and blue, begging bitterly. I confess I'm an animal. You've already killed my men, just let me go. Mengchu would not spare him. Don't think I don't know you're the mastermind. The whip in her hand struck the opponent relentlessly. Muley stepped forward to stop her. Wait, he has something in his hand. Zheng Peng sneered. You noticed, but so what if you did? He made a demand, let me go or I'll detonate this thing and we'll all die together. Seeing Zheng Peng raise a bomb ready to press the switch, Muley didn't know what it was yet, but Mengchu had already recognized it. It's a sonic bomb used exclusively in the 7th level secret realm. This thing can eliminate special fierce beasts, but if used in other secret realms, it will cause a beast stampede. He then asked, you have to press it to use it, right? After Mengchu confirmed, he snatched a leaf from Zheng Peng's head and said, then you're dead. The leaf turned into a sharp arrow, pierced through Zheng Peng's wrist, and the bomb and his scream fell to the ground together. My hand, Mengnan took the opportunity to rush forward and deliver a series of kicks. Bastard, you dare to threaten us? His final punch landed on the opponent's face. Take that for threatening us. Zheng Peng was knocked unconscious by the punch. Mengnan drew his sword. I'm going to kill you. Seeing the cold smile on Zheng Peng's lips, Mengnan had a bad feeling. You're still smiling? Suddenly a beep sound started and he was terrified. What's that sound? Zheng Peng's face was full of smugness. Jimei immediately understood. He has another one, Zheng Peng said with satisfaction. Let's die together. Mengchu whipped him. Shut up, she commanded her team. The bomb has been activated. Everyone drop everything and run for the exit with all your might. I'll cover the rear, Jimei said anxiously. No, we can't lose you. Besides Muley interjected. We can't escape. The roar of a beast pack surged towards them. Mengchu made a quick decision. Muley, you are the strongest here. We have to get you out, even if we die. Mengnan also agreed. That's right, Muley, you're a martial venerable. You have the best chance of escaping, even if our whole team is wiped out, as long as you can get out. Can you help me bring these medicinal herbs to my little angels at home? With our strength, it's impossible to escape. Hurry and take it. Jimei was also preparing her last words. I also want to ask you to bring a few words to my dad. Muley interrupted them. What's the use of being so pessimistic? Who said you're going to die? He created a barrier to protect them and instructed. Everyone, no need to do anything, just stay inside. Zheng Peng didn't believe it. Fool, don't struggle, let's all die together. The pack of fierce beasts was already approaching. Seeing their appearance, everyone's face turned pale. Oh no, it's the secret realm's demon wolves, Mengchu advised. Muley, run quickly, you're no match for them. Zheng Peng watched them with schadenfreude. None of you are getting away today. He gathered his spiritual energy, preparing for a massacre. Since we can't escape, then I'll kill you all. Zheng Peng thought he had misheard. What? Kill them all? Do you think you're a god? Mu Li charged towards the demon wolf pack alone. Streaks of spiritual energy shot out, and not a single demon wolf could survive. The remaining demon wolves howled even more crazily, watching him warily. Seeing them roar and approach, he made a decision. Although they're strong, they're still far from enough. Looks like there's no need to hold back. The spiritual energy transformed into countless sharp blades, slaughtering the entire wolf pack. The blink of an eye, the entire wolf pack was annihilated. Jamei asked with even more certainty, "Brother Mu Li, are you really just a martial venerable?" Meng Nan said in horror. That was terrifying, so strong. Suddenly, a wolf's howl came from a high place. It was the pack leader. Meng Chu reminded, "Mu Li, look over there." The wolf pack attacked under the leader's command. "As long as you kill that pack leader, they will scatter." He disdainfully dealt with a few wolves around him. "What's there to remind me of?" Meng Chu was puzzled. "He's ignoring the pack leader. What is he planning to do?" Other wolf packs rushed down from the mountain, but they were killed before they could even get close. The pack leader was stunned for a moment. Jamei exclaimed, "Only the pack leader is left," she thought to herself. "I'm afraid he's not just a monster," but Zheng Peng on the other hand was unconvinced. How is that possible? These are the secret realm's demon wolves." A flash of spiritual energy shot out like a searchlight. A large hole was pierced through the pack leader's chest. Jamei's eyes were full of admiration. "So cool." Zheng Peng still clung to hope. "Don't get cocky, this is just the first wave. There are stronger ones to come." A tide of beasts rolled in. It was the strongest beast pack in the secret realm. He didn't even take them seriously. "No matter how many there are, they're just some ordinary beasts." A rumbling sound came from the edge of the forest and the beast pack gradually appeared. Meng Nan was scared. "How are there so many? Can you really handle them?" But Mu Li felt, "This gear is too cumbersome." He decisively took off his gear. A giant elephant stretched out its foot, intending to crush him like an ant. The elephant's foot tomped down with a boom, and the ground cracked. Jamei frantically called out Mu Li's name. Meng Nan was equally terrified and could only shout his name loudly. "Brother Mu Li!" The giant elephant froze for a moment, noticing something had appeared. Mu Li appeared, tightly gripping its trunk. With a powerful swing, he threw the giant elephant into the beast pack. A long line of fierce beasts was dragged into the distance by the elephant's massive body. The team members were all stunned. "Is this still a human? It's like a demon god." The beast pack charged forward wave after wave. "It's really endless." A large group of beasts besieged Mu Li, kicking up a cloud of dust. They were sent flying into the sky by a single punch. Mu Li single-handedly fought the beast pack. One punch from him was enough to return this group of demon beasts to dust. Meng Nan was so shocked his jaw dropped. Too strong. Jamei hadn't recovered yet. Is he really just a martial venerable? She noticed another group of beasts charging over, and there were also flocks of giant birds flying in the sky. Mu Li leaped into the air and engaged the flock of birds in close combat. A fierce glint flashed in a giant bird's eye. Mu Li's expression remained stern as he said coldly, "Myriad realms kill." The entire sky became a blur of flesh and blood. Zheng Peng, watching from below, was scared out of his wits. He's not human. How can a human have such power? Just then, he was attacked from behind. Meng Nan certainly wouldn't let him go. "The situation was critical just now. I forgot about you." Mu Li's figure slowly descended. Meng Chu stuttered, unable to speak. Mu Li interrupted her. "Shouldn't everyone deal with our companion's body first? Now is not the time for questions. We can talk after we get out." Meng Nan sighed outside the cave entrance. "What a pity, the ore can't be transported out. I didn't expect this to happen." Mu Li asked for help. "Captain Niu, can you all do me a favor? Help me transport the ore out." Hearing this, Meng Nan's eyes lit up. "Transport the ore." Meng Chu was puzzled. "But there's only one giant puppet, and it takes one spirit stone for a round trip. Our team only has one left. Besides, the secret realm is dangerous everywhere," he replied. "No need for the puppet, just carry it. High-level martial artists should have no problem carrying a few 100 pounds of ore. One person stays to activate the puppet, the rest of you carry. If anything dares to attack, I'll deal with it immediately." Meng Nan sighed. "Only with your kind of strength can one use this method to transport ore," Jamei urged from behind. "What are you still talking about, Meng Nan? Get going," he said regretfully. "If only I could follow him every time I enter the secret realm." Jamei also hoped. Who knows? Looking at the fully packed storage bag, Meng Chu was very satisfied. "This harvest is huge," he remembered the grudge. "I won't let the matter with Lin Bei rest. I will definitely report it to the Martial Alliance and have the United Families pursue responsibility. We must get justice for Lin Bei. Mu Li, we still have to transport the ore back, so we'll take our leave first." "Your ore," he replied. "Don't worry, I have my own way of handling it." Meng Chu turned back to command her team. "All right then, everyone pack up and get ready to go back." Mu Li assessed them. "Although this team isn't very strong, they have principles. I can consider recruiting them." His people had arrived and called out from behind. "Alliance leader," Mu Li instructed, "you're here. Move the ore in the back to the shop." Wait, he saw their gear. Both were wearing masks. They explained, "Alliance leader, we're new here. If we join under the name of Baiman, it's easy to be suppressed, and business will be difficult. We've both shown our faces in the Zhang family of Zhongjing before, so this is the only way to avoid being recognized." He was puzzled. "What does it matter if Baiman's name is exposed? If we don't expose it, we'll be suppressed sooner or later anyway." Old Li took off his mask and said, "Alliance leader, these dozens of tons of ore can be transported into the shop today. We can open for business at any time, Mu Li replied. No rush, in a few more days you go back to the shop and wait for my orders. I'm going to warm up our shop. Old Li didn't quite understand the term today. Warm up, he thought to himself. The Alliance leader's thoughts are truly hard to fathom. In the commercial street of the underground ancient city, someone saw him walk into a shop. Isn't that Mu Li? Mu Li, the one who set a record for clearing the ancient pagoda? What a generational genius, the shop owner greeted. Welcome, what can I do for you, sir? Our shop can satisfy all your needs. Mu Li replied. Stone gambling, the shop owner led the way. This way, please. But he thought to himself, kid, I haven't even looked for you and you've walked right into my trap. Mu Li selected a few pieces in succession. This one. Someone help me cut this one open. I want this one. Someone behind him walked over in surprise and asked, how someone is playing with waste stones? He leaned over and asked, brother, are you new here? He didn't answer. Just asked directly, where is the stone cutter? Only when Mu Li turned around did the man recognize him. You're Mu Li. Everyone in the shop was stunned. Mu Li, what is he doing here? Isn't Mu Li celebrating the new year with the Mu family? Why is he at the stone gambling den? Mu Li ordered. Stone cutter, hurry and help me cut open these stones, the shop owner interrupted him. Wait, young master Mu Li, this kind of waste stone can only be used as scrap for decoration. You couldn't possibly not know that, right? He thought with disdain. I thought it was some old hand. Turns out it's just a callow youth with an undeserved reputation. The crowd of customers burst into laughter. The great genius is making such a fool of himself. What a joke. Mu Li didn't care, but I want these few pieces. Name a price. This caused a stir among the crowd. What is he thinking? A peerless genius can't be this stupid, can he? Has his brain gone bad? A peerless genius, a stone gambling idiot, the shopkeeper said. Young master Mu Li, black waste stones are indeed useless. We can't scam our customers, so let's just forget it. He was a bit suspicious. This guy is so stupid he doesn't look like the legendary peerless genius at all, he firmly believed. Although the outside is a waste stone, I feel there's a treasure inside. Are you going to cut it or not? The discussions grew louder. Mu Li, a peerless genius, actually doesn't use his brain and feels there's a treasure inside a black waste stone. How can stone gambling be that lucky? You find a treasure just by cutting open a random piece? Shari stepped forward and said, Young master Mu Li, that kind of black waste stone is just scrap. There's nothing inside, he still insisted. I believe my intuition, there must be a treasure inside, the crowd accused. What good is intuition? How many people thought they were master strategists only to end up bankrupt? So what if you're a genius like you is just a stone gambling idiot? Mu Li asked coldly, what if we bet? The man replied, bet on what? You put the stone down. The request is simple. Just bet on whether there's anything inside the black waste stone. He answered confidently, there are plenty of things in the black waste stone. Yellow sand, weeds, all kinds of plants. Aren't you bound to lose? Mu Li finalized. 1,000 times. I bet the value of the contents of the black waste stone is 1,000 times the original price. Shari's tone was as if he had already won. The lowest price for stone gambling is in the 6 figures. You think these few waste stones can yield treasures worth tens of billions? Am I stupid or are you? What's the bet? He replied. The loser streaks naked around Qingyun Street. The stonecutter began to calculate the price. 20,000 for 1, 1 million for 5. Shari thought to himself, I don't believe I can't deal with you. You want a streak? Interesting. He ordered the 5 black waste stones to be moved to the center of the courtyard. The stonecutter sought his opinion. How would you like them cut, young master? Mu Li directed. Start from the middle. The master sharpened his axe and prepared to strike. With one chop, the stone split in 2 and there was nothing inside. The onlookers discussed. Not even a blade of grass. I thought he'd find something, Mu Li ordered. Continue cutting, the stonecutter advised. Based on my years of experience cutting stones, none of these stones have treasure. He thought regretfully, a peerless genius's reputation ruined in a day. Shari reminded, Genius, don't forget the bet, he continued to suggest. No, it can still be cut. The stonecutter decided to try one more time. All right, I'll cut it for you one more time. He looked forward to seeing his end. The crowd stared in amazement at the broken stones on the table. The waste stone has been cut into 40 pieces. This is completely impossible, he ordered. Continue cutting. The stonecutter heard this and was aghast. What, are you crazy? Nothing has come out of 40 pieces of stone. These are just a few ordinary black waste stones. These stones can't be cut anymore, the shopkeeper advised. Young master Mu Li, it's really not possible. Why don't we just call it quits? Shari sneered. What's there to cut? It'll just be a pile of rubble if you cut it more. If you can't get anything out, you can't. Why make things difficult for the stonecutter? Others also chimed in. Yeah, you're a genius famous throughout the ancient city. Don't be so unreasonable or people will look down on you. $1 million is not a huge sum. Just take it as a lesson learned and don't pester anymore. He decided to do it himself. A stonecutter's greatest sense of accomplishment lies in, he struck with his palm and the stone shattered on impact. The stonecutter was stunned. From a worthless stone, a coveted treasure had been revealed. A few spirit stones flew into the air and were all collected by him. A pity you didn't seize the opportunity. Looking at what was in his hand, the crowd exclaimed. Low-grade spirit stones and 2 of them. The shopkeeper was stunned. What the hell? Mu Li pointed to a large stone tablet nearby and urged. What are you still standing there for? I want that stone tablet too. Name a price. The others were all stunned. This is, the shopkeeper explained. Young master, that's just an ordinary stone. It was here when we rented this shop. Mu Li interrupted coldly. Cut the crap. Name your price. He became vigilant. No, I can't take any chances. This stone tablet must stay in the shop. The shopkeeper refused. Young Master Mu Li, this stone tablet is not considered stone material. It doesn't even have an estimate. We really can't sell it to you, someone interjected. Not considered stone material, no estimate. Then why did you charge him $1 million for those 5 black waste stones earlier? They accused angrily. The shopkeeper is afraid he'll cut something good out of it, so he wants to keep it for himself. How can the mighty Mu family be so stingy? It's just a stone tablet. What's the big deal about giving it to young Master Mu Li? Regardless of whether there's anything in this stone tablet, since someone has taken a fancy to it, you should follow your own rules and not bully your customers just because you're a big shop. Don't you all agree? Shari thought to himself. I need to blow this up so young Master Mu Li will be too preoccupied to care about the bet. Otherwise I'll have to streak around Qingyun Street. If you don't sell, we'll report it to the city lord. Whoever dares to break the rules will have their shop taken away. The shopkeeper had to compromise. I'll sell. Isn't that good enough? He quoted an exorbitant price. Young Master Mu Li, this stone tablet isn't worth much, just give me 10 million for it. Someone spoke up for justice. 10 million. Why don't you just rob people? Mu Li didn't mind. Fine, same as before, I'll use my card. This time I'll open it myself. He knew the trick. Opening stones is a technical skill, not as easy as killing a martial venerable. He struck the stone tablet with a jade cotton palm. The stone tablet began to crack with a kacha sound and fissures spread all over it. Someone smelled a fragrance. What a nice smell. Smelling a fragrance when opening a stone means you're bound to find a top-quality item. Seeing Mu Li holding a strangely shaped object in his hand, everyone was stunned. What is that? It looks like some kind of fruit. He was also surprised. A life-extending fruit. I didn't expect to find such a good thing in this stone tablet. Shari felt despair. Using the life-extending fruit can add at least 10 years to one's life. Why did I have to provoke such a master of stone gambling? The shopkeeper gritted his teeth and endured. Congratulations, young Master Mu Li, on your bountiful harvest, he thought with regret. I've lost big today. This divine medicine can extend life by several years, worth at least 100 billion. If the family head finds out, suddenly, someone from outside walked in to join the fun. What's all the commotion about? The shopkeeper was startled and quickly greeted him. Second granduncle? Feng Chun asked knowingly. Someone found something good again, the shopkeeper reported. Reporting to second granduncle, it was young Master Mu Li who just opened it. This name made him freeze. Mu Li, you've come to the stone gambling den too, he answered frankly. I heard that the Mu family's stone gambling den has countless treasures, so I came to see for myself. Feng Chun said coldly. A fine came to see for myself. Is the great genius satisfied with our Mu family's stone material? He held up his spoils to show off, very satisfied. It was like a giveaway, but there's nothing good. Because they knew Mu Li's strength, everyone believed his words. Master Mu Li's judgment can't be wrong. This stone gambling den must not have anything good. Feng Chun roared angrily. Nonsense, stop spouting nonsense here. He couldn't be bothered to argue anymore and turned to leave. Nonsense, everyone, please don't believe my words. I was just talking nonsense. Everyone, please continue. I have to go elsewhere. The customers also followed him out. How can a master stone gambler's words be false? Let's go too, Feng Chun yelled through gritted teeth. Mu Li, the shopkeeper hurriedly advised from behind. Second granduncle, please don't be rash. He was so angry he slapped the shopkeeper. I'm being rash, you idiot. I'm no match for that guy. You bunch of trash, go and cut open all the black waste stones and landscape stones for me to see. In Mu Li's shop on Qingyun Street, Mengnan and Jamei marveled at his wealth. I never thought Mu Li was so low-key. What a grand gesture. Old Li came out to welcome them. Everyone, please follow me. The alliance leader is in the stone gambling yard in the back. Mengchu was puzzled. Why aren't you selling anything here? He replied. It's not that we're not selling, it's that we've already sold out. Mengchu was taken aback. Sold out, Old Li replied. The last batch of goods was just restocked at noon and it was sold out in less than 2 hours. She asked again. Then why are there still so many customers in the shop? Mengnan knew. It's stone gambling. Mu Li called them over. Has the left protector told everyone about the matter of the team? Mengchu confirmed he has. The alliance leader personally instructed that from now on our team will only serve Mu Li's shop. He proposed the salary and requirements. An annual salary of 50 million, and each person will be equipped with a treasured weapon I've refined that can withstand a martial venerable's blow. For every expedition, I will plan a safe route. The herbs collected will belong to everyone, but Mu Li's shop has the right of first refusal. Other than that, if anyone has any other conditions, you can bring them up now. She secretly evaluated. A person whom the alliance leader approves of is indeed generous. Lin Bei, Meng Nan and Jamei all stared at Mu Li. What are you looking at me for? Is the salary not good enough? Jamei thought to herself. Who would have thought, coming out of the secret realm? I thought he was a newcomer, but it turns out he's a reliable big shot, fortunately. He's still Mu Li. They hurriedly replied, it's enough, working for young Master Mu Li, this life is set. From now on we'll just follow Boss Mu Li and get rich. A large group of people arrived in front of Mu Li's shop. Mengchu recognized many of them as being from the Zhu family, and also the Yan family. Zhu Li spoke up, we're here to talk to Mu Li, it's not your place, you cripples, to interfere. You don't even have a hand and you still want to meddle in other people's business? Shu Liang accused him. Young Master Mu Li is the person I respect the most, I won't allow you to insult him, he remembered. It's Shu Liang from the Shu family. Why is he here? Zhu Li mocked Shu Liang. Mind your own business first, you one-handed cripple. Are you here to die? Jamei said angrily. That's going too far, Mu Li stopped her. No rush, he won't be at a disadvantage, trust me, he realized. Very good, he's gotten much stronger in just a few days. Shu Liang drew his sword. I'll return that sentence to you, mind your own business first. Seeing him charge over, the man was still stunned. But one slash came down, followed instantly by a second, and his opponent was in a sorry state. Zhu Li fell to the ground in pain while Shu Liang stood steadily opposite him. He thought to himself, what a fast blade. Zhu Li accused, you ambushed me. What kind of hero are you? Shu Liang retorted. Who said I'd give you a free move? He felt humiliated and was speechless. You, Shu Liang slashed with his blade. Cut the crap, the two clashed, their blades ringing through the street. Shu Liang was still imposing, and despite having only one arm, he could still hold his own against his opponent. A sword grazed Zhu Li's body. He roared, I'm going to kill you. He immediately raised his sword, but it was still blocked by Shu Liang. He could even easily dodge the opponent's next sword strike. Shu Liang's mocking voice sounded too slow. Zhu Li suddenly felt a sharp pain. His own sword had struck his arm. Zhu Li screamed in pain. My hand. Seeing this scene, the people outside were all stunned. He crippled Zhu Li's hand. Brothers, let's go. Teach him a lesson altogether. Mu Li stepped out at the right moment. How dare you fight in front of my shop? Do you have no respect for the law? Shu Liang, come to my side. Hearing him call his name, Shu Liang was deeply moved. Lord Mu Li, you still remember me? Mu Li replied. I taught you the blade technique. Of course I remember your name. This is my man. Who dares to touch him? Zhu Li thought with regret. This useless person is actually his man. Looks like I won't be able to get revenge. Just then a third party interjected sternly. The great genius Mu Li really puts on a big show. We just want to seek justice, but you directly order your subordinate to attack. Someone was surprised. Why are you here? Mu Li's face darkened. It's her. She is from the Mu family named Yan Mo. Mu Li naturally didn't recognize her at this time and asked, Who are you? She introduced herself. My surname is Yan and my name is Mo. The people around marveled. So it's the wife of the Mu family's second master, so beautiful, he said politely. I've heard so much about you. But he knew in his heart, this woman has absolute power in the Mu family. It's hard to tell what's true and what's false. She feigned weakness. Young Master Mu Li actually knows of a mere concubine like me. Mu Li remained polite. Your reputation precedes you. I've heard of you for a long time. I heard that the men of the Mu family are all useless and they all rely on an outsider woman to stir up trouble. Yan Mo continued to play the part of a weak woman. You flatter me, young Master Mu Li. I am but a weak woman doing my small part for the family, he answered bluntly. Is that so? With all due respect, my business is a big deal. A woman can't make the decisions, she replied sadly. Why must you be so aggressive? I just came to resolve the conflict, but you've taken all your anger out on me, which is rather ungracious. The onlookers were completely captivated. So beautiful, so moving. Jamei curled her lip. She's really good at playing pitiful. Not many men can resist this kind of woman. Mu Li asked curiously. Then how do you want to resolve it? Yan Mo reminded. Your shop's business is booming and I sincerely congratulate you. But to ruin the reputation of several shops with the stone gambling incident before is a bit too much. Now the shops of the three major families have been forced to close and hundreds of employees are out of a job. A chorus of shouts rose from the surroundings. Yeah, he's bullying people too much. Do you want to let others live? Yan Mo concluded. I don't think you want to see such a situation, do you? I think there must be some misunderstanding, Meng Chu admired. In just a few words she pushed the trouble onto Mu Li. This woman is indeed not simple. Zhu Li interjected. Who else could it be but him? That's why he had his subordinate cripple my hand. Sister Yan Mo, you can't sympathize with this kind of tyrant. Jamei shouted angrily. Have you no shame? You were the one who insulted Shu Liang first, Shu Liang continued. It doesn't matter if you insult me, but you can't speak ill of young Master Mu Li, he insisted. I'm telling the truth. His stone gambling has ulterior motives. He tricked everyone into revering him as a stone gambling saint, and he complained that there were no good stones in my shop, taking advantage of the situation to profit his own shop. Mu Li spoke up. Enough, Zhu Li sneered. What, did I hit a nerve? He exposed their hypocrisy. You're just jealous that my shop's business is good. Why bother finding other excuses? Yan Mo continued to play the peacemaker. Alright, let's stop talking. What's the use of you all bickering back and forth? Can this resolve the conflict? Instead of arguing, why don't we sit down and talk calmly? How about this? I'll mediate, and I hope everyone here can completely resolve this issue. Young Master Mu Li, what do you think? Mu Li listened with a sullen face to the people around him, supporting and flattering her. This is a good idea, very proper. The Mu family really married a good daughter-in-law. Yan Mo thought confidently. A combination of soft and hard tactics. I don't believe you won't agree. Finally, Mu Li spoke up. My business is not for you to meddle in. She didn't expect him to be so difficult. Shu Liang and Jamei were surprised by his firmness. Zhu Li's face turned purple with anger. Mu Li, have you no shame? Yan Mo asked, feigning grievance. Young Master Mu Li, I just want to apologize to you. Why do you keep targeting me? The surrounding people jeered. Yeah, don't you know how to be a decent person? Mu Li made it clear. You've made several mistakes. First, it's because your shops have no good products that customers come to me. My shop, Mu Li's shop, earned its business. What does it have to do with you? Second, whether your shops close down or go bankrupt, whether your employees have food to eat, what does that have to do with me? A shop like that might as well close down sooner. Zhu Li cursed. This is clearly malicious competition harming your peers. He pointed at her face and asked, does the underground ancient city belong to you? Come on, if you're not convinced, go and report me to the city lord. The crowd's opinion shifted and they all said, that's right, the city lord has always been fair. If Mu Li was really at fault he would have been punished long ago. Jamei threatened him. Zhu Li, if you slander brother Mu Li again and it gets to the city lord, once they investigate, you're finished. He started to get scared at this point. What should I do? If I'm really dealt with by the city lord, the family definitely won't care about me. Yan Mo had to interject again. Everyone calm down, don't be rash. Why must you be at each other's throats? Mu Li pointed at her face and cursed. Third, my business with the Mu family is not for an outsider like you to meddle in. You want to be an elder? 3 words came out of his mouth, filled with contempt. You're not worthy, you want to talk. Fine. Have the family heads of the 3 major families come in person and I will consider whether to see them or not. Yan Mo was in a difficult position and asked, Mu Li, how dare you do this? The power of the 3 major families is not what you imagine. If you offend everyone, will there still be a place for you in the capital? Why take such a risk? The crowd whispered. Even at this point she's still thinking of the other person. Yan Mo is truly a kind beauty. Isn't this a living bodhisattva? The situation is indeed chaotic, but when facing a woman, Mu Li still lacks grace. Yan Mo's attitude is already sincere enough. Hearing their words, Mu Li found it ridiculous. Grace? Do I need to show grace to a woman like her? Jamei said worriedly. Mu Li, don't lose your temper and hit her. Mengchu knew that if he really did, it wouldn't matter who was right or wrong. Everyone would only focus on the fact that Mu Li hit a woman. Yan Mo called out to him. Young Master Mu Li, she was also waiting. Go ahead and hit me. If you hit me, the 3 major families will have a legitimate reason to send troops. Seeing Mu Li walk over, she feigned fear and asked, Young Master Mu Li, what do you want to do? In her heart, she was looking forward to his blow so she could put on a full act. Another fierce attack, I won't be unable to block it. As long as I can dodge, I'll be safe. Mu Li's eyes were sharp as he asked coldly, Are you threatening me? Yan Mo's face changed drastically. She felt her body unable to move and her whole body began to tremble. He leaned in and whispered in her ear, The Yan family, the Mu family. If I make a move now, who can protect you? Your acting is useless on me. Don't waste your energy. Yan Mo thought to herself, You? Who on earth are you? Her legs went weak and she collapsed to the ground. He announced, In 4 days, Mu Li's shop will hold its first auction. In addition to the previously rumored life-extending pill, there will also be a realm-breaking pill at the auction. If there's nothing else, everyone can disperse. This caused a huge uproar. The news about the life-extending pill is true. It's a spirit medicine that can directly extend life by 15 years. It seems the rumors are true. Mu Li's shop really has a legendary alchemist. Someone asked presumptuously. Excuse me, young Master Mu Li, what is a realm-breaking pill? Mu Li replied. It's nothing much. It just allows the user to directly break through a major realm, including from high-level martial sect to martial venerable. Jamei asked doubtfully. Sister Mengchu, have you ever seen this kind of pill? She replied. Never heard of it. The crowd was still discussing. One realm-breaking pill can directly advance to martial venerable? Is there really such a magical spirit pill in the world? If Mu Li's shop continues to develop like this, it might become the largest shop in the ancient city. Zhu Li couldn't help but ask, Mu Li, what did you do to Sister Yan Mo? Etta commanded wearily, Say no more, let's go back first. Mu Li vowed, This is just the beginning. Sooner or later I will crush the Mu family with my own hands. When only the 2 of them were left, Mu Li asked, Shu Liang, what brings you to the underground ancient city? He came to deliver a letter for Mu Li. Lord Mu Zhou, Miss Linger asked me to give you this letter. All of Linger's feelings were written in this long letter. After reading it, Mu Li praised him. Good, you came at the right time. At least you can protect yourself now. Shu Liang confessed, Actually, I had my own selfish reasons. I understand. Is it about your blade technique? From your move just now, your tyrant blade art has already reached minor success. How long have you been at this level? Shu Liang admitted. Yes, not just the blade technique, but also my martial arts realm. He demonstrated a scene of surging spiritual energy and being wreathed in flames. The 2 girls from Mengcho's team were stunned by this powerful aura. A half-step martial venerable. Meng Nan was shocked. Brother, being a half-step martial venerable already makes you a genius. So many people are stuck at the high-level martial artist stage. No matter how hard they work in this lifetime, it's already a great achievement. How can you just break through whenever you want? Mu Li revealed, It might be harder than ascending to the heavens for others, but for him, all he needs is the right opportunity. What he lacks is experience. The tyrant blade art is about stopping killing with killing, and nurturing war with war. During this time, Shu Liang, you should follow Captain Mengchu on her secret realm expeditions. Shu Liang went to greet Captain Mengchu, and she said politely, Please guide me well in the future. Meng Nan happily put his arm around his new friend's shoulder. That's great, we have another person we can rely on, he said modestly. Not at all, I'll be counting on everyone's guidance. In the blink of an eye, the day of the shop's grand opening arrived. Old Li stood on the stage wearing a mask and announced, Thank you all for taking the time out of your busy schedules to attend Li Mu shop's first auction. Objectively speaking, the hosts of other shop auctions were all beautiful women, But Li Mu shop did the opposite. Not only was the host an old man, but he also covered his face. Who would be interested in that old man? There was no choice, only their shop had the good stuff, and Li Mu shop was riding high now. Old Zhang reported to him. Alliance leader, the underground ancient city has never been this lively. The realm-breaking pill has already driven the entire martial arts world of the capital crazy. He replied calmly, that's normal. Since ancient times, countless top martial artists have been stuck at the final step. The martial venerable technique can sell for a sky-high price, so a realm-breaking pill is even more coveted. Old Zhang reported. The family heads of the Yan and Zhu families have also arrived. They said they would like to visit you after the auction. Yan Mo had also come. He was surprised by her thick skin. She came again, Old Zhang revealed. It's also for the realm-breaking pill. I heard that Yan Mo sold a lot of the Mu family's property. Mu Li sneered and thought to himself. A person who pins their hopes on external forces to advance to martial venerable. Is this the so-called true dragon son of the Mu family? He began to size them up. The fat meat has delivered itself to my mouth. It'd be a pity not to slaughter it. I'll find a chance to make her disappear. On the stage, Old Li had already presented the first item. Let's not waste any more words. This long life-extending pill insect treasure egg can increase one's lifespan by 15 years. The starting bid is 2 billion. The bids were continuously pushed higher. 2.5 billion. I bid 3.5 billion, 4 billion, 5.5 billion. An old master directly bid 7 billion. Looking at the person who just bid, no one else dared to follow. We give up. Mu Li asked curiously, why has no one bid? The value of the life-extending pill is more than this. Old Zhang explained the person's background. Alliance leader, that is a representative from the Wang Fu family. Although the life-extending pill is very expensive, if the Wang Fu family wants it, no one dares to disrespect them. Old Li's hammer fell, announcing the sale. He unveiled the next item and introduced it. Finally, here comes the grand finale of today's auction. The realm-breaking pill with only one available. The starting bid is 6 billion and each increment must be no less than 500 million. The crowd scrambled to bid 8 billion, 9.5 billion. I bid 10 billion. Yan Mo had already bid 15 billion. Lian Rong was even more extravagant, bidding 18 billion. But Yan Mo resolutely refused to admit defeat. The martial alliance had also come. I must get this realm-breaking pill. Mu Li knew his chance had come. He instructed Old Zhang, go and tell Steward Lian to do as I say. Yes, alliance leader. Yan Mo gritted her teeth and raised the bid to 19.5 billion. Lian Rong fought to the bitter end, 20.5 billion. Old Zhang peeked out from behind and called out, Lord Lian, wait. He asked in surprise, is there something you need, Elder Zhang? He replied, the alliance leader asked me to give you a message. Old Zhang whispered the plan to Lian Rong. Just like that, he indicated that he understood. Lian Rong agreed to follow the plan. Excellent, I will do as you say, he sighed. Is Li Mu really so confident? Old Zhang replied, of course. The master's plans are flawless, I have seen it with my own eyes. Yan Mo raised the price to 20.5 billion. She thought angrily, Steward Lian wants to compete with me, how annoying. Lian Rong pushed the price sky high. 24.5 billion. Old Li announced, 24.5 billion. Is there anyone with a higher bid? But she was so scared her face turned pale. What, it's almost 30 billion so quickly, this is far beyond my expectations. Old Li announced, 24.5 billion going once. She pondered last time Year was humiliated by Li Mu while challenging the pagoda and suffered a cultivation deviation, making his breakthrough to martial venerable even more difficult. Now only the realm-breaking pill can help him break through to the martial venerable realm. As the announcement rang out, 24.5 billion going twice. Lian Rong was waiting. Go on, bid. Li Mu said that as long as I set the trap I can get the realm-breaking pill for free. But was Li Mu really sure that Yan Mo would compete for the bid? Although the realm-breaking pill was good, it didn't seem to be worth this price. Old Li announced 24.5 billion last chance. Is anyone bidding? But Yan Mo gritted her teeth and raised the price to 25 billion. A look of joy appeared on Lian Rong's face as he thought, it's real. She gritted her teeth and made the decision, I bid 25 billion. Old Li was also startled. Someone bid 25 billion. We've struck it rich this time. Praises rang out from all around. As expected of the Mu family, so wealthy and generous with their bids, Old Li slammed the hammer down. Sold for 25 billion. Congratulations to Ms. Yan Mo for winning the realm-breaking pill. Today's auction is now over. We hope everyone will visit our shop often in the future for many more treasures. Tons of deals all at Li Mu shop. Seeing him trying to act cute made the customers want to vomit. Can you please stop acting cute after this auction, they gossiped. Yan Mo is so generous. I'm so envious of Mu Yi for having such a good mother. I'm really envious of Mu Yi's child. In Li Mu shop's reception room he finally arrived. Looking at all the prominent figures of the ancient city gathered together, he began, Sorry to keep you all waiting. I wonder what urgent matter has brought you all here to see me, Yan Mo said impatiently. You're finally here. Wei Bin and Yan Meng said sarcastically, a peerless genius so thick-skinned, even the leader of the martial alliance isn't this arrogant, Yan Mo thought with anticipation. I'd like to see how much longer you can hold out. Mu Li sat in the main seat and explained simply, the shop is busy. I'm not as idle as you all, please forgive me. This angered Yan Meng. Bastard, have you no shame? He replied calmly. It seems everyone doesn't welcome me very much. Since you're uncomfortable, please see yourselves out. Wei Bin questioned. Are you targeting our three major families like this? Don't you want to make a living in the capital? A friend from the Joe family asked. We have never offended you. Why do you keep provoking us? Yan Mo said hypocritically. Brother Joe, calm down. It might be because Li Mu's shop and the Yan family's shop are too close and young Master Li Mu was careless. It was just an unintentional mistake. Yan Meng didn't believe it. Unintentional? Is the Joe family that easy to bully? Mu Li still replied calmly. No, I did it willingly. He despised her schemes in his heart, trying to reconcile again, trying to sow discord again. She's really busy. Yan Mo shifted uneasily and began to speak. You did it willingly. If our three major families unite, the tremors would be felt everywhere. You are in no position to offend us. If we weren't in the underground ancient city, I don't know how many times you would have died already. Wei Bin continued with a threat. You should be glad this is the underground ancient city, otherwise you wouldn't even be qualified to speak to me. A cold aura emanated from Mu Li as he spoke. You're all so scary. He first picked up a teacup, then continued. I'm so scared, so I've decided that as long as your shops are open I will go stone gambling there every day. This drove them mad. What, are you serious? Mu Li confirmed. Of course I'm serious. Wei Bin threatened his relatives. Right, you're not afraid in the underground ancient city. But in Huasha you must have family and friends, right? Mu Li was so angry he crushed the teacup. What do you mean? Mu Li slammed the table and asked, Are you threatening me? Wei Bin tacitly agreed. You can interpret it that way. What do you have to be afraid of? You dare to touch my family and friends? It seems you're looking for death. In that case you can forget about doing business in the underground ancient city. Wei Bin lifted a teacup with his spiritual energy and said, You live so cruelly. He threw the teacup at Mu Li. I wonder if you're tough enough. He calmly watched the teacup fly towards him. Mu Li caught it with ease, then instructed Shu Liang, Pour a cup of tea for family head Yan. As soon as the cup was full he held it up as a demonstration. Catch this. A full cup of tea shot towards its target, filled with killing intent. Whirlpools of water flew out of the cup, sharp and deadly. Wei Bin blocked it with his fan and the fragments of the teacup embedded themselves directly in Yan Meng's face. He screamed, So hot, so hot. He calculated in his heart. Amo was right, he has good stamina. I must end this quickly. Yanmo stood up to reconcile. All right everyone, let's say a few words less. All the hustle and bustle in the world is for profit. What can't be discussed? Wei Bin had other plans. He couldn't use force. He had to take advantage of the situation. She proposed, Young Master Li Mu, let's let bygones be bygones. Can we discuss this now? What will it take for you to stop? He replied. That depends on whether you all know how to behave. Wei Bin offered 10 billion. Our families will each give you 1 billion to get you to stop. How about it? Mu Li asked coldly. Is this the bullying tactic of the great capital families? Just throw money at the problem? Yan Mo raised the price. Since we're negotiating, we should also show some sincerity. 30 billion from each of us. What do you think, young Master Li Mu? Mu Li said with disdain. Weren't you very generous when buying the realm-breaking pill? This bit of money is less than my shop sales for 2 or 3 days. Since you're so insincere, please leave. My time is limited. Wei Bin had no choice but to yield. Fine, you name your price. He made an exorbitant demand. 300 billion from each of you. If it's less than that, there's nothing to talk about. When they heard this, they were thunderstruck. What? Yan Meng was the first to object. Impossible. The teacups on the table shattered, just like their current relationship. He accused, Are you robbing us or what? Have you gone crazy for money? Mu Li pointed at his face and said, 300 billion and 100,000. Yan Meng was dumbfounded. This broken cup costs 100,000. Yan Mo felt embarrassed, thinking, Big brother, that's not the point. Mu Li gestured for them to be shown out. Since we can't agree, then please leave. Shu Liang saw the guests out. Wei Bin gritted his teeth and accepted. Wait, we agree. With so much money, even we can't prepare it immediately. Can we write an IOU first? Mu Li agreed. Shu Liang, bring a pen and paper. Yes, he immediately went into action. As for Wei Bin, he seized the opportunity to make a move. Now's the time. The fan in Wei Bin's hand was filled with killing intent as he prepared to release a hidden weapon to assassinate him. Mu Li threatened, You dare to make a move here? Aren't you afraid of the city lord? Wei Bin said calmly. By the time he gets here, all he'll see is your corpse. He then swung his fan, which was lined with sharp blades. He nimbly dodged to the side. Yan Meng said confidently, With 2 martial venerables joining forces, even if you are a genius, you can't escape even if you grow wings. The words had barely left his mouth when he kicked out. He dodged to the side and the kick missed. Wei Bin coordinated and rushed forward, swinging his fan to attack him. Offending the city lord is worth your life. Mu Li continuously dodged his killing blows. Yan Meng kicked out, and he remained unharmed. In front of the 2 of them, Mu Li had vanished. Seeing him fly backward, Wei Bin ordered, Don't let him escape. Yan Meng's spiritual energy formed into a dragon's claw, while Wei Bin's fan had a sharp sword ready to attack. The 2 sharp weapons flew towards Mu Li simultaneously. Bastard, don't even think about running. Where can you run? He calmly responded by gathering his spiritual energy. Run, you're the ones who should be running. The 2 forces struck, but were both blocked by Mu Li's protective shield. They realized he had a body protection technique. This time it was his turn to attack. You dare threaten my family and friends, you reap what you sow. The legendary 3 great superfamilies are actually like rats in a sewer, unable to see the light of day. A powerful aura enveloped Mu Li's entire body. They gasped, What a powerful aura! He unhesitatingly threw a punch at the 2 arrogant men. A Vajra body-protecting fist struck Wei Bin directly, and the next punch naturally didn't miss Yan Meng. He beat both of them black and blue. The two of them were sent flying into the wall, getting stuck in two deep craters before falling down. Wei Bin was so severely injured he vomited blood. Even at this point he was still stubborn. "Li Mu, if you kill us, the three major families will not let you go," Mu Li said disdainfully. "Threats? Don't you have anything new?" Yan Mo could only plead for peace, advising Mu Li. "Don't be impulsive. The power of the three major families is not as simple as you think. You have no idea how terrifying a superpower can be." He didn't even pay her any mind. "The family head is speaking. What are you interrupting for? I've said it before. Tell the Mu family head to come see me." He unleashed a move, but it was blocked by a third party. "Stop." It turned out to be the old man Shi Zhang. He strictly prohibited private fights in the ancient city. Yan Meng's face was covered in blood. Seeing him was like seeing a savior. "City Lord, save us." Wei Bin was stunned when he saw the newcomer. "City Lord," Shi Zhang reprimanded them. "Have you forgotten the rules of this ancient city?" Mu Li explained. "Senior, they broke their promise and attacked first. I was just acting in self-defense." Yan Meng framed him. "You're spouting nonsense." Yan Mo said hypocritically, "Big brother, the city lord will definitely handle this matter fairly. Don't be impulsive." He exposed them. "Fairly, you wanted to kill me to silence me and refused to pay. Where is the justice in that?" Xu Liang, after being called, produced the IOU they had just signed in black and white. Seeing the three thumbprints, they were speechless. "This is," Wei Bin denied it. "It's fake. That paper is fake." Shi Zhang took it and examined it. "The thumbprints are indeed yours." He hastily begged for mercy. "City Lord, we didn't sign any IOU. You must investigate this matter clearly." Shi Zhang didn't let him say more and slapped Wei Bin across the face. "You didn't sign it. If it's not an IOU, what is it?" Yan Mo exclaimed in surprise. City Lord, today's events are all a misunderstanding. We will definitely pay back the debt within 3 days." Only after hearing this did he let them go. "It's good that it's a misunderstanding." Shi Zhang left a few words and then disappeared. "Since it's a misunderstanding, let's not mention it again. Don't hurt the harmony," Wei Bin thought. He didn't mention Li Mu's vicious attack. "Is the city lord also on his side?" Yan Mo blamed him. "Wei Bin, you're a fool." Mu Li spoke up. "It's just a little money. The three major families of the capital shouldn't have trouble producing it, right?" Wei Bin gritted his teeth and left. "What an IOU, what a peerless genius." "Li Mu, the Joe family will not let you go, just you wait." Yan Mo maintained a calm expression. "Li Mu, we'll see about that," he thought to himself. "We'll see. If you don't leave now, I'm afraid you won't have much time left." Afterwards, Mu Li commanded the person hiding outside, "Come in, you've been hiding for so long, aren't you tired?" Only then did Wu Ji show himself and say, "You're the first person to ever kick out the people from the three major families of the capital. Wu Ji, I came today because the alliance leader invited you to discuss the martial venerable technique, but a plague has broken out in Miaozhong and it's suspected to be the work of a certain sect. Alliance leader, we were already heading to Miaozhong, but it just so happens that the capital hotel is holding a genius banquet. To deal with the three major families, you also need to build good relationships with everyone. Go on." Mu Li agreed. "All right, I'm free anyway. Thank you." Left Protector at the Capital Hotel. Mu Li looked at the building before him and thought, Protector Joe didn't say an invitation was needed. It seems that only the prominent figures of the capital can enter. Peng Fei walked out to greet him. "Brother Mu, are you also invited to the banquet?" He recognized this person as Peng Fei from Jiangnan province. The prodigy from the martial venerable reserve list, considered a genius just too flashy. Mu Li went forward to greet him. "Peng Fei, we meet again. I didn't bring an invitation." He invited him to go together. "You have that? Let's go in together. With your strength, if you're not considered a genius, then there are no geniuses in our Huasha." The two walked into the genius banquet hall. Peng Fei chose a seat. "Brother Mu, let's sit over there. It's quiet. No one will bother us." His appearance drew comments from the crowd. "I really don't know if those country bumpkins even have invitations. How could they get in? A country bumpkin wants to become a phoenix. How shameless." Peng Fei had sharp ears, heard them, and asked coldly, "Who are you calling a country bumpkin?" The person replied fearlessly, "You people without background, you look like country bumpkins from out of town at a glance. If you're not country bumpkins, what are you?" Peng Fei mocked. "People from the capital don't sit with country bumpkins from out of town who have no money or power. Besides, genius isn't determined by background and the strong aren't distinguished by status." Someone argued, "You make it sound so nice, then why didn't Wu Ji, who caused such a stir in Beizhou, come? Isn't it because he has no backing?" "No one in the capital thinks highly of him," he replied. "Wu Ji?" Wu Ji instantly killed 2 old venerables from the Zhang family in Jiangnan. He burst out laughing. "The old martial venerables that Fu Yun has beaten are more than 2. A small territory is just a small territory. What's so great about beating 2 people?" Peng Fei was angered by the dismissive attitude. "You, what twisted logic," the man replied contemptuously. "Twisted logic? If he came to the capital, he'd be nothing but a piece of trash," he cursed. "We rely on strength, unlike you who just insults others." Mu Li advised him to calm down as someone was approaching. Someone shouted, "Zhou Wei is here, stop arguing, Zhou Wei is here." He stepped forward to reconcile. "What's there to argue about? Both sides should take a step back." This was Zhou Wei, the eldest son of the Zhou family, Shi Heng's older brother, 24 years old, third on the martial venerable reserve list, and a suitor of Fu Yue. He was the organizer of this banquet. Xie Ming explained. He said Fu Yun is not as good as Wu Ji. Peng Fei snorted. Wu Ji is stronger than Fu Yun. Mu Li stepped forward to introduce them. Alright, you two stop arguing. Let me introduce you first. This is Peng Fei from Jiangnan Province, 9th on the martial venerable reserve list. Xie Ming mocked. So you're Wu Ji's die-hard fan. How about you have a match with me, who's 7th on the martial venerable reserve list? Let everyone see how a country bumpkin turns into a phoenix. Peng Fei was afraid of no one. I'm not afraid of you. Whoever loses is the country bumpkin. Mu Li interrupted. Wait, why not let a nobody like me have a try? He thought to himself. Peng Fei definitely can't beat him, but I don't want to be a country bumpkin. He rolled up his sleeves, looking like he was ready for a fight. And who are you? Both of you come at me together. I'll take you both on and show you what a genius from the capital is. He, on the other hand, calmly met his opponent's attack. A duel between geniuses. You'd better use your full strength. Xie Ming rushed over aggressively. As you wish, die. Peng Fei covered his face with his fan, unable to bear watching brother Mu attack. That guy was in for it. Just as he expected, he was beaten black and blue. That one slap sent Xie Ming flying backward. Everyone stared blankly as the arrogant fellow spun in the air like a top. Xie Ming face planted into the ground with such force that the ground cracked. Zhou Wei asked warily, who are you? There's no one like you on the reserve list. Mu Li announced his name. I'm a powerless piece of trash from a remote mountain village in Beizhou. Hearing his words, the surrounding people were stunned. Zhou Wei guessed, are you from Baimen? He sighed. I didn't expect Baimen to be full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers, to have cultivated a prodigy at the level of the top 3 on the martial venerable reserve list, the people behind him said in surprise. You're also at the top 3 level? Amazing, so strong? Zhou Wei didn't want to waste any more time and ordered, alright, let's just consider this a warm-up. We've seen enough, please take your seats. The banquet is about to begin. Peng Fei asked curiously. Brother Mu, you're so powerful. How come you're not on the martial venerable reserve list? He poured a glass of red wine with a bored expression and said, because I'm humble. Hearing this, he broke out in a cold sweat, thinking, sending someone flying with one slap and he calls that humble? Suddenly a wave of discussion broke out. Look, Fu Yue and Fu Yun are here. She's here, someone confessed with infatuation. Fu Yue, we love you. Xiao Bai appeared and asked Mu Li jealously, is this woman beautiful? He blurted out, beautiful, why are you out? The one who had just walked into the genius banquet hall was Fu Yue, the young lady of the capital's Wang Fu family, 23 years old, 2nd on the martial venerable reserve list. Next to her was Fu Yun, the 2nd young master of the capital's Wang Fu family, 1st on the martial venerable reserve list. Xiao Bai teased him. Mu Li, you playboy, you fall for everyone you see, he asked impatiently. What playboy? Xiao Bai, why are you out again? She replied. If I don't come out, your soul will be stolen away. You still act like this with so many women. What are you if not a playboy? Li interrupted her. Shut up, I don't have a single woman. Fu Yue glanced towards a corner. Why do I feel like there's something strange over there? Xiao Bai said aggrievedly. Isn't looking at me enough? Why do you have to look at other women? Mu Li said with disdain. You're too skinny and you're dumb. What's so good about you? The more she heard, the angrier she got. What's not good about me? Fu Yue immediately walked towards Mu Li. He watched the approaching person warily. Her face darkened as she asked, what did you just say? Xiao Bai was scared by the aura and hid in Mu Li's arms. Oh my, so scary, he explained. It's nothing, a misunderstanding, just a misunderstanding. I was talking to someone who is dumb and flat-chested. He thought to himself, but it's true though. Fu Yun advised. Miss Yu, I suppose our friend from Baimen is new to the capital and didn't mean to say you were flat-chested. She waved her hand impatiently. It's none of your business. Seeing him get snubbed, Xiao Bai laughed happily. Mu Li scolded. You shut up. Fu Yue thought he was talking to her. You called me flat-chested and dumb and now you're telling me to shut up? He was startled. Then he quickly stood up to explain. I didn't mean that, I was just talking to someone else. Flat-chested and dumb, I was referring to her. I absolutely had no intention of offending you. She decided to teach him a lesson. You come out and fight me. Mu Li refused. I won't fight you. Fu Yue pointed to the person next to him. Then fight him. Fu Yun promised. Sis, calm down, I'll teach this kid a lesson for you. Zhou Wei gloated. Fighting Fu Yun, who's number 1 on the martial venerable reserve list. Let's see how you win. Friend from Baimen, you're too reckless. Fu Yun invited. Come on out, just have a casual match with me so my sister can cool off. Otherwise she'll make you regret it for the rest of your life. Mu Li refused. I won't fight you. He lowered his stance. I'll go easy on you. It'll be worse for you if you don't fight me, he denied. No, I'm afraid I'll injure you. These words stunned Xie Ming and everyone else. This kid is outrageously arrogant. That's Fu Yun who can wipe the floor with old martial venerables. There's no need to posture like this. Fu Yun commanded. Interesting. It's rare to meet such a strong opponent. Xiao Yun, have a spar with him. Fu Yun invited him onto the stage. You're the first person to dare speak to me like this. Come on, let me see how terrifying your strength is. Peng Fei followed behind and reminded him. Brother Mu, Fu Yun is very strong, you have to be careful, the referee announced. Once both are on stage, the spar will begin. Please watch carefully, Fu Yun said politely. Come on, I'll give you a 3-move head start. You can go first. Mu Li said nothing and casually released a sword chi. Fu Yun summoned his body protection technique and a leaf quickly appeared. Mu Li's sword strike pierced through Fu Yun's protective shield. He stared blankly at what was happening before him. His sword had gone straight through Fu Yun's body. Mu Li said boredly, "Of everyone present, no one can beat me." Fu Yun was unharmed and instead was excited. "You're very strong." "Good, I finally have a worthy opponent," Fu Yue asked attentively. "Wuji and Li Mu, which one are you?" she thought to herself. He didn't use his full strength at all. It seems he doesn't plan to hurt Xiao Yun. Mu Li introduced, "I'm from the ancient city." Those people recognized him as Li Mu who broke through the ancient pagoda and plundered the assets of the 3 major families. "We insulted him just now. I hope he doesn't hold a grudge." He also defeated the 7th on the martial venerable reserve list. Peng Fei understood. No wonder that name sounded so familiar. It turns out they are the same person. Fu Yun stammered. "Li Mu, you," his expression changed and he became excited. "You really didn't disappoint me. You and Wuji are the ones I've always wanted to meet. Although I haven't met Wuji yet, I've finally met Li Mu. However, I finally have a worthy opponent." Xiao Bai appeared and whispered ambiguously, "Mu Li, this kid wants to get with you." Mu Li's ears tingled when he heard that. "Can you speak properly?" Fu Yun walked onto the stage. She sighed. "So you really are Li Mu," Fu Yun pleaded. "Li Mu, you and I must have a fight." Mu Li pinched his cheek and asked, "We have no conflict, why do we have to fight?" Fu Yun said with eyes full of anticipation. "A battle of the pinnacles, aren't you looking forward to it?" He refused. "I'm not interested," he pleaded resolutely. "No, you must fight me. At this age I no longer have any opponents." Mu Li's attitude remained firm. "I refuse." Fu Yun offered up his own sister. "Li Mu, is my sister beautiful? If you beat me you'll be qualified to be my brother-in-law." Hearing this, Zhou Wei's face turned livid as he fumed silently. "That idiot Fu Yue can only be mine." She was both embarrassed and furious and snapped, Fu Yun feigned innocence. "Sis, am I not helping you pick a husband? What about Li Mu? Are you tempted?" He remained completely uninterested. The thought of him calling her flat-chested and dumb made Fu Yu's face flush red with shame, and she was at a loss for words. "Oh," Fu Yun continued to mock at his sister. "How can you not be interested? Look at my sister's face, her figure, her butt. What's not to like? Are you really not the least bit interested? You don't even like a top-tier beauty like Fu Yue. Has your genius training made you stupid?" Mu Li thought in surprise. "Is he trying to push his sister on me?" She frowned and shouted at her brother. "Hey," Fu Yun coaxed. "Sis, what are you afraid of? I'm just tricking him into fighting me. Besides, he also called you dumb. If I beat him up, you'll feel better too, right?" Fu Yue went along with his words. "That seems to make sense." He breathed a sigh of relief, thinking the plan worked. Mu Li had no choice but to accept. "All right, if you want to fight, let's fight." He never expected that the world-famous peerless genius would have such a character, a martial arts fanatic. Fu Yun's spirits lifted. "You should have done this sooner." A scorching spiritual energy burned around his body like flames. He said, "Li Mu, you are very strong. Against you I must go all out." Fu Yue had no choice but to think, forget it, it's good to let Li Mu and Xiao Yun fight. Xiao Yun is the type to get stronger through battle. If he doesn't find another opponent, it will probably be difficult for him to break through. Fu Yun channeled his qi and his spiritual energy grew stronger. A majestic golden dragon took form and the onlookers exclaimed in admiration, "This aura is too strong," as expected of Long Yun, one of the peerless duo. Fu Yun's fist shot out with the power of the Imperial Ultimate World Shocking Fist. Fu Yue knew that the Imperial Ultimate World Shocking Fist was the most unyielding and yang-aligned fist technique of the Wang Fu family. Once Xiao Yun used this move, even a high-level martial venerable wouldn't dare to take it head-on. What is Li Mu trying to do? Mu Li, on the other hand, calmly watched the fiery attack come at him. Afterwards, the entire arena exploded. Fu Yue thought blankly, "Is it over?" Her eyes were filled with astonishment. How is this possible?" Mu Li's hand blocked Fu Yun's fist. He frowned, unable to speak. "You," this time he spoke. "My turn." Fu Yun hadn't yet recovered from the shock. His unique fist technique could shatter the protective qi of a junior martial venerable, yet it was blocked by a single hand. How was this possible? He continued to summon his protective technique. Fu Yun could feel it, and when he appeared, there was always a spiritual energy that almost enveloped him. Looking at his opponent's fist, he thought with fear, crap, is he going all out? His punch pierced through his opponent's protective technique, and the entire wall behind was blown through, creating a hole. Fu Yun was sent flying by the punch, soaring through the garden outside. The remaining people were scared out of their wits. Fu Yun was sent flying. That punch was too fierce. Fu Yun suspected, just how strong is this Li Mu? As for Peng Fei, his legs went weak and he sat down. How did Brother Mu improve so quickly? No, he must have been hiding his strength from the beginning. The others peeked their heads out of the hole in the wall, looking at the situation outside. "Look, Fu Yun is fine." Although Fu Yun's hair was a bit messy, he still put on a show, holding a rose in his mouth and calling out, "Li Mu." He tried hard to pretend he was fine, still calling out that name, Li Mu. Fu Yun leapt into the hall. "You're something else, Li Mu. You really didn't disappoint me. Although my strength is not yet equal to yours, you couldn't injure me either. I've finally met someone who can beat me. How exhilarating. Li Mu, my Imperial Ultimate World Shocking Fist is about to break through to the 5th level. By then you will definitely not be my opponent." Mu Li thought to himself, "If you knew I only used 70% of my power in that punch, I wonder how you would feel." Fu Yue exclaimed in admiration. "Admit it, Li Mu of the ancient city truly lives up to his reputation." Fu Yun heard this and smiled. Seeing his attitude, Fu Yue understood, Xiao Yun is definitely up to no good. Hearing her brother's words, her face turned bright red with shame. Li Mu, you've passed my test. I have no objection to you being my brother-in-law. Fuyue quickly walked over and reminded him. You shut up, being pinched by her. Fuyun cried out in pain. Sis, I'm serious. You're grown up too, not a child anymore. It's not easy to find someone who can beat you. Why don't you seize the opportunity? The others had looks of shock. Damn, is this Fuyun for real? This Li Mu is so lucky. To marry into the Wangfu family as an in-law, who knows how many years of struggle that would save. Xiao Bai teased him with interest. Mu Li, I just heard those people say that Fuyue once declared that the son-in-law of the Wangfu family must be stronger than her. HMPH, if you dare to agree, I'll tell Linger. Mu Li said coldly. Xiao Bai, mind your own business. I won't agree. Someone asked curiously. Li Mu, you're from Baiman. What about Wuji? He admitted. I am Wuji. The fan in Peng Fei's hand dropped. He thought in terror. You are Li Mu. Li Mu is Wuji, so my idol Wuji is right in front of me, and I was beaten by my idol. Fuyue asked seriously. Li Mu, who are you really? He introduced himself. My real name is Mu Li. Wuji from Beizhou is me, and Li Mu is also me, Fuyun said with great interest. You're really Wuji? I heard you have many enemies, right? Can you handle them? You must not get into any trouble, otherwise it would be so boring for me to stand at the peak without an opponent. He answered without any modesty. He kindly advised, I believe you, but don't push them too hard. These superfamilies have been around for hundreds of years. They still have a few tricks up their sleeves. Heirlooms from the previous generation might have power beyond a martial venerable, or they could be terrifying weapons. Mu Li thought to himself. HMPH, I'm getting more and more interested in the tricks and weapons of those young masters. Fuyun continued to ask. I heard you have many martial venerable techniques. Do you have any gentle techniques suitable for girls to practice? Our Wangfu family is willing to pay a high price. My sister has a special constitution and has been unable to break through. The Wangfu family's techniques are too aggressive and not suitable for her. He admitted that he did have techniques that could allow one to break through to martial venerable at any time. Fuyue was simply surprised that Mu Li could see her situation with just a glance. Fuyun happily put his arm around his shoulder. Mu Li, you really have it. Sell it to us and consider it a favor owed to you by the Wangfu family. Quick, take it out, maybe my sister will get excited and offer herself to you. Fuyue was angered by her brother. Xiao Yun, Mu Li refused. That won't be necessary. If you have a regeneration flower, we can make an exchange. Fuyun replied, I haven't seen that, but our Wangfu family has many rare medicinal herbs. Why don't you come back with us to the Wangfu family and take a look? He agreed. All right, but this banquet, Fuyun interrupted and invited him. What banquet? Let them eat by themselves. Fuyue said to Zhou Wei, our Wangfu family will cover all the expenses for today's banquet. We have something to attend to and must leave first. He dared not accept. How can we let Miss Wangfu pay? It was agreed that this is my treat. Peng Fei shouted from behind, Brother Mu, wait for me, I'm coming too. In the distance the crowd gossiped. It was worth coming to this banquet today. A servant asked, Young master, are we still holding it? He instructed, let's call it a day. I guess no one is in the mood anymore. I just didn't expect Li Mu to be Wuji. Go to the ancient city and tell the family head that his subordinate understands. Yes. Zhou Wei snorted coldly and thought, how dare you look down on the three major families. When Xiao Bai arrived at the Wangfu residence, her eyes lit up at the sight of the luxurious architecture. Fuyue led them in. Welcome to the Wangfu residence, Xiao Bai exclaimed in amazement. As expected of the #1 family in the capital, it's so big. Fuyue invited the guest to sit. Please have a seat here for a moment. I'll go check the family's treasure records to see if I can find the herb you mentioned. Mu Li casually picked up a cup of tea to taste. Seeing Fuyun staring at him with his chin in his hands, Mu Li was a little puzzled. Why do you keep staring at me? He replied. The more I look at you, the more I think you're suitable to be my brother-in-law. Mu Li refused him outright. I have no other intentions towards Fuyue, and your sister wouldn't agree either. Fuyun, on the other hand, gave the outsider an idea. Simple. We'll force the issue. She'll have to marry you whether she wants to or not. He asked directly, are you serious? What do you see in me? He explained. You're the only person I find pleasing to the eye, unlike those scoundrels in the capital, plus you're strong and have lots of treasures. Where else could I find a catch like you? He replied. Those are just rumors. I don't have that much stuff, a voice came from behind. So Li Mu from the ancient city is also Li Mu from Baiman? Seeing the old man bow to him, Mu Li also stood up and returned the courtesy. Fuyun exclaimed, Second uncle? This was Wangfu Yihong, Wangfu Chenglong's younger brother and the person in charge of the Wangfu family in this city. He spoke, I heard you defeated Fuyun. He remained modest, just a little bit stronger than him. Yihong was very satisfied. Not bad, little friend Mu Li. I fully approve of you becoming our Wangfu family's son-in-law. Mu Li was bewildered. When did he become the Wangfu family's son-in-law? Other family members also crowded over. Wait, let us see too. They scrambled to see their granddaughter's future husband. Mu Li didn't understand what was happening. Wu Ming asked with feigned composure, Is this Mu Li? He and Wu Xiang stepped forward to look him up and down. Not bad at all, I have no objections. Seeing someone's bewildered expression, Xiao Bai couldn't stop laughing. Mu Li, you look so silly right now. Wangfu Wuming was the old patriarch of the Wangfu family, a great martial venerable. He pulled Yihang. No, let's go discuss this in the back. The three of them came and went like the wind, leaving Mu Li speechless. Xiao Bai sniffed something out. I can tell these old men are up to no good. I'll follow them and see. Mu Li thought. Fu Yun, are all the elders in your family like this? Xiao Bai returned to report. Mu Li, those old men are in the garden plotting how to trick you. He decided to go have a look. The three old men were discussing in the back. This Mu Li is not only rich, but he can also concoct pills. The life-extending pill we bought for our ancestor last time was from him. We must get him, we must. Wu Ming calculated. He's a golden goose. If the marriage goes through, our Wang Fu family will have hit the jackpot. Wang Fu Chenglong, Fu Yu's father, interjected. I'm afraid it won't be that easy. If that girl Fu Yue finds out we've decided her marriage for her, who knows what kind of trouble she'll cause us. Wang Fu Wuxiang comforted him. It's fine, I just developed a type of bewitching drug. Chenglong objected. Second uncle, as the top family in the capital, how can we do something so despicable? Wuxiang tempted him. Chenglong, as long as we can marry you off, he objected with a serious face. One dose isn't enough, we need at least two. A group of mischievous old men laughed. Kid, you're the thoughtful one. Suddenly a cough came from behind. Yihang was stunned. Xiao Yun, little friend Mu Li, what are you doing here? Fu Yun reminded them. You were talking too loud. Mu Li was speechless. They actually came up with such a rotten idea as drugging him. Chenglong coughed awkwardly, then turned to blame the other two. Look at you two talking nonsense after drinking too much. So improper, hurry up and go back to sleep. Wuxiang and Wu Ming pretended. Let's go to sleep. We drank too much and we're sleepwalking, Chenglong reminded him. Little friend Mu Li, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, don't let it slip away. Fu Yun also said awkwardly. They were just talking nonsense, brother Mu, don't take it too seriously. At this moment Fu Yue walked out. Mu Li, the herb you mentioned. Seeing her brother's strange expression, she asked. What's wrong with you guys? He confessed. Dad and the uncles wanted to drug you and brother Mu. Upon hearing this, Fu Yue burned with anger. They've gone too far. Fu Yun mourned for the fate of the family's elders. They were done for. Cries for mercy came from afar. Fu Yue, Dad is your real dad. Oh my god, let's talk this out. Don't use a knife, you are. I'm your second granduncle. Let go of your second granduncle. Mu Li sighed at this and asked curiously. With your sister's qualities, shouldn't the line of men wanting to marry her stretch all the way to America? Are you still worried she won't get married? Fu Yun sighed. Of course we're worried. It's all because of that prophecy. The divine calculation sect said that if my sister doesn't marry, she won't live past 24. She's already 23 now. We can't just find some random scoundrel for her to marry, right? Mu Li was puzzled. Fate is unpredictable. Who can know the will of heaven? What's there to believe? Fu Yun replied, Brother Mu, the divine calculation sect is so revered because their old sect master learned the divination arts from the ancient city's pagoda. Mu Li retorted, Didn't you also pass the 7th floor of the ancient pagoda and obtain the divination arts? He looked bewildered, but I can't understand it, he thought seriously. The divine calculation sect again. Fu Yue returned after dealing with the matter. I'm back, Wuxiang explained with an embarrassed look. Little friend Mu Li, that was just a joke earlier. How could we, the Wang Fu family, do such a thing? Mu Li replied nonchalantly. It's nothing. Yihang spoke up. I'm sorry, all right, we'll be leaving then. She reminded them. Don't do this again. Yihang was still fixated. Second uncle, are we still going to use the drug? Wuxiang's enthusiasm hadn't waned. Yes, of course, how can we let such a golden goose run away? Fu Yue asked from behind. Second uncle, second granduncle, what are you talking about? The two feigned ignorance. No, nothing. The weather is so nice today. The group ran off. Run, Fu Yue sighed in relief. Phew, finally some peace and quiet. Mu Li asked with interest. Your elders are really interesting, Fu Yun revealed. The sweeter my sister smiles, the more miserable second granduncle and the others will be. She remembered. Oh right, Mu Li, I couldn't find the herb you needed. Can we change the condition? He replied. But I don't lack anything right now. Mu Li only wanted one thing in his heart. Without the regeneration flower, third uncle's illness cannot be cured. Fu Yun suggested. How about this? The potion master will be visiting our family tomorrow. We can ask him if he knows anything about it. He was surprised. Potion master, Fu Yun introduced. Chen He, Master Chen. Everyone in the capital calls him the potion master. Mu Li remembered this person. He had made his fortune in the ancient city and was quite a talent. He spoke. In that case I will come again tomorrow. Fu Yun stopped him. No, you can't leave, he said. How would I dare to stay in a lion's den? I'm afraid your elders will really drug me. I'm serious. Fu Yue said coldly. They dare. At this moment a person appeared. Xiao Yu, Xiao Yun, you're back, the two of them called out in unison. Grandpa Ji Yu. Fu Yun asked Grandpa Ji Yu, why are you out here alone? Mu Li sensed that this frail old man was actually a martial saint. Feng Ming asked, this young friend looks unfamiliar. Is he a friend of yours? He politely introduced himself. Junior Mu Li, greetings old senior. Fu Yue continued. Old Ji Yu, he is Wu Ji. The old man was surprised. He's the one Xiao Yu caught and brought home to be our Wang Fu family's son-in-law? Fu Yue said shyly. Old Ji Yu, why are you saying that too? The old man replied. Xiao Yu, I heard from your father and the others. He's the only one who meets your requirements. Fu Yue became unhappy. What are you talking about? It makes it sound like I have to marry him. Mu Li interjected. Old senior, you've been poisoned before, haven't you? Feng Ming admitted. Young friend has sharp eyes. I was indeed poisoned many years ago. Fu Yun recounted for old Ji Yu. During the chaotic times in a battle in Miaozhang, old Jiyu was injured by the leader of the Five Venom sect with a rare poison called Wooden Gate, which blinded him and paralyzed his lower body. He said helplessly that he was just a useless man waiting to die. Fu Yue advised, "Old Jiyu, don't say that. Master Chen comes to prepare medicine for you every day now. You will definitely get better." The old man patted her hand and praised. "You're the one who knows how to cheer me up the most," Feng Ming continued. "Unfortunately, there's only a 30% chance. It's difficult." He knew that the effect of potions was far inferior to pills, and a 30% chance was already very rare. The old man greeted his guest. "Forget it, let's not talk about it. Little friend Mu Li, please stay the night. The Wang Fu family has a request, so we should treat you with great hospitality." Mu Li had no reason to refuse. In that case, this junior will respectfully accept. At night in the guest room, Mu Li was still cultivating the ascension art. He felt he was just one step away from breaking through to the late stage of qi refinement. Looking at Xiao Bai sleeping soundly beside him, he said with helpless affection, "So carefree, sleeping like a log." Suddenly, there was a noise. Mu Li immediately sent someone outside. He observed the situation outside the window and was speechless. This group of persistent old men, they still haven't given up after being dealt with by Fu Yue. The four of them snuck around stealthily. Little did they know that Mu Li had already teleported to a branch above their heads. Wu Xiong covered Fu Yun's mouth. "What are you panicking about? You're not allowed to make a sound here." Suddenly, a leaf fell with Mu Li's movement. Wu Xiong sensed it sharply. "I think I felt someone just now." Fu Yun mocked. "Guilty conscience, ha!" The old man slapped him directly. "How dare you speak like that, you brat? How this is about your sister's lifelong happiness." Fu Yun clutched his head and complained. "You said this medicine has side effects, and now you won't even let me talk about it." Wu Xiong gestured. "It's just a minor side effect. At worst, he'll become an idiot. It's normal, nothing to worry about." Mu Li thought from the tree. "Becoming an idiot is normal," Changlong replied. "Won't Yue become an idiot too?" He patted his chest and guaranteed, "I'll make sure Yue drinks less. She won't become an idiot. As for Mu Li, it's better if he becomes an idiot," Wu Ming instructed. "Anyway, we can't let anything happen to Yue. That's the plan. Let's get ready to move." The four of them tiptoed inside. Wu Xiong directed, "Drinking the medicine directly is the most effective. We need to find a way to knock Mu Li out." Wu Ming had an idea. "Simple. You guys hold him down later and I'll give him a few whacks with a stick. We'll knock him out first." Fu Yue suddenly appeared behind them. "Dad, what are you doing here?" Changlong blurted out. "Drugging Mu Li to capture him and make him the Wang Fu family's son-in-law." Suddenly realizing who was behind him, his hair stood on end. "Fu Yue," she said angrily, "you guys are really something, trying to drug a young man who's about the same age as your own children and grandchildren. Have you no shame?" Wu Xiong shrank behind the two of them and said, "What happened? Didn't I tell Yi Hong to watch her?" Fu Yue replied. "Second uncle is probably sleeping soundly on the street right now." Fu Yun was trying his best to become invisible. "You can't see me, you can't see me." Changlong started to play dumb. "Ahem, we are assassins sent to burn down the Wang Fu residence." Fu Yue advised him. "Dad, stop pretending. And Fu Yun, do you think I can't recognize you just because you're covering your face?" He turned pale with fright. "I was recognized before I could even say anything. I'm dead this time." She held up the medicine packet and asked, "Second granduncle, are you very proud of this medicine you developed?" "Stop playing tricks, I already swapped it for flour." Wu Ming hid behind them in fear. "When did this girl become so clever and difficult to deal with?" She slowly opened the packet. "I heard that people who are affected by this powder will obey commands. In that case, I'll help second granduncle test if this medicine is really effective." The four of them cried out in terror. "We're doomed." "Doomed?" Wu Xiong said indignantly. "Fu Yue, you're so cruel. How could you do this to us?" Changlong said aggrievely. "You even plot against your own father. Are you even human?" Fu Yun cleverly begged for mercy. "Sis, I was forced into this." Fu Yue waved her hand and commanded, "Everyone at attention." The three elders and one brother stood obediently, not daring to move. She turned on the music, playing a song called Square Dance, and then commanded, "Follow this music and dance for me." The four of them stiffly followed the rhythm. "Can't fly out of this dazzling world." Mu Li watched this scene, completely impressed. These eccentric old men, and Fu Yue was the most eccentric of them all, not someone to be trifled with. The song was still playing. "It turns out I'm a drunken butterfly," Fu Yue said with a wicked look. "I've recorded all of this. I'll show it to everyone at the family gathering and embarrass you all to death." He jumped to the side and advised, "Fu Yue, let it go." She refused. "No, I have to teach them a lesson. If they dare to mess around again, I'll release the video." 2 hours later, the four of them were exhausted and collapsed on the ground. Mu Li spoke. "Looks like the effect of the medicine has worn off." Wu Ming cried in shame. "My lifelong reputation is ruined. I have no face left." "Fu Yue, you're so cruel. You'll pay for this." Fu Yue said with a cold face. "It's still early. Go back to sleep." Mu Li replied, "Forget it. I'm afraid they'll come back to drug me when they wake up." She blushed and suggested, "Then why don't you come and sleep in my room?" In Fu Yu's room, she handed him the blanket. "Here's the blanket. The floor has a wool carpet. It won't be cold." Mu Li said awkwardly, "I was thinking." He saw her reach into the pile of underwear in her closet. Fu Yue was surprised. "What are you looking at?" She misunderstood and slapped him. "What are you looking at?" "Mu Li, you pervert." Mu Li helplessly fell towards the closet. "You didn't give me a pillow." Fu Yue stood there stunned, looking at the underwear on her head. "I was so careless." A few minutes later she said apologetically, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to, he replied while applying an ice pack to his swollen cheek. It's fine. Fu Yue sat up and asked, are you going to sleep soon? Seeing his swollen face, she herself was stunned. Your face, he replied. It will be fine by morning. I won't embarrass you. Go to sleep. She covered her head with the blanket, too ashamed to sleep. Did she really have to get married? She was so unwilling. Suddenly she heard Mu Li muttering, the pure sinks, chi sinks to the dantian, the spiritual platform is clear. Fu Yue asked curiously, what are you saying? Are you talking in your sleep? He was still muttering, the pure sinks, chi sinks to the dantian, she understood. It's a martial venerable technique. Mu Li thought to himself, this female cultivation technique should be suitable for you. Whether you can learn it depends on your comprehension. She immediately wrote down these golden words, the spiritual platform is clear. The tender hands on the dantian, the upper and lower palms meet. How do you write the character for tender? Forget it. I'll just write a homophone. Hearing this, Mu Li was helpless. She was just like Mu Xin, unable to hide any of her thoughts. The next morning, the morning light shone into the room, waking her up. Fu Yue saw the neatly folded blanket below and thought, has he left? Suddenly, she noticed a letter on the table. She recognized Mu Li's handwriting. Fu Yue said to herself, I'll remember. At Feng Ming's residence, Fu Yun asked, Brother Mu, did you sleep well last night? You didn't see anything, did you? He replied. It was all right. I slept until dawn. He sighed in relief in his heart. That's great. I can't let my peerless genius image be ruined. Fu Yue walked over and sat next to him. Good morning, Mu Li. Fu Yun smelled gossip and asked suggestively, Sis, did something happen between you and him last night? Why does Brother Mu's face look a little swollen? Did he get fat from sleeping? Fu Yue replied with a red face. Nothing happened. What could happen when we were both asleep? Fu Yun refused to believe it. I don't believe it unless you have proof. At this moment, a guest arrived at the Wangfu residence. A voice came from outside. Master Chen, please come in. Yesterday, the old master heard that the younger generation of the family had returned, so he went out to greet them. Master Chen reminded, the old master can't stand the cold now. You guys were too careless. The life-extending pill bought from Li Mu's shop is useless, and now the old master's illness is even worse, Mu Li explained. The life-extending pill is only effective for healthy people. If someone who is poisoned takes it, the pill will also be corroded by the toxins in the body. What use could it be? He asked in surprise. Who are you? Are you questioning my judgment? Chenglong interjected. Master Chen, what's going on? Didn't you say the old master still had a chance to be cured? Master Chen thought to himself, Wangfu Chenglong is speaking up for this kid. Could he be an honored guest of the Wangfu family? He spoke. I have a very strong potion that has a 30% chance of clearing the poison. But there's a greater chance that the potion and the poison will erupt together and the old master will die on the spot. Chenglong did not accept this method. If we use the usual ordinary potions, how much longer can the old master last? Master Chen replied. The poison has already worsened. He can only last for another month at most. Wu Ming opened the door and called them. The old master heard everything you said. Come in first. The descendants all gathered around Feng Ming's sickbed. He said weakly, I've already decided. You don't need to say anything more. Chenglong said worriedly, Grandpa, if we can just hold on for another month, we'll definitely find a way. Fu Yue called out reluctantly, Old Jiyu, he comforted her. Xiao Yu, what storms hasn't old Jiyu seen? What is there to be afraid of? Wu Ming made the decision. Let's do as the old master wishes. Master Chen swore by the bedside, Old patriarch is wise and decisive. I will do my utmost to save you. Feng Ming accepted. Master Chen, go ahead. He took out the medicine. This potion was very potent and would take effect immediately after drinking. He poured the medicine into his mouth without hesitation and his spiritual energy instantly erupted. Wu Ming sensed it. What a strong spiritual energy fluctuation. Is it a success? Seeing him spit out a mouthful of blood, Fu Yue cried out in worry. Old Jiyu, Master Chen realized. It failed. He supported the patient. Bring half a bottle of potion, quick. But Feng Ming was already exhausted. Master Chen was helpless. The poison suddenly erupted. There's no hope left. Chenglong still held on to a sliver of hope. But we all felt the old master's spiritual energy fluctuation just now. Mu Li suggested, let me try. He immediately gathered healing spiritual energy and slapped his palm directly on Feng Ming's chest. Master Chen was surprised. The old master is awake. How did you do that? He explained. The eruption of the poison just caused a heart attack. It was caused by your potion. What did you give him? Master Chen handed him the bottle to inspect. It's a nirvana potion secretly made in the ancient pagoda. Mu Li didn't even bat an eye. It's just a failed nirvana pill. There's no chance of success. Master Chen felt insulted. What did you say? On what grounds do you doubt my potion? Wu Ming requested. I've long heard that little friend Mu Li is skilled in alchemy. May I ask if there is any way to cure our family's old master of his poison? Chenglong and Fu Yun both bowed their heads. As long as you are willing to help, we will pay any price. Brother Mu, please help us. Upon hearing this famous name, Master Chen was shocked. Mu Li, you're Li Mu from the ancient city. You really know alchemy. He calmly wrote down a prescription. What's so difficult about detoxification? Just concoct a detoxification pill. Master Chen didn't believe him. I've been treating the old master all this time. Do I not know how difficult this poison is to cure? Mu Li handed him the prescription. Go find these herbs. I'll cure the eye disease and paralysis as well. He felt his medical skills were being looked down upon. Curing diseases isn't as easy as you make it sound. Mu Li interrupted. I don't know how to cure diseases, but I know how to concoct pills. After a while, Wu Ming placed everything he needed on the table. Little friend Mu Li, all the medicinal herbs you need are here. Mu Li began to concoct the pill. With a cry of rise, the cauldron ascended. All the herbs fused together in the flames in Mu Li's hand. Wu Ming smelled it. What a strong medicinal fragrance. Master Chen was stunned. Is this alchemy? A moment later, he handed them a golden pill. All right, give it to the old master. Fu Yue immediately fed the medicine to the old man. Old Jiu, please take this medicine, he instructed. Old senior, please circulate your energy immediately to clear the blocked meridians. Feng Ming did as Mu Li instructed. 20 minutes later, his entire body felt incredibly refreshed. Changlong was surprised. Grandpa is really cured. Fu Yue was also moved to tears. Old Jiu, the old man shouted happily. Xiao Yu, I'm fine. Seeing his clear eyes, Fu Yun immediately knew. Old Jiu, you can see, right? Feng Ming replied. Yes, thank you little friend Mu Li for detoxifying me and curing my eyes and paralysis. Fu Yun excitedly hugged him. Brother Mu, I love you to death. He felt a chill. This kid. Then he immediately pushed the person clinging to him away. Wu Ming asked, little friend Mu Li, does this divine pill have a name? Mu Li replied humbly. It's just an ordinary detoxification pill with some herbs added to promote blood circulation, remove blood stasis and repair meridians. Changlong thought in horror. An ordinary pill. Wouldn't a high-grade pill have the effect of complete transformation? Master Chen spoke up. None of what you said is in the complete collection of pill formulas, he explained. Those are just basic pills. Because of their special properties they are better than nothing, so the Nirvana pill can only be considered a basic pill. Feng Ming stepped forward to smooth things over. All right, without Master Chen I wouldn't have survived until today. The Wang Fu family will definitely thank both of you properly, he replied politely. No need to thank me, just don't forget that your Wang Fu family owes me 2 favors. The old man was puzzled. 2 favors, Xiao Yu, do you know about this? Fu Yun insisted on this piece of gossip. Sis, something definitely happened between you and Brother Mu. Fu Yue was so embarrassed she threw a pillow at her brother's face. Fu Yun, can't you be serious? See for yourself. Feng Ming read the technique Mu Li had written for her. This is old Jiu, she replied. This is the technique Mu Li gave me. The old man was very surprised. Xiao Yu, the Wang Fu family owes Mu Li a great debt now. This is a martial saint technique. Master Chen was even more shocked. Who on earth is this Li Mu, so young, not only powerful and skilled in alchemy but also possesses a martial saint technique? Changlong spoke up. Yue, come here. Yue, there's no other way. The Wang Fu family has no way to repay little friend Mu Li's great kindness, so we can only. Fu Yue interrupted with a red face. Dad, why are you bringing this up now? He pointed at his daughter. Mu Li declared beforehand, don't give Fu Yue to me. I don't want her. These words hurt the beauty's pride. Mu Li, you bastard. Seeing his daughter lying on the ground playing dead, Changlong shrank to the side in fear. Dad hasn't said anything yet. It's not Dad's fault. Poor Fu Yue was immersed in the combined damage of I'm flat-chested, I'm dumb, so he doesn't want me even if I'm offered for free. And was in despair. Feng Ming spoke. Little friend Mu Li, from now on your business is our Wang Fu family's business. We will always be your strong backing, he thought to himself. Shi Hang, it's time. The next day, Mu Li came to the Grand Imperial Court with 2 beauties on his arms. It had been a long time since he had been to the Grand Imperial Court. Just then he saw a familiar face. Mu Li stood up and asked the person, Jamei, what are you doing here? Don't tell me you're a lady of the Grand Imperial Court. Is the salary from the expedition team not enough, so you came to the Grand Imperial Court to earn some extra money? Jamei denied. No, Mu Li. Boss, this is my private matter. Please don't interfere. He took out his phone and threatened. My team member is working as a lady and you're telling me not to interfere. Does Captain Niu know? I'll call her to come and take you back. She quickly pleaded. Don't tell the captain. Mu Li asked again. Then tell me why you're here. Jamei recounted tearfully. My family is actually a branch of the capital's Joe family. I have a younger sister. Last year at the Joe family head's birthday banquet, the second young master of the capital's Joe family, Shi Hang, took a liking to my sister. The Joe family head then proposed a marriage to my family. My father knew that Shi Hang's character was not good and politely declined the Joe family head. Because of this, Shi Hang killed my father and abducted my sister. My sister was forced to commit suicide. I hate the capital's Joe family. I hate Shi Hang and I want to kill him to avenge my family. Mu Li found this story very familiar. Seeing his face darken, she asked curiously, What's wrong? Mu Li pulled her away. I'll help you. Sitting on a chair, Jamei asked blankly, What are you doing? He replied, I'm waiting for Shi Hang. Even if you're not here, Shi Hang can't escape my grasp. Jamei asked in surprise, You have a grudge against Shi Hang too, but Li Mu's shop is just a business. Shi Hang arrived, and young Master Yan was with him. As soon as he entered, he shouted, Manager, bring out all the top ladies of the club. I want to entertain my brothers well, the manager said with difficulty. Young Master Joe, the top ladies have all been booked by another guest today, young Master Yan said loudly. Tell him to come out. Who dares to disrespect young Master Joe? The manager pointed to Mu Li's side. Young Master Joe, he's over there. Shi Hang looked down at him contemptuously. Kid, you're the one who booked all the top ladies. Hand them over to young Master Joe, the ladies cried out in panic. Young Master Joe, Mu Li reminded coldly. Sit down. Don't you want your money? Shi Hang noticed Jimei. Is this chick new or real gem? But it's not bad to give her to me. He stopped his filthy actions. You dare to covet my woman? He said arrogantly. Who do you think you are? I dare to touch even the woman of the Heavenly King. Mu Li sneered. Can I assume you're trying to piss me off? He replied disdainfully. That's right, I'm pissing you off. What can you do about it? Young Master Yan said fawningly. It's your honor that young Master Joe is pissing you off. Hurry up and get lost. Mu Li stood up abruptly and said, an honor? Very good. An oppressive aura emanated from him like a storm. His hand tightly gripped Shi Hang's neck and then he kicked him. Now tell me what I can do to you. How could Shi Hang tolerate such humiliation? Bastard, I'll chop you into pieces. Young Master Yan rushed forward. Kid, you dare to hit young Master Joe? Are you tired of living? He brandished his fist, showing off. I'm the young master of the Yan family. You're scared now, aren't you? But before his hand could touch Mu Li, his bones shattered. He cried out in pain. My hand, Shi Hang asked angrily from the ground. Young Master Yan, what did you do to young Master Yan? Mu Li replied calmly. So you're from the Yan family. No wonder you're so arrogant. Shi Hang, aren't you very powerful? Stand up. He couldn't fight, so he started bringing up his family. You're dead. My brother and my father will make sure you die a horrible death. He didn't care. I don't care who your father is. Fine, I'll wait for them here in this club and won't go anywhere. After waiting for a long time without seeing anyone, Mu Li directly stepped on Shi Hang's head and said coldly, why aren't they here yet? He turned to Jimei and asked, how do you want to deal with this guy? She replied, let's drag him to the back room first. The people around gathered curiously. Who is this person? He even dares to hit young Master Joe. Has anyone gone to inform the Yan and Joe families? Someone has already gone. In the warehouse of the Grand Imperial Court. Jimei said worriedly, what do we do now? I didn't expect you to be so decisive. Mu Li replied calmly. Do I look like an impulsive person? Since I dared to make a move, I naturally came prepared. Shi Hang was beaten black and blue, yet he was still laughing. Scared now? You dare to hit me? Just wait for the Joe family to come and smash you bastards. If you know what's good for you, let me go quickly. Otherwise, when the Joe family arrives, Mu Li stepped on his back and commanded, shut up. Shi Hang felt something inside him break. My kidney. Jimei found a sharp knife in a drawer and asked, Shi Hang, do you remember Zhou Yingying? I'm her sister and I'm here to avenge my family. Shi Hang backed away in fear, stuttering. She committed suicide. It had nothing to do with me, Jimei declared. You must die today, Mu Li advised. Wait, don't you think killing him like this is letting him off too easy? Shi Hang stiffened all over and asked in terror, what are you trying to do? Don't mess around or my dad will kill your whole family when he comes. The word family seemed to have touched a raw nerve for Jimei. My family is long gone. With one stab, Shi Hang let out a blood-curdling scream. You will not have a good death. I'll kill you two dogs. Just then, the main door was kicked open. Zhou Wei walked in to demand an explanation. Who injured my brother? Mu Li admitted. It was me. What's wrong? He was stunned. Li Mu, Shi Hang cried for help from the corner. Brother, save me. Before Zhou Wei could finish his sentence, he saw his figure disappear. Li Mu, you're tired of living. Before the word living could escape his lips, a kick was already aimed at his face. Zhou Wei, Li Mu, how could you? Mu Li interrupted. Shut up, you idiot. Shi Hang's eyes widened. He realized this wasn't an illusion. Zhou Wei had already brought out his family to threaten him. Brother, where are you? Li Mu, our Zhou family is not a family you can afford to offend. You will regret this. Mu Li was fearless. Fine, I'll wait and see how you make me regret it. Zhou Wei saw him curled up clutching his lower body and asked, Brother, why do you look so pained? Shi Hang's pain made it difficult for him to speak coherently. Brother, that bitch got me. A third person walked in and recognized him. Li Mu, the guy who swept through the three major families. To beat up young Master Joe like this, is he trying to start a war with the Joe family? As soon as Wei Bin entered, he shouted, who is it that doesn't have eyes and wants to step on the Joe family's head? Zhou Wei recognized Li Mu, and after seeing Shi Hang, he tearfully pleaded, Dad, avenge me, my prized possession doesn't sing anymore. Upon hearing this, Wei Bin's anger flared. Young Master Li Mu, you're truly arrogant. Young Master Yan urged his father from behind. Dad, kill him. Yan Meng shouted, Li Mu, do you think you can declare war on us just with Baiman alone? Mu Li hadn't taken this father and son pair seriously from the beginning and replied, so what? Come at me if you have the guts. Wei Bin ordered his men to rush forward. You audacious Li Mu, you've walked right into our trap today. Don't even think about leaving. A few minions rushed forward and were instantly knocked down by him. Mu Li asked coldly, who said you could touch him? Wei Bin stepped forward himself. Li Mu, you're tired of living. Watching him charge over, Mu Li couldn't help but say, truly overestimating yourself. He punched him directly in the face, then continued, where do you get your confidence? Wei Bin was sent flying, fortunately caught by his bodyguards. Yan Ming gave him a look and the two of them rushed forward together. A group of masters all attacked at once. Wei Bin said smugly, Li Mu, we couldn't do anything to you in the ancient city, but today I'd like to see who can come to your rescue. Jimei reminded, boss, be careful. Some people thought Mu Li was finished this time. The Joe and Yan families both had martial venerable masters. Mu Li sighed, circulated his spiritual energy and summoned Dragon's Cry. Rays of light flashed across his opponents and they were knocked down in a state of shock. What kind of technique is this? Wei Bin urged. Go on, Li Mu must die here today. The old family head is almost here, Yan Meng waited. When the two martial venerables joined forces, he's dead, he asked contemptuously. Is this all the Joe and Yan families have? Someone from behind praised. He even sent a martial venerable flying. He's too powerful, too domineering. The two martial venerables launched a sneak attack from behind. Junior, you are so arrogant, Mu Li said. Oh, and with great interest. The young ones are done, now the old ones are here. The two old men from the Joe and Yan families spoke at the same time. Junior, you truly don't know what's good for you. Just because you have a little talent and strength you dare to be so arrogant. Enough nonsense. You injured my grandson, so we'll cripple him first. Then we'll execute him by 1,000 cuts as a warning to others. Mu Li said sarcastically. Just the two of you great martial venerables? Yan Jun was determined to teach him a lesson. You arrogant thing, today I'll teach you how to behave. Just then Fu Yun interjected. Wait, hey brother Mu. Yan Jun was surprised. Fu Yun, what are you doing here? He affectionately put his arm around Mu Li's shoulder. Nothing, just came to tell everyone that our Wang Fu family is protecting this person. Yan Jun snorted coldly. You can represent the entire Wang Fu family. How dare you speak so brazenly here? A majestic voice sounded. Xiao Yun is right. The appearance of the three big shots of the Wang Fu family, Wu Ming, Wu Xiong, and Chenglong, stunned everyone. Who on earth is this Li Mu? All the important figures of the Wang Fu family have shown up and two more great martial venerables have arrived. Chenglong strongly supported him. Li Mu with the Wang Fu family here will protect you. Yan Jun threatened. Does your Wang Fu family really want to turn against two other superfamilies for this kid? Chenglong said bluntly. We can turn against any force for him at any time, the old man said sullenly. Even if you are the #1 family, don't think you can do whatever you want. Chenglong brought a piece of news. Then I'll tell you some good news. My father has already recovered. This surprised him greatly. Wasn't that old fellow Feng Ming about to die? Yan Jun said resentfully. This kid injured my grandson without reason. The Yan family will not let him go. Chenglong looked up and provoked. Then try me. Joe M.I. decided to retreat. Kid, we'll remember this for now. We'll let you off the hook today. Shi Hang unwillingly pleaded. Grandpa, avenge me. He clutched his grandfather's sleeve tightly. Fu Yun said contemptuously. Leaving already? Mu Li finally had a chance to ask. Why are you all here? Chenglong explained. We received news about the regeneration flower, so Xiao Yun came looking for you. We didn't expect the Joe and Yan families to be so shameless. Wu Ming kindly reminded. But Li Mu, I still have to give you some sincere advice. Please speak, I'm all ears. The old man patted his shoulder and advised. Although you've become a martial saint, you still can't just run wild in the world because those superfamilies still have some unknown tricks up their sleeves. Chenglong also agreed. That's right, many peerless masters are still alive and there are some forces that don't concern themselves with worldly affairs. Mu Li replied, Thank you, I'll be more careful. What news do you have about the regeneration flower you mentioned? Fu Yun revealed, I heard that a flower called the Blue Fiend Spirit has just bloomed in the outskirts of the capital. It looks very similar to the regeneration flower you described. He knew that the regeneration flower had another name, which was the Blue Fiend Spirit. Mu Li turned around and instructed the person behind him. Jamei, rest assured, Shi Hang will definitely die. Go back to the ancient city. Don't let Captain Niu and the others worry. She asked worriedly. Boss, what about you? He replied. I'm going to the outskirts of the capital. Mu Li was secretly pleased. With the regeneration flower, third uncle's leg can grow back. Chenglong ordered. Xiao Yun, the Withered Glory Villa is in the outskirts of the capital. Why don't you go with Mu Li? A name flashed in his mind, Xiao He. So Fu Yun shook his head. No, I need to prepare before I go. In the living room of the Zhou family residence in the capital, Yan Meng reviewed the situation. I didn't expect the Wang Fu family to also help that kid Li Mu. We underestimated him. Wei Bin asked, Yan Mo, you are resourceful. Find a way to get rid of Li Mu. I am willing to give up 30% of the Zhou family's assets. I have an idea. Since Li Mu has the Wang Fu family's backing, we'll use their own trick against them and make them turn on each other. Wei Bin slapped his forehead in realization. You mean the matter in the outskirts of the capital? That's a great idea. Yan Mo confirmed. That's right. I heard that after Li Mu left the Grand Imperial Court, he headed straight for the outskirts of the capital. Mu Li was currently in the outskirts of the capital. Seeing his silence, Xiao Bai asked, Mu Li, are you still thinking about Fuyue and Jamei? Why aren't you talking to me? He reminded coldly. My patience is limited. Xiao Bai immediately thought of the scene of him with a beauty on each arm and replied, It must be so. Men are all the same. Mu Li asked seriously, Xiao Bai, you're so idle. Why don't you go cultivate? She refused to leave his side. Who knows what you're doing behind my back? I have to watch you. Just then, a wave of killing intent came from afar. Xiao Bai was stunned. What's going on? Two waves of killing intent attacked from the left and right, trapping him in the middle. A heartless voice sounded. Li Mu, kid, go to hell. The two old men from the Yan and Zhou families looked at the roaring fire in front of them and guessed, with the two of us joining forces, that kid must be dead, right? Let's go take a look. Seeing a figure walk out with a menacing aura, they were terrified. "How is this possible?" Mu Li said contemptuously. "You guys are really persistent. You couldn't get me in the capital, so you followed me all the way here." Joe Mi threatened. "Li Mu outside of the capital. Let's see who else can protect you," he asked frankly. "You guys insist on killing me." Yan Jun threatened. "If it weren't for the Wang Fu family protecting you just now, I would have skinned you alive." Joe Mi summoned his weapon and taught him a lesson. "Kid, the super families of the capital are not forces you can provoke," Mu Li tested. "Just the two of you, no one else knows." Yan Jun didn't waste any more words and swung his palm directly. "If I kill you here, no one will know, and the Wang Fu family will know even less." He dodged casually like a nonchalant person. "This is exactly what I wanted. In that case, if you die here, no one will know either." By the time Yan Jun recognized the technique in his hand, it was already too late. It's the cloud-piercing palm. A huge golden palm slammed him to the ground. Yan Jun was now just a pile of white bones. Joe Mi's face turned pale. Who on earth is this kid? He planned to slip away. It seemed he had to go back and reconsider his strategy. He threw out a move. "Kid, take this," taking advantage of the poisonous gas. Joe Mi quietly slipped away. "My blackwood staff contains poisonous gas. Although it can't kill an opponent, it can delay them for a moment." However, Mu Li's pursuit completely shattered his confidence. How could this be? The second palm struck, and Joe Mi suffered the same fate as his old partner. Xiao Bai peeked out and commented, "These two old men are so useless." Mu Li called out to Xiao Bai, "If you don't leave, that old man will turn into a ghost and catch you." Frightened by him, she quickly rushed up from behind and hugged him. "Mu Li, you're so annoying, you scared me again." At dawn, Xiao Bai said tiredly, "Mu Li, you've climbed 2 mountains all night, aren't you tired?" He replied, "I didn't ask you to follow me." The two stopped in front of a large gate, and Xiao Bai exclaimed in amazement, "Mu Li, look, there's a villa ahead. It's so remote, yet there's a villa here." Zhang San from inside opened the door and called out, "Sir, please wait, my young master has invited you. Sir, please don't worry. You'll know once you come in." Xiao Bai followed him in, marveling at the sight. "This courtyard is so exquisite." He led the way. "Sir, this way please, my young master is inside." Upon seeing the visitor, Yi Qing spoke. "I've long heard of Mr. Wuji's great name, and I finally get to meet you today," he said politely. "My friend has a refined taste, but living in seclusion here must be a bit lonely." He introduced himself. "I am Yi Qing. Outsiders call me the kidney-deficient young master. My family has fallen on hard times, which is why I live in seclusion here." Xiao Bai chuckled from behind. "Kidney-deficient young master, is he really famous for having a kidney deficiency?" Seeing her, Yi Jing replied, "This young lady, I am just frail and sickly, which is why the people of the capital gave me such a teasing name." Mu Li frowned and asked, "You can see her? They are in the courtyard of Withered Glory Villa." Yi Qing explained, "I mean no harm, I've just been able to see yin and yang since I was a child." He handed Mu Li a book. "I know Mr. Wuji's purpose in coming here. This is an identification book for the herbs in the outskirts of the capital, but this book may not be complete. Mr. Wuji can go down the mountain and look for them slowly." He cupped his hands in thanks. "Thank you, I've troubled you." Yi Qing replied politely, "Not at all, Mr. Wuji, please." He sized up Mu Li. 17 years ago, Wuji was just a mischievous and stubborn boy, but now he is a completely different person. Zhang San served tea and reported, "Young master, that Wuji is having the people of Baiman investigate you." He didn't care. Let him investigate. Wuji's real name is Mu Li, also known as Li Mu, and he has a significant background. He and Fu Yun are the peerless twin prodigies. He's also the unlucky star kicked out of the Mu family. Old Zhang, what do you think of his skills? Zhang San recalled. Those two old fellows didn't even leave behind any ashes. It seems this Mu Li is a martial saint. Yi Qing realized the change. The situation in the capital is about to change. Old Zhang, tomorrow is the anniversary of the young lady's death. Fu Yun should be arriving soon. He obeyed. "I understand, young master." In the guest room of Withered Glory Villa, Mu Li answered the phone. "All right, I understand." Seeing the person outside looking unhappy, he asked curiously, "Xiao Bai, aren't you afraid of anything?" She felt. "Mu Li, I feel that person is a bit scary." Mu Li said frankly, "His soul is stronger than yours, of course you'd be afraid." Suddenly, he felt an unfamiliar aura. "Who is it?" Something shot into the room at high speed. Mu Li reached out to block it. A letter was tied to the dart. He untied the string and saw that it was what he needed, the regeneration flower. Seeing that person disappear in the blink of an eye, Xiao Bai shouted from behind, "Mu Li, where are you going?" Mu Li moved to the mountains in the outskirts. The letter said, "If you want the blue fiend spirit, follow me immediately." He increased his speed, and at that moment a hidden weapon grazed past him. The person on the other side knew his name. "Mu Li," he asked cautiously, "who are you?" That person raised the stone in his hand and sneered, "You took the bait." The stone flew straight towards Mu Li. He held the stone tightly and commanded, "Stop." That person had already fled, leaving only a single sentence, "Mu Li, wait for death." He recognized that person as a death warrior. Suddenly, the Wang Fu siblings walked over and Fu Yun asked curiously, "Sis, what are you doing here? You've never been here before." Seeing him standing next to a coffin, he asked in surprise, "Brother Mu, what are you doing here?" Fu Yun ran over and was instantly scared out of his wits. Xiao He, seeing the already decomposed corpse. He was stunned. How could this happen? Fu Yun blamed him. "Mu Li, was it you? Was it?" He blamed himself. "Xiao He, I still failed to protect you. I deserve to die." Fu Yun's attitude was filled with helplessness, and his desperate roars startled the birds in the forest. He drew a clear line. Mu Li, in 3 days at the Divine Martial Arena in the capital we will have a duel to the death. The master of Yi Qing's house had also arrived. Fu Yue spoke seriously. Xiao Yun, do you know what you're saying? He had already lost his mind and roared. Everyone get out of my way. Fu Yun carefully closed the coffin lid. He picked up the coffin. Xiao He, I'm taking you home. Zhang San glanced at her, asking for her opinion. Miss, Fu Yun continued to accuse Yi Qing, if you hadn't insisted on burying Xiao He here, this wouldn't have happened. Yi Qing silently accepted the blame. Fu Yun carried the coffin away, leaving only one sentence. Yi Qing, we're not done. Mu Ni handed him the stone from earlier and asked, you don't blame me? Yi Qing wisely replied. It wasn't you. Why would I blame you? Preserving a corpse with an anti-decomposition pearl is meaningless now. He threw the pearl away directly. If Fu Yun loses his mind over this, then he's not that great after all. Mu Li asked, do you know who did it? Yi Qing said 3 names. The Mu family, the Yan family, and the Zhou family, Zhang San said with concern. The night is deep and the dew is heavy. Mr. Wuji should also go back and rest early. Mu Li agreed. Yi Qing instructed him. Old Zhang, when Wuji seeks revenge on those 3 families, support him with all your strength. Zhang San replied. Yes, young master, he said coldly. They think my Zhang family has no one. I will make them have no place in Washa. Only Mu Li was left. He curiously asked the person beside him, why haven't you left yet? She pleaded with Mu Li. Can you not go to the Divine Martial Arena? Mu Li replied distantly. I will hold back. Fu Yue hugged him tightly and confessed, but I don't want to see either of you get hurt. I can. His attitude was firm. The matter between me and Fu Yun doesn't require your sacrifice, she said worriedly. But dueling at the Divine Martial Arena will. Before she could finish, Mu Li chopped the back of Fu Yu's neck with his hand. Mu Li held the unconscious girl. In the Zhou family mansion, Wei Bin laughed smugly. Yan Mo is truly a divine strategist. Yan Meng gloated. We only wanted to make the Wang Fu family and Li Mu turn against each other. I didn't expect Fu Yun to have such a temper. The duel list showed the match between Mu Li and Fu Yun. And he said happily, excellent, if these 2 fight, one will surely die and the other will be injured. It would be even better if Li Mu dies. Everything exceeded expectations, which made Yan Mo very satisfied, dueling at the Divine Martial Arena to determine the winner. And decide life and death. I didn't expect such an outcome, Yan Meng said with satisfaction. Who cares? Trading a death warrior for Li Mu's life is more than worth it. Wei Bin didn't hesitate to praise. Sister Yan Mo is both beautiful and talented. The peerless twin prodigies are played in the palm of your hand. I'm impressed, she said shyly. Brother Joe is joking. Seeing Mu Li carry Fu Yue to the bed, Xiao Bai said sarcastically. All right, Mu Li, I knew you couldn't forget Fu Yue, he said coldly. Xiao Bai, if you keep this up I'll lock you in the jade pendant. She cried out in grievance. Mu Li, you're going too far. Even in her coma, Fu Yue was still worried about the 2 of them. Mu Li, Xiao Yun. The next morning, Zhang San asked, young master, today Fu Yun and Wuji are dueling at the Divine Martial Arena. Aren't you going to watch? He replied. The outcome is already set. There's no need to go. After this battle, Fu Yun will still not be discouraged. He said he wants to destroy the Horan righteous Qi sect. At the Divine Martial Arena in the capital, the atmosphere was noisy. The seats were all filled and discussions were everywhere. Fu Yun is on stage. Why hasn't Wuji arrived yet? The person they were waiting for finally appeared, his aura behind him burning fiercely. The 2 huge auras confronted each other, and someone exclaimed, he's here, his aura is so strong. Fu Yun spoke. Mu Li, I'm not the same person I was before. Are you ready? Mu Li replied, if you want to fight, then fight. I've already told Fu Yue that I will hold back, Wei Bin commented from a distance. I heard that Fu Yun's technique has successfully broken through in the past 3 days. Li Mu is definitely dead, Yan Meng agreed. That's right, Fu Yun's power has greatly increased. Li Mu is definitely no match for him. Fu Yun attacked first. You hold back, but I definitely won't. He nimbly dodged his opponent's punch, then sneered, is that all you've got? Fu Yun was determined to throw another punch, saying, is that all you've got? He roared, pouring all his spiritual energy into his fist. A scorching aura rushed towards Mu Li like flames. All the pillars lit up. The audience exclaimed, look, the pillars on the stage are lit up. The stronger the power, the more pillars light up. Dust and smoke billowed in front of him, obscuring the situation. Mu Li dispersed the smoke and appeared, saying, Fu Yun, it seems your talent is not that great. He replied irrationally, Mu Li, you dug up the grave of the person I love most. No matter what your reason is, I cannot forgive you. As for my strength, as soon as his words fell, a powerful aura erupted from Fu Yun's entire body. Seeing the remaining pillars light up, the audience was stunned. Look, all the pillars are lit up at the Divine Martial Arena. This level of strength is already considered the highest. Fu Yun summoned the 3-headed Golden Dragon Emperor's world-shaking fist. Mu Li summoned a huge palm, the Mahayana cotton palm, to block it. 5 huge palms enveloped Mu Li in the middle and no harm could reach him. Dust rolled on the stage and Yan Meng was puzzled. How can this Li Mu be so tough? Fu Yun discovered. Why are you only defending and not attacking? He thought to himself. Next move. I'd like to see how you block this. Having made up his mind, Fu Yun gathered his strength and shot up into the sky. Fu Yue recognized this as the Wang Fu family's ultimate technique. Great-grandpa, Xiao Yun really wants to kill Mu Li. Feng Ming remained calm. Don't worry, keep watching. The long sword transformed into 10,000 swords, piercing the heart, pouring down like a storm. Mu Li formed an invisible spherical formation below him, called the Immaculate Saint Body, and all the 10,000 swords turned to dust upon touching Mu Li's aura. Fu Yun was stunned. How is this possible? This is my mid-level ultimate technique, he thought to himself. I didn't expect that even after breaking through I'm still no match for you. I lose. Wei Bin was horrified. All the pillars are lit. This is the strength of a great martial venerable. He can still fight like this. Is he even human? Fu Yun had a request. Wait, Li Mu, you haven't made a move yet. Can you let me see your strongest power? He slowly walked towards Fu Yun, fulfilling his wish. Mu Li's entire body floated in midair, surrounded by crackling lightning. He seriously condensed a palm and then struck downwards. Fu Yun fled in a panic. He exclaimed, "That's a bit too much." That palm struck down and Fu Yun had to hide behind a pillar. The pillar behind him also cracked. Fu Yun was horrified. Damn, the pillar fucking exploded. Just the aftershock has the destructive power of a martial venerable. Rubble fell to the ground. Wei Bin ordered everyone, "Get out of the way, quick." He didn't escape and was hit by a large rock. Yan Meng cursed. Damn, why are all the big ones flying towards us? Looking at the destroyed arena, complaints were everywhere. Is he even human? This is the first time I've seen the divine martial arena destroyed like this, Fu Yun lamented. Mu Li, you are much stronger than me, but I will never give up on surpassing you. I admit defeat today. I am no match for him. Yan Meng saw that things had deviated from his plan. What? Why did he suddenly admit defeat? Cheers erupted everywhere. Amazing, truly spectacular, so powerful. Fu Yue breathed a sigh of relief. Changlong whispered to Wuxiang, "I say, second uncle, can your medicine knock out a great martial venerable, the kind that can cause a huge commotion?" The old man believed, "Just increase the dose, that's all." Mu Li frowned and asked, "Aren't you going to fight me to the death?" He did a 180. "I never thought you were the one who destroyed Xiao He's grave. How could I fight you to the death?" Fu Yun slowly walked over and continued, "I challenged you at the divine martial arena just to stimulate my own breakthrough. Defeating you is also my obsession. After this fight, I feel much better. Brother Mu, come back to the Wang Fu family with me. I have a big gift for you." Yan Meng couldn't let his plan go to waste. "Bastard, we can't let them reconcile just like that," he shouted. "Wait." Fu Yun asked, "What advice does family head Yan have?" Yan Meng accused. "The divine martial arena was funded and built by the Martial Alliance years ago. I'd like to see who dares to take the blame for this. You're joking around here. Settling life and death at the divine martial arena, you're trampling on the rules of the Martial Alliance's martial ancestor," he retorted. "Who told you that coming to the divine martial arena means you have to fight to the death?" Wei Bin interjected. "This is a long-standing custom, everyone knows it." Mu Li called out, "Lord Yu Mufa, does your martial alliance have this rule?" Lian Rong immediately denied. "I've never heard of such a thing." Wei Bin's face darkened. "Lian Rong, you've been in the martial alliance for so many years, you don't even know the unspoken rules of the divine martial arena?" Ping Tian suddenly appeared and joined the conversation. "Our martial alliance has no such unspoken rules." Lian Rong bowed respectfully. "Alliance leader." The old man was surprised. "Why is the martial alliance leader here too?" Yan Meng was also surprised. "Didn't he already go to the southern border?" Ping Tian spoke. "Since its establishment by the seniors of the Martial Alliance, the Divine Martial Arena has only been used to resolve disputes between martial artists. There are no rules of life and death. The winner and loser between these two talented young men have been decided, and they have voluntarily reconciled. Our Martial Alliance will not interfere in any issue. Does anyone else have any objections?" Wei Bin had no choice but to back down with Alliance Leader Zhao's explanation. "Of course we have no objections." Yan Ming still had objections, but the old man interrupted. "No hurry. We still have Plan B if the two families join forces. Even the Wang Fu family won't be able to easily oppose it." Wei Bin's attitude was extremely respectful. "Alliance Leader Zhao is right, we'll take our leave then." Ping Tian agreed. "All right, this competition is over. Everyone disperse." Everyone shouted in unison, "Yes, Alliance Leader." In the Wang Fu family's living room, Fu Yun presented an item. "Brother Mu, look." Mu Li took it in surprise. "It's the regeneration flower," he replied. "Exactly. Great-grandpa heard you were looking for this flower, so he asked an old friend living in seclusion in the mountains to find it." Mu Li thanked him. "Thank you very much." He was secretly delighted. Third uncle's wooden leg can finally be restored. After getting what he wanted, Mu Li took his leave. "Then I'll take my leave first." Fu Yun wished him well. "Brother Mu, take care." Feng Ming stopped him. "Little friend, please stay." Looking at his grandson's bruised face, the old man asked with concern, "Xiao Yun, did you spar with little friend Mu Li again?" He denied. "My sister did this. She thought I was really going to fight Brother Mu to the death, which scared her." Fu Yun leaned close to him and asked, "Brother Mu, look, my face is so swollen I can't even show my face. Don't you feel bad?" Mu Li replied. "I do. I feel bad for your sister's hand." He pointed to the wound on his neck and whined, "Brother Mu, look, I'm even bleeding." "Hey, go tell my sister," he asked impatiently with a dark face. "What does it have to do with me?" Feng Ming spoke. "Tonight I was planning to take you young ones to the three major families to have some fun. How can you go if you're too ashamed to be seen like this?" Fu Yun was surprised. "Have some fun? It's nothing, great-grandpa. I'm not afraid of anything." Seeing him lick the wound clean, Mu Li realized it was roasted chicken sauce. He decisively bit that guy up. "So you were pretending, trying to trick my emotions?" Feng Ming spoke to him. The Wang Fu family has already begun to attack those three families commercially. What do you think, little friend Mu Li, he replied. Hit them while they're down, the old man asked his grandson's opinion. Xiao Yun, which family do you want to start with, he replied. The Zhou family was used as a pawn by Yan Mo, of course we'll deal with the Zhou family first. In the Zhou family's living room, Yan Meng was still angry about what had just happened. I didn't expect Li Mu and Fu Yun not to fall for the trick and turn against each other at all. She also admired, as expected of a peerless genius, to remain calm even after his beloved's grave was dug up. I'm impressed. Wei Bin answered a phone call. I'll take this call. Yan Mo suppressed her anger. I don't know which bastard called the Martial Alliance leader. If he hadn't stopped them, both would have been seriously injured. Yan Mo advised with a "we lost this round, we'll win the next" attitude. Brother, don't worry, as far as I know, after the competition, Alliance leader Zhao rushed to the southern border. He snorted coldly. By the time he comes back, he'll probably only be able to collect Li Mu's body. It seems we have to act in advance. Wei Bin revealed a crucial piece of information to them. My Zhou family's industries in the capital have been attacked by the Wang Fu family, and the losses are heavy. No way, Yan Meng was surprised. We were clearly well hidden. The phone on the table vibrated. You have a new message, please check it. After reading the text, his face turned pale. The Yan family's industries have been hit hard, but so has the Mu family. Wei Bin didn't believe it. How could the Wang Fu family alone make the three major families so miserable? Yan Meng lost his cool and threw the phone. Is this enough? One thing after another. Wei Bin guessed. How is that possible? There must be other forces involved. Maybe Li Mu's Baiman is also involved. Suddenly, he discovered a piece of information and his face changed drastically. Looking at the newspaper headlines about the Yan, Zhou, and Mu families, it was about their economic industries in the capital being successively affected, with losses amounting to tens of billions. Yan Meng planned, I have to go back and deal with family matters now. Why don't we act tomorrow night? The old man agreed. All right, the sooner the better. Yan Mo also hurriedly took her leave in the capital. Mu Li curiously asked Feng Ming, how did you know it was those three families who did it? The old man analyzed. We searched the body of the death warrior and found a handwritten letter from Wei Bin. The time and place were exactly right, just waiting for us to take the bait. But we only dealt with their industries in the capital. Did you do the rest? He replied. I can only handle matters within Baiman's sphere of influence. Feng Ming immediately understood the problem. That is to say, there's someone else helping us. Little friend Mu Li, we've arrived. Fu Yun curiously looked at the pitch-black building in front of him. Why is it so dark? They're about to go bankrupt, yet they can still sleep so soundly? Feng Ming instructed his grandson. Xiao Yun, you knock on the door. He knocked on the door with a world-shaking punch, startling the people inside. Who? The Emperor's world-shaking fist. The gate shattered into pieces. Fu Yun led the way in and said to the servant, Tell your family head to get his ass out here. He ordered, Go and call the family head. Inside, Wei Bin was still discussing with his subordinates, withdraw the industries outside the capital, then unite with the Yan and Mu families to attack the Wang Fu family. Just then a servant came to report, Family head, our gate was blown up by three strangers. Wei Bin angrily slammed the table and stood up to question, who's tired of living? Damn it, I'm already pissed off and now some idiot is making trouble. His face turned pale. Family head, they also told you to get your ass out here. Wei Bin's face was grim. Let's go out and see. Do they really think my Zhou family is easy to bully? Outside, Fu Yun watched in horror as they opened fire. Damn it. Feng Ming helped his grandson with a palm strike from behind. The old man reminded, Xiao Yun, you're too careless. The servant discovered, This is a Gangchi domain. Go and call the family head. A strong enemy is invading. Wei Bin came out and shouted, What are you shouting about? A bunch of useless trash. Zhou Wei frowned. Li Mu, Fu Yun? Wei Bin asked angrily. Have you teamed up to attack us? He couldn't see through the old man's cultivation. Is the old family head back? He replied. Still can't reach him, and Grandpa didn't say where he was going. Wei Bin cupped his hands and asked, May I ask who this senior is? Why have you come to my Zhou family? Feng Ming introduced, I am Xiao Yun's great-grandfather. The father and son were stunned. The Wang Fu family. Are the old and the young here to make trouble together? Fu Yun interjected. Last time at the Grand Imperial Court I told you my great-grandfather had already recovered. Didn't you hear me? The thought of that famous name terrified Wei Bin. Could you be the Zhou Devil Saint Feng Ming? Zhou Wei bowed respectfully. Senior Zhou Devil Saint, we are all juniors. No matter what grievances there are, I hope you will be magnanimous and let us go, okay? Feng Ming was not an unreasonable person. You're right. No matter what the grievance is, I won't interfere for now. Mu Li, Xiao Yun, you were the ones who were plotted against. You can handle it yourselves. Wei Bin tried to use moral suasion on him. Li Mu, Fu Yun, it's better to resolve enmity than to keep it. Must you fight to the death? Mu Li swung his palm. All right, I'll play along. Seeing Wei Bin get hit, Zhou Wei cried out in panic. Dad, he couldn't hold back any longer. Bastard, you're going too far. Get them. Fu Yun charged into the fray. Leave it to me. He unleashed a series of Emperor's world-shaking fists and watching a group of people fall, he said contemptuously, This is no fun at all. Why are the super families as weak as sick cats? Zhou Wei couldn't swallow this insult. You, Mu Li said. Fu Yun, he's yours. Zhou Wei asked cautiously, What do you want? Fu Yun stopped him. Zhou Wei, your opponent is me. Haven't you always wanted to marry my sister? Now I'll give you a chance. I'll let you have a handicap. If you can hit us, I'll give you a chance to pursue my sister. How about it? Joe Wei felt insulted. Fu Yun, don't look down on the Joe family. He calmly dodged, letting the punch miss. A guy ranked 3rd on the reserve list wants to marry my sister. Is that all you've got? Fu Yun, with his hands still in his pockets, kicked this useless trash. You think you're worthy? At this moment, Mu Li also dragged Shi Hang out from inside. He howled, let me go, brother. Save me? Joe Wei shamed him. Li Mu, my brother is not a martial artist. You bully him. Are you even a martial artist? Shi Hang was thrown out by him, terrified. What are you trying to do? Dad, save me. As he fell, he was hit squarely by Mu Li's knee. Mu Li leapt up and gave this useless oaf another kick. He fell on top of Wei Bin, who was lying on the ground. The old man anxiously helped his son up, calling out, Xiao Hang, my son, a cornered dog will bite. Wei Bin took out something from his pocket. Li Mu, you bastard, you think only the Wang Fu family has a martial saint? He crushed the token he had just taken out and shouted, the Zhou family is at a critical juncture. Ancestor, save us. Feng Ming stepped forward to protect them. Get behind me. This jade token has the aura of a martial saint. A powerful aura filled the entire courtyard. The ancestor of the Zhou family, Ping Ji, appeared with a menacing aura and questioned, who wants to destroy my Zhou family? What a show of power. He was Ping Ji, the ancestor of the Zhou family, with the cultivation of a martial saint. Joe Wei was overjoyed. It's the ancestor. Dad has finally managed to get the ancestor to come out. Mu Li frowned and asked, a martial saint? Feng Ming confirmed. That's right, now I'll deal with him. You two be careful, don't get hurt. Wei Bin pleaded. Ancestor, please help me kill him. Ping Ji sized up the person in front of him. Feng Ming, you old geezer who's about to die, you've actually recovered. Feng Ming replied. Ping Ji, you old bastard are still alive too, aren't you? He retorted. What, did you bring people here to wipe out my Zhou family? Feng Ming frankly exposed him. It was your Zhou family that plotted against our Wang Fu family first. I just brought the kids to seek justice. I never said I wanted to wipe out the Zhou family. Ping Ji released his pressure. Even so, isn't it enough that you've turned the Zhou family into this? Below, Joe Wei trembled in fear. The ancestor's pressure was too strong. Feng Ming was fearless. Ping Ji, don't be unreasonable. I don't mind fighting you for 300 rounds, the old man ordered. The revenge has been taken. Now get out of the Zhou family with your descendants immediately or we fight. Wei Bin was not satisfied with this result. Ancestor, we can't let him go. He has a personal grudge against the Zhou family and is now a great martial venerable. Letting him go will be a huge problem. Ping Ji pointed at Mu Li and said, Feng Ming, he's not from your Wang Fu family, is he? Leave him behind, you can go. Feng Ming was displeased. Do you really think you're the overlord? I have to go just because you say so? If you want to touch him, you'll have to step over my dead body. The old man was determined to take his life today. Today I must kill this guy. The two big shots clashed, a decisive battle. Feng Ming ordered the two of them. Xiao Yun, Mu Li, get out of the way. Fu Yun knew his strength was lacking and shouted, Mu Li, run. Ping Ji provoked his opponent. Feng Ming, if you have the guts, come up and fight me. He flew straight up. You think I'm afraid of you? He threw a punch, a genuine technique of the Wang Fu family, the emperor's world-shaking fist. Ping Ji struggled to block this blow, and the explosive firelight instantly illuminated the entire night sky. Ping Ji was struggling and cursed, damn it. Feng Ming relentlessly pursued his opponent. Where are you running? The two of them fought fiercely in the sky. Taste my continuous kneeling. Let's see where you can run now. It's still early. Take this. Wei Bin seemed to have foreseen his fate. Mu Li, are you scared? It was you who forced the Zhou family's ancestor who has been in seclusion for many years to come out. You're dead. Fu Yun said confidently. With my great-grandfather here, your Zhou family's martial saint can't be arrogant. The old man replied, can the Zhou devil's saint protect him for a lifetime, unless he stays a coward forever hiding in the Wang Fu family? Mu Li promised, don't worry, I won't run. Wei Bin heard this and said smugly, then you can just wait for death. Do you really think a martial saint is the same as a martial venerable? I don't know what makes you so arrogant, he kindly reminded him. Your Zhou family's martial saint is not here now either. The old man finally knew what fear was. What do you want? Don't come near me. Wei Bin knew he was no match for him and called out to his ancestor for help. Ancestor, save me. Images from his past life flashed through Mu Li's mind. Shi Hang killing his mother and forcing his sister to her death. Ji Yao, who had saved him, also ended up with her family ruined and died with grievances. The summoned longsword was ready to strike. Joe Wei was sweating profusely from fear. What do you want to do? If you dare to kill me and my dad, a Zhou family's ancestor will not let you go. Wei Bin was relieved the ancestor was back. However, the ancestor they were hoping for was being chased by Feng Ming. Ping Ji, don't even think about running away, the old man replied. Feng Ming, after I kill that kid, I'll come back to deal with you. Feng Ming cursed him. Ping Ji, you despicable coward. Wei Bin was overjoyed. Mu Li, now the Wang Fu family's martial saint is trapped by our Zhou family's ancestor's mechanism. Let's see who can protect you now. Ping Ji unleashed a divine palm. Kid, you dare to touch them, let's see if I don't chop you into mince. Fu Yun swiftly dodged. Brother Mu, get out of the way. Mu Li firmly held the sword in his hand and threw it at the target. Ping Ji was surprised. Mu Li, do you think a great martial venerable can withstand a martial saint's attack? The holy sword passed straight through the old man's shield. Ping Ji exclaimed, what, you have some nerve. Below, Mu Li had already caught Wei Bin and sneered, handsome Fu Yun catch. Fu Yun failed to catch them and had to let the father and son fall headfirst to the ground. Brother Mu, why did you throw it so fast? Ping Ji was enraged. Kid, hand them over. You're teasing the old man, come and get them. The old man replied, I'm a dignified martial saint, can't I handle two brats? Mu Li calmly looked at his opponent in the air. The old man rushed up, determined to teach him a lesson. Mu Li clenched his fist, waiting for the prey to come to him. Just you? He punched Ping Ji directly in the stomach. The old man was stunned. Kid, you're tired of living. This blow was enough to severely injure him. Mu Li stood steadily in the courtyard. Fu Yun couldn't believe his eyes. Why is this martial saint so weak? Ping Ji barely managed to save some face. A martial saint is not comparable to a great martial venerable. I was just careless just now, Mu Li asked coldly. Just careless? Seeing him smile, Fu Yun took off his coat and asked curiously, Brother Mu, what are you planning to do? Don't be impulsive. No matter what, he's still a martial saint. Mu Li's figure disappeared before his eyes and he was stunned. Where did he go? Why did he disappear? At this moment Ping Ji had nimbly dodged Mu Li's kick. You don't know your own limits. If you want to die, I'll grant you your wish. The old man swung his fist in retaliation. He immediately grabbed his opponent's hand and reminded contemptuously, You talk too much. He threw Ping Ji directly to the ground. Get down, the old man shouted in shame and anger. Kid, don't go too far. This throw caused the martial saint to fall miserably in the courtyard and the ground below cracked. Fu Yun was horrified. What kind of technique does Brother Mu practice? He can even fight a martial saint? Mu Li delivered a flying kick from the sky as if to cut off Ping Ji's escape. Feng Ming still didn't know the situation outside. Xiao Yun, Mu Li, you two hold on, I'll be out soon, wait for me. Fu Yun didn't know what to do. Great-grandpa, actually it doesn't matter if you can't come out for a while. Ping Ji had suffered enough in that pit and cried out in pain. Enough, he summoned his precious sword. You think you're so great just because you have some strength? The sword's edge curled up and swung with killing intent. Kill, Fu Yun shouted in worry. Brother Mu, be careful, Wei Bin predicted. Our Zhou family's ancestor is really angry. Mu Li won't survive, even the Zhou Devil Saint can't save him, Zhou Wei said smugly. Fu Yun, if you had stayed away from Mu Li earlier we might have let you go, but now it's too late. Wei Bin held up his phone and boasted, I've already notified the Yan and Mu families. They'll be here soon. With the three major families joining forces you can't escape. Fu Yun, seeing him talk nonsense, kicked him to shut him up. On Mu Li's side, Ping Ji couldn't see him, so he flew into the air to observe. Hiding, let's see where you can hide. Below, only ruins of the mansion remained. The ancestor swung his sword randomly below. Aren't you very powerful? Fight me again, heaven and earth cleaving, Mu Li said from within the barrier below. All right, he cast the immaculate saint body. This skill gave Mu Li a boost and he rushed straight towards the high-flying Ping Ji. He said contemptuously, with just this much skill, you dare to call it heaven and earth cleaving. Struck by a heavy punch, the old man said in terror, too fast. Mu Li followed up with another kick. Ping Ji fell silent, collapsing in the ruins of the courtyard below, thinking, who is this kid? He is definitely more than just a great martial venerable. The spectator Fu Yun's perception was on the verge of collapse. Since when could a great martial venerable beat a martial saint? Ping Ji stood up, preparing to unleash his proud new skill. Kid, you're forcing me to use my ultimate move. Mu Li calmly asked, you still have an ultimate move? Ping Ji shouted menacingly. Fire Dragon Fist, touch it and you die. The Fire Dragon Vortex swirled as if to swallow everything, Zhou Wei said smugly. In front of a martial saint, a great martial venerable is just an ant. Fu Yun said worriedly, oh no, the Zhou family's martial saint has completely erupted. If great-grandpa can't get out, Brother Mu and I will both die here. A glint flashed in Mu Li's eyes and he said, unrealistic. He slapped the old man directly and asked contemptuously, he ran away. The smiles on the Zhou father and son's faces didn't last long before they brought shame upon themselves. The ancestor ran away. Fu Yun was stunned. Is this the ultimate move? Mu Li walked up to the father and son and asked, the Zhou family's martial saint doesn't want the Zhou family anymore. Does he have any other tricks? Wei Bin firmly believed in the ancestor who ran away when he couldn't win. As long as the ancestor is alive, the Zhou family can make a comeback. Mu Li pointed at them and announced, you won't have this chance. Two streams of spiritual energy shot directly at their foreheads and the two fell backward in terror, dying on the spot. Fu Yun examined Mu Li's hand. Brother Mu, let me see your hand. He was a little confused. What are you doing? Feeling that he was a bit perverted, Mu Li refused. Let go of me. Fu Yun exclaimed, I suspect you're not human because you're too strong, Mu Li replied. Fu Yun, have you ever thought that in some place there are countless people like you? People like me are not rare, he misunderstood. Is there such a place on Earth? Are you talking about the hidden sect? Mu Li couldn't be bothered to explain. No, he sighed in relief. I knew you were joking. If there were a few more people like you, we martial artists would probably not be able to survive. Mu Li looked up at the sky, observing something. The spiritual energy on Earth seems to be slowly getting stronger. Perhaps this is the golden age of martial arts. Feng Ming finally broke free from his confinement. Xiao Yun, Mu Li, I'm here to save you. He looked around but saw no one. Ping Ji, you despicable coward. I'm out. Let's fight another 300 rounds. Fu Yun waved and called out, Great-grandpa, we're here. Feng Ming asked in a panic, that old bastard Ping Ji didn't do anything to you, did he? Why is he gone? Fu Yun revealed. The Zhou family's martial saint was beaten away by him. Brother Mu's combat power is extremely terrifying. He beat him to a pulp. The old man punched his grandson, thinking he was lying. You brat, if you're going to make up stories, at least make them believable. Why don't you say you beat him away? Mu Li stepped forward and reported, when the Zhou family's martial saint was about to attack us, he was struck by lightning and was injured. He was afraid you would retaliate when you got out, so he ran away. Feng Ming found this reason more acceptable. I knew it. How could a great martial venerable defeat a martial saint? Turns out this kid was just exaggerating. Fu Yun was indignant, only daring to think in his heart. He even believes that. The old man continued, now the Joe family's fate is sealed. There are still 2 more families to visit tonight. A man walked out and asked coldly, Go, where do you think you're going? Seeing Yan Meng and his group walk out, Fu Yun revealed, before Wei Bin died he called both the Mu and Yan families. Feng Ming was even happier. That's even better, aren't they walking right into a trap? He was very confident. The 3 major families have joined forces. You think you can kill us just like that? Fu Yun reminded. Great-grandpa, don't get tricked by the Yan and Mu family's martial saints. The old man was a bit embarrassed. I was just careless just now. Mu Li did a rough calculation. Only people from the Yan family were here. 3 great martial venerables, 7 martial venerables, no martial saints. Fu Yun's hands started to itch. Doesn't that mean I can handle them all by myself? But Yan Meng seemed to have heard a joke. Just you. Fu Yun, do you think the title of a super family is just for show? Feng Ming stopped his grandson Xiao Yun. Don't be impulsive. Mu Li rushed forward first and said, You're arrogant, but you shouldn't be so stupid. He punched Yan Meng directly. The other party's people accused, You brat, don't you know that sneak attacks are a despicable act in the martial world? Mu Li said contemptuously. Despicable? Your old family head didn't say that when he sneak attacked me. Lei Shu asked in a deep voice, Do you know where the old family head went? He revealed, I know. He's dead, not even a trace left. I'll send you to see him. The old man angrily ordered, Do it, you reckless fool. Mu Li coldly stepped on Yan Meng again, making him spit blood. Watching him kick someone flying, someone shouted, Family head, no. Another elder was determined. You harmed 2 generations of our Yan family's family heads. You must die. Mu Li fought 2 elders alone. He taught them a lesson while saying, I'm tired of hearing this tonight. They were beaten badly, unable to fight back. Fu Yun was unwilling. It's Brother Mu who took care of these guys again. Looking at the pile of people on the ground, Feng Ming was stunned speechless. An elder was still being stubborn. You bully my Yan family. Even if the Wang Fu family is strong, it's time for it to decline. Feng Ming hurriedly reminded, Mu Li, get behind me. Fu Yun said contemptuously, You don't even have a martial saint. How dare you say such things? The old man reminded, Didn't I say that every super family has its own ultimate move? The Yan family doesn't have a martial saint, but they have something more threatening than a martial saint. Mu Li understood what the senior meant. Is it that short sword? The old man confirmed. That's right, that sword is an ancient divine weapon. A great martial venerable can use it and can even kill a martial saint. Fu Yun was surprised. Doesn't that mean with it, a great martial venerable is even more powerful than a martial saint? He continued. Is it an ancient divine weapon? Lei Shu sneered. Now you know fear, it's too late. Feng Ming prepared to take the blow. Don't think you're so great just because you have an ancient divine weapon. With your cultivation you can only control it for 10 minutes at most. Lei Shu charged forward fearlessly. Is that so? The old man struggled to block. Xiao Yun, Mu Li, get back. He threw an emperor's world-shaking fist, but his opponent had already swung his sword down. The old man said, Feng Ming, even my Yan family's ancient divine weapon can't be blocked by your Gang Qi domain, yet you still want to defeat the 3 major families? I heard from Wei Bin that you were trapped by the Joe family's martial saint. The Joe Devil Saint is nothing special. Fu Yun hurriedly asked with concern, Great-grandpa, are you okay? Feng Ming comforted, I'm fine. Stall them for time. Every time he uses the ancient divine weapon, he consumes a large amount of life force. As long as we hold on, they will be forced to use it, and then they will surely bring about their own destruction. Mu Li noticed something. The ancient divine weapon consumes life force? The old man was afraid he would be impulsive. Mu Li, don't be reckless. Come back, the old man said contemptuously. Since you're seeking your own death, then take this. He activated his defensive Gang Qi. Feng Ming stood in front. Mu Li, get out of the way, the old man thought angrily. Damn it, I was just hit by a sword. My qi and blood are unstable. I can't use my strength. The collision of the 2 forces made the grandfather and grandson unstable. Mu Li sneered, that's all. Lei Shu was stunned, unable to believe it. How is this possible? Who are you? How can a mortal body withstand an ancient divine weapon? Fu Yun's perception was elevated to a new height. Damn, he can even block an ancient divine weapon. Are you kidding me? Lei Shu said. I don't care what kind of monster you are. I want to see how many times you can block it today. He struck down with his sword again. Die. He really wanted to try. My immaculate saint body has reached a small level of mastery. I can test its limits. The old man's sword couldn't break Mu Li's immaculate saint body at all. The collision of forces caused a huge explosion. Mu Li was still unharmed. The power of the ancient divine weapon is comparable to a high-level martial saint. The immaculate saint body can barely withstand it. Seeing him safe and sound, Lei Shu was fuming. What? This time he directly took the attack of the ancient divine weapon with his physical body. He shouted in disbelief. Didn't I already hit you? Why are you still fine? Suddenly he found that there was no one in front of him, and the old man's heart tightened. He disappeared. Damn it! Mu Li suddenly appeared behind him and used a finishing move. Die! A chaotic sound erupted everywhere. Big brother, get out of the way. Everyone get out of the way. Run! He swung his palm down, settling scores one by one. Trying to run, too late. Streams of spiritual energy rained down like meteorites, and the entire courtyard exploded with a bang. Fu Yun was scared out of his wits. My god, that was too dangerous. Feng Ming admired his power, stunned. This Mu Li killed more than 10 people in an instant and can withstand an ancient divine weapon. Could it be that he really was the one who beat Ping Ji? He grabbed the sword and felt it. It really is a relic of the ancient cultivation civilization on Earth. On the Ziwei star, no one would even look at something like this. Feng Ming stepped forward to congratulate. Mu Li, congratulations on obtaining an ancient divine weapon. In your hands it will surely be able to exert its full power. Mu Li asked curiously, are ancient divine weapons very strong? The old man confirmed, of course, even a full-strength attack from a martial saint can't be completely harmless. Even advanced technology can't do anything to it, he decided. Perfect, I still have a piece of iron from the sword that turned to ash in the Mu mansion. I'll use it to test the hardness of this weapon. Fu Yun, who was opposite him, asked curiously, what is this? He held the fragment and scraped it across the blade, explaining, this is a piece of a broken sword I picked up. Besides being a bit sharp, there's nothing special about it. The blade immediately broke. Mu Li thought to himself, it seems my speculation was correct. This piece of iron sword is a more advanced treasure than this short sword. Fu Yun was stunned. Even the ancient divine weapon broke. And you still say this thing is just a little sharp? This ancient divine weapon is useless. Wait, everyone is dead here. Why haven't the Mu family's people come yet? Mu Li calmly replied, if they don't come, we'll go find them. Feng Ming instructed, when we get to the Mu family, Xiao Yun and I will listen to you. Mu Li understood his meaning and asked, you all know, the old man narrated. After the battle at the Grand Imperial Court, the Wangfu family investigated your identity. I believe the Mu family and Yan Mo also know. That's why they've been targeting you everywhere. He replied, it's fine, let's go, let's meet the masters of the Mu family. The three of them arrived at the Mu family mansion. Fu Yun knocked on the door more politely than last time, opened the door. A servant came out to report, may I ask for the surnames of the three of you? Who do you wish to see so I can announce you? He ordered. Call out all the masters of your Mu family, just say someone is here to cause trouble. A threatening palm wind swept past the servant from behind and Feng Ming reminded, hurry up. The servant shouted in panic, someone's here, someone's attacking us. All the masters rushed out. Who dares to be so audacious? It's them. Fu Yun thought contemptuously. How come there's not even a single venerable realm martial artist? He easily took care of one and asked, did you guys come out to be funny? The men shouted, it hurts, what did you say? Let go, damn it bastard, go and call the second young madam, someone is causing trouble. After he finished speaking, Fu Yun continued to fight. He knocked down a few at the start and then asked, is your family head not at home? Seeing the person arrive, they seemed to have found a backer. Second young madam. The second young madam is the sky of the Mu family. Who dares to cause trouble in the Mu family? They must be tired of living, Yan Mo greeted them. So it's the peerless twin prodigies who have graced us with their presence. I have been remiss in my welcome. I'm not very good with words. I apologize on their behalf. Fu Yun exposed her hypocrisy. Stop pretending, we're here to settle scores with you. But Yan Mo continued to play her role flawlessly, saying cleverly, young Master Wangfu is joking. I stay at home all day being a wife and mother. Where would I have offended you all? What scores are there to settle? Fu Yun revealed. You teamed up with the Yan and Zhou families to provoke us, trying to make the Wangfu family and Mu Li turn against each other. You also destroyed my wife's remains and now you say you did nothing. She pretended to be weak and said, young Master Wangfu, if you want to condemn someone, there's no lack of a pretext. I know nothing about the things you've said. Fu Yun was so angry he couldn't speak, but Yan Mo continued. I think this is just a misunderstanding. If you don't mind, please speak up and I will represent the Mu family to help you. Feng Ming reminded, young lady, being too scheming will not end well. My name is Feng Ming, also known as the Zhou Devil Saint. If I kill you on the spot, let's see who in the Mu family dares to oppose me. She was feeling guilty. Didn't Wei Bin say that the Wangfu family's martial saint had already been defeated by the Zhou family's martial saint? Fu Yun replied, surprised aren't you? You still thought the Zhou family's martial saint won. Let me tell you, the elites of the Zhou and Yan families are all dead. Brother Mu, should we kill this bitch? Mu Li instructed. Not for now. Feng Ming complied. Young lady, I'll spare you for now. You better behave yourself. Yan Mo revealed. Thank you, old senior. The Zhou Devil Saint is magnanimous. The golden-mouthed divine predictor of the divine prediction sect has some friendship with my mother. I was worried he would do something irrational for me. Thank you, old senior, for your mercy for avoiding this disaster. The old man reminded in a deep voice, young lady, your words are very meaningful. Mu Li stepped forward and sneered. Oh, the Mu family head didn't help you, she replied. Brother Mu Li, the family head, took the core disciples to offer sacrifices. If you want to see him, you'll have to wait a while. The people behind were surprised. Mu Li? Is he the Mu Li who scammed the Mu family out of 3 billion? He whispered in her ear. Second aunt, my heavenly fiend Annihilation Star has returned. How could I not come to find you? After learning Mu Li's identity, Yan Mo sneered. She said, it's good that you're back. After so many years, maybe we can take you in again. Mu Li led the team to leave. It seems we came at the wrong time. Let's go. Fu Yun walked beside him and asked curiously, Brother Mu, what did you say to her? You're just letting her go like that? We haven't even dealt with the Mu family's people yet. Behind them, Yan Mo radiated killing intent. So you're the one who killed my brother and my father. Mu Li, I will make you crawl out of the capital in humiliation again. In the Wangfu family's living room, Feng Ming stated his position. Mu Li, if you have any plans to deal with the Mu family in the future, our Wangfu family will definitely support you with all our strength. Mu Li was very grateful. All right, thank you, old senior. I have urgent matters to attend to now, so I'll take my leave. Fu Yun tried to make him stay, winking and asking, Brother Mu, aren't you tired? Rest for a while and leave at dawn. He refused. No, I'm in a hurry. Seeing Wuxiong and Wuming outside looking at him like prey, how could he dare to stay? Those two pairs of eyes were as bright as searchlights. Fu Yun said his farewell. Then take care. Wuxiong watched him leave with regret. Mu Li. The next morning at Dragon Spring Villa, Qing Ying's phone rang. He answered. Brother-in-law is at the door. I'll be right there. Yuan was surprised. It's brother Mu Li. Seeing her run to greet him, the young man was helpless with this girl. Yuan's eyes lit up when she saw Mu Li return. She rushed up and hugged him tightly, calling out, Brother Mu Li, welcome back. He finally greeted them. Third uncle, I'm back. Why are there only the three of you at home? Qing Ran sighed in relief. It's good you're back, it's good you're back. Qing Ying revealed brother-in-law. Now Dragon Spring Villa has Senior Lu guarding it. All the people sent by the Mu family to monitor my adoptive father have been driven away. Wuxiong walked out and said, Alliance leader, you forgot about me so quickly. When the three major families of the capital threatened you, you specifically named me. Mu Li only remembered now. I'm so forgetful, thank you. Qing Ran asked for news. Xiao Li, I heard you defeated the Zhou and Yan families and reached the strength of a great martial venerable. Is it all true? He admitted. Third uncle, it's all true. Let's go inside and talk. After hearing Mu Li's story, he was very proud. A great martial venerable. Good, Xiao Li, you're amazing. He shared the good news. Third uncle, I found the spiritual medicine that can cure your leg. Qing Ran was a little expectant. Can this thing really regenerate my leg? He requested Wuxiong. Senior Lu, please prepare some food for me. For the next 5 days, no one is to disturb me and my third uncle. He obeyed. Yes, Alliance leader. Mu Li assured his uncle. Third uncle, you can trust me. Suddenly there was a knock on the door. Qing Ying went to the door and asked curiously, Who is it? Old sir, are you looking for someone or are you lost? There are only a few houses around Dragon Spring Villa. I've never seen a stranger before. The old man introduced himself. Young man, my surname is Mu. My name is Mu Fengtian. I'm here to visit Qing Ran. It turned out he was the former head of the Mu family, Feng Chun's brother, a great martial venerable. Qing Ying found the name familiar. Surnamed Mu, he must be my adoptive father's relative, but I've never seen you before. And my brother-in-law has instructed that no one is to disturb them. His intuition told him that this old gentleman didn't look like a bad person. Feng Chun inquired, Young man, may I ask who your adoptive father is? Wuxiong behind him spoke up. The alliance leader has given an order. No visitors. Please leave. People with the surname Mu are not welcome here. As soon as he finished speaking, he sensed that he was a great martial venerable, but his chi and blood were weak. Even if they fought, he would have the upper hand. He definitely couldn't let him affect the alliance leader. In the secret room of Dragon Spring Villa, he handed the item to Qing Ran. Third uncle, this is a regeneration pill. Drink it. He was surprised. Is this a pill? This is the first time I've seen one. He encouraged. Third uncle, you will sleep for a few days and when you wake up your leg will be fine. 10 minutes after absorbing the pill, Qing Ran felt that it was indeed a regeneration pill. It worked so quickly. His brows furrowed and his whole body began to convulse. Mu Li realized with alarm, oh no, third uncle's cultivation is not yet at a level to withstand the power of the regeneration pill. Mu Li first gently tapped Qing Ran's severed leg, then tapped his chest and the third tap landed on his abdomen. Mu Li's goal was to first control his third uncle's medicinal power and let it slowly gather at the severed leg. He absorbed the ginseng from the other medicine boxes. Mu Li accelerated the refining speed, accelerating the refining of flesh and blood, allowing it to grow quickly. All the energy was transferred to Qing Ran. On the 6th day, Mu Li decided, I didn't expect it to take a day longer than expected. Let's see how third uncle's leg is. He touched Qing Ran's newly grown foot to check. The bones are perfect, the chi and blood are flowing. It's a success. That's great, completely normal. Now we just have to wait for third uncle to wake up. Yuan waited anxiously outside, a little worried. Why aren't my brother-in-law and adoptive father out yet? It's been 6 days, I hope nothing has happened. Inside, seeing Qing Ran wake up, Mu Li was very happy. Third uncle, you're awake? He hadn't reacted yet. Xiao Li, my leg has really grown back, he reminded him. Third uncle, take it slow. Qing Ran carefully took small steps. That's great, thank you Xiao Li. Qing Ying was so moved he couldn't speak. Adoptive father, your leg is healed, he replied. Thanks to Xiao Li, I thought I would be in a wheelchair for the rest of my life. Qing Ying remembered. Oh right, adoptive father, an old gentleman named Mu Fengtian has been here several times. He came again today. Senior Lu is blocking him outside. Hearing this name, Qing Ran said eagerly, Fengtian, take me to see him quickly. Mu Li instructed, you take third uncle over. His leg has just recovered and he's not used to it yet. I'll go find him a cane to lean on. He was surprised. Xiao Li you, he replied. It's fine, third uncle, you go first. Outside, Fengtian asked, why are you stopping me? I mean no harm. Wuxiong was conscientious. You can't go in, you just can't. Qing Ying called him. Senior Lu, my adoptive father wants the old gentleman to come in. Wuxiong then moved out of the way. In that case, please come in. Fengtian cupped his hands in thanks. Thank you for your trouble. Yuan carefully brought him a new pair of shoes and said, "Adoptive father, see, I told you the new shoes would come in handy. Brother Muley is amazing." Qing Ran replied, "Thank you Yuan, help me put on my shoes." A call came from behind Qing Ran. He blurted out, "Dad." Feng Tian stared blankly. "Qing Ran, your leg," he replied. "My leg has been cured." "Dad, please sit down," the old man asked curiously. "Is medical technology so advanced now?" "Where did you get it treated?" he revealed. "Dad, this has nothing to do with medical technology. It was Xiao Li who cured me with a magical plant these past few days." The old man couldn't believe it. After Xiao Li's father passed away, his personality changed drastically. He never learned any magic. How could he have such skills? "Qing Ran, is Mu Li here now? Ask him to come out. I want to talk to him." Qing Ran reported, "He's here." "Qing Ying, go and get Xiao Li." Qing Ying went back to the secret room to find him, but was stunned. "Where's my brother-in-law? Where is he?" He noticed a note here which said, "This is a cane for third uncle. I have to leave first." In Qingping residence in the ancient city, others saw Mu Li and started talking. "Look, it's Mu Li. I heard Mu Li is Wuji. His real name is Mu Li, and he has a complicated relationship with the Mu family." Mengchu was currently directing. "Divide these things up, quickly." She focused on distributing the tasks. "Mengnan, move this away, send it to the shop tomorrow." Jamei was puzzled. "Why are there 13 boxes of waste stones, so many?" Mengchu explained. "The boss once found spirit stones in waste stones, so many people come to our shop to gamble on stones. It's cheap and a good way to kill time." Jamei still didn't believe in this kind of luck-based business. "Can stone gambling really make you rich overnight?" She replied. "The probability of finding spirit stones in waste stones is 1 in 10,000, so it's not impossible." Seeing Mu Li, her eyes lit up. "Boss, you're back?" He saw the crowded clutter and asked, "Doesn't the shop have a warehouse? With all this stuff piled up here, where's there to live?" Mangnan reported. "Boss, many brothers want to join our expedition team. Efficiency has improved and the warehouse is full, we can't fit anymore." Mu Li suggested, "We should expand the warehouse in the future, plant some flowers and grass here. Piling these things up at home is really disgusting." He cherished these things. "Boss, this is all money. How can money be disgusting?" Mengchu reported the situation. "Boss, a while ago, 2 people came to the ancient city looking for you, wanting to join our expedition team. I refused them. The man's surname is Yu, a man and a woman. They are now working for Old Zhang and Old Li." Mu Li confirmed, "I see. Everyone continue with your work." Jamei hesitated to say something. She gathered her courage and grabbed his hand, asking, "Boss, I heard about what happened in the capital." He replied, "Shi Hang is dead. The Joe family has also been ruined. You don't have to worry anymore." Jamei breathed a sigh of relief. "Yes, thank you, boss." Looking at his back, she thought to herself, "The boss has such a prominent status. I wonder what kind of person is worthy of him." Just then, a group of people came to cause trouble. "Give me my money back. I trusted Mu Li's shop so much. How could you use this junk to cheat me?" Mu Li stopped in his tracks. "So many people. What's going on?" The people outside became more aggressive. "Isn't this just a common chrysanthemum? How dare you cheat me out of 5 million? Dahi was leading the trouble, spreading rumors. "Everyone, judge for yourselves. Mu Li's shop uses this junk to cheat customers, and they even say it can clear the liver and brighten the eyes." Mu Li thought to himself, common chrysanthemums do have the effect of clearing the liver and brightening the eyes. The guy excitedly grabbed the shop assistant's collar. "Did you hear me? Get your manager out here. Damn it, you dare to use this common chrysanthemum to cheat me." Mu Li stepped forward and asked, "Who are you? You have some nerve to come to Mu Li's shop to extort money with wild flowers." Shu Liang was relieved to see him. Xiaodong exclaimed happily, "Mr. Mu," Dahi accused. "I bought this from Mu Li's shop. There's surveillance footage as proof." Mu Li exposed him. "Anyone who buys something from Mu Li's shop gets a receipt. Where's your receipt? If it's a fake, we'll compensate you 10 times. The guy couldn't produce a receipt and tried to bluff his way through. "Who are you to speak for Mu Li's shop? Get the manager out here to face me." Mu Li didn't hesitate to slap this arrogant guy. "Who am I? Take a guess." He held his face and thought, how dare he hit someone in the ancient city. The follower who came with him cursed. "Damn it, you dare to hit my brother? My boss will kill you in the ancient city, you bastard." Mu Li kicked this guy out again, sending him flying backward. Mu Li threatened, "Your mouth is filthy. I not only dare to hit you, I dare to kill you. It's just a matter of paying some money, isn't it? If you still have the strength to talk, then hurry back and tell your master to stop playing these boring tricks." Seeing him, Xiaodong was excited. "Long time no see. Mr. Mu is still as handsome as ever." Shu Liang was puzzled. "Little sister still," she said with admiration. "Can you be more serious? I want to win Mr. Mu's affection, fair and square." Mu Li asked directly, "Xiaodong, what are you and your brother doing here from Beizhou?" Xiaoshang came over and explained the situation. "Grandpa told us to follow Mr. Mu here to train. We didn't expect you to leave the ancient city as soon as we arrived." Xiaodong looked at him shyly. With the help of Mr. Mu's immaculate scripture, they and the expedition team would be safe in the secret realm. Mu Li introduced Shu Liang, saying the siblings were skilled in medicine and defense and could be a great help to the expedition team, and that from now on he would be responsible for protecting them. Mu Li asked curiously, "Why haven't I seen Old Zhang and Old Li?" He replied, "The shop gets 2 deliveries a day. Old Zhang and Old Li are probably in the warehouse taking inventory." He extended an invitation. "Are any of you interested in checking out the treasures at other shops with me?" Hearing this, they were surprised. Aren't the things in our shop the best? What treasures could other shops possibly have? He goaded them into going stone gambling. Xiaotong was very excited. Let's go, I want to go, Xiaosheng chimed in. Me too. The four of them marched grandly towards the Mu family's stone gambling house in the ancient city. Xu Liang shouted, make way, make way. The shop assistants were in chaos the moment they saw Mu Li. Quick, go get the second master, that god of plague is here again. My heavens, if Li Mu is here to gamble on stones, what treasures could possibly be left? He picked a large pile. All right, let's just go with these few. The stonecutter was stunned for a moment. He urged, what's wrong? Cut them. Go and get your manager out here quickly, I have other things to do. The moment Function came out, he started cursing. Li Mu, are you trying to bankrupt our Mu family's stone gambling house? I won't sell you a single one, he replied. If something good is cut out, I make money, and you don't lose anything. Name a price. His attitude was firm. I've already said I'm not selling. There must be treasures in this batch of stones. I absolutely cannot sell them to him. Mu Li sneered, don't tell me the super family. The Mu family can't afford to play. The Mu family won't sell me raw stones because they want to hoard the ones I've picked. Everyone, what do you think? Is this any way to do business? Others chimed in. That's right, didn't they sell raw stones to Li Mu for 200,000 apiece last time? Exactly, and that stone tablet, they made a lot from that too. Function had no choice but to name a price. Low-grade raw stones are 20 million apiece. High-grade are 200 million apiece. Still want to buy? Mu Li refused. How dare you ask for such an exorbitant price for a few broken stones? Let's go. He smugly had his people cut open the stones he had chosen. There's definitely something good inside, the assistant complied. Yes, second granduncle. When the pile of stones was cut to pieces, they were all stunned. Second master, there's really nothing this time. How can there be nothing? Could it be that this entire batch of stones has nothing good, not even in the few that Li Mu picked? Function knew he had been tricked and slammed the table in anger, ordering them to drive out the customers. Get out, all of you, get out. Others mocked their shop. They're selling low-grade raw stones for 200,000 apiece. What a rip-off. Li Mu is a stone gambling master. Let's go to another shop. He trembled with rage. You've gone too far, Li Mu. I'll never forgive you. In an alley on Qingyun Street in the ancient city, Mu Li waited and called out, Xu Liang. He took out an item. Boss, the Joe family asked me to give this to you. The people at the Joe family shop said they have already severed ties with the Joe family in the capital. They won't bother you again, and they're offering you 50% of their annual profits. Mu Li was very satisfied. They certainly know how to conduct themselves. Just then, Xiaotong came over and called out, Mr. Mu. Mu Li asked, Xiaotong, Xiaosheng, do you have any news? She reported. Mr. Mu, we were just passing by and saw that the Yan family's shop had driven out all its customers, closed its doors, and put up a notice. Mu Li asked curiously, the ancient city, what kind of notice? Xiaotong reported. The Yan family shop is undergoing internal reorganization and is temporarily closed for business. Mr. Mu, they're afraid you'll go to their shop. Xiaosheng saw through their strategy, making an example of them. Brilliant, truly brilliant. Mu Li understood immediately. The only one who could make that decision was Yan Mo. She chose to avoid a fight to minimize her losses. Suddenly his phone rang. Mu Li answered. Hello third uncle, what's up? He called him back. Xiao Li, come back for a bit, Grandpa wants to see you. Mu Li handed things over to them. Xu Liang, I have to go, I'm leaving these two in your care, he thought to himself. Third uncle has helped our family a lot, I can't let him down no matter what. Back at Dragon Spring Villa, Wusheng handed him a letter. Alliance leader, this was delivered by a man sent by someone called Young Master Shenshu. The letter read, Mu Shu, Wulin, Feng Shi, Shu Kai, someone from among the four sects is prying. Mu Li thought, the four hidden sects, Wusheng suggested. Alliance leader, why don't you return to Beiming? Beiming can protect you with all its might. He refused. No need. We'll deal with whatever comes our way. Noticing the two suitcases outside, he asked curiously, did someone come? Why is the luggage outside? Qing Ran heard him from inside. That's probably Xiao Li, he's back. The moment he entered, Mu Li was stunned. Mom, Xiao Xin. Mu Xin and Chen Yuan called out to him happily. Xiao Li. Chen Yuan introduced Xiao Li. This is your grandfather. He had just sat down when he asked, why are you all at Dragon Spring Villa? Feng Tian cleared his throat and answered for them. I sent people to bring them here. Mu Li asked coldly, what do you mean by that? Seeing his unusual attitude, Mu Xin couldn't help but call out, brother. The old man looked at the younger generation sadly. I'm old, my time is short. I only have two wishes now. The first is for Qing Ran's leg to fully recover, which has now been realized, and by Xiao Li's hand no less. The second is for you all to return to the Mu family in the capital. I was not capable enough. I let you suffer for over a decade, forced to leave your home during the ancestral worship. This time the Mu family provoked a very frightening young man. I heard he's called Li Mu and he's backed by the Wang Fu family. I so wish that person was Xiao Li because the names are too similar. Mu Li frowned, thinking, I didn't expect Yan Mo to keep my identity a secret. Feng Tian was resolute. Forget it, I'll take this opportunity while I still have some breath left in me to try and revive the Mu family. Tomorrow night is our family banquet, and it's also the day we welcome you home. Qing Ran asked worriedly, Dad, this is so sudden. The others. The old man replied firmly, my mind is made up, no one can change it. I still have arrangements to make tonight. I will send people to pick you up tomorrow. Qing Ran said, I'll see you out. Chen Yuan asked him, Xiao Li, I heard you still hold a grudge against your grandfather. Xiao Li, Mom isn't trying to persuade you, but I hope you can distinguish right from wrong. There are good and bad people in the Mu family too. Mu Xin asked with concern, brother, are you okay? He replied, I'm fine. He knew clearly that Feng Tian was deeply poisoned, and just as he said, his time was running out. Mu Li asked the two of them, have you and Mom been well during this time? We've been well, she replied sadly. But we had no news of you at all. Mom and I were worried sick. He pulled his sister into his arms and comforted her. Aren't I alive and well? Don't worry. He swore to himself, in this life I will protect you both well, and no one will be allowed to wrong you. The next day, in the Mu family dining room in the capital, Feng Tian stood up and announced, today I want to introduce a few new family members to everyone. Everyone was curious. New members? Yan Mo was coaxing her child, hurry up and eat, don't be naughty. The child pushed her away forcefully. I don't want to eat this. Someone looked at the newcomers in surprise. Qing Ran, Chen Yuan, what are they doing here? And these two young people? Are they also from the Mu family? Feng Tian recognized an acquaintance, Li Mu, and he asked Feng Tian, big brother, what's going on? How can you say that illegitimate son is a member of the Mu family? The old man replied, those two children are Mu Qingfeng's son and daughter. Mu Yi was shocked. Li Mu is also from the Mu family, and he's my cousin. Li Mu is Mu Li. He's that jinx from back then. Feng Tian cut him off coldly. Shut up, that was just slander from outsiders. Today they officially returned to the family. If anyone has an objection, stand up and say it to my face, the head of the family. Mu Li first helped Chen Yuan. Mom, please have a seat. Someone muttered dissent. But if we take them back into the family, the other families in the capital won't let the Mu family off the hook. Feng Tian's second son Qinglian spoke up, if we abandon our own kin just because of pressure from outsiders, the Mu family will be doomed sooner or later. Feng Tian said angrily, nonsense, what's a small sacrifice for the future of the Mu family? Qinglian retorted, then why don't you make the sacrifice? He stood up excitedly. I am a high-level member of the Mu family. Feng Tian ended the topic. All right, I will not change my mind. Let's eat first, I have something else to announce later. Feng Tian couldn't wait. We can eat after you're done talking. The old man replied, I'm afraid you won't have an appetite after I'm done. But she carefully tended to her own child. Niener, drink slowly, be careful not to choke. The little boy took one sip and sprayed all the water out all over Chen Yuan's clothes. Her dirty trick had succeeded and she was very pleased. Then she pretended to be innocent. Sister-in-law, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry, he's just a child, he doesn't know any better, please don't take it to heart. Mu Li asked coldly. A child? Niener hid in her arms in fear. Mommy, I'm so scared, he's so fierce. Feng Tian roared angrily. Is this how you raise a child? Feng Tian wanted to smooth things over. Big brother, why bother with him? It's just a stained dress. Chen Yuan was also magnanimous. Dad, forget it, I'm fine. Xiao Li, don't be impulsive, wait for Grandpa's arrangements. But she continued to put food on Niener's plate. Good boy, eat some more. She saw his action and was stunned. Mu Li was holding a plate of food and poured it directly on her, shouting sternly, you brat, what are you doing? She was covered in food, only caring about Niener. Are you all right? Chen Yuan looked at her son's decisive action in surprise. Xiao Li, Mu Li acted cute with her. Mom, I'm a child too. Her heart softened. In Mom's eyes, Xiao Li will always be a good boy. Feng Tian went along with it. All right, it's just children squabbling. Let's start the meeting. Yan Mo stood up to ask for leave. Dad, I'll go change my clothes first. Feng Tian agreed. Go on, dress properly. Don't disgrace the Mu family. He sneered at Mu Li. What kind of child is that big? Yan Mo left displeased. Mu Li, I'd like to see how you'll clean up this mess later. Qinglian raised his glass to toast him. Nephew, Mu Li certainly lives up to his reputation, smart and sensible. He didn't know who this person was and asked, you are, Chen Yuan explained in a low voice. That's your second uncle. Qinglian replied coldly. It seems second uncle knows quite a bit too. He immediately understood. Isn't that Yan Mo's husband? Qinglian replied helplessly. It's all for the strength of the Mu family. Just then, Yan Mo brought someone in from outside. Dad, a friend of mine is visiting and has been waiting for a long time. Why don't we eat together? Feng Tian disagreed. What kind of a thing is it to have an outsider at a Mu family banquet? Mu Li pretended it had nothing to do with him and put food on Chen Yuan's plate. Mom, eat up. But he was suspicious. Could Mu Qinglian have some conflict with this person? Feng Tian stood up to seat the guest. The golden-mouthed divine predictor is no outsider. Isn't there an empty seat here? He took note of the name. Golden-mouthed divine predictor. The man named Li Zan was once a true disciple of the divine prediction sect. He spoke up. I believe this gentleman has heard of me. I am Li Zan, the golden-mouthed divine predictor of the divine prediction sect. Feng Tian reminded the old man. All right, big brother, if you have something to say, just say it. The old man stood up and announced, since everyone is ready, I'll say it. The reason I've gathered everyone today is simple. I want to divide the family assets. Feng Tian was stunned when he heard this. Divide the family assets? Qinglian was also surprised. Divide the family assets? Feng Tian questioned angrily. Feng Tian, what did you say? The old man replied calmly. The Mu family's power has declined over the years. The family was on the brink of ruin long ago. He was very unconvinced. The position of the Mu family head will eventually belong to the son of the true dragon, Mu Yi. How can you call that a decline in power? Qinglian sneered. Can the son of the true dragon, Mu Yi, even compare to a single hair on the peerless prodigy Li Mu's leg? Feng Tian didn't want to hear them argue anymore and concluded, my mind is made up, all of the Mu family's assets have been divided. Feng Tian, our families will each take 50%. Feng Tian refused. You're the family head, but you haven't done a damn thing for all these years. You brought back a jinx, and now you want to divide the family assets. Are you trying to get the Mu family wiped out? Li Zan interjected. Old family head Mu, Yan Mo has dedicated so many years to the Mu family, she should get 90% at the very least. These words made Feng Tian so angry he coughed up blood. Qinglian said with concern, "Oh no, the poison is acting up," but seeing him stand up, Yan Mo sneered. "Is my nephew planning to solve this with force? With the golden-mouthed divine predictor Li Zan here today, you'd better not make a fool of yourself." Mu Li was fearless. He slapped him directly across the face and asked, "A fool?" Li Zan held his face in disbelief. "You dare," he challenged. "What is there that I, Li Mu, do not dare?" Hearing this famous name, Feng Tian was stunned. "What, you're Li Mu? Then the person the Mu family offended." He pointed at Li Zan's face and said, "My grandfather said we divide the assets, so we divide them, but we get 90%, you get 1%. He frowned and said, "Jinx, you underestimate me. If it weren't for Yan Mo, where would the Mu family be today?" Truly ungrateful. He set up a formation, determined. "Today I, the golden-mouthed divine predictor, will enact justice on behalf of the heavens and eliminate you, this scourge for the Mu family." Mu Li said calmly, "Fine, then we'll take it all. You all can get lost." Li Zan rushed forward. "You're the ones who should get lost." Two heaven and earth seals shot straight towards Mu Li. He condensed his spiritual energy with one hand and blocked them. The attack he was so proud of instantly exploded. He sneered. "The famous golden-mouthed divine predictor of the divine prediction sect can't even take a single hit." Unable to win, Li Zan resorted to threatening him with karma. "Mu Li, aren't you afraid of retribution?" Feng Tian reminded him. "Shao Li, he's from one of the 4 hidden sects. Don't blow things out of proportion. Leave yourself a way out." He listed his crimes one by one. "Slandering me as a jinx, bullying my entire family. What way out is there left to leave?" Li Zan remained stubborn. "What do you want to do? You won't have a good end if you oppose the hidden sects." Mu Li's eyes were sharp, full of mockery. "The hidden sects, I spit on them." He punched Li Zan directly in the face. Yan Mo rushed forward in concern, trying to save him. Li Zan was still arrogant. "Jinx, go ahead and be arrogant. In the eyes of the hidden sects, you're nothing but an ant." Mu Li understood. "So you're saying the hidden sects have many masters?" He replied. "Of course, you couldn't even take a single palm strike from a strong expert there," he retorted. "Then why are you so weak?" he stammered. I'm just a disciple." Mu Li was dismissive. "A mere disciple dares to threaten me. Do you really think I don't dare to kill you?" Just as he was about to make his move, Mu Yi rushed over and stood in front of Yan Mo. "Don't you hurt my mom?" he asked coldly. "You dare to block me?" Seeing him tremble, Mu Li sneered. "Looks like your son of the true dragon isn't all that. I haven't even done anything and he's already shaking with fear." With a casual wave of his hand, he sent Mu Yi flying. "Breaking through to Marshal Venerable with a boundary-breaking pill, can't even take one move from me. What a waste." Li Zan couldn't watch anymore. "If you dare touch them, I'll have your entire family ruined." Mu Li mocked. "You're so protective of them. Is Mu Yi your son?" These words seemed to touch a nerve. "What did you say?" Qinglian stood up and admitted. "That's right, Mu Yi is not of the Mu family bloodline at all." Feng Tian was stunned. "What?" He prepared to act. "Is the Mu family still going to stop me now?" With a flick of his finger, Li Zan flew backward. He was still stubborn. "Jinx, I'll kill you." Mu Li reminded, "Second uncle, you should discipline this woman of yours properly." But when Yan Mo saw him coming, she begged Qinglian for mercy. He slapped her without hesitation and then announced, "You bitch, from this day on I declare that I'm divorcing you. Take your bastard child and get out of the Mu family." Li Zan couldn't stand it. "Qinglian, I'll kill you. I'll make sure you die without a burial place." Mu Li said, "Second uncle, this is the golden-mouthed divine predictor of the divine prediction sect. Do you dare to hit him?" he said proudly. "What's there not to dare? For 20 years of humiliation I must repay it several times over today." Mu Li felt some sympathy. "I didn't expect Mu Qinglian to have been cheated on for over 20 years. He really hit it well." Seeing Qinglian walk over, Li Zan began to feel scared. You'd better think this through. Are you sure you want to go against the divine prediction sect?" He threw a punch that contained all his humiliation. "Shut up." After that punch, Qinglian was stunned. Mu Li asked, "How does it feel?" He replied dejectedly, "Very satisfying but also very painful. The person I feared for 20 years is so pathetic in front of you indeed. Strength is the only absolute truth in this world." Li Zan was beaten black and blue, and Mu Li admired him. To be able to endure and remain so calm even today, he is also someone capable of great things. Seeing Nianer hide under the table, he asked his second uncle. "This child," he replied. "Not mine. Kick him out," he asked curiously. "Second uncle, you and Yan Mo have been married for so many years. How is it that neither of the children are yours?" Qinglian said coldly. "I found her filthy, so I never touched her again after that." Feng Tian announced, "This ends here. Men, throw them all out for me." As Li Zan was being thrown out, he shouted, "Feng Tian, you old bastard, when you're dead, the Mu family will be ours again." The old man spoke up. "Feng Tian, I had originally planned to leave you 30% of the family assets to let you make a comeback, but forget it now. A person like you, so narrow-minded and arrogant, actually helped outsiders push the Mu family to ruin. And that disgraceful business in the ancient city, did you think I knew nothing?" Feng Tian cursed. "Feng Tian, you are cruel and unjust. The Mu family can just wait to be annihilated," Qinglian said. "The profits of the Mu family's shops in the ancient city have plummeted. Dad knew all about it, he just didn't know that Li Mu was you." Thrown out of the gate, Li Zan roared in fury, "Jinx, you just wait. I will definitely ruin your reputation and tear you to pieces." Inside, Qinglian was still a little worried, but if we don't kill them today, I'm afraid there will be endless trouble. Mu Li said calmly, I'm the jinx. How could I bear to kill them before beating them into submission? Feng Dian ordered. While you're still here, Xiao Li, you should first focus on secluded cultivation. As long as you temper your character, you will surely be able to far surpass those masters from the hidden sects in the future. Mu Li said frankly, why be afraid of them? Our Mu family might not be unable to develop to be as powerful as a hidden sect. Qinglian understood this principle. That's true. I heard Li Mu is a living treasure trove of techniques and can even perform alchemy, he revealed. I will naturally pass on the techniques, and I can even help you all break through to realms higher than Martial Saint. Qinglian was surprised. Higher than Martial Saint? Feng Dian said happily. Good, it seems the heavens are truly protecting my Mu family. 100 years from now, perhaps the Mu family can really become as powerful as a hidden sect, he refuted. 100 years is too long. As long as I have enough materials, with just pills alone, I can create a super expert in the eyes of the world. Thinking of this, the old man said sadly, so that's how it is. I'm afraid this old bag of bones won't live to see the day the Mu family flourishes. Mu Li announced, Grandpa, don't be sad. I will cure your poison and refine a few more boundary-breaking pills to help you all become super experts. Chen Yuan was very proud of him. Mom doesn't understand what you and everyone are talking about, but Xiao Li, Mom is so proud of you. Mu Li acted immediately. There's no time to lose. Your poison will act up tonight. I'll go prepare the antidote pill now. He was well aware that the Mu family had no chance of winning against the Divine Prediction sect right now. He had to strengthen the Mu family as quickly as possible. Besides the Divine Prediction sect, there were also unknown hidden sects. He had to develop the strength of both Baiming and Jingzhou at the same time. In Longshan City, in Jachi's room, she was waiting anxiously. Why isn't he back yet? Suddenly, her phone received a message from Mu Xin with just 3 words. I saw him, Jachi hurriedly replied. How is your brother? Do you have a photo? Has he lost weight? When is he coming back to Longshan? Mu Xin replied. Call him and ask yourself. She thought shyly. How can I be so shameless as to call Mu Li in the Mu family courtyard in the capital? Mu Xin called out. Brother, your young miss asked me to say hello to you, and she also wants to know if you're coming back to Longshan. Mu Li was surprised. Young miss? Mu Xin reminded him. It's Jachi. She often asks me about you. Don't you two have each other's phone numbers? Why don't you just ask her directly? Mu Li hesitated. It really has been a long time since we've contacted each other. I wonder if she's asleep now. Should I call? He thought to himself. The poison in Grandpa is eroding his lungs. It needs to be cured slowly. I can't rush it. Mu Xin told him Jachi was still awake. Mu Li was stunned. How do you know? Why are you unhappy again? In the Yan family hall in the capital, Feng Chen was still fuming. Feng Tian, that old bastard, how outrageous, someone asked. Second granduncle, what do we do now? Suddenly, a servant came from outside to report. Second granduncle, this is something sent from the Mu family. He asked irritably, what is that old fellow up to now? The letter read, out of consideration for our old relationship, 1/10 of the family assets will be given to Feng Chen's family. Below is an inventory of the assets. Please come to the Mu family in a few days to sign the agreement. The other two were indignant. How outrageous. How are we supposed to split this? 1/10 of the assets isn't enough for the dozen or so of us. Feng Chen tried to calm them. Everyone calm down. What's all this shouting and screaming about? Someone said resentfully. Feng Chen, I think you're trying to take it all for yourself. The letter was snatched by that person. Feng Chen said angrily, what are you doing? He demanded. Give it to me. This share of the assets is mine. I'm the one who contributed the most to the Mu family. The entire family fell into chaos, fighting and scrambling. Give me that notice. It's mine. Everyone trampled over each other, fighting for that 10% of the assets. Stop him. Feng Chen was trampled on the ground, cursing angrily. You bunch of bastards. In the Mu family courtyard in the capital, Jachi was happily chatting with him. It's a deal then. You have to come and teach me martial arts. I'm going to sleep now. Good night. Mu Li felt helpless against this burst of energy so lively. An underling came to report, young Master Mu Li, just as you expected, those people are already fighting over the 1/10 of the assets. But Yan Mo did not show up. He knew very well. With the golden-mouthed divine predictor and Mu Yi seriously injured, how could she have time to deal with that bunch of bastards? Feng Tian walked over and asked, what about Feng Chen? The servant reported respectfully. Family head, the second granduncle was so angry he coughed up blood and fainted. He no longer cared. Forget it, he brought this upon himself. You may leave. Mu Li sensed it. Grandpa's second uncle, your poison has been cured. Feng Tian admitted. Yes, Xiao Li. Grandpa is old and wants to pass down the position of family head. We just discussed it and have all decided to pass this position to you. Mu Li refused. Let's just forget about this. No need. In Baiming, I'm also just a figurehead leader, so it's better for second uncle to take over. Qinglian was surprised. Me, he replied. Yes, second uncle is rational and calm, very suitable to be the family head. He accepted the responsibility cautiously. In that case, I will do my utmost for the family. Feng Tian nodded in satisfaction repeatedly. Good. We'll arrange for the new family head's inauguration tomorrow. Qinglian was a bit worried. But will Yan Mo and the golden-mouthed divine predictor's people send someone to cause trouble? Mu Li predicted. They won't dare. Everyone can rest assured. In the next few days I will help you break through to Martial Saint, and second and third uncle will both break through to Martial Venerable. Feng Tian was stunned. You can help us break through to Martial Saint and Martial Venerable in such a short time? In Mu Li's room at the Mu family estate, the news was broadcasting recently. A sharp rise in water levels led to cracks and the collapse of a dam, resulting in hundreds of people missing and heavy property losses. On the evening of November 25, 2017, lightning struck a 1,000-year-old temple on the outskirts of the capital, sparking a forest fire. The fire is currently under control but has not yet been fully extinguished. Xiao Bai asked curiously, Mu Li, why have there been so many strange accidents lately? Mu Li calmly sipped his tea. Just keep watching and you'll find out. The news anchor's voice came through steadily. We have connected with an expert to understand the reasons for the various strange phenomena that have occurred over the past half-month. According to the calculations of the golden-mouthed divine predictor, we have determined that these natural disasters are caused by a demon, the second host asked. Are you saying another heavenly fiend annihilation star has descended upon the world? He confirmed. The heavenly fiend annihilation star has returned, and he is Mu Li of the Mu family, but there is no need for everyone to panic. Tomorrow evening we will assemble an army to go and eliminate this heavenly fiend annihilation star to protect the safety of the capital. Xiao Bai was furious after hearing this. Mu Li, they're slandering you like this, how can you still be so calm? Mu Li was unconcerned. What's there to be angry about? I've had a quiet half-month anyway. Just then, Jachi's call came through. Mu Li, the news about you is all over the city. Why don't you come back to Longshan? I'll support you, he asked Jachi directly. Have you ever thought if your dad stopped giving you money, what would you use to support me? Jachi replied. My dad said that as long as you agree, our whole family will fully support you. At that moment, a servant came in to report. Young master, the family head requests your presence in the living room. Mu Li told Jachi, don't worry about me. I have something to attend to. I'm hanging up now. In the Mu family living room, they were discussing a plan to persuade him to leave the Mu family for refuge. Wu Sheng also agreed. Yes, lie low for a while. What's to fear about not being able to make a comeback in the future? Mu Li walked in, saw that everyone was there and asked in surprise, why are you all here? When Lian Rong saw him, he was overjoyed. Young master Li Mu. Feng Tian called out, Xiao Li, he was calculating. Xiao Li, the news about you is everywhere now. We're discussing sending you away for refuge. Mu Li replied, let them say what they want. I'm not going anywhere. Lian Rong reminded him, why are you so stubborn? For you, the alliance leader rushed back from Miaojing overnight. Don't be foolish. Fu Yun understood him. Brother Mu, do you have some brilliant plan to deal with them? Mu Li said leisurely. No, just observing the changes. This stunned him. I knew it. Wu Sheng expressed his loyalty. Alliance leader, the army of Baiming is already stationed outside the capital, ready for your command at any time, he continued. However, right now I do have something I need everyone's help with. Fu Yun sat up abruptly, ready for orders. What is it? Mu Li instructed. Evacuate the civilians around the Mu family estate. Grandpa, have second uncle evacuate the people from the Mu family who don't want to be involved in this as well. Lian Rong was very dissatisfied with their opponent's actions. How can such a passionate young man be a demon? They're truly blind, Mu Li instructed them. All right everyone, let's split up and act. There's not much time left. At 2 in the afternoon, Xiao Bai looked irritably at Mu Li, who was still lounging on a chair in the courtyard. Mu Li, you've gone too far, making others do the work while you're here sunbathing, he said frankly. Weren't they very worried? Giving them something to do will also put their minds at ease, she exposed him. You're clearly just lazy. Suddenly a servant came in to report. Young master, there's someone at the gate who insists on seeing you. Mu Li realized. Have they started? He denied it. No, it's a woman. Mu Li was surprised. A woman? Didn't we notify everyone that the Mu family is not receiving guests these days? The servant said with difficulty. Young master, she won't listen to reason, and the brothers can't stop her either. His expression turned serious. Let's go see who is being so unruly. At the Mu family mansion, Jachi was making a scene. I'm already inside the gate and you still won't let me see Mu Li? You guys are being so unreasonable. Mu Li walked over and asked, Jachi, what are you doing here? He introduced her. This is my friend. You all can go about your business. They obeyed. Yes, young master, she said arrogantly. I traveled 1,000 miles from Longshan to find you and you make me stand at the gate and wait. Xiao Bai observed her curiously. Which family's young miss is this? Jachi ordered Mu Li. Help me with my luggage. He dragged the suitcase behind him and asked, Why did you come? Jachi said sarcastically. Isn't it because a certain pig couldn't explain things clearly, forcing me to make this trip to ask in person? He ordered her to be sent away. Since you're here, I won't be leaving the capital then. You can go back. It's not safe here, Jachi said worriedly. The news is all about arresting you. They are determined to kill you. Can you please stop trying to be strong? He replied confidently. I won't die. She was determined to stay by his side. If you're not leaving, I'm not leaving either. Mu Li said seriously. Jachi, you are the first friend I've acknowledged. I don't want you to be in danger. I will arrange for someone to send you back to Longshan, Jachi said sadly. Mu Li, am I that useless in your eyes? I know martial arts too. I can stay and help you. Xiao Bai put in a few good words for her. Mu Li, let her stay. She won't be in the way anyway. He had to compromise. All right, I'll have someone prepare a room for you to stay in. Jachi's eyes lit up. Really? She jumped for joy. That's great, I understand. Mu Li added a condition. but you have to listen to me in everything and are not allowed to act on your own. Walking into the backyard of the Mu family, he requested, Mom, a friend of mine came to visit. I'll have to trouble you to take care of her for a few days. Jachi shyly peeked out and greeted her. Hello, Auntie, my name is Jachi, I'm from Longshan. It's been a long time since Mu Xin had seen her. Chen Yuan called him over. Xiao Li, come here for a moment, she asked in a low voice. Xiao Li, how many are you planning to introduce? He was taken aback. Mom, what are you thinking? Jachi looked bewildered. Why is Auntie being so secretive? She counted on her fingers. You see, since you were little I've betrothed Xiao Xin to you. I heard from your third uncle that you've been seeing Fu Yue and now there's this Jachi. Xiao Bai interjected, raising her finger. Auntie, there's me too. She was surprised. How did we count 4 people? Mu Li was helpless with her. Mom, where has your imagination gone? One is my sister, the others are just friends. Chen Yuan didn't believe him. You sort it out yourself, just don't cause any fatal incidents. A servant happened to come in to report. Young master, the Fu Yue sisters have arrived with the elites of the Wang Fu family. Mu Li was surprised by this speed. So fast, the man came in and reported. Young Master, Right Protector Lian Rong of the Martial Alliance and Commander Lu Wusheng of Baiming have also arrived with their masters. The old family head is waiting for you in the main hall. Chen Yuan suggested worriedly. Xiao Li, actually Xiao Xin and I can leave the capital. I don't want to see you get hurt. He comforted her. Mom, don't worry, I'll be fine. Not only will I settle the debt from 20 years ago, but I will also show everyone that I am the true son of the dragon. Jachi cheered him on from behind. Mu Li, I'll help you. Mu Xin held her hand. Don't go, you'll just be a burden if you do. The reason she was unconvinced was, but that Fu Yue came too. Mu Xin threw cold water on her. She has already broken through to martial venerable. You're still just a martial arts newbie. At this time in Yiqing's residence, Zhang San came in to report. Young master, he asked. What is it? He reported. The Alliance army to protect Wuji is ready, and the army to crusade against the heavenly fiend Annihilation Star has just set out. Young master, do you think he can survive this disaster? The strength of a martial saint, an ancient divine weapon, and the crusade army are not to be underestimated. Yiqing handed over a letter. Give this to him when he needs it most. The crusade army is no match for Wuji, but he still needs help. The sound of a trumpet blared. It is now 5 in the afternoon. The crusade army, led by the golden-mouthed divine predictor and the super family, the Ming family, has arrived at the gates of the Mu family. The people from the divine prediction sect came with determination. Heavenly fiend Annihilation Star, your sins are deep. Today we will enact justice on behalf of the heavens, kill you, and restore peace to the capital and all of Huasha. Those present were all major figures, such as the head of the Ming family who was the one who proposed the attack. Lian Mo, the Ming family's ancestor, Li Zan. The gates of the Mu family opened, and when Ming Luo saw Mu Li Fuyun and Lian Rong, he was very surprised. Not even a single martial saint. Are you underestimating our crusade army? Mu Li said contemptuously. The few of us are more than enough to deal with you, Lian Rong introduced. The one with the sunglasses is the Ming family head. The one with the big saber is the Ming family's martial saint. More than 10 years ago, they were the ones who led the charge to force the Mu family, he understood. I know they won't be leaving here today. Don't go too hard on them. Huasha is short on masters right now. This is a time of need, Ming Shu said in a cold voice. Heavenly fiend Annihilation Star, today our crusade army has gathered here, and with our ancestor presiding you won't escape even if you're a demon reborn. What gives you the right to be so arrogant? Mu Li provoked them. I'm standing right here, come and kill me. If your strength is greater than mine, I will willingly offer my head for you to chop. Ming Shu was furious. This family head may not be able to defeat you, but when our ancestor captures you, this family head will show no mercy and will definitely cut down the weeds and dig up the roots. Li Zan continued to sneer. Heavenly fiend Annihilation Star, if I had been a little more ruthless and killed you back then, this disaster wouldn't be happening now. I am truly guilty. Ming Luo believed this was all the demon's sin and had nothing to do with the divine predictor. Yan Mo slandered him. This person is bloodthirsty. The Yan and Zhou families had no quarrel with him, yet he ruined their families and brought them to their deaths. If he is not eliminated, there will be endless trouble, the crowd chanted in unison. Kill him, kill the jinx, protect Huasha, kill the jinx, protect Huasha. Lian Rong and Fuyun stood in front. If you want to touch Mu Li, you'll have to get through the Wang Fu family and the Martial Alliance first. Ming Luo was surprised. It's one thing for the Wang Fu family to aid a tyrant, but is the Martial Alliance also unable to distinguish between right and wrong? Mu Li had a nickname, and he shouted abuse. You animal, your whole family are animals, all of you are demons. Mu Li swung his palm, and where the man had just been shouting only a loud bang remained. The others backed away in fear. A group of people nearby had their clothes burned to rags and they were too scared to make a sound. After a long while, Ming Shu finally shouted, He's killed someone. The Heavenly Fiend Annihilation Star has dilled someone again. Heavenly Fiend Annihilation Star, you have committed another sin. You're evil to the core. You deserve to die. You deserve to die. Mu Li flew towards them and asked, I deserve to die? Ming Luo watched him charge over warily. Get out of the way. Mu Li's target was the foul-mouthed Ming Shu. Caught by him, he yelled, Let him go. What do you think you're doing? I'm from the Ming family. A cold smile played on his lips. Today it's the people of the Ming family I intend to kill. A single punch went straight through Ming Shu's body. Lianrong shouted, "Please show mercy," Mu Li asked. "Right Protector, are you trying to plead for them?" he said with concern. "The situation in Miaojing is urgent. A war is being fought. We've already lost the power of the Yan and Zhou families, if the Ming family also." Mu Li was fearless. "If that's all, then the Right Protector need not worry." Ming Luo threatened, "Kid, you dare to kill him. Today, this old man will enact justice on behalf of the heavens." The blade in his hand shimmered with a terrifying killing intent. Ming Luo said arrogantly, "My bloodthirsty blade hasn't tasted human blood in a long time." Before he could finish, he declared, "Mu Li, today you will surely die." Just then, Feng Tian joined the battle. "Old monster Ming, I'm protecting this boy." He was stunned. A palm strike shot directly at Ming Luo, who wouldn't dare threaten him. The bloodthirsty blade flashed out a sharp edge and the palm strike hit the wall directly. Feng Tian landed on the ground, the wall behind him cracking while Ming Luo was in no better shape. Needing to use his blade to support himself to stand steady, Fu Yun asked with concern, "Ancestor, how are you?" Feng Tian cursed. He even used the bloodthirsty blade. Seeing the weapon in his hand crack, Fu Yun was shocked. "Ancestor, our family has so many ancient divine weapons. Why are you using this piece of junk?" he answered in annoyance. "Damn it, it's because there are too many divine weapons. I didn't know which one was handy, so I had to grab the one I'm most used to." Ming Luo spoke up. "Feng Tian, I knew you would come. This time I've prepared something special for you." This was a high-grade ancient divine weapon, and once unsheathed it had to drink blood to absorb blood. Only then would its power increase exponentially. "Neither the old nor the young of the Wangfu family are my match. Heavenly Fiend Annihilation Star, you're next." Suddenly seeing Mu Li's item, he was very surprised. "What is that?" He took out the shard and said, "It's just a piece of scrap iron that absorbs blood. Yet you treat it like a high-grade item, how foolish. After this blade absorbs blood, it will affect the user's mind. It's nothing more than a low-grade item." The shard was shot towards him by his spiritual energy. "Go." Ming Luo contemptuously blocked it with his blade. "You think this piece of scrap iron of yours can contend with my ancient divine weapon?" He raised his blade. "Heavenly Fiend Annihilation Star, die." The moment he raised his blade, he saw his own sword snap in two. He was shocked. "What?" Staring at his blade broken in two, Ming Luo still hadn't come to his senses. "My blade," he cut my bloodthirsty blade with a piece of scrap iron. Mu Li seized the opportunity. "Now's the time." Without his weapon, Ming Luo grew fearful. "What do you want? Don't come over here." Mu Li immediately threw a punch and charged forward. Ming Luo's defensive shield dented and developed many cracks, then bounced back. He said arrogantly, "Kid, this old man cultivates a defensive art. Do you think you can break it with the strength of a Grand Marshal Venerable?" Mu Li said contemptuously. "Is that so? Then open your eyes and watch how I shatter this turtle shell of yours." Ming Luo was flustered. Thankfully, he's not a Grand Marshal Venerable. Looking at Mu Li's fist, he knew the aura condensing in his left fist was instantly stronger than his own. He punched the shield directly. Ming Luo's eyes widened in pain, never expecting that he, a martial saint of his generation, would actually, he asked, unwilling to accept it. "Who on earth are you?" Mu Li sneered. "Didn't you all say I am the Heavenly Fiend Annihilation Star, a demon?" This was the only reason he could accept. "Right, it's because you're a demon that you have such terrifying power. But don't get too pleased with yourself. There are many in Huasha stronger than me, sooner or later." Before he could finish, Mu Li killed him. The people behind were terrified. The Ming family's ancestor had his neck snapped. He even killed a martial saint, Lianrong asked in a panic. "Mu Li, how could you? The Alliance leader has already found evidence to prove your innocence and is on his way." "Now you've killed a martial saint again," Li Zan said sanctimoniously. "Heavenly Fiend Annihilation Star, you truly have no regard for anyone. You even dare to kill a martial saint." He was still shocked inside, not expecting that even a martial saint couldn't handle Mu Li. "But he has already killed a martial saint." He called for everyone to work together. "Everyone, don't be afraid. Evil cannot triumph over righteousness. As long as we work together and join forces against him, he will be afraid." Everyone agreed. "We should listen to Lord Li. He is the golden-mouthed divine predictor. His words must be credible. Now that the Heavenly Fiend Annihilation Star has killed a martial saint, he must be terrified and won't dare to make a move." Li Zan thought, go on a killing spree. The more you kill, the heavier your sins." Mu Li said contemptuously, "You have all been deluded by others without any ability to distinguish right from wrong. And what's more, a mere disciple of the Divine Prediction sect dares to frame me, the State Shepherd of Jing." He sent a palm strike to the sky. "Rise!" At that moment, someone was approaching from a distance. The State Shepherd of Ji watched the lit-up sky in surprise. Manifested Dragon Chi, has another State Shepherd appeared? His disciple discovered. "Master, that's in the direction of the Mu family." The newcomer was the 100-year-old State Shepherd of Ji, a high-level martial saint and the former leader of the Martial Alliance. The second was Ping Tian, the current leader of the Martial Alliance. He was curious which State Shepherd had come. "We must speed up in case something changes." Ping Tian left immediately. "Yes, Master." Mu Li's manifested dragon chi churned in the sky. Below, Fu Yun and his grandfather exclaimed in amazement, "Such powerful pressure, I never thought Mu Li had this identity as well. No wonder he wasn't afraid of the golden-mouthed divine predictor at all." Li Zan reassured the crowd, "That's just an illusion created by the Heavenly Fiend Annihilation Star. What is everyone afraid of?" Those people trembled. He is a State Shepherd. He held up his token to prove his identity. As a disciple of a hidden sect, you dare to say the divine dragon of Huasha is an illusion I created? Yanmo, being unclear, asked Li Zan. What exactly is a state shepherd? He equivocated. It's all just the heavenly fiend Annihilation star playing tricks. The master and disciple duo of Ping Tian appeared shouting nonsense. Mu Li was surprised. Alliance leader Zhao, why is he here, and who is this old man? He introduced that this was the former Alliance leader and also Lord State Shepherd of Ji. He knelt before Mu Li to pay his respects. Ping Tian, the 15th generation leader of the Martial Alliance, pays his respects to the Lord State Shepherd of Jing. He replied politely, Alliance leader Zhao, please rise. After recognizing his identity, those who had come to cause trouble were terrified. Alliance leader Zhao, Lord State Shepherd of Jing, we were wrong, we were just deluded by the words of a charlatan, and Fuyun still couldn't understand. Ancestor, what exactly is a state shepherd? He explained that since ancient times, state shepherds were people who specialized in slaying demons and monsters to protect Huasha. They were a supreme existence in Huasha, a power that could rival the hidden sects. Ping Tian shouted, State shepherds are sages who inherit the destiny of Huasha. How could one be a demon? Ridiculous. If you continue this fight, the Martial Alliance will officially declare all-out war on you. That group then shifted the blame onto Li Zan. Golden-mouthed divine predictor, you bastard, you offended a state shepherd. You are a sinner for all ages. But Yan Mo threatened them. Li Zan is the sect master's true disciple, and he's also the designated next-generation sect master of the divine prediction sect. Aren't you afraid of retribution? The state shepherd of Ji was not afraid. What designated sect master? He's nothing but a disciple abandoned by the divine prediction sect. Yan Mo reminded him, Senior, it's not good for you to slander the divine prediction sect like this. He took out a token to prove it. I am the state shepherd of Ji. I once visited the divine prediction sect and learned that Li Zan was driven out 10 years ago for harassing the sect master's daughter. Yan Mo asked Li Zan in surprise, is what he said all true? Wu Sheng came over and handed him a letter. Alliance leader, someone just delivered this, saying it's from the Kurong Mountain Villa. After reading the letter, he said, this Yiqing is truly resourceful. Alliance leader Zhao, you should take a look too, then read it to everyone. Bing Tian cleared his throat and read, everyone listen to me. On the evening of November 25th, Li Zan tampered with the lightning protection equipment of an ancient temple on the outskirts of the capital, causing lightning to strike the temple and start a forest fire. Li Zan retorted, even if my reputation is ruined, it's just your word against mine. I never did any of it. Bing Tian ignored him and continued reading the letter. On November 29th, Li Zan sent men to infiltrate the capital's dam, shut down the water pumps, and at the same time applied a certain chemical to the base of the dam. After one night the dam burst. The other natural disasters that occurred during the same period were also orchestrated by Li Zan and his men. The relevant information has been uploaded to the Epic Trading Forum. Everyone can go online and verify it. This truth completely enraged the crowd. Bastards, you despicable pair, you made us offend the State Shepherd and the Martial Alliance, and you killed innocent people indiscriminately. Go to hell, scram! Countless hidden weapons shot toward Li Zan. He set up a large formation and then announced, Mu Li, I admit you have skill. I've lost, but don't think you'll have any peace either. I will exhaust my lifespan to cast a secret prediction art and change your fate. You will spend the rest of your life alone and abandoned by your loved ones, Mu Li said contemptuously. I'll stand right here. If you can really change my fate, I guarantee you will leave here unharmed today, he thought to himself. Asterisk, a mere mortal dares to tamper with the fate of the Wuji Heavenly Venerate. How laughable. Li Zan activated the technique to see through heavenly secrets past and present. Mu Li, let me see what kind of fortune made you so powerful. The people outside fled in panic. Run around the formation. Streams of energy shot into the sky. The initial success made him smug, and he feigned an air of profound mystery. What, wasn't your consciousness still easily invaded by me? Looking at the scene before him, Li Zan was stunned. Where is this? This isn't Earth. Behind him a monster charged forward, chasing him. He muttered to himself, what bad luck. While trying to probe Mu Li's consciousness, he recognized the voice as a divine palm shot out from in front of that person. Li Zan was struck down by the palm. Ping Dian asked with concern, Lord State Shepherd of Jing, are you all right? He replied, I'm fine. Meanwhile, Li Zan was in a panic. You, who on earth are you? Mu Li said frankly, haven't you already seen it? Li Zan, your technique has failed. But Yan Mo walked over in disappointment. Li Zan, you've lost again. Ah, she picked up a knife. Li Zan, you've lied to me for over a decade. What? Wife of a hidden sect member, glory, riches, and supreme status. Li Zan was frightened. Xiao Mo, what are you doing? The knife plunged into his chest. Yan Mo furiously pulled the knife out. I hate you. Then she also took her own life. The others breathed a sigh of relief. That despicable pair is dead. The capital is at peace, Qinglian said quietly. Wise for a lifetime but foolish for a moment. Those people begged Mu Li for mercy. Lord State Shepherd of Jing, this time we were too foolish and were deceived by a villain. We ask for your magnanimity. Please spare us, please spare us. The State Shepherd of Ji spoke up. State Shepherd of Jing, if you kill any more, Huasha will have no masters left, he said with satisfaction. I don't intend to pursue this with them either. Thank you, Senior State Shepherd of Ji and Alliance Leader Zhao, for your assistance. Senior Wangfu, thank you for the Wangfu family's help, the grandfather and grandson replied politely. Lord State Shepherd of Jing, it is what we should do, he told them relaxedly. Seniors don't say that, let's keep things as they were before, otherwise the distance between me and the Wangfu family will only grow. Just then a message was reported to Ping Tian, Alliance Leader, an urgent report from Miaojing. Alliance Leader, the Western Guard in Miaojing has been attacked by an evil sect. The battle is extremely fierce and a super expert has made a move. His expression grew grim. What are the details, he reported. Protector Wuji and all the masters from the Martial Alliance have been killed in action. Lian Rong was stunned. What? How could this happen? He's a high-level martial venerable. Ping Tian asked directly. Was it a martial saint-level master from the evil sect who made a move? The messenger confirmed. Yes, the 5 Poison Sect, the Corpsean Sect, and other evil sects have joined forces to form an alliance and have officially declared war on our righteous martial arts path in Huasha, Feng Yin exclaimed. This is the 3rd war in the martial arts world. It seems those perverted old monsters from the evil sects have all come out, Ping Tian announced. Everyone, let's disperse for today. I hope you will all pay close attention to the Martial Alliance's news and notices and be ready for battle at any time. At Karang Mountain Villa, Yiqing was pleased with his victory. He really didn't disappoint. I just didn't expect him to also be a state shepherd, Zhang San said worriedly. Young Master Mu Li has so many identities. Is it reliable for us to depend on him? He said with trust. He and I are like-minded. With the state shepherds and hidden sects both appearing, the great era of martial arts has arrived. Old Zhang, with this war breaking out in the martial arts world, the hidden sects will definitely make a move. Be on the lookout. He obeyed. I understand, in a high-end tea house in the capital. The state shepherd of Ji invited him for tea. Mu Li accepted politely. Thank you, he began. I had some dealings with the former state shepherd of Jing. How is Qin Mu? Mu Li regretfully delivered the news. Senior Qin Mu and I encountered a flying Jiangshi that had emerged and he has already sacrificed himself. The state shepherd of Ji said with regret. He dedicated his life to the country and its people, humble and simple, a very respectable person. To have found a successor like you, he can be considered to have died content. A hero truly does emerge from the young, he replied modestly. You're too kind, it's just a successor to a state shepherd. Is it that hard to find one? He replied. As long as one has a chivalrous heart, protects the country and has strength at or above a martial saint, that's enough. But such people are few and far between in this era, Mu Li asked curiously. Senior state shepherd of Ji, what kind of sects are the hidden sects between a state shepherd and the hidden sects which is stronger? The state shepherd of Ji said. The 4 great hidden sects of ancient times were actually just 4 very small cultivation sects. After the power of heaven and earth dissipated, only their cultivation techniques were passed down. They stand on mountains with abundant spiritual energy, so they naturally look down on the secular martial arts world. But the state shepherds are the orthodox successors of Emperor Yu. The state shepherd's command token is a treasure that can stimulate dragon chi. Compared to the hidden sects, it's hard to say who is stronger or weaker, Mu Li continued to ask. Then if we face the hidden sects, do we have a chance of winning? He replied. If it's about the matter with the golden-mouthed divine predictor, you don't need to worry about the divine prediction sect seeking revenge for him. He brought that upon himself. The hidden sects and Huasha once had an agreement to not interfere with each other. As long as you don't provoke them, they can't touch you even if they wanted to, he thought to himself. According to Yiqing's information, someone from the hidden sects is secretly watching me and with ill intent. It seems this agreement is about to be broken. The state shepherd of Ji suddenly remembered. Ah, that's right, I heard you fought with some people from the evil sects before? He recalled each one, then listed them. I've come into contact with the Hwan sect, the corpse ghost sect, and the 5 poison sect, he advised kindly. Then don't leave the capital for the next few days. News about joining the war should come soon. Besides young people like you with stable strength who can hold the fort, we also need experienced people like you, he agreed. I understand. Without a country there is no home. I will certainly not fail my mission. Mu Li returned to the Mu family's cultivation room. During his cultivation he found that breaking through to the late stage of chi refinement was indeed very difficult. The spiritual energy was simply too scarce. Although I can fight a high-level martial saint now, I'm afraid if I don't break through soon, my strength won't be enough to deal with higher-level masters. There's news from Miaojing. Wu Sheng came in to report. The martial alliance leader is injured and has retreated to a valley to defend. Several martial arts families near Miaojing have already been exterminated. He was surprised. Alliance leader Zhao is at the peak of Grand Marshal Venerable and he couldn't even retreat safely? Mu Li instructed. How is the mobilization of our forces from Baimeng, Jingzhou Prefecture, and the ancient city? He handed him a list. This is the list of combatants. Half an hour ago, the state shepherd of Ji already issued a mobilization order in Black City and assigned tasks. Our mission is to reinforce the Martial Alliance's army with all speed, he ordered. That's right, most of them are martial venerables. Senior Lu, notify everyone that they must arrive at the border of Lianghe City within a day. Mu Li had already arrived at the border of Lianghe City. He calculated, Lianghe City is the closest city to Baimeng. It can save a lot of mountain travel and is the fastest way to reach Miaojing. But he was still hesitating. Jia Qi followed closely behind, calling out, Mu Li, what are you still standing there for? Mu Li asked impatiently. Jachi, you're only at the initial stage of martial master. Why do you insist on following? War is not a game. Many people will be sacrificed. She acted cute. I'm not strong, so you should teach me. You said you would personally teach me martial arts. Xiao Bai asked unhappily. Mu Li, she's followed you all the way here. How are you going to send her back? Mu Li was helpless. There's really nothing I can do. Then you should wear this jade pendant. It can block a full power strike from a martial venerable. Xiao Bai frowned, thinking, let's see how long you can hold out. Jachi cheered happily. Thank you, Mu Li, you're the best. Just then, someone called out, Brother Mu Li, Sister Xiao Bai. Hearing the familiar voice, she flew over. Long time no see, Sister missed Linger to death. Linger, you've grown again. Linger begged for mercy. Sister Xiao Bai, please let go. The rogue Jachi was startled to see her putting on a show. Who is this little sister? Is there something wrong with her head? Xiaotong also joined in the fun. Brother Mu Li, we're here, Wusheng reported. Alliance leader, all the subordinates from Beiming have arrived. Mu Li instructed, Shu Liang, give everyone a jade pendant. It can help everyone block a fatal blow on the battlefield. So that special gift wasn't just for her. Jachi's fantasy was shattered. What? So everyone gets one. 2 days later, in a small town in Miaojing, Jachi asked dejectedly, We've been walking for 2 days, how come we haven't seen a single person? Linger was also gradually running out of energy, Shu Liang said with concern. Alliance leader, why don't we rest here for a bit? Everyone is tired. Mu Li stopped in front of an inn and announced, We'll rest in this inn for one night and set out again tomorrow morning. Walking inside, Mu Li checked carefully. There's no danger for now, but don't let your guard down. Go upstairs and check. The others immediately sat down in the main hall to rest. Finally, we can rest. Mu Li checked the rooms upstairs and felt they were all safe when suddenly a burst of laughter was heard. He became alert. This aura is from the Hwan sect. Weren't they already exterminated by me? Someone from outside kicked the door and broke in. An elder from the remnants of the Hwan sect, Wang Ping, spoke as if he had found a treasure. I didn't expect to find such high-quality goods. So many beauties outside the battlefield. Shu Liang immediately drew his sword and asked, Who are you? The three of them said contemptuously. A cripple is qualified to question this old man, Xiaotong shouted coldly. Who on earth are you? Where are you from? They looked at her with lust. Little sister, what fun is there in following this bunch of wet behind the ears boys? Why not join us? This old man loves stubborn little sisters like you the most. Hearing these words, Xiaoshang went mad with anger. Heretics, you're courting death. Wang Ping ordered. Get them, beat these bastards to death and force them to watch us have our fun. One of the lackeys struck a disgusting pose and said, Elder, we'll find you a few top-quality little sisters. Xiaoshang rushed forward to punch his opponent but missed. Xiaotong warned. If you dare come any closer, I'll make my move. The man looked at her like a piece of meat. Little sisters, just come with me obediently to avoid suffering. Xiaoshang, meanwhile, was held down by them from behind. Let me go. Mu Li stood on the upper floor and encouraged, Linger, don't be afraid, you can defeat him. She felt as if she had received strength. Brother Mu Li said I can, so I definitely can. She immediately stood out to protect them. All of you get back, Jachi held onto her. Linger, don't try to be a hero, the man said disgustingly. A delicate little sister wants to fight me, then I'll have to be gentle, otherwise it would be a shame if I scratched your skin and left a scar. Suddenly he was stunned. What's with these snowflakes? Linger released her ice palm to attack the enemy. The blow was so cold that Xiaotong and Jachi had to hug themselves tightly. Such strong cold energy. A group of people was immediately swept over by an ice storm. They couldn't believe it. Damn it, how can she be so strong? How is this girl so powerful? Wang Ping cursed. You bunch of trash, get up. He was well aware of his own capabilities. Elder, they're all stand-ins from the martial venerable rankings. We can't beat them. Shu Liang asked contemptuously. Well, do you submit? He replied. Submit? Even if you're geniuses, you can't beat me. A martial venerable, Wang Ping flew directly towards Mu Li. It seems this kid on the second floor is their leader. These are just small fry. In just a moment, he appeared behind him, grabbing his neck and threatening, all of you kneel and surrender or I'll snap his neck. The expressions on Shu Liang and Xiaoshang were as taut as violin strings. Xiaotong and Jachi called out worriedly, Brother Mu Li, Mu Li. Xiaotong thought in surprise, is this old guy crazy? He roared, are you deaf? Kneel, don't resist or I'll kill him immediately. But in his heart, he thought, this kid is too dangerous, I can't let him live. He decided to act on his thought. Wang Ping applied more force to his hand. Kid, die. A cold smile played on Mu Li's lips. His neck was incredibly hard. Wang Ping was shocked. Why can't I crush it? It was Mu Li's turn to counter. He grabbed his hair, pushed down, and the entire corridor broke apart. Flames shot up, blowing up a corner of the building. The underling from before turned pale with fright and shouted, Elder! Watching Mu Li walk towards him, he stammered, the elder is dead. He didn't even give him a contemptuous glance. Overestimating your own strength, the Hwan sect. Do you have any other masters? He confessed honestly. No more. It was the last of the forces we were lucky enough to have left from the Hwan sect. The only master in the sect just died. Mu Li crushed him underfoot. It's best for heretical organizations like yours to just disappear. The people behind them quickly begged for mercy. Young master, we confess we truly regret it. Please spare our lives, we beg you. Mu Li ordered coldly. Kill them. His subordinates complied. Yes, alliance leader. Screams rang out. Help! Jachi stammered in fear. They already regretted it, didn't they? Why not give them a chance? Mu Li lectured her bluntly. There's no need for mercy towards evil people, Jachi. If you're not used to this, I'll have someone send you back to Longshan. The martial arts world is not for you. She hugged him tightly from behind and begged, I don't want to, I can slowly accept it, just give me some time. Mu Li thought to himself. I wonder how long this peace can last. Walking inside, he instructed, everyone clean this place up, then get some rest. We have more important things to do tomorrow. The next day, as they passed through the forests of Miaozheng, one of the men was amazed by Mu Li's stamina. What kind of monster is the alliance leader? He's walking so steadily even while climbing such a steep slope. He urged the whole team. Everyone hurry up, Xiaotong said jealously. I wish Mr. Mu Li would carry me too. At that moment, somewhere else someone was discussing them, so young and daring to form a gang to go out and train. Aren't they afraid of being chewed up by the heretics until not even their bones are left? These must be the scions of martial arts families, right? Just a bunch of common folk as weak as I expected. Linger spotted them. Brother Mu Li, those people are talking about us. He pointed directly at them and shouted, What did you say? Come down and fight me if you have the guts, they said arrogantly. Not much strength but a big mouth. I alone can send you all flying. Seeing their aura, Mu Li guessed they were from a hidden sect. Both are at the peak of middle-grade martial venerable. They are indeed quite strong. Xiaoshang was eager to try and rushed forward. Let me see how strong you really are. His punch was blocked and the person said contemptuously, Overestimating your strength. Thrown back to his original spot, Xiaoshang realized he was a martial venerable. Mu Li directly asked about their origins. What power do you belong to? They introduced themselves. We are guests from the Horan Immortal Mountain. Those people kept mocking. So disappointing, the superpowers praised by the world. Is there really not a single one that can excite us? He instructed. Shu Liang, go and test them, he replied. Yes, alliance leader. Horan thought, it seems this kid's cultivation technique is very strong. Another accomplice said disdainfully, a cripple is worthy of receiving a lesson. Since you have the guts, then let me teach you. The moment his voice fell, Shu Liang had already struck with his sword, giving him a great shock. What? He never expected that among the secular world there was a strong expert of his own age who could fight him without being at a disadvantage at all. Shu Liang reminded his opponent, hiding in the shield, you don't need to be so nervous. The second sword strike came down and he said firmly, again, we cannot lose to you. Horan knew it was time to stop the fight. That's enough, he asked gently. Young friend, may I ask your name, and from which master and sect did you learn? He announced his name. My name is Shu Liang. I have no master or sect. Horan extended an invitation. Good. I am a core elder of the Horan righteous sect. Are you willing to become my disciple and join my sect? Shu Liang refused. I'm sorry. I already have a place I belong, and I will never leave it in this lifetime. Hearing this, Horan was very surprised. You are from a hidden sect, Shu Liang denied. No, he kept trying to entice him. Then it must be a worldly power. It doesn't matter. As long as you follow me, you will have a much brighter future. Mu Li interjected coldly. Trying to poach my people? That's not very honorable, is it? Shu Liang, you watched Jachi. Horan's attitude was extremely dismissive. Your people, you're just some rich young master. What ability do you have to nurture such a genius? It's a waste for him to follow you. What a pity, this old man laments, he ordered. Tie him up for me. His disciples obeyed. Yes. Mu Li swung his divine palm to give the other side a taste of his power. Arrogant old scoundrel. This pressure made the two disciples collapse weakly to the ground, crying for help. Elder, he feigned, then this old man will fight you. Don't say I'm bullying a child later. Two powerful streams of spiritual energy collided. At this point, Mu Li realized he was a peak-level high-grade martial saint. Horan asked coldly, you are not my match. Do you still want to stand in my way? Mu Li took out his token and showed it to him. Horan stared blankly at the word on it. State Shepherd. Knowing he couldn't afford to offend him, he retreated with his men in anger. Let's go. The three of them came and went like the wind. Farewell. This battle made him determined. It seems I need to hurry up and break through to the late stage of chi refinement. After settling down, Mu Li led the team. Let's set out. Once we cross this Mount Taipan, we'll reach the Martial Alliance's military camp. Not long after things had quieted down, a volley of arrows rained down. Mu Li immediately raised a defensive shield. Everyone, be careful. The rain of arrows poured down. After the sky cleared, three people came forward to talk. I didn't expect the martial arts world to have such a formidable young man, Mu Li asked warily. Who are you? The first was one of the three prodigy Rakshas, Feng Fei, a high-level martial venerable, who arrogantly announced his name. We are the three prodigy Rakshas, a name that strikes fear into all who hear it. Another group of wet-behind-the-ears kids trying to save the Martial Alliance army. It's just like sending lambs to the slaughter, one by one. Mu Li lost his patience and rushed forward to punch this talkative guy, taking them on one by one. The guy collapsed to the ground just after boasting. Feng Fei ordered, I was going to play with you but not anymore. Fire the arrows. Each arrow was shot with explosives, and he and his accomplice charged forward at the same time. He's too strong. He must die. Mu Li's true chi was as sharp as a blade, splitting the opponent's arrows. He stood over him arrogantly and asked, how far is the Martial Alliance's camp from here? Feng Fei was still stubborn at this point. You think you can save them? The evil Alliance's army is ambushing them on the mountain path. They'll be here soon. Over on Ping Tian's side, he made a preliminary count. Another 20-odd people died today. Is there still no way to cure the plague poison of the 5 poisons sect? Feng Tian replied. This plague poison is different from before. We're trapped on this mountain. The medical team has been working day and night, but they simply can't solve it in a short time. Ping Tian was helpless. Now even our communications have been cut off. We can't contact the other Lord Martial Saints. We can only wait. Suddenly a cry was heard. Kill! Feng Tian exclaimed with worry. The evil alliance is attacking again. He left his orders and left immediately. Quickly gather everyone who can still move and stop them. Feng Tian appeared where the group was and struck down with an imperial world-shaking fist. They agilely dodged the palm strike, and the area below was filled with rolling smoke and fire. The leader of the 5 poison sect, 51 years old, a middle-grade martial saint named Zhang Yi, sneered at Feng Tian unharmed. Do you think you alone, one martial saint, can save the entire joint army? He replied. The evil alliance wants to wipe out our martial alliance joint army? What wishful thinking. Zhang Yi summoned a giant python to compete. Then let's see if you have the ability. The giant python used a move called Jade Serpent Coil, opened its massive mouth and charged over as if to swallow him. Feng Tian barely escaped. The people below called out worriedly, Lord Demon Saint Joe. They were dejected. Even Lord Demon Saint Joe has fallen. Are we going to die here? They went up and asked, Lord Demon Saint Joe, Lord Demon Saint Joe, how are you? Feng Tian reassured them. It's nothing, I won't die, he instructed. Alliance leader Zhao, find an opening and lead our people to break through. There is only one martial saint. Although this old man can't defeat him, I can still fight him to a draw. Zhang Yi summoned a 2-headed giant python and said proudly, trying to run, not so easy. His prized giant python charged directly towards the 3 people below. But a blast of fire shot over, blocking its path. Zhang Yi shouted coldly, Who is it? Mu Li stood majestically on the head of a manifested dragon. Everyone saw him as if they had seen their savior. The Lord State Shepherd of Jing is here. It's the Lord State Shepherd of Jing. Zhang Yi was surprised. You are the State Shepherd of Jing? You didn't run into our evil alliance's martial saints? Mu Li answered frankly. I ran into them. I killed them. After speaking, he immediately made a move, giving them a taste of his power. He couldn't believe it. Bastard, a kid from the martial alliance dares to kill people from my evil alliance? His palm strike cracked the opponent's shield. He was stunned. It's the ancestor. Ancestor, weren't you inspecting the ancient ruins? Old Monster Sha, the ancestor of the 5 poison sect, appeared in time, raising a shield to save Zhang Yi's life. He said if this old fellow hadn't come, you would probably have gone to see King Yama by now. He explained. Ancestor, we were originally on the verge of victory, but a martial saint suddenly appeared in the joint army, and he's also a state shepherd. I am no match for him at all. Old Monster Sha decided to eliminate the future threat. A state shepherd, I see, then this old man will kill him. To prevent future trouble, looking at the damage from his opponent's attack, Mu Li became nervous. Damn, a peak high-level martial saint, and that's no ordinary ancient divine weapon either. I don't know if my immaculate sacred body can withstand it. The State Shepherd of G stepped forward to block the blow. Old Monster Sha, don't you dare be so rampant, he thought in annoyance. It was blocked. So it's the State Shepherd of G. You've come at just the right time, he retorted. If I hadn't come in time, wouldn't you have had the chance to kill our peerless prodigy? This is someone who will be able to kill you all with a wave of his hand in the future. I can't let anything happen to him. Old Monster Sha prepared to retreat. That's all for today. Next time I will definitely take your worthless lives. Let's go. After they left, the State Shepherd of G instructed, Mu Li, you are now being targeted by the masters of the evil alliance. You must be very careful. It's best not to stray too far from me.